Pokemon Treasure Detection System Chapter 301 to 350. Chapter 301 Visit. See you on the field then. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the four elites suddenly felt a chill behind their back. See you on the field, as he said. Mostly, suppress it with force. If Zhang Yuan is really allowed to use force to suppress in Kanto, I am afraid that the entire Kanto region will be ruined. Since he was able to allow the four major Kanto elite to bet with himself with his Pokemon, without destroying the combat effectiveness of the Kanto region, it was still somewhat of a situation where he wanted to leave a way out for Kanto. Once they realized this, the four elite knew that they had to convince the people in the Kanto region to admit Zhang Yuan's request and their bet. Peace of the Kanto region. At this moment, the four elites have reached a consensus. 433 hurried over to the headquarters of the Kanto region. The message must be communicated. Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the backs of the four elites leaving. Acting is really a very tiring thing, but fortunately, my own play has been finished. Confirming that all the people in the Kanto region were gone, Zhang Yuan threw his mask aside, told Matori to hold still, and then returned home. Lilith hasn't come back from school yet. Zhang Yuan fell directly on the bed, pretending that he was at home all day, since it was agreed that he would stay with Lilith for a while before going to the Hoenn region, and that he had turned down the request to go to the Seafoam Island. Then he would not break his promise. At least not in Lilith range. When Lilith came back from school, she seemed to be in a very happy mood, presumably because something happened at the school, not because she was with her at home. Big brother, let me tell you, Tilda. Lilith pounced directly on Zhang Yuan. What the matter? Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's soft hair and asked. Yeah, I applied with a teacher at our school and she said I could go to the Hoenn region with you, etc. Lilith is going on a trip with herself. Zhang Yuan was still a little unaware of what had happened. It's not that I don't want Lilith to travel with me, but because of school matters. Lilith said before that she would wait for her to come back. But now why is it suddenly possible to go with him? Zhang Yuan is curious about this matter. I talked to the teacher about this. The teacher said that since my brother took me with me, I would also have a helping hand for my studies. So, Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan. It seemed that although she told the teacher that she would go with her brother, she obviously didn't know how she would reply. This kind of deceptive behavior with a little bit of it really seems to be brought out by itself. Understood, I'll take you with me. And the teacher didn't say anything else. Just kidding. Since it is a teacher, there will definitely be follow-up requirement. Otherwise, what if the parents of the students complain? Even if he knew that Lilith's brother was himself, Zhang Yuan still felt that the teacher would definitely do something similar to an academic inspector. I have to write a report every week to tell the teacher about my recent experience and so on, but that's okay. What Lilith cares about now is Zhang Yuan's attitude. If Zhang Yuan does not agree, then naturally they cannot go together. In this case, you have to remember to pack your luggage a few days in advance, and you don't need to bring too many things. After all, it will take a long time to travel, and it is not very convenient to drag a box with a port. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Ash has always been carrying a school bag in his memory. Although it seems that Master G in the play has never changed his clothes, but with his current salary and simple thought, 1 or 2 pieces of clothes should be enough. If there is any other situation, then it will be fine. It was at this time that Zhang Yuan suddenly noticed that outside the window, just in the direction of the gate of his house, 2 familiar figures were slowly approaching their house. Zhang Yuan recognized it. It was Agatha and Lance Crossing. It is normal for Lance Crossing to come over. After all, among the 4 elite, he has more contact with Lance Crossing, but Agatha visited with him, which made Zhang Yuan feel strange. Brother, are you looking for you? Noticing Zhang Yuan's sight, Lilith also found the figures of Lance Crossing and Agatha. Should be. Why are 4 elite looking for you? Probably the siege on the Seafoam Islands today. Zhang Yuan doesn't know much about it himself, but since people are here, it's better to receive them by himself. Zhang Yuan probably guessed that it was because of the situation after he defeated them today. After all, it is still somewhat unacceptable for these righteous people to admit the legitimacy of Team Rocket. At this time, the Kanto region did not have the powerhouse to go to the Seafoam Island, only himself. Although, the one who has been fighting against them is himself. The 2 of you came from afar. What the matter? Before they knocked on the door, Zhang Yuan opened the door and asked. Agatha and Lance Crossing were a little hesitant at first, but Zhang Yuan discovered this when they came to Zhang Yuan's house. He stopped and walked along the way, as if hesitating whether it was the right thing to come to him. But since he has already reached the door, at least with the character of Lance Crossing, he will definitely not turn back. So for Zhang Yuan, instead of waiting for the 2 of them to knock on the door, it is better for 1.2 to open the door by himself. Seeing Zhang Yuan open the door, Lance Crossing and Agatha gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Let go in and talk. Lance Crossing directly suggested. It seems that it is not a simple and clear thing. You come in first. Zhang Yuan made way and let Lance Crossing and Agatha enter his home. Lance Crossing and Agatha noticed Lilith, who was standing behind Zhang Yuan, and looked at each other other with embarrassment. What? Is it a secret that Lilith can't know? Zhang Yuan asked a question knowingly. Lance Crossing and Agatha shook their head, then walked to the living room and sat down. It's okay, I'll find out in a few days anyway. Chapter 302 In Trust. Lilith originally wanted to avoid it. After all, 4 Elite came to look for his brother, and it looked like there was something very important. But since Agatha said it didn't matter, Lilith's curiosity drove her not to avoid it, but to look at Lance Crossing and Agatha with a smile. I'll pour you a cup of tea. Since she didn't have to avoid it, Lilith also felt that it seemed unreasonable for her to do nothing. You have a good sister. Agatha looked at Lilith and said, wait, you don't have to say compliment to my sister. I do it countless times every day, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Lilith blushed suddenly when she heard Zhang Yuan say this. Obviously they are brothers and sisters, but being praised by her brother still made Lilith a little happy. Then we came here just for one thing. Lance Crossing suddenly looked at Zhang Yuan seriously, and Agatha also looked at Zhang Yuan, as if something big was about to happen. At this time, Zhang Yuan had an impulse. 16 An urge to break this serious atmosphere. In other words, in this serious atmosphere, the urge to take over the sovereignty of 2 serious people. It's about the Seafoam Island, Zhang Yuan said. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lance Crossing and Agatha looked at each other, a little surprised why Zhang Yuan knew the purpose of their visit this time. How did you know that? Agatha asked. She has been surprised many times today, so there is no shortage of this time. Most of her steadfast personality is due to Agatha's rich experience, but now she doesn't dare to talk about her experience. Their 4 elites just lost a 1v4 to a Team Rocket's boss, and he still looked very young. Of course, if the matter of the Seafoam Islands is resolved smoothly, you will not come to me. At this time, I am afraid that I should hear the cheers of the victory. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Why? Your siege failed. Not really, Lance Crossing said. Hearing such a sentence, Zhang Yuan wanted to laugh a little. Does this really mean that he is not there? He just opened his eyes and said nonsense. But I can't reveal this myself. It's better to act for a while. Zhang Yuan thought it was enough for him to perform one, but he never thought that he would have to perform another one when he went home. The leader of the other side has asked us to duel, and if he wins we must accept his treaty. Lance Crossing simplifies things at Seafoam Island. Then you lost, Zhang Yuan said unceremoniously. Yes, we lost, Agatha replied. Then you will accept his pact, or is their pact unacceptable? Zhang Yuan asked. It's not completely unacceptable, but it also depends on the situation. He said that he would rectify Team Rocket. After the rectification, the Kanto region should not hinder the development of Team Rocket, and should give helping hand. Lance Crossing looked at Zhang Yuan and said, that is to say, the problem lies in how to rectify it. Zhang Yuan replied. Lilith put the tea on the coffee table and walked aside to watch Zhang Yuan discuss matters with Lance Crossing and Agatha. Although she knew every word they said, Lilith always felt that they were discussing a very advanced topic. This topic is beyond my own understanding. If the rectification can be done, then it doesn't matter even if you agree to this agreement. The main reason is that the reputation of Team Rockets is not good. If it is really implemented, it will be a big blow to the existing management of the Kanto region. It might even cause a riot. Zhang Yuan said seriously. Wait, why do you think it's about rectification? Agatha asked suddenly. Indeed, Agatha and Lance Crossing are planning to find Zhang Yuan to see if there is any way to restrain Team Rocket. After all, Zhang Yuan is the Inspector General of the International Police, let alone champion of the Core Conference. There should always be some way. And since the other party like to bet so much, Lance Crossing and Agatha have discussed, if Zhang Yuan is asked to bet with the other party, will it be possible for the other party to withdraw the agreement? Aren't you going to fulfill the bet directly? Zhang Yuan looked at each other in surprise. He never thought that the Big Four elite would cheat. This, I think, even if the opponent is Team Rocket, since the bet is lost, it should be done to the best of my ability. Lilith looked at them and said. This made Zhang Yuan couldn't help giving his sister a thumbs up. Nice assist. Nice. Since he is capable. Zhang Yuan paused for a moment. He originally wanted to say that he had defeated the 4 of them, but after thinking about it carefully, the other party did not tell him that he had defeated several people. It's just a request for a duel. By the way, who did he fight with you? Zhang Yuan asked again. 4 of us together. Agatha was not afraid of being laughed at, and told the truth directly. My God, isn't this man 580 more powerful than his brother? Lilith let out a surprise sound. No, that's your brother. Zhang Yuan silently complained in his heart. However, Zhang Yuan can understand Lilith's surprise. After all, people who hear about it always make people feel stronger. I don't know if I don't fight, Zhang Yuan said, but since he can defeat the 4 of you, there should be no one in the Kanto region who can stop him, so it's better to do as he does. Since he proposed this peaceful method of betting at the beginning, it may not be the case. What saboteurs? No, there is one more person who can stop him. Lance Crossing looked at Zhang Yuan seriously. The 4 of us elite haven't fought with you yet, but if we fight with you, we don't know who wins or loses, and we discussed that you should be able to beat the four of us. No, I have beaten the four of you. Zhang Yuan felt that his ability to complain was about to be exhausted by this incident. So, we want you to meet that person for a while. Will your sister let yourself have a substitute technique? Zhang Yuan really wanted to shirk, but Lilith looked at herself admiringly and froze again. Chapter 303 Fishing in Troubled Water. No, Zhang Yuan couldn't resist Lilith's adoring eyes. After all, Lilith was a cute little sister who felt that even the orthopedics of the country was worth it after she came to this world. I see. Zhang Yuan sighed and said, since my sister is so hopeful that she can resolve the matter gorgeously, and she is also looking forward to her own performance, then it is okay to pretend it again. But I have a condition. Zhang Yuan looked at Lance Crossing and Agatha seriously. I want to go there alone, in my own name, as an international police officer, or as a champion. It will make the other party feel that we have backtracked. Zhang Yuan said this. Lance Crossing and Agatha looked at each other and nodded. Originally, this matter should not have been asked of a child like Zhang Yuan, but now all they can count on is this little child. Seeing that Zhang Yuan agreed to their request, Lance Crossing and Agatha also felt relieved, and after chatting with Zhang Yuan for a while, they left Zhang Yuan's house. Lilith seemed a little worried, but because she believed in her brother, she just said cheered. As for Zhang Yuan, I went to Seafoam Islands the next day. It would be better to finish it as soon as possible if you want to act forcefully, and it is better to finish it earlier if you want to act. But even in the Seafoam Island, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to do. Zhang Yuan looked at the trees on the Seafoam Islands and thought about it carefully. Maybe he could explore the situation of the Seafoam Island. You might be able to find something good. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the one-star treasure. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the two-star treasure. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the two-star treasure. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the one-star treasure. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for discovering the one-star treasure. Close black lens bracket. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. In the Seafoam Islands are just a treasure of 1 or 2 stars. Zhang Yuan didn't know whether to say that his luck was too bad, or that the resources here were too poor. There are only 1-star and 2-star treasures, and a golden Pokeball that appears after the system prompt. Congratulations to the host for finding the treasure. There's not much to say, not even a star rating. Afraid of Easter egg? In theory, in a place with so many low-level treasures, there should be more or less high-level treasures. It's like the most important treasure hidden in the depth, but the only thing that can be considered brilliant here is this golden Pokeball, and I don't know what it is for. Ordinary Pokeball. It is not a reduced size, but a normal size, as if it was originally made of gold. If it is really made of gold, I am afraid it is not a collection of local tyrant, but the button in the middle of this collection item is not like a specimen, but like a button that really belongs to the Pokeball, which can be pressed. When Zhang Yuan first pressed it down, he thought something would come out inside. For example, a rare Pokemon, or a Pokemon that may not be that rare, but is a treasured species in itself. If it's just an empty Pokeball, Zhang Yuan may be disappointed, but the possibility that the Pokeball itself should be some kind of good collection is not low. However, Zhang Yuan did not open this Pokeball. No matter how you press the button, it cannot be turned on. I'm who? What a broken system. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball on the ground. Did the host destroy the golden Pokeball? Close black lens bracket. Reminder, this is a special item. You cannot get it again after destroying it. Close black lens bracket. Okay, special prop. Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball back into his bag. Then find some time to take a good look at this damn Pokeball and see what's so special about it. Still can't open. After exploring the Seafoam Island, Zhang Yuan returned to his home. Lilith was already at home waiting for Zhang Yuan's arrival. In addition to Lilith, there are also the 4 elites at Zhang Yuan's home. From Lilith's word, Zhang Yuan could know that it was probably earlier that Lance Crossing came to him and wanted to tell him about the other party's Mewtwo, but when he came over, he learned from Lilith's mouth Zhang Yuan has already come to the door. Immediately afterward, the news reached the ears of 3 other people. The other 3 thought that Zhang Yuan was fighting against someone who could defeat the 4 of them together, and immediately became worried for themselves. Then he waited for his return at his home. They actually care more about the outcome than worrying about it. If not for Lance Crossing and Agatha stopping Bruno and Lorelei. Bruno and Lorelei are afraid to ask the master to go to the Seafoam Islands to check the situation. Are they still in the Seafoam Islands? Seeing Zhang Yuan come back safe and sound, Lorelei's first reaction was that Zhang Yuan did not meet him. Is this girl so unbelieving in her own strength? Zhang Yuan looked at Lorelei, knowing that he beat her down directly. Of course it's still there. After all, the other party has spent a lot of time in the Seafoam Islands, and it's not that easy to evacuate. Zhang Yuan almost babbled babbled some nonsense about the Seafoam Island. When he passed by, the four elites did not seem to arrange anyone there on the Seafoam Island, so Zhang Yuan started talking nonsense casually. However, it is true that there are people who stayed in Team Rocket as the place for the final battle. Midori has arranged a lot of things in it. The opponent's Mewtwo is also really good, and my Salamence can only be tied with it. Zhang Yuan said so. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lilith was immediately surprised. Is my brother's Salamence only a draw? The other people were surprised that Zhang Yuan was still able to tie the opponent, but they couldn't beat the 4-in-1. But looking at Lilith's reaction, the four elite didn't dare to say much. It's just that the four of them already knew deeply that Zhang Yuan's ability was indeed much higher than theirs, so he turned to ask Zhang Yuan for details. Chapter 304 Arraign. Yeah, his Mewtwo should have a unique trick that can be learned from other Pokemon, although I don't know how to do it. Zhang Yuan thought about it for a while, but don't tell them that they know about Learning Machine, and that they still have a lot of things about Learning Machine. These things are intended to let my Pokemon learn a little later. There are few Pokemon that can compare to Mewtwo. When he saw Team Rocket, of course Jesse James, Zhang Yuan wanted to try Meowth. Meowth is not a powerful Pokemon though. Even in the animation, it seems to be the existence of the mascot of Team Rocket. But this Meowth can speak, and Pokemon that can speak are very rare. Maybe I can learn some knowledge about learning machines and see if I can make these two Team Rocket's members who don't look like Team Rocket get rid of the fate of flying into the sky. However, my Salamence is still very powerful, and it can be tied with it. After all, it can destroy your Pokemon. What may seem like a modest statement is actually nothing modest. Zhang Yuan is reminding these people that his Pokemon can also solve them 761v4. So he agreed that his rectification of Team Rockets will let the person in charge come to discuss it with you, and it won't embarrass you too much. It's just that there are some places that can't be compromised anyway. Let the person in charge and you carry it out again. Showdown decision. Anyway, I won't be in the Kanto region after that, so it's a bit unrealistic to fly back because of this. After that, I can entrust Midori to handle it. It's a draw after all, so the requirement can't be too high. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he seemed very tired and walked to the sofa in the living room to sit down, so this also strengthened my determination. I am a frog in the bottom of the well now. There are still many people in this world who are more powerful than me. I will go to Hoenn region about this week to exercise, etc. What did Zhang Yuan say? Elite, who were ridiculed and dared not be, glanced at each other. God, if Zhang Yuan said that he was a frog in a well, then a few of them would not know what it was. And what Zhang Yuan said just now is right. If his Salamence can barely tie Mewtwo, the four of them are probably no problem. In other words, the real frogs at the bottom of the well are actually the four of them. As for Zhang Yuan, after saying this, he directly sent the four elites out of the house, then sent a message to Keen and asked him to send someone to take a look at the Kanto region, which is almost resolved. As for the Team Rocket's overhaul, Zhang Yuan told Midori of his thoughts before, and Midori should have arranged a plan. As for the detail, Zhang Yuankai didn't want to think about it himself. After all, this is not something he should think about as a leader. He should be here as a leader in peace, and give instruction. By the way, brother, I heard from Brother Gary. Ash has already set off for the Hoenn region. He said that he would ask you to learn from him when he came. Etc. Ash went to Hoenn region already. Zhang Yuan didn't expect that when Ash was handling the situation of Team Rockets in Kanto by himself, Ash had already set off one step ahead of himself. According to the original plot, he will meet Mei in a few days, but forget it. I don't need to fight with Master G. Zhang Yuan touched Lilith's head and asked, do you really want to travel? Lilith nodded. Yes, I want to travel with my brother, meet some Pokemon on the way, and become friends with them. Maybe I can challenge a few gyms, although I don't have the determination to win, but I always have to challenge a few. It's even better to be able to get the gym badge. Quote, Lilith said with a smile. This girl's requirements are not high, but as his sister, how could he not even get the gym badge? You call Xiaobai out, and we will conduct a final inspection. Zhang Yuan smiled and rubbed Lilith's head. Always make sure your Pokemon has no problems before you go, don't you? Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lilith hurriedly called out her Ponyta. After Ponyta saw Zhang Yuan, she immediately surrounded her. Zhang Yuan is Lilith's important relative, Xiaobai knows for sure, and Xiaobai is also very close to people, so he really wants to please Zhang Yuan. Or does it feel good in itself? After all, Zhang Yuan is also a helping hand. It looks like Xiaobai is in good shape. He should be able to travel soon. Are your things ready? Zhang Yuan asked Lilith. Ready, Lilith answered quickly. Since the day Zhang Yuan agreed to go on a trip with her, Lilith had prepared everything and was waiting to set off with Zhang Yuan. Then, I'll check it tomorrow. If there's no problem, we'll set off the day after tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Lilith looked a little depressed, and it seemed that she was looking forward to the trip, so that even if I go out the day after tomorrow, I feel that it is too late. Children in this world really like to travel. Zhang Yuan didn't even know how to complain. If they were in their original world, this kind of 8 or 9-year-old child would have to be picked up by their parents even to go to school. If you cross 2 roads and take 2 bus stops, you will be afraid that your child will be abducted by traffickers. In this world now, it is not worried about children being abducted by human traffickers, but a group of children are worried about their Pokemon being abducted. Then the adults and their children worry about the Pokemon being abducted. Going to Hoenn region also has to take a boat. We have to book ticket, and we have to prepare a little bit of medicine. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith nodded incomprehensibly. Indeed, it is not easy to travel, but it is too simple to think. Knowing brother, I will obediently organize everything. Lilith's smile made Zhang Yuan suddenly feel that it was great that he could travel to this world. Chapter 305 Set off. Hoenn region. To Hoenn region is a boat. It takes a long river to reach the Hoenn region. Originally, Zhang Yuan wanted to pack a boat, but for Lilith, it might be a bit too extravagant to pack a boat. For such a young child, on a luxury cruise ship, having a certain amount of communication with other people, maybe meeting some good people and learning about all kinds of Pokemon, may be suitable for Lilith. So Zhang Yuan chose a luxury passenger ship. If it were an ordinary ship, there might be something that made Zhang Yuan unable to adapt to the environment above. Zhang Yuan chose a vessel that advocates peaceful coexistence between Pokemon and people. On the boat, Zhang Yuan can release the Pokemon and communicate with others. In order to avoid his Pokemon being too attractive, Zhang Yuan did not do this, and asked Lilith to release her Xiaobai. Ponyta is not very big on the boat, but the bigger Pokemon is limiting. Even if you like your Pokemon and want to communicate with other people, you must pay attention to the safety of the boat. Zhang Yuan was recognized as soon as he got on the boat. Isn't this the champion of court? I heard he beat that leader of Team Rocket, stronger than the 4 elites of the Alliance combined. My god, is he so handsome? I'm going to find him for an autograph. People were talking about Zhang Yuan's affairs, and there were some gossip that wasn't very realistic. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuan was surrounded by the crowd, and several girls took the autograph plate and asked Zhang Yuan to sign it for himself. Zhang Yuan was stunned when he looked at these girls, not knowing what to say for a while. By the way, Zhang Yuan, what kind of girl do you like? Is this your sister? It seemed that these girls had done their homework and did not regard Lilith as their girlfriend, but after knowing that it was their sister, these girls immediately began to please Lilith, knowing that this might be their future sister-in-law. However, although Lilith was not a weak girl, she was also frightened by this group of fans and hid behind Zhang Yuan. I said, I'm just a passenger like you, going to the Hoenn region. If I want to sign, I can give it to you, and nothing else. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he wrote his name on their signature board. It seems that as a trainer, he is also a well-known figure. After signing the name, Zhang Yuan noticed that Lilith's face seemed to be a little wrong. What wrong? It's nothing. It's a little uncomfortable, Lilith said. Zhang Yuan immediately realized that it might be seasickness. I hadn't noticed this before. Master Ji went directly to the Hoenn region, so Zhang Yuan didn't expect that there would be seasickness. Let's go to the room first. I'll go to the medical staff to order some medicine for seasickness. You can rest for a while. Seeing that his master was uncomfortable, Xiaobai's face also dimmed, and he pushed his head against his master, as if he was a little worried. Xiaobai is fine. You can stay with Lilith later, but it's not a big deal if you get seasick. Xiaobai seemed to understand Zhang Yuan's word, rubbed Zhang Yuan's hand, followed behind Zhang Yuan, and returned to their room with Lilith. As for those fans, after Zhang Yuan sternly refused, they didn't get too close to Zhang Yuan. That shameless White Lotus bitch doesn't seem to exist in this world. If he went to other world, Zhang Yuan would have to spend a lot of time to send these people away. After entering the room, Lilith was lying on the bed. Zhang Yuan proposed to take Xiaobai back to the Pokeball first, but Lilith refused. She said that when Zhang Yuan was away, Xiaobai could feel at ease by her side. After all, it is uncomfortable, and it is normal to feel a little insecure. Zhang Yuan did not push too hard, but went to get seasickness medicine. Asking for flowers. Brother, there seems to be a battle room on this ship. After Zhang Yuan took back the seasickness medicine and gave it to Lilith, Lilith asked. Zhang Yuan was done. This ship is really focused on Pokemon communication, and promoting the relationship between Pokemon and trainers, and in this world, the friendly communication between Pokemon trainers and Pokemon is also fascinating. Battle is right. Zhang Yuan also remembered that there was a battle room here, but because it was purely for the purpose of bringing his dear sister to get in touch with other Pokemon, he never thought about adding Lilith to the battle, so he didn't really care. If I remember correctly, there seems to be one. Zhang Yuan said. Brother, I plan to go over there with Xiaobai after I feel more comfortable. Lilith said. The things in the school really have to be used in practice, and Xiaobai should be very happy. When Lilith said this, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that he didn't notice that he brought Lilith out, as if he wanted to become a trainer with Lilith. He simply accepted the setting of traveling quarreling with his baby sister. Thinking about it now, Zhang Yuan didn't have any reason to stop Lilith from doing so. It could only be to let Lilith decide whether to become a Pokemon trainer or another identity in the future. When you're more comfortable, I think Xiaobai must be a good Pokemon, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. And if you want, I can tell you about Ponyta's abilities and strength during your break. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, Lilith should have learned all of these things in school, but those Pokemon schools don't always know much about themselves. At least this, Zhang Yuan can be sure that his Pokemon knowledge and some opportunistic skills are richer than those in the school. Chapter 300 Zik Battle Time. Zhang Yuan and Lilith were talking about the Pokemon, and slowly they didn't know if the medicine was working. Lilith leaned on Zhang Yuan's shoulder and fell asleep. It doesn't actually take too long to get from the Kanto region to the Hoenn region, but this luxury cruise ship was much slower than other cruise ships. When Lilith woke up, it had been a day, and the trip was only more than halfway through. How long have I slept? Lilith rubbed her eyes and asked. It's only for one night. Don't you get seasick? Zhang Yuan asked. Although I don't know why the seasickness medicine actually made people want to rest, but watching Lilith nodded, Zhang Yuan didn't bother to complain about these details. As said before, Zhang Yuan brought Lilith and Xiaobai to the 290 inches room. Although it is said to be a battle room, there are not many people fighting with their own Pokemon, and they are all chatting outside the arena. Isn't this the champion of the core conference? Suddenly, a very rich eldest lady appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. This made Zhang Yuan instantly think of the big sister who would grab the protagonist and fight on the side of the road in the Pokemon game. If you beat her, you can get a huge sum of money. But in this still real world, even if you beat her, you probably won't be able to get a huge sum of money. Followed by this eldest lady is a very cute Eevee. Must know that Eevee can almost be regarded as the son of the production team. According to different stones, it can evolve into Pokemon with different attributes, and the types are still updated according to the update of Pokemon, which is infinitely updated. Eevee has a new evolution form when the next game comes out. Zhang Yuan will not be surprised. This Eevee looked very close to others, and went straight to Zhang Yuan's leg and rubbed it. Your Pokemon seems to like brother very much, Lilith said to the eldest lady with a smile. Who? What did he say? How could he like him? He must be testing the enemy's situation. This eldest lady was so arrogant that she didn't know why. I really don't know. So this eldest lady should be basically an NPC character, the type that may not even have a name, who appears in the grass and yells at the protagonist to fight. Zhang Yuan felt a little surprised that Lilith was able to chat with her. Zhang Yuan was too lazy to pay attention to this eldest lady, and looked around, and the surroundings gave people an atmosphere of, there is no good place outside, why don't you come and chat in the battle room? Look at Lilith again, etc. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized if he had missed something. At this moment, Lilith looked at the eldest lady in front of her with a determined look. The eldest lady also grabbed the Pokeball in her hand with a proud look. This scene is completely like preparing for a battle. Then the question came. Zhang Yuan just observed the situation around him a little bit. Why is it about to fight here? When he turns his head. Brother, this eldest sister said that she wants to test my abilities as the sister of champion of the core conference. Lilith was a little excited. She can show her brother what she has trained Xiaobai to look like. As for Zhang Yuan, the thing that made Zhang Yuan a little unsure of what to say should be, why did these two people fight when they said they were fighting? That eldest lady is an NPC, right? It must be an NPC, the kind of NPC that appeared to ambush them to fight, and most of the time you won't give yourself a bonus. However, Zhang Yuan glanced down at the Eevee. If it is against Eevee, Ponyta still has a slight advantage. Isn't it good? You want to come to the war room so that someone can learn from you? Lilith nodded, and then she and the eldest lady entered the battlefield. On the battlefield, Lilith and the eldest lady stood opposite each other, and Lilith also released her Ponyta, and when facing Lilith Ponyta, the eldest threw the Pokeball directly and emerged from the Pokeball. Got an oddish ... ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Zhang Yuan was petrified in an instant. To the fire-type Pokemon, a grass-type Pokemon was thrown. I have to say, level 10 Ponyta would only dare to use it on level 50 oddish. Not to mention Zhang Yuan, even Lilith looked unbelievable. In the school, this attribute restraint was the foundation of the foundation. Even depending on the method of use, it is true that inverse attribute restraint can defeat the opponent, but it is definitely not the case of Oddish against Ponyta. That is, when Lilith was in a daze, this eldest lady ordered her Oddish with all her might. Oddish uses sweetness. Immediately Oddish gave off a sweet smell. The entire battle room was directly enveloped by this sweet smell. As for Lilith, she still couldn't believe that the other party was actually using Oddish. At this time, Xiaobai was calmer than his master. He took a step forward and stepped on Oddish's body. Fire-type Pokemon have some ability to control flame. Even if they don't use move, they can still use some flame power. Immediately after Xiaobai's flames converged on his horse's hoof, Oddish, who was scorched by the flames for 1.7, instantly lost his fighting consciousness. This made Zhang Yuan a little at a loss as to where to complain, and this eldest lady, still very serious, said to Lilith very seriously, "Look pretty good. Come back, Oddish. Go, Evie." Under the order of the eldest lady, Evie immediately stepped forward, facing the Ponyta, who was much taller than himself, in front of him, without fear. This is an NPC. This is definitely an NPC. Zhang Yuan's mind is full of complaint. There is no rule about how many battles it is. He just simply uses all his Pokemon. There is no doubt that only the money-giving NPC in the Pokemon will do this. Chapter 307. Fight for a while. Zhang Yuan doesn't want to complain anymore. After I came to this world, I still thought that the macro setting of this world seems to be based on the original game, so Zhang Yuan knows what those NPCs on the road will look like now. The NPC on the side of the road will probably become the same as this eldest lady. Eevee, quick attack, still the first mover. Seems that Eevee's agility is not low, and his level is very high. Although there is no special attack for other types of Pokemon, the Pokemon of the general type have no special attack, but they are less able to restrain them in defense, and only one of the fighting type is the only one. As long as it can be trained properly, it can be regarded as a formidable opponent. Seeing that it was Eevee, Lilith also had a little bit of fighting spirit, and she hurriedly gave orders to her Ponyta. Dodge and constrict your whole body with flame. Quick attack and 16 is not a trick that can be easily avoided, but using the flame constrict the whole body is a bit tricky. Zhang Yuan always felt that this operation was not learned in school, but by Lilith and herself. Constricting the flames on the body, Eevee would have to take the risk that she might get burned. Under this risk, the eldest lady hurriedly stopped her Eevee. Eevee, stop. Step back. Use with. Wonderful. Compared to the stupid decision to use Oddish against Ponyta before, this lady is more or less like a trainer now. Xiaobai try to avoid and use the flame vortex. Swift is not an easy move to dodge. Stars, in a sense, and high speed means that it is very fast. Under the premise of not having enough confidence in the agility of your own Pokemon, accept a small amount of the opponent's attack, and then attack the opponent. This is a good way to fight. Lilith did just that. Beyond the knowledge given by the stereotype Pokemon school, Lilith is also quite powerful. The flame vortex directly trapped Eevee in the flame. If it stays in the flame, Eevee will definitely suffer from the burning effect, which, for Pokemon, will result in a constant HPN effect. If it is now, it should be deteriorating. Eevee, escape. Use refresh. The eldest lady was also quite bold, and directly let Eevee escape the vortex of flame. And when leaving the vortex of flame, Eevee must touch the flames before being able to escape. Generally speaking, there will be some damage here, but this Eevee is more powerful than I imagined, and can use refresh. After a short rest, the abnormal state on Eevee will disappear. The only fatal weakness is this rest. If it is in a turn-based game, it will inevitably wait for his rest to end. However, this is not a turn-based game. Lilith immediately gave the next order after hesitating for a moment. Xiaobai, the flame wheel hit me. The flames on Xiaobai's body immediately spread to the whole body, like a walking flame, hitting Eevee directly. Eevee was knocked out of the field in an instant, and at the same time lost his fighting consciousness. In the battle room, as long as you lose your fighting consciousness, or leave the field, you can count as the opponent's loss. Lilith did this at the same time. After she was done, she immediately went up to check on Xiaobai's situation. Xiaobai just suffered some skin injury, and he didn't even need to go to the Pokemon lounge on the ship to recover. Seeing that her Pokemon was not seriously injured, Lilith immediately went to the NPC lady. How is your Pokemon? Lilith asked. The eldest lady held her Eevee in her arm, frowning as if she was a little heartbroken in her cute Pokemon. But in the face of Lilith's problem, she was still somewhat arrogant and unyielding. Don't worry, I'll take it to rest. After speaking, the eldest lady certainly did not forget her arrogant character, looked back at Lilith, and added another sentence. You did a good job, but it didn't live up to the status of the champion's sister at the court conference. Hearing what the other party said, Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan with a happy expression, and wanted to seek praise from Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan noticed that the people around seemed to have a high enough opinion of this battle. Although there was a little thing in the battle that he wanted to educate Lilith, Zhang Yuan still gave up and planned to go back and talk about it. That champion's sister. The battle just now was gorgeous. The Oddish at the beginning was just stupid. Almost instant kill. Did you see that? As expected of that Zhang Yuan's younger sister, she was not less influenced by her brother. The voices of praise all around got louder and louder. Zhang Yuan sighed, and could only evacuate quickly with Lilith. If you stay here for too long, you will most likely be affected by the atmosphere here. Thinking that you are really a good trainer. Zhang Yuan really did have plans to be too strict with his sister, but he still has to say what should be said, and if his cute sister is so arrogant because of this battle victory, she will not be so arrogant. Cute too. Brother, what happened to me just now? Not bad. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head, then looked at Xiaobai. Go to the lounge and let Xiaobai have a good rest. Hearing that her brother said it was not bad. Lilith immediately became a little complacent, nodded quickly, and called Xiaobai to follow behind Zhang Yuan and walk towards the lounge. The eldest lady went the other way, as if she was still a little unhappy about her failure just now. However, from the eldest lady's reaction, Zhang Yuan can easily see that this eldest lady should not be a person who will abandon Pokemon, and she is not bad for Pokemon itself. So now it's time to educate Lilith. Your command to Xiaobai just now was indeed very decisive, but what I'm curious about is why you hesitated when Eevee used refresh. Zhang Yuan asked suddenly while walking on the road. Chapter 308 Educate. Lilith was stunned for a moment, touched Xiaobai, and blushed a little embarrassedly. Because Eevee looked small, I originally wanted to use Flare Blitz, but I felt that Eevee would suffer too much damage, so I hesitated and changed a move. Really, if Flare Blitz is used, the opponent's Eevee might die directly in the battle. Although there is no news of any Pokemon dying due to battles, but if the Pokemon is really based on reality, it is not such a strong existence. Otherwise, there would be no Pokemon tomb. Lilith did this, and it was indeed kind. It's just that she doesn't know what her Xiaobai's abilities are, and she doesn't know her Pokemon very well. Otherwise, she shouldn't even hesitate to use the Flame Wheel from the beginning. Rather than when I was planning to use Flare Blitz, I suddenly realized that my Pokemon's abilities would be too strong. So, when you were stunned at first, it was because you felt that your opponent was too weak, but you were a little flustered. But after that, it was Zhang Yuan who wanted to educate Lilith. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lilith suddenly realized that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. She always spoiled her brother, but the atmosphere at this time was a little too serious. Well, isn't Oddish inevitable against Ponyta? Not to mention stat restraint. Oddish doesn't look like its evolution form. It's inherently weak, and it's a bit surprising to use Oddish itself. Lilith's explanation is reasonable, but if I had an Oddish myself, maybe it would be several times more powerful than Ponyta. Judging people by their appearance, this is your fault. Is this how you are taught in school? When Zhang Yuan asked such a question, Lilith could only nod her head in confusion. The older brother who has always been pampering himself, but now he is educating himself. This did not dampen Lilith's confidence, but made him a little excited. My brother is different from those teachers at school. He will definitely teach himself how to use more powerful Pokemon. If it was my brother, how would I use Oddish? Lilith asked directly. I think about it. First of all, even if there is attribute restraint, Oddish is not purely grass-based, but also a poison-type Pokemon. He can also use a fairy-type skill called Moonlight. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith nodded and listened, but when Zhang Yuan said fairy, she was a little surprised. Fairy department. Zhang Yuan paused. This fairy type seems to be a Pokemon attribute that will be discovered later. Fairy system has not been discovered by default, or is not known to the Kanto region. You'll know this when you meet it. Now I'll tell you first. It is a bit troublesome to explain the attribute faction of a Pokemon. Although Zhang Yuan said that he has a lot of knowledge about Pokemon, he is not one of those professionals after all, and he has the patience to start over. Okay, Lilith nodded. If it's a poison-type skill, how are you going to deal with it? Zhang Yuan asked. Poison-type skills that can be attacked at close range are not required. Fire-type Ponyta should have no attribute advantage to them. Lilith nodded, but she was still a little unwilling to show weakness. Then I will directly attack Oddish with Flame. After all, Oddish itself is a grass-type Pokemon, and flames have special attacks on it. As long as you attack it first, then that's a problem. Did you spot it? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith seriously. Lilith was stunned for a while, not quite able to understand what her brother was going to say, so she blinked her big eyes and looked at Zhang Yuan. It was attack, silly girl. Zhang Yuan said, you have to attack before you can cause trauma to Oddish, but for me, training the agility of Pokemon is the most necessary thing. Are you confident that your Xiaobai can hit my Oddish? When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith knew why her brother would educate her. Indeed, if his opponent is Zhang Yuan, even if Oddish fights against Ponyta's inverse attribute restraint, he may not be able to beat Zhang Yuan's Oddish to the ground. There is no way to attack Oddish, not to mention that the opponent also has fairy and poison skills, and will not be affected by his own attribute restraint. Now you know why I'm talking about you, but you have trained Xiaobai very well. He is much calmer than you. After Zhang Yuan said this, Xiaobai realized that he was complimenting himself. He quickly rubbed Zhang Yuan happily. Fortunately, the opponent is not my brother, otherwise my Xiaobai won't know how he lost. Lilith smiled and praised Zhang Yuan. However, Zhang Yuan did not eat this set. It's true that he is very strong, but if he makes his sister feel that he is the only one who can train Oddish to be so strong, there will be a problem. This can easily lead to her incorrect concept of the world, and she will be frustrated sooner or later on the road of life. This level, as long as you get along with your magic treasure, Wang's shell for a longer time, and you know enough about it, you can do it. It's not just me who can do it. Don't take your opponent too lightly in the future. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith nodded quickly. She has always been known for her gentleness, and she never thought that one day she would be reprimanded by Zhang Yuan and despised her opponent. This also proves its own inadequacy. Lilith accepted this right away. She didn't feel depressed, but stepped forward to hold her brother's hand. Having such a good brother may be a blessing for Lilith to cultivate in 3 lifetimes. As for Zhang Yuan, he was also worried that Lilith would be unacceptable when he said that it was too heavy, but now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about this, so he is relieved. With a cute little sister like Lilith, I am the happiest thing in this world. Chapter 309 Hoenn Region. Hoenn Region is coming soon. When disembarking, it was already night, and the port city at night made Zhang Yuan feel a little better. Ash said they went to Little Root Town and were going to gym in Petalburg City. Should we go there too? After Lilith got off the boat, she immediately asked her brother this question. You, don't be full of travel and travel. You have already arrived in the Hoenn region, so don't be too concerned about it. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head, but Zhang Yuan was a little surprised that Lilith had become a friend with Master Ji, and now she can still know where Master Ji is. Yeah, it's already in the Hoenn region anyway, but where is Little Root Town? Let's buy a map when we go to the inn. Even if there was no way to go on the trip right away, Lilith was obviously still very excited. She looked at Zhang Yuan and almost didn't let Zhang Yuan speak, so she started planning what happened next. Zhang Yuan sighed and took out the map from his pocket. This thing, there is actually a free 047 on the cruise ship. After all, so much money was given to the cruise ship, not to mention that the cruise ship itself was going to the Hoenn region, so it was normal to have these maps. Lilith has always been paying attention to other people and other people's Pokemon, and didn't pay attention to these details, but Zhang Yuan didn't see enough Pokemon or trainers on the cruise ship that he cared about, so he did notice these things. Zhang Yuan opened the map, and it would be nice to get a map into his Pokédex. Although I don't really need Pokédex, its communication function and map storage function are still very useful. Little Root Town seems to be on the west side, like a river to cross. When she found the hotel, Lilith immediately began to study the map. No, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Isn't it alright to go directly from here? Zhang Yuan said this, and directly drew a straight line between Little Root Town and the tavern where he lived. After seeing this straight line, Lilith was instantly stunned. She hadn't thought about going like this. Lilith walked according to the road shown on the map from the beginning, but in fact they could walk through the woods without taking the road. This time travel was an idea that made Lilith discover that she was fundamentally unable to surpass her brother. Lilith knew that her thinking was still limited to her own learning, even if there is some flexibility learning from her brother, but Lilith knows that the knowledge she has learned has been bound to her own thinking, which makes Lilith a little unhappy. So much so that while Lilith admired Zhang Yuan even more, she also told herself that she had to work harder to become a trainer who could be the same as her brother. But going through the path, wouldn't it be dangerous? The reason why the forest has not developed a road is that there is such a part of the danger. Is it still dangerous to have a Pokemon with you? But before leaving, you should buy some prop that can be used for camping. Zhang Yuan was planning seriously, while Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan expectantly. Zhang Yuan's words let Lilith know that she can not only travel, but also camp in the wild. What an exciting thing this is. And there will be other Pokemon in the wood. Don't you want to learn? Of course BGCE, meeting more Pokemon will have better learning and development. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head, and by the way included the Pokeball among the things he needed to buy. Without Pokeball, even if there is an interesting Pokemon, there is no way to help your sister catch it. Before, he always focused on his own development, but now that he brought his cute little sister, Zhang Yuan wanted to get some cute Pokemon for Lilith too. If I remember correctly, there is also something called a flamboyant convention here. Pokemon can be made to contest each other's beauty. That's right, beauty pageant. This Lilith should like it. After all, girls, they always like some cute things, such as cute Pokemon. The next day, Zhang Yuan took Lilith away from the place of accommodation and went to the store. He bought a little too much, but let Xiaobai take on the burden of carrying luggage. It's a horse after all, so Zhang Yuan still had the heart to let Xiaobai take on this job. However, Zhang Yuan also thought about letting his Pokemon do this. After all, this is also part of his luggage, and giving it to Xiaobai is like pushing it to his sister. However, Zhang Yuan doesn't have a Pokemon like Ponyta, which is approachable and unattractive, and can be seen everywhere. Even if he is now in the Hoenn region, although the title of champion of the core conference doesn't have much effect here, it would be a bit strange to attract attention in this matter. Before entering the wood, a big sister kindly reminded them that there are many Pokemon in this wood. Although it is a good thing for the trainer, it is also very dangerous. Let Zhang Yuan and the others, it's better to take the road. But when they talked, they looked at Lilith, probably because they were worried that the little girl would have an accident in the wood. And Lilith and Zhang Yuan rejected their kindness together and went to the woods by themselves. When they first entered the wood, they could also see a few trainers who were investigating, as well as children catching bugs. But after walking a little further inside, it was just like what the big sister said. It was too dangerous inside. no one would think about going through the woods to Littleroot Town. Zhang Yuan took out the compass, first glanced at the direction he was walking, and then proceeded after confirming that it was correct. That is, at this time, Lilith suddenly approached Zhang Yuan, took Zhang Yuan's arm directly, and looked around with a look of fear. Chapter 310 Wurmple. Is there anything around? Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, looked around, and found nothing wrong. The Pokemon around are all very common bug-type and grass-type Pokemon, and ground-type Pokemon are rare. No special Pokemon appeared, not even the ugly, scary-looking one. So what is it that scares your baby sister? Zhang Yuan is not very clear, but Lilith do look scared, grabbed her clothes and held Zhang Yuan's hand. Although Zhang Yuan enjoys Lilith being so close to him, if he doesn't know what the other party is afraid of, Zhang Yuan always feels uncomfortable. Lilith, what did you see so scared? Zhang Yuan asked directly. Nothing. Lilith shook her head softly. If you don't tell the truth, I'll send you back. Zhang Yuan's serious look made Lilith a little scared. She was able to travel with her brother with great difficulty, and if she was sent back at this time, it would not be worth the loss. Lilith lowered her head and seemed to say a word reluctantly. That, bro, there are a lot of bug here. Zhang Yuan instantly realized what was going on. Lilith is not a timid girl, but she is a girl anyway. Adult Pokemon like Butterfree might like it, maybe even find it a little cute, but caterpillars, such as caterpillars, may be a little scary. Not to mention the caterpillar-like Pokemon, even ordinary caterpillars would be scared to death. But looking at Lilith like this, Zhang Yuan knew that she was a bide for a long time. Misty was also very afraid of Pokemon such as caterpillars before, but she paid Caterpie by accident. The beginning, I was too scared, but after I became Butterfree, I liked it very much. Don't be afraid, these are also Pokemon, and they are still cute type. Zhang Yuan pulled Lilith directly to the nearest caterpillar Pokemon. Well, we don't get close to it, just watch it right here. That's a Wurmple. Caterpie on the other side, but if it is Wurmple, there is still a certain chance that it can become beautiful. Is the Pokemon that I fell in love with at first sight when I saw May. Insect flight, not to mention how strong the ability is, at least it is very pleasing. Zhang Yuan believed that if it was for Lilith, Lilith would also like it. Lilith crouched down and looked at the Wurmple. Wurmple looked with a pointed tail, which is where the venom is stored to prevent him from being preyed on by natural enemy. Like Weedle, Wurmple also has the ability to poison. This Wurmple blinked his eyes, looked at Lilith, and then spit out a mouthful of silk on Lilith's face. Lilith was instantly frightened, took a step back, and wiped the silk off her face. Ha ha ha, it might be about time. When there is no order given to the other party, and when the other party is not hostile and will not attack you, the insect-type Pokemon rarely has a warlike situation. When Wurmple did this, Zhang Yuan was able to know that this Wurmple was basically about to end up in a cocoon. At this time, a lot of silk is produced in the stomach, and it can be spit out at any time. I'm going to subdue it. Lilith suddenly became serious. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, but he did not expect Lilith to restrain her fear of caterpillars in such a short time. To overcome one's own fears, one must conquer a caterpillar. Lilith looked at Wurmple solemnly and said, Brother, I know what you said. Caterpillar Pokemon are also Pokemon, and they will become a very beautiful existence after they form a cocoon and become a butterfly. We trainers shouldn't discriminate against Pokemon. As Lilith said that, she was actually cheering herself on. Asking for flowers. But Zhang Yuan noticed that Lilith's legs were shaking, as if she was still afraid of this caterpillar, but she made herself not so afraid. Xiaobai realized what his master was going to do, and hurriedly stepped forward and kicked Wurmple to the ground. Wurmple rolled over on the ground, and his eyes instantly turned into four. Too weak. Really too weak. Although he knew that this kind of caterpillar-type Pokemon had to turn into a cocoon and become a butterfly before it could become stronger, Zhang Yuan was so weak that he didn't know how to complain. Go Pokeball. Lilith threw the Pokeball directly to Wurmple, and Wurmple entered the Pokeball without any resistance. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. Picked up the Pokeball, but she felt relieved after knowing that the other party had become her own Pokemon. Sure enough, for girls, things that belong to themselves are always a little easier to accept than the wild caterpillars outside. Away this Pokeball. Lilith hugged Xiaobai happily and expressed her gratitude for Xiaobai's effort. However, at this time, Zhang Yuan discovered something was wrong with Xiaobai. Zhang Yuan tapped Lilith's head and pointed to Xiaobai's feet. This is Wurmple. Wurmple's tail is poison sting. In order to avoid being preyed on by predators, it will subconsciously point poison sting at those who attacked him. Generally speaking, this state of poisoning has a certain probability, but now the probability is reduced. Xiaobai's feet have turned purple due to poisoning, and this purple looks a bit scary. Although there is no such thing as potion in this world that can restore blood to full immediately, but there are quite a few antidotes. It's just that the antidote in the pharmacy is too targeted. If you want to buy one of everything, you may not be able to fit it in your bag. Also, Zhang Yuan had seen some universal antidote before before and applied it directly to Xiaobai's leg. You said that if you want to become a trainer, you should also pay attention to your own Pokemon. Zhang Yuan reprimanded again. Chapter 311. Deep in the woods. After knowing that her little white was actually hurt because she wanted to overcome her fear, Lilith felt a little guilty. But the real guilt is that he didn't notice that his Pokemon was poisoned, but made Zhang Yuan aware of it. Lilith has always known that her brother is very powerful, but when she traveled with Zhang Yuan, she was able to know exactly how powerful Zhang Yuan was and how much she lacked. When applying medicine to Xiaobai, Lilith of course volunteered to take the medicine bottle in her brother's hand and apply antidote to Xiaobai's leg. This is her own Pokemon, and even if Zhang Yuan can help her, she has to take responsibility herself. Seeing that his sister is so responsible, Zhang Yuan is relieved a lot. 380. Sure enough, even if his sister was confused, she was still a little angel. After taking control of her without authorization, Zhang Yuan reconfirmed where they were in Little Root Town. Distant. Probably won't be able to arrive until tomorrow, and will have to rest for a day deep in the woods. This made Zhang Yuan wonder if Lilith could accept this situation. Although it was true that Lilith looked forward to camping when she was preparing her luggage, in fact Zhang Yuan was not sure that Lilith could accept camping in the deepest heart of the woods. After all, this is the deepest place in the woods. Who knows what will happen? If it is a little closer to the city, then the Pokemon at night will not be too fierce. Zhang Yuan wouldn't think that he couldn't protect Lilith well, but if it brought some shadow to Lilith, making it the same as the old self, and not liking Pokemon, it would be a bit of a loss. When the sun goes down, the mountain is going to go down, and the road is not very easy after that. We may need to set up camp quickly. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and asked, this is camping in the deepest heart of the wood. Are you afraid? When Zhang Yuan asked such a question, Lilith quickly shook her head. No, I'm not afraid at all. Where there is my brother, there is nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Yuan hugged Lilith. Such a lovely little sister. Where can I find it? But it does take a while to set up camp. Zhang Yuan and Lilith decided on a place right away and started to set up camp. The deepest heart of the woods near Little Root Town. It is also the closest road if you walk. There's not much difference between day and night in the game, and running shoes and bicycles, so it doesn't seem like the distance between cities is long. But in fact, if you really want to go, it is a city after all, so there is still some distance. Not to mention, the simple houses in the game and the natural RPG plot, of course, cannot reflect the true face of a city. While complaining, Zhang Yuan and Lilith set up the camp together. Immediately afterward, with a wong sound, a brown creature suddenly passed in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at the running creature, and immediately found out that it was a puppy-like Pokemon. Lillipup. Just the name is like a pet. It is said to be the most popular Pokemon among office buildings and residents. To be precise, it is in existence that is kept as a pet. Wild Lillipups are actually not very common. Because of their high popularity, they are basically domestic Lillipup, and they are also seen as pets in pet stores. All in all, a very cute creature, and also very approachable. After running past Zhang Yuan and Lilith, Lillipup suddenly stopped and looked at Zhang Yuan and Lilith, shouting as if to remind them of something. Immediately after, he threw himself into Lilith's arm. It seems to have a little bit of vigilance towards Zhang Yuan, probably because Zhang Yuan is an overly powerful trainer, and his aura is somewhat different from Lilith. This may not make any difference for people, but for Pokemon, it is very obvious. Lillipup didn't get close to Zhang Yuan, but when Zhang Yuan went to rub it, he didn't seem to resist. Lilith took out a Pokeball and used it on Lillipup. Looking at Lilith's behavior, it was like a person who had just started traveling and wanted to subdue any Pokemon he saw. Lillipup didn't even have any resistance, and was directly subdued by Lilith. Such an approachable Pokemon. It's really rare. It's no wonder that there are basically no wild Lillipup that can even become everyone's favorite pet. It's hard not to like this character. Now that you have a Pokemon with the 3 attributes of the general, the insect type, and the 3 attributes of the flying type and fire type after training, you can go to the gym. Zhang Yuan teased Lilith and said. Lilith looked at her brother a little embarrassed, released Lillipup from her Pokeball, and held it in her arms again. Brother, you're kidding me again. How can I play gym with these 3 untrained Pokemon? After Lilith said that, she regretted it, looked back at her little white, and smiled apologetically at it. 1.1. As for the untrained Pokemon, there should only be the 2 I just caught. Wurmple is a little embarrassed, and it is impossible to release it, but Lillipup is still in Lilith's hand. Lilith really liked this pet-like Pokemon very much, and she can't put it down. It seems that I still like Lillipup very much. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lillipup's head. It seems that because of Zhang Yuan's aura, Lillipup shrank a little at first, but after all, it was a Pokemon with a pet personality, and immediately let Zhang Yuan rub its head. With Zhang Yuan and Lilith together, this Lillipup doesn't seem to have the panic just now, so much so that Zhang Yuan forgot how this Lillipup ran in a panic just now. Chapter 312. Night for 2. Captured 2 Pokemon. For a person who is different from from himself and does not have a treasure detection system, and can only find Pokemon according to his own eyes, and then capture them. Today should be regarded as a bumper harvest. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head, lit the fire, and let Lilith go to rest first. The campfire needs to be stabilized. Although they don't have to worry about food, the temperature on the main night still needs to be guaranteed. Zhang Yuan, of course, knew this very clearly, and Lilith also nodded, obediently entered the camp, stuck her head out from the door of the tent, and hugged Zhang Yuan directly from behind. This ambiguous hug made Zhang Yuan instantly enveloped in the scent of Lilith. Zhang Yuan grabbed Lilith's arm, looked back at his naughty sister, and asked with a smile, "What the matter, Lilith? I just feel like my brother can do anything. It's great to have you here." Although it was a bit of an exaggeration, Lilith's compliment, no matter how much, made Zhang Yuan happy. As long as it's Lilith's compliment, no matter how much Zhang Yuan is, it will not be too much. By the way, the wormhole before you, let him out. Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered something and said to Lilith, Although talking about her Pokeball, Lilith is still a little bit afraid of caterpillars. If it is released, there is still a little bit of fear. But since she had decided to overcome her fear, Lilith certainly couldn't show weakness to her past self, and threw her Pokeball out, letting Wurmple pop out. Wurmple looked absent-minded. Wurmple looked cute no matter when you look at it. This absent-minded look is very obvious. "Brother, what's wrong with it?" Lilith asked. "You can see for yourself." Zhang Yuan directly asked Lilith to see it herself. "If you rely too much on yourself, you cannot become an excellent trainer." Lilith nodded and took a step forward. Lilith still remembers the knowledge of insect-type Pokemon in the school, but there is no Wurmple in the Kanto region. But some do not understand the situation of Wurmple. The insect-type Pokemon in the Kanto region are generally Caterpie and Weedle. Evolution of the two of them did not have an outsourced cocoon, but the evolution directly turned into a pupa, so there would be no such situation of bulging. But Wurmple in Hoenn region is different. He would wrap his silk around his body, and then evolve into a cocoon. However, Wurmple will be divided into two evolution directions according to the character value. One is Silcoon and the other is Cascoon. Only Silcoon will evolve into Beautiful. Generally only female Wurmple will become Silcoon. This is a relatively simple method of gambling, and of course Zhang Yuan can distinguish whether Wurmple's gender is female or male. Lilith circled around this Wurmple a few times, not knowing what happened, but since her brother let it stay like this, let it stay. Perhaps because the night was a little scary, Lilith leaned on Zhang Yuan's shoulder, and a Lillipup at her feet. As for Wurmple, he seems to be alone. Zhang Yuan looked at Wurmple. Wurmple was dumbfounded, as if he was not thinking about anything at all. This made Zhang Yuan feel uninterested in asking for himself for some reason, but Lilith sat beside him. The bonfire was still quite warm, and Lilith leaned on the shoulders of Gongwandu and looked at the sky. The starry sky in this world is quite beautiful, full of stars. Brother, I still remember that when we were young, we watched the stars on the roof like this. At that time, my brother would tell me stories about the constellation. Wait for the roof. Zhang Yuan didn't want to interrupt Lilith's memory, but if Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, what kind of small two-story house was his home? It's like the kind of bungalow in ordinary Japanese comic. That is to say, on the roof of their house, it should be the kind of red tile spire. The two of them are now a child, and when they were younger, they actually climbed to such a high and dangerous place. Sure enough, this world cannot be understood with normal logic. However, if it is not such a small child, watching the stars on the roof is a romantic thing. I'll take a look. Zhang Yuan looked up at the starry sky, but the starry sky here was completely different from his own world. This made Zhang Yuan a little depressed. The knowledge of the stars he had learned before seemed to be useless in this world. However, this is not difficult for Zhang Yuan. Lilith doesn't seem to have much knowledge about constellation, but Zhang Yuan has quite a lot of stories in his mind, and girls should like this kind of thing better. Zhang Yuan pointed to a certain star in the sky, and talked to Lilith seriously. That's the Southern Cross. Do you see the 4 crosses? Zhang Yuan pointed to the 4 stars in the south and started talking nonsense to Lilith. After talking for a while, Lilith couldn't hold it anymore and fell asleep directly against Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan glanced at the time, but it was only after 10 o'clock. It seemed that in this world, the children's sleep time was quite suitable for the situation. It's quite click on rest. Zhang Yuan didn't have the heart to shake Lilith awake. After waiting for Lilith to fall asleep, Zhang Yuan carried Lilith back to the tent. Lillipup followed behind Lilith. If it wasn't for the fact that his body was not fully developed, Zhang Yuan might not be able to hold it back. After pulling the sleeping bag on Lilith, Lillipup also fell asleep leaning on Lilith's body. Zhang Yuan felt that he had almost started to prepare his sleeping bag. That is, at this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly heard what seemed to be a sound in the distance. It looked very far away, but it was also very noisy, which caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Chapter 313 Panic Pokemon. Is it your own hallucination? Zhang Yuan was stunned. He did hear some noise, but that noise was nothing more than the shaking of leaves and grass after Oddish walked over a certain ground. Maybe it's my own own delusion. Zhang Yuan pondered. After all, this is the wild. It is normal to have such a noisy sound, and Pokemon in the bushes are not a rare phenomenon. However, Zhang Yuan soon discovered that it was not only himself but also Lillipup. Suddenly woke up and looked outside the tent. Zhang Yuan slightly felt that something was wrong. At least in the tent, such a small space was still a little uncomfortable. Although he didn't want to, Zhang Yuan still shook his sister awake. After Lilith woke up, Zhang Yuan heard the voice become clearer and clearer. It was the sound of various footsteps, and even the ground began to vibrate. What's wrong with brother? Lilith, who woke up in a daze, didn't seem to understand the situation. The phenomenon of getting up gas is perfectly reflected in Lilith's body. The situation is not right. Let's go out and talk about it. Hearing Zhang Yuan's word, Lilith nodded, and immediately left the tent with Zhang Yuan. Lillipup was behind Lilith, and Xiaobai looked away with a wary look. When Lilith was about to put Wurmple, who had vomited a lot of silk by her side, into the Pokeball, Zhang Yuan saw the reason for those noisy sounds. It was a lot of Pokemon, and suddenly they started running towards Zhang Yuan, as if hiding from something. Lilith! Zhang Yuan yelled at Lilith and pulled Lilith aside. When Zhang Yuan pulled Lilith away, Lilith also discovered those Pokemon that were running, and her first reaction was to pick up her Wurmple. At this time, Wurmple was in Lilith's arms and spit the silk directly into Lilith's hand. Lillipup and Xiaobai, the two of them, were able to tell what happened and evacuated with Lilith. But Wurmple is different. Wurmple, who was so stupid to a certain extent, didn't know what happened at this time, still doing his own thing. If Lilith hadn't rescued him, he would soon be involved in the stomp incident. But no matter how afraid of caterpillars, Lilith can restrain her horror when her Pokemon is in danger. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head. Lilith, on the other hand, was running over a lot of Pokemon in front of her. After she was probably safe, she stared at her tent, which had been run over by a group of Pokemon, and Stomp became a scum. Of course, after Zhang Yuan comforted her, Lilith looked at her hand in confusion. Wurmple's hands were already full of silk. Before Lilith could react, Wurmple flashed a light, and then turned into a carapace pupa. Well, bet right. Zhang Yuan looked at this carapace chrysalis and thought with a smile. At that time, as long as the cocoons hatch, Lilith can get a particularly lovely beautiful. But the only problem is that Lilith's hands were basically stuck on this carapace pupa, because at the time of Wurmple's string shot, Lilith just glued its silk. This is a somewhat awkward situation. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith's hand, took out the pocket knife in a speechless manner, and released Lilith's hand from the worm silk without destroying the cocoon. You were brave just now, Lilith. Zhang Yuan praised his sister. I am so afraid of caterpillars, but I was able to hold Wurmple in my arms for protection just now. I have to say that you are a qualified trainer. Lilith blushed immediately after being praised by Zhang Yuan. Immediately, Lilith's expression darkened again. That brother, our tent. It was a good thing that no one was hurt during the Pokemon commotion just now, but it also caused the two of them's tents to be severely damaged. The tent is still a trivial matter. I'm not afraid of having a sleeping bag anyway. What I'm more worried about is the riot just now. Zhang Yuan looked at the direction in which the Pokemon were running away. There were also their footprints on the ground, as well as a whole bunch of grass that had been destroyed by the disturbed Pokemon. This is not a situation that can be explained in a few simple sentences. There are so many Pokemon, and there are different types. It is impossible that they are just on the way of the migration of Pokemon. And that flustered look, I think it should be some kind of stimulus to them. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction they were running from. If there are some magical bee-type Pokemon in the depths of the forest, and then Astonish goes to other Pokemon, it is quite normal for this to happen. It's just that the place where Zhang Yuan and the others are now, although it is said to be deep in the woods, has not reached a very deep place. The deepest place has already been passed by them. They will now be closer to Little Root Town. Is close to Little Root Town, and the place where these Pokemon ran over is the direction of Little Root Town. Zhang Yuan's memory. Nothing big happened in Little Root Town, so the temporary pass is that something happened to Little Root Town. Then it should be Zhao's that something happened in the woods near Little Root Town. Zhang Yuan looked in that direction. If you don't figure out what's going on, you shouldn't have a good night's rest tonight. Zhang Yuan thought seriously. Lilith's way of thinking is a little different from Zhang Yuan. Did something happen over there? Lilith pointed in the direction Zhang Yuan was looking at. Then let go and see what's going on. Typical adventurous spirit. Typical way of thinking of children in the world of Pokemon. Zhang Yuan already didn't know how to complain. But since Lilith has already proposed, Zhang Yuan doesn't have to worry too much about whether Lilith will want to go there, or be afraid of anything. As for Lilith, she is still holding the carapace chrysalis in her arms, as if she has formed a deep connection with it. Chapter 314 Verizon. In general, only Pokemon that are powerful enough will frighten other Pokemon, so much so that the group of Pokemon ran away. This started to make Zhang Yuan a little curious. Exactly what kind of Pokemon has such ability? You must know that in this forest in Little Root Town, as a starting point, there will not actually be two dangerous Pokemon. Closer you get to Littleroot Town, the more so. But everything now shows that there are very powerful and very dangerous Pokemon here. Zhang Yuan had long wanted to go there. After taking a few steps forward, Zhang Yuan immediately heard the low roar of a beast. This is a very rare sound in the world of Pokemon, the kind of sound that Pokemon like Charizard or Charmeleon make. But if it is this kind of Pokemon, it is too obvious. Fierce Pokemon that can be found at a glance are not seen in this place. 787. Zhang Yuan looked around only to find that the Pokemon he was looking for was not anywhere at all. Instead, there are undulating greens in the grass on the other side. Is it from there? If it is, then it is too far from what Zhang Yuan thought in his mind. The look of that ferocious beast hunting around. Zhang Yuan motioned to Lilith to be quiet, then walked over. After a while, they saw a Virizion lying in the grass. It's so pathetic, Lilith said. On this Virizion's body, it's like being abused. It should be a Pokemon taken by smugglers. Zhang Yuan said so. After all, Virizion, the Pokemon, usually appears in the unknown plane. That is, not the Pokemon of this place. It's not a Pokemon from this place, but it appeared here and was seriously injured. This can only make Zhang Yuan think that it was probably taken away by smugglers. When he first came to this world, Gary thought he had bought some Pokemon for no reason. There is indeed such a commercial situation, and Zhang Yuan can also know that it is not uncommon for this kind of commercial nature to lead to the private capture of Pokemon, and this kind of private capture makes it more common for Pokemon to be injured. From this Virizion's hatred of Zhang Yuan, it can be seen that it should have been hurt by humans, so it has some resistance to Zhang Yuan and Lilith, who are also human. Virizion hafted up, and looked at Lilith and Zhang Yuan, eyes, as if Lilith and Zhang Yuan did something, they would attack. Zhang Yuan looked back at Lilith with a wry smile, and Lilith shrugged. Are you afraid? Lilith asked. Virizion didn't speak. When Lilith took a step forward, Virizion suddenly attacked and rushed towards Lilith. Zhang Yuan quickly grabbed Lilith and released Dragonite with a Pokeball. Very dangerous. This behavior can be said to be very dangerous. Zhang Yuan looked at the Virizion in front of him. When Virizion faced the Dragonite, he quickly knew the difference in strength between himself and the Dragonite, but he still didn't give in, and howled directly at the Dragonite in front of him. Growl. Dragonite can't quite know why his master let him out to face this already injured Pokemon, and perhaps because of being hurt by humans. Virizion also exerted a very aggressive aura when he saw humans. Although I don't know why my master let me face a scarred Pokemon, but since the other party has already glared at his master, he has committed an unforgivable mistake. Dragonite is facing off against this aggressive Virizion. Virizion is also serious at this time. It directly incorporates Dragonite into its own hostile camp. Dragonite, restrain it. Zhang Yuan gave the order. Dragonite immediately took command, charged directly towards Virizion, and then controlled it to the ground. Lilith couldn't see herself bullying a wounded Pokemon. Needless to say, Zhang Yuan had no interest in bullying a Pokemon who was already so seriously injured, so that's one lucky thing for Virizion. After being smuggled by smugglers, he was able to meet himself and Lilith just in time. If I met other people, I'm afraid Virizion would have hurt him from the beginning. Although it is not a mythical beast, in Hoenn region, Virizion is still quite powerful. Virizion wailed. The Dragonite's speed makes it impossible to see the opponent's movements at all. Before Virizion could react, it was already suppressed by Dragonite. Your biggest mistake was meeting me and scaring my lovely sister. Zhang Yuan squatted down and looked at Virizion and said, Virizion itself should be a guardian Pokemon, mainly to protect other Pokemon. But at this time, this Virizion doesn't protect other Pokemon. After being hurt by human, Virizion has also been traumatized in his heart. The way it recovers its inner trauma is also very simple. That is, it is aggressive to everything around it. This aggressiveness turned Virizion's identity from protecting other Pokemon from what it was supposed to be to frightening and hurting the existence of other Pokemon. The position shift is a bit scary, and for this region's Pokemon, Virizion is an alien species, and it's true that it's scared to fly around without knowing it. You, just be honest with me, Zhang Yuan said while spraying potion on Virizion's body. Moreover, he also recited the socialist values of honor and disgrace. Reasonable. If it wasn't for Lilith present, Zhang Yuan wouldn't be bothered. Chapter 315 Subdue. There should also be occasional activities like a real Pokemon world person. Zhang Yuan planned so. After all, this trip brought his lovely sister with him. Virizion was a little desperate. She had even given up struggling. Lilith is facing her Pokédex against Virizion, and even if she doesn't look at Pokédex, Zhang Yuan can know what kind of Pokemon she is facing. Tilda Bay. Virizion. Prairie Pokemon. Attributes are grass and fighting. Some Virizions can use ventriloquism to communicate with humans. Because of their righteous heart, they will increase their power when facing evil type Pokemon. The main thing is that underscore is a divine beast. Grass type type plus fighting type. The racial value is not low. This Verizon should not have started to develop, otherwise it will not be smuggled by smugglers. Not only that, Verizon is also known as Agile Holy Swordsman, and is also famous in Hoenn region for agility. If a mythical beast was captured when it was not developed, and its Xinqing was completely wiped out under artificial breeding, then after it has a certain age and development, it will be of great value to be sold as a commodity. However, although the number of Verizon as a divine beast is not large, even if it is a Verizon that has not yet fully developed in its childhood, it should have its own parents to guard it. In this case, smugglers can smuggle a Verizon. This made Zhang Yuan couldn't help but praise their method. After spraying all the wounds on Verizon's body with potion, Zhang Yuan asked Dragonite to let go of Verizon, and Verizon had fallen to the ground at this time, and some gave up struggling. Escaping from the hands of the smugglers is already very exhausting for this young Verizon, and facing a Dragonite, most of them have given up resisting. In the face of opponents more powerful than themselves, creatures will always instinctively choose two methods. One is to escape, and when unable to escape, he will give up struggling. Apparently that's the case with this Verizon right now. Seeing Dragonite let go of himself, the Verizon looked at Zhang Yuan in surprise. Dragonite's actions are all orders given by Zhang Yuan, which Verizon is still very clear about. Immediately afterward, Verizon found that the wound on his body had almost healed. Although his physical condition required a little more time to recover, it was no longer a serious problem. You can understand us. Zhang Yuan looked at Verizon and said, Pokemon that can understand human words and communicate with humans are all high enough racial value. This is not the same as ordinary cute, like a Pokemon kept as a pet. Verizon nodded. It has not yet learned to communicate with humans, but it has been able to understand human speech. Then we'll help you get here. Your wounds should all be healed. Be careful with bad people. Zhang Yuan casually said something big, and then thought, from Little Root Town is Petalburg City, where the first gym is located, and it is also the city where the heroine's father is located. The heroine's father is gym leader. According to the plot, because the heroine just became a trainer and still can't beat her father, she asked her father to drive away and go to other places for training. But for Zhang Yuan, there is no need to worry. Just gym leader's word. Zhang Yuan doesn't take it seriously. However, since it is in the Hoenn region, it is a good decision to fight with Pokemon that are only available in the Hoenn region. Just when Zhang Yuan thought so, and found a good place to lay out sleeping bags for himself and Lilith. Lilith reminded Zhang Yuan that not far from her, Verizon was looking at her. Zhang Yuan was stunned for a while, then looked at the Verizon. Not really. Although it is said that Pokemon was a subordinate drama when it was broadcast. Play. James also has a plot of gives a Pokemon food so he subdues that Pokemon. But these are basically things that only appear for young Pokemon. Verizon. This is a monster level Pokemon. Question mark. Asking for flowers 0. Other word. Even if you receive a helping hand, you should have some kind of magnanimity. Leave this place silently, and then give the helping hand when you need it. If you want to conquer, you must use strength to prove it. Wait, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized something. He really showed his strength to this Verizon. Although Dragonite said that there is no positive and Verizon just got up, the gap between the two can be seen at a glance as long as it is a Pokemon with relatively high intelligence. Verizon, which has a high racial value. He must have known the gap between him and Zhang Yuan from the very beginning. Then, after knowing the gap, he was moved by Zhang Yuan's behavior because of his heart of justice. So it will follow. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball and threw it directly at Verizon. There was no resistance at all, and Verizon was included in his Pokeball by Zhang Yuan. My brother has also received a new Pokemon. Lilith looked very happy. Pokeball in his hand. Because Lilith was with him, Zhang Yuan felt that he was about to become the second best friend on this trip. This Pokemon has the characteristics of a heart of justice, which is quite suitable for him as an international police inspector general. However, it's sarcasm for his other identity. Zhang Yuan laughed awkwardly. Lilith, on the other hand, rubbed her eyes and told Zhang Yuan that she was too sleepy. Still a child after all. I was awakened by the commotion of the Pokemon, and now it was time for rest to feel at ease. After Zhang Yuan arranged Lilith to sleep, he simply put the Dragonite outside to keep a vigil for himself and to keep warm by the way. Then the two fell into sleep. The first adventure in the Hoenn region can be regarded as a near myth. The next day they made their way through the woods to Little Root Town. Chapter 316. May and Torchic. After walking for 2 hours, Xiaobai suddenly started running in a certain direction for no reason. Was still a little worried about the vision of this Pokemon. He was somewhat worried about whether Xiaobai found something, so he showed this situation. Suddenly running in a certain direction, Zhang Yuan subconsciously looked in the opposite direction. Calm down, Zhang Yuan told himself. The reason why smugglers are called smugglers is that no matter how rampant they are, they can only be in existence on the dark side of the world. It will never be on the table, and it it will never become a climate. Virizion he just captured has escaped from the hands of the smugglers. It is better for the smugglers to come to 710 inches and risk being discovered and being freed from their bondage and attack by the free Virizion. Some Pokemon are taken and smuggled, and in a short period of time there will be no smugglers in this area. Your worries are somewhat useless. But soon Zhang Yuan knew why Xiaobai flew over there. Where Xiaobai stopped, there was a very cute Torchic. That's right, one of the 3 royal 3s that will appear when the story of Hoenn region begins. According to the plot, this is the Pokemon of the girl named Mei. If it weren't for the fact that the age of the protagonist of the Pokemon itself was relatively small, Zhang Yuan would have suspected that Master G was exploring in different regions, and he would have collected various harem. In Royal 3, Torchic is a very cute Pokemon compared to Trico and Mudkip. It is also the first choice for female players. As a girl, Mei has no strange aesthetic preferences. For Zhang Yuan, it is one thing worth celebrating in the Pokemon world. However, although Torchic looks cute, but after evolution, it becomes more and more crooked, which can be regarded as an inherent plot in descendant Pokemon. Just as Zhang Yuan was silently complaining about Torchic, a girl's voice was heard not far away. Torchic, where have you been? Immediately afterward, a girl with long hair appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. It was a very cute girl, and behind the girl was the person Zhang Yuan knew all too well, Master G, and Pikachu on Kai Yi's shoulders. Although the actual look is somewhat different than the one on the screen, Zhang Yuan still recognizes this girl as the Mei from the look, the owner of Torchic, the heroine of Hoenn region. Mei stepped forward, hugged Torchic directly in his arms, and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Sorry for scaring your Ponyta. Knowing that Xiaobai is Ponyta without using Pokédex, this makes Zhang Yuan a much stronger girl than Ji Yi, and at least has some knowledge of Pokemon. After all, his father is gym leader Norman of Petalburg City, so it's no surprise that Mei knows some Pokemon stuff. However, if you have to be scared, how could a little chicken scare a horse? Is there anything wrong with this? My little white, don't scare your Torchic. Lilith, in a sense, inherited Zhang Yuan's ability to complain, stepped forward and said. However, the main reason why Lilith came out was that she didn't want her Pokemon to be considered Zhang Yuan's Pokemon. Even if Zhang Yuan is a powerful trainer, his Pokemon is also very powerful, and he is still his own brother, and Lilith doesn't want this to happen. Explaining quickly before being misunderstood is the only thing Lilith wants to do now. Sorry, is this your Ponyta? Mei quickly apologized. As a trainer, of course, I can understand the trainer's feelings that they don't want their Pokemon to be misunderstood as someone else's Pokemon. I'm afraid my gaffe just now was a little serious. It's okay, it's not right that my brother and I didn't make it clear. Speaking of Ash, who is this girl? Lilith smiled and walked towards Ash. Harem King. After the appraisal was over, Zhang Yuan hurriedly walked in front of Lilith and grabbed Ash's shoulder. Although I don't know when my lovely younger sister had such a good relationship with ZA, but let a harem king be close to my sister? Absolutely impossible. I said, Ash, you're pretty lucky. I just heard from Lilith that not long after you came to Hoenn region, you met this lovely girl. In the world of Pokemon, the love line seems to be an unnecessary existence, but for children of this age, at least for girls, making a love joke can still cause the other party to blush. For example now, Mei's face was as red as an apple. My name is Mei and I'm a trainer. Mei quickly drew back Zhang Yuan's attention and introduced himself. Nothing can attract more attention than a self-introduction. Not only Zhang Yuan's attention, but also Lilith's attention attracted Mei. My name is Lilith, and I'm also a trainer, but I just became a trainer. This is my brother, champion of the Kanto League, Lilith said with a smile. Hearing Lilith say that, Mei immediately became excited. Mei cared more about Lilith's identity as a new trainer than Zhang Yuan's status as champion of the Kanto Alliance. She is the same after all. Is this your Earl Dervish Pokemon? Was the original Kanto region Earl Dervish Pokemon Ponyta and Pikachu? No. Zhang Yuan glanced at Master G, and if he remembered correctly, Master G seemed to have overslept and missed the opportunity to choose Royal 3, so he had to choose this Pikachu who refused to enter the Pokeball. It can be considered evil. Ash looked at Zhang Yuan, smiled bitterly and didn't know what to say. It's better not to tell Mei that he got Pikachu. Chapter 317 Little Root Town. Lilith is also a careful girl. After knowing that the other party is also a new trainer, his attitude is a little different from before. Compared with the general politeness, there is more intimacy. After all, she is the same trainer as herself, and Lilith has found a similar trainer, let alone a girl. Torchic is so cute, instantly gained all Mei's favorability. Xiaobai is not the Earl Dervish Pokemon of our Kanto region. Generally speaking, a trainer who has just embarked on a journey and has no Pokemon will go to Elm Professor to get a Pokemon, mainly Charmander, Blastoise and Bulbasaur. Lilith, who had studied at the Pokemon school, was quite eloquent about this. However, my Xiaobai has grown up with me since childhood, so I can't be regarded as a trainer without Pokemon. Although I have just become a trainer in the last few days. My Xiaobai and I are already a trainer. Formed a full friendship. Quote, Lilith said proudly. If a Pokemon has just been acquired, before a trust relationship is established with the trainer, it is very likely that due to the lack of trust, the trainer cannot communicate well with the trainer, not even listening to the trainer's word. Obviously, May has already suffered this, so after hearing Lilith's words, she immediately became a little worship. Really, I envy you very much. The relationship between Torchic and I is not as good as I imagined, but since it is a Pokemon that I just got, it should be normal. Zhang Yuan walked up to May and said with a smile, that's why you released Torchic, didn't you? May nodded. 2 days ago, I just wanted Helping Hand Birch Professor to deal with the Mad Puccina. When I used a Pokemon to fight, I was attacked by Mudkip instead. Although Torchic said he didn't attack May, he wasn't very obedient, he just stayed by May's side. Zhang Yuan probably guessed this was the case. Why May released Torchic, hoping to have a good opportunity to communicate with Torchic. Only after a certain amount of communication and exchange between the Pokemon and the trainer can a trusting relationship be built. At least the world wants to promote the relationship between pets and their owners like this. However, there is no doubt that it does not apply to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's strength and the sense of trust and security based on Pokemon are not something that other trainers can get at any time. As a result, Torchic ran directly here. But I didn't expect to meet you. May looked at Zhang Yuan with a coincidence. Are you Ash's friend? Although it is a question mark, it is actually similar to a declarative sentence. After all, he did something to Master G just now. Zhang Yuan doesn't think this girl is blind and can't see. I think it came here because it knew we were here, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. May was taken aback by Zhang Yuan's word. Did Torchic know where Zhang Yuan was? Xiaobai ran right here after seeing it. There is no doubt that Pokemon has a way of communication that we humans don't know, so I deduce that it should be like this. When Zhang Yuan said this, May looked at Torchic in her arms and couldn't believe it. She has only just met her Torchic and hasn't built enough trust with Torchic yet. This trust relationship does not simply refer to the Pokemon's relationship with the trainer, but also refers to the trainer's understanding of the Pokemon. And May obviously didn't. She doesn't quite understand Torchic's thought, but since Zhang Yuan said so, compared to herself, champion of the Kanto Alliance still has a certain prestige. May believed this, but it's rare. May looked at Zhang Yuan and said, did you go for a walk in the woods in the morning? It's impossible to come here directly from the port. Absolutely. Zhang Yuan smiled and patted May on the shoulder. They're all people who want to go out, and this little thing can still be done. The people who cross from the port. This setting alone is enough to make May show admiration. This is not something that can be done easily. In addition to having a certain amount of courage, it is necessary to have powerful Pokemon as company. Champion of the Kanto Alliance, Zhang Yuan naturally has quite a few Pokemon that he can help himself with, which is beyond doubt. Then the most important thing is courage. Being able to meet someone with such courage, May instantly felt that her trip was not in vain. It's not enough just to have courage, but also to have a certain amount of strength. Ash was afraid that the trainer who just came out wanted to do the same thing as Zhang Yuan because he admired Zhang Yuan too much, so he quickly added a sentence. 413. Understood. My Torchic has not been able to stand with me wholeheartedly. As gym leader's daughter, I can still know this. Self-knowledge is perhaps May's most important asset. Even if there aren't two ferocious Pokemon in the wood. Even so, Birch Professor is in trouble because of a pack of coyote dogs, so it's okay to be careful. Although you are planning to leave today, the two of you have just walked through the wood. It must be very hard. Why don't you come to my house and take a rest? May looked at Zhang Yuan and said. Zhang Yuan nodded, followed behind May, and arrived at Little Root Town. Little Root Town, the Earl Dervish town of Hoenn region, where there is a Pokemon professor, Birch Professor. Now that Birch Professor is not at home, when Ash told Zhang Yuan gave up the idea of visiting him. Pokemon Pokédex is of course directly borrowed from Ash's Pokédex, and then updated for his lovely sister Lilith. As for May's mother, she was very warm-hearted. Knowing that Zhang Yuan was the champion of the Kanto Alliance, she immediately poured hot tea and asked him to give advice to her daughter. Chapter 318. May's house. Little Root Town is a small town. No gym, not even a Pokemon Center or Pokemon store. That's enough to prove that Little Root Town really isn't a big town. However, as an Earl Dervish town, it is enough. After all, to recover energy can be done by staying at home. Wong. Just when Zhang Yuan drank a sip of hot tea and planned to take a rest before leaving, Lilith's Lillipup suddenly ran out of Lilith Pokeball. Because he had to bring a tent or something, Xiaobai always let Lilith leave it outside. And after arriving at Little Root Town, Lilith put all the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Now Lillipup can't wait to run out of it. As a pet-type Pokemon, Lillipup isn't the kind of personality that's comfortable in a Pokeball, but suddenly running out also made Lilith a little embarrassed. Most of the disobedient Pokemon do not have a certain connection with the the trainer. Of course, Master G's skin god is occluded. Pikachu of Master G. He just tamed Ash, so he can do whatever he wants. Lillipup, this is someone else's house. You should stay in the Pokeball for a while. But it wasn't just Hishin who tamed Master G. It seemed that this Lillipup was about to tame his cute little sister too. Lilith looked at Lillipup and said to Lillipup, a little embarrassed. She didn't know Lillipup very well yet, and now Lillipup ran out like this when she was a guest at someone else's house, which really made Lilith feel a little embarrassed. After all, no matter how much Lilith likes May, May is just a new acquaintance to Lilith. Just met, there is not much intersection, nor should there be too much intersection. A guest at the house of a girl I just met. Lillipup still didn't feel good about Lilith. After Lilith reprimanded Lillipup, she added Lillipup to her Pokeball again. However, Lillipup was also very stubborn, and ran out of the Pokeball again. Brother, Lilith began to feel a little aggrieved. She looked at Zhang Yuan pitifully and asked Zhang Yuan for helping hand. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lillipup. Seeing this by Zhang Yuan, Lillipup was a lot more honest, and jumped directly into Lilith's arms, saying that he didn't dare to have it at all, as if Zhang Yuan was going to eat it in the next second. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and shrugged. This is Lilith Pokemon. Even if it's her cute little sister, she must be trained to deal with her own Pokemon. It's okay. My mom likes Pokemon very much. If you don't want to go in, just stay outside. May said so, and glanced at ZA, a Pokemon that refuses to enter the Pokeball. May is about to get used to it. By the way, why don't you two have a friendly match? Ash suddenly suggested something. After all, skin gods are always a little special, so it can't be compared with other Pokemon. The best way for a Pokemon to form some kind of connection with itself is to fight. After a few battles, the Pokemon will form some kind of connection with its owner, and as a newly became trainer, Lilith just started. The development of trainers, like the development of Pokemon, has attracted Zhang Yuanbei's interest. The open space ahead is a nice place. After all, she is gym leader's daughter, and her family is considered a petty bourgeoisie, so she still has a small garden. Anyway, it's a place that can be used for Pokemon battles. It's better than fighting in your own home. If you break something in the house, although Earl Dervish skills are basically only tackle, but that just for the game. In reality, it's more or less other skills. Hearing that there was going to be a fight, Torchic jumped up immediately, jumped directly in front of Lillipup, and rubbed Lillipup's face with his sharp mouth. And Lillipup also looked at Lilith with a "wong" sound, obviously looking forward to it. These two Pokemon are not very confused about human words, and it is very rare for them to understand. Torchic was originally the Earl Dervish Pokemon in Professor's Research Institute, and it is normal to know that human thoughts are normal. But Lillipup is a wild Pokemon, and it's unlikely to see humans in a place as deep as a forest. The ability to communicate with humans to a certain extent has surprised Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan did not expect the level of belligerence between the two Pokemon. Being able to build a certain relationship with their trainer is also what these two Pokemon want to do. Lilith and May walked into the outer courtyard, and Ash and Zhang Yuan became judges of court, and participating in the duel as Lilith and May. The Pokemon used, May has only one Torchic, and Lilith, of course, will not come up with her own Xiaobai. Xiaobai's training level is already too strong. If Xiaobai is used at this time, apart from putting the cart before the horse, Lilith will not be able to establish a connection with her other god promised good Pokemon. Diaresis come on, then, Lillipup, Lilith said while rubbing Lillipup's head. Wong. After Lillipup called out, he obediently walked to the front. This gave Zhang Yuan an illusion for a moment that Lillipup's existence was meant to be a pet. And, in the world of Pokemon, there are no other pets, only these Pokemon. Otherwise why did they have a translator called Pet Pokemon? The two dueling Pokemon are now all on the field. Zhang Yuan looked at the two Pokemon. They looked at each other, and Lilith and May also looked at each other seriously. This was May's debut battle and Lillipup's debut battle. May and Lilith are bound to fight with all their might. Chapter 319 Torchic vs Lillipup. Torchic looked at Lillipup. In terms of attribute, Torchic, as a fire-type Pokemon, still has a bit of an advantage over Lillipup's combat power. But although Lillipup is a normal type of Pokemon, if used properly, it can become a very powerful being. Of course, Lillipup didn't exist as a battle-type Pokemon, so it's still a bit difficult to simply say that it's a battle. Opponent is May, who just got Torchic. In a sense it is a good initial battle. Lillipup looked at Torchic eagerly. Maybe it's because Torchic is too cute, so Lillipup doesn't see Torchic as a hindrance at all, but plans to make his opponent a complete defeat later. Torchic, use fire. May gave orders to Torchic. Lilith didn't know what to say when she heard this order. Well, although it is said that you have just become a trainer, you should also know that what Pokemon needs is the correct order. Lilith started 507 and didn't know how to complain. As long as you have taken lessons at Pokemon school, you will not make such a low-level mistake. May, just telling Pokemon to use fire won't work. Zhang Yuan gave Lilith a gesture to tell Lilith Lilith not to speak. Not everyone goes to Pokemon school, and May clearly hasn't. Torchic is a fire-type Pokemon, so it should be able to use fire. Does that mean it can't use fire yet? May looked down and thought, there is no problem with the direction of thinking. It's true that fire-type Pokemon can't use fire yet. Even in the game, Earl Dervish's Pokemon has only one way to hit people, of course, plus another auxiliary skill. However, this is not the problem now. There are also types of flame. Zhang Yuan never thought that he would have to explain this to others in his lifetime. For example, big fire, small fire, or the shape of the flame are different, so if you just use fire, your Pokemon will be confused. At this time, Torchic looked back at May very timely, tilting his head, as if asking what kind of flame May was. May froze for a moment. Torchic, use fire. Although I want to use a more powerful flame, no matter how I look at it, my Torchic is too small. Not only that there is too little experience, but also that the size is too small. So May's first reaction is still the very weak ember. As expected of gym leader's daughter, May's learning ability is very powerful, and Lilith didn't let up. Let Lillipup dodge the attack. Fire-type attacks are a bit difficult for ordinary-type Pokemon, not to mention the state of possible burn. Torchic, chase after victory. Use Quick Attack. Quick Attack is a very popular move. Basically a lot of Pokemon will use it, but the requirement is to be fast enough. It's not that Torchic doesn't know how to use Quick Attack, it's just that the speed. It can only be said that it has the shape of Quick Attack, and nothing else. Lillipup, try to dodge, then tackle. Lilith was also quite fast, and gave a better order directly. Under Lilith's order, Lillipup quickly attacked the opponent and knocked Torchic into the air. BGDA, that right, hit and fly. This is not an easy thing to do, but because of May's misjudgment, Torchic used a trick that only knows how to use but can't use it well. Why Lillipup's slightly troublesome behavior succeeded. Torchic fell to the ground, looking a little uncomfortable. This made May a little unbearable. For the first time, she knew the cruelty of the battle. Earl Dervish Pokemon won't have too much HP. It's just that in reality, there is no such thing as HP. It can only be done by perseverance. How many times the Pishin's HP has bottomed out, and he actually used the method of locking blood and returning light to return to attack again and win the victory. Torchic, May step forward, trying to pick up Torchic. After all, even Torchic is just a Pokemon that just arrived in May's hands, and he doesn't have much communication with May. But like a kid who just got his own pet, Torchic was important enough to May. She didn't want to see Torchic hurt. Gigi. Torchic stood up from the ground and looked at Lillipup, who was covered in scars. It didn't intend to accept all the damage Lillipup gave it. Torchic, May, your Torchic clearly wants to keep fighting, Zhang Yuan reminded. But May looked at his Torchic. Are you alright? She couldn't believe that such a small Torchic could continue to fight now. Torchic's response was to let May know what it was thinking. Torchic nodded, and May made the decision knowing that she might not be a qualified trainer and that this battle might not have the results she wanted. Even if you lose, you have to fight Torchic to the end. After seeing May's look, Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly tightened. Wrong. The lovely Lilith of her own family is facing May of the protagonist group this time. That is to say, the reason why Zia and Pishin become Zia and Pishin is because of the existence of the protagonist halo. And Lillipup, in the attack just now, also suffered some damage from the counterattack, although he said that he bumped the opponent's attack back to the opponent and knocked Torchic into the air. If it was according to the situation of ordinary children fighting, Lillipup can already be judged to win at this time. But this exchange between Torchic and May, why does Zhang Yuan always feel that it looks like a blood-locking Dafa of the skin god? Directly lock the blood, and then wait for the next attack. Isn't this bullying Lilith, who is not the protagonist? Chapter 320 Crack. Zhang Yuan was not happy. Go to his protagonist Halo. This is his baby sister. Of course, you can't let your cute sister be bullied by the protagonist Halo. Zhang Yuan slowly moved to Lilith's side. The reason why I am on May's side is not because I want to support May, but simply because May seems to know nothing. This makes Lilith abuse the vegetables, let alone herself. Even Lilith will feel uncomfortable. Why Zhang Yuan wanted Helping Hand May to quickly understand the Pokemon battle. Make a game. Always have a helping hand for newbie. But now that the opponent has entered the blood-locking counterattack mode, at this time Zhang Yuan is of course concerned about Lilith. Brother, I'm fine. Lilith was a little confused and forced Zhang Yuan to be by her side. I learned it at Pokemon school. If there is something wrong, just tell me after the war as before, Lilith said. Compared to May, Lilith is also a veteran, so she is relatively calm. However, if Lilith really did something wrong, Zhang Yuan certainly wouldn't say it right away. Bearing the consequences and then reflecting on their mistakes is the way they communicate with each other. But the opponent is now very likely to lock blood and counterattack. What is the meaning of blood lock and counterattack? That is, everyone's blood is locked, and then there is another Jedi counterattack. Basically the people I meet are GG. There may also be bursts of energy similar to leapfrog. If the plot requires it, it is possible to counter-kill with inverse attribute restraint. It's just like hanging up. No, the protagonist just hung up. Zhang Yuan was convinced of this. No, I just want to remind you that the opponent is now. When the Jedi counterattack, it is very likely that a huge amount of energy will erupt. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to explain this blood-locking counterattack to Lilith. Fortunately, there was something similar to the blood-locking counterattack. Zhang Yuan could still say a few words. Lilith was a little surprised when she heard Zhang Yuan's word. It was the first time she had heard of the situation. However, from what she learned in the Pokemon school, Lilith can still understand this to some extent. The power that people will burst out in the Jedi. The same can also react on Pokemon and become one of the powers of Pokemon. Lilith can still understand this. Lilith nodded. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuan's reminder, she would probably underestimate the enemy again. It doesn't matter if you win after that. Torchic ran towards Lillipup again. Perhaps because of the blood-locking counterattack, Torchic was not satisfied with his beat. And Lillipup versus Torchic glare. The advantages of canine Pokemon are also revealed. Torchic was startled by Lillipup's glare, and took 2 steps back. Lillipup is now. Lilith hurriedly shouted. Lillipup understood and charged toward Torchic. Torchic. Flame. May ordered to Torchic. Anyway, it has already entered the situation of blood-locking counterattack. Whether May is intentional or intentional to make this request to Torchic, Torchic has no need to dodge. After all, even if you get hit, you won't necessarily lose blood if your HP is locked anyway. Get out of Lillipup and keep attacking. And Lilith's response was also very fast. Lillipup quickly dodged Torchic's flames to the left, but because the distance from Torchic is too close, Lillipup's right hair has been burnt a lot by Torchic. And Lillipup also got his wish and bumped into Torchic. This time Torchic was knocked into the air again. However, Torchic, who was knocked into the air, did not fall to the ground as before, but turned in a circle in the air and faced Lillipup again. Nice job Torchic. Peck it. The attack of pecking is generally learned at a later level. After all, it is a special attack against grass-type Pokemon. However, in fact, as long as it is a bird Pokemon, it should be an attack that can be used, and it is very simple to peck each other with its sharp beak. Asking for flowers. It's no surprise that Torchic would use it. After all, using any part of the body that can be attacked to make a normal attack on the opponent is something that anyone can do, and it is also the easiest thing to do. Although Zhang Yuan has been reminded, but at this time, it was beyond Lilith's expectations to be able to circle in midair and then attack her Lillipup. Lilith didn't react for a while, and when Torchic had already attacked Lillipup, Lilith reacted to give an order. Lillipup, get the hell out of here. The pecking itself is fast and can be used several times. You only need to move your neck to deal a fatal blow to the opponent. This is really tricky. However, no matter how tricky it was, after being stunned for a moment at this moment, Lilith knew that she had to fight back. Lillipup immediately rolled on the ground, dodging the attack. Then Lilith gave an order. Lillipup, quick attack. Dog-type Pokemon generally have a strong speed. Under Lilith's order, Lillipup immediately started attacking Torchic with quick attack. This attack is very fast. Torchic's quick attack before it's pretty good. I don't know where it went. Hit Torchic quickly. Even if it is a blood-lock counterattack, it has a certain time limit. Zhang Yuan knows this all too well. After all, he is someone who wants to step on the aura of the protagonist. There are only 2 ways to solve the protagonist's halo. One is to have absolute overwhelming strength, not a dozen levels higher than the protagonist, but overwhelming and absolutely impossible to break through. As well as, if it was a situation like Lilith and May, the strength of the Pokemon itself was comparable, then there was only another way to solve it. That is, after the time runs out, the effect of the opponent's blood-locking counterattack will disappear. No matter what, the conservation of energy has always been the original principle of all worlds. Chapter 321 Result. To defeat the protagonist's halo, there may only be 2 ways. One is like Zhang Yuan, not more than a dozen levels higher than the protagonist, or simply 20 levels. But fundamentally, the protagonist's Pokemon has no comparability, so that he can surpass the protagonist and suppress his Pokemon. In such a situation that the opponent is completely pressed to the point where he can't lift his head. Of course, the opponent has no way to play the aura of the protagonist. Blood-lock counterattack. It simply cannot exist. No matter how much you rely on willpower to fight, it needs to be something that can happen with willpower, and Zhang Yuan will wipe out all the situations that generate willpower to fight back. This is Zhang Yuan's method. There is also a method when your own Pokemon is about the same level as the opponent's Pokemon, 6 or 3, such as Lilith's situation. You can use another method. That is not to fail. Even if it is a blood-locking counterattack, after more than 10 minutes and a few tricks, the blood-locking effect will never exist. Willpower cannot completely override the body. There is no doubt about this. Lillipup did it. It completely survived Torchic's blood-locking counterattack, and then knocked Torchic to the ground with one hit. Torchic completely lost his sense results of combat this time. Only one result will appear. That's Lilith winning. Complete victory. This made Lilith very happy. She jumped up cheering, and then looked at Zhang Yuan. Indeed, Lilith was a little panicked when Torchic was fighting back with blood. Even when his own Lilliput dealt a fatal blow, he didn't consider that Torchic would fight back. Instead he was a little slack. Maybe Lilliput will be a little more stable than his trainer, and won't let his guard down at this time. But the trainer and the Pokemon themselves influence each other. Now that he has become slack, in a sense, he is somewhat irresponsible for his Pokemon. This emotion also affects his own Lilliput. Nice job. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head and said. Although Zhang Yuan gave Lilith a compliment, Lilith was not happy at all. If it was said before, her brother's compliment should be Lilith's greatest reward, but now Lilith feels that Zhang Yuan is complacent about herself. I don't want to say anything more. May ran to Torchic and hugged Torchic. For Pokemon, winning battles is important, and of course building good communication with their trainers. However, even if you lose the battle, you can build some kind of deep emotion with the trainer. May gave Torchic a solid feeling when he was holding Torchic. As for Lilliput, after winning the battle, he flew towards Lilith directly. Seeing that Lilith didn't beat, Lilliput was still a little depressed. It doesn't quite know what it's doing wrong. Lilith, you should give it a little encouragement. Zhang Yuan reminded Lilith. Lilith reacted, rubbing her Lilliput quickly and complimenting it. Although there is no guarantee that Lilliput can understand Lilith's words 100%, Lilliput can still understand the meaning of praise. Under this compliment, Lilliput was very happy. It screamed and licked Lilith's hand. Place a Pokemon in a Pokeball and get a certain level of recovery. Zhang Yuan reminded May. This setting is not suitable for serious injuries at all, but Torchic's injury should take a good rest in the Pokeball, and then give some potion after recovering his spirit. May nodded, put Torchic into his Pokeball, and looked at Lilith. You are really good. I don't believe it if you just became a trainer. No, Lilith really just became a trainer. Zhang Yuan complained silently on the side. The reason why Lilith is better than May is that she has learned some knowledge in Pokemon school, and May, but no specific study, and she should have just moved here. Even if her father is the curator of gym, May is only under the premise of familiarity. I am indeed a girl who just became a trainer, but if there is any advantage, it is probably because I have a good brother. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan. She is really grateful to Zhang Yuan. The Pokemon school only taught her theoretical knowledge, and Zhang Yuan was the one who brought her up. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, began to analyze the personalities and fighting styles of these two girls. Since they are planning to play and develop, they must cultivate them in a serious manner, from analyzing their abilities to giving corresponding countermeasures to let them get grown. May looked at Lilith with envy. It is indeed an enviable thing to have such a good brother. Let's rest today. You are tired enough to walk through the wood. I asked Mother to prepare a guest room for you, but aren't you leaving today? Lilith was a little embarrassed. After all, no matter how you look at it, it should start today. If it was cancelled because of her two siblings, it would be a very guilty thing for Lilith. It's alright, it's not a problem that it's sooner or later. As May said, she looked at Zhang Yuan. 1.1 May's idea is quite simple. After all, she rarely sees a senior trainer like Zhang Yuan. Of course, he had to do everything possible to get Zhang Yuan to tell himself something about Pokemon. May's luckiest thing to be able to let Alliance champion say these things to himself. Zhang Yuan also expected this, and said that he should take a good rest. In the evening, May found Zhang Yuan and asked Zhang Yuan all his questions during the day. Zhang Yuan really liked this kind of motivated child, so he directly opened a small stove for May. For this, Lilith was a little jealous, but thinking about it carefully, they were all Pokemon trainers, and they were friends. There was nothing to be jealous of, so they agreed to fight again next time. Chapter 322 set off. After a day's rest, Zhang Yuan left May's house and started heading towards the first city, Petalburg City. Before going to Petalburg City, they had to stop at Oldale Town. This is because Petalburg City is some distance from Littleroot Town, and within this distance is the existence of Oldale Town. In fact, the distance from Petalburg City to Littleroot Town is still shorter than the forest that Zhang Yuan and Lilith crossed through, but if you go directly to Petalburg City after crossing Oldale Town, you will have to sleep on the road again. Asleep. It's good to experience the feeling of camping once in a while, not to mention that they still need to go to the Pokemon Center in Oldale Town. If they want to register for the league in the Hoenn region, they must register again. Champion as a Kanto region alliance is no exception. After finally being able to embark on the road of becoming a Pokemon master, Lilith will of course make the league game one of her goals, so Zhang Yuan was accompanying Lilith this time. On the way, 16 again received a contact from Ken. 0. Call 0. This Ken is a bit uproar. Zhang Yuan didn't notice the sound of his own communication, so he diverted his attention. At this time they were still walking on the path between Littleroot Town and Oldale Town. When he heard this voice, May looked at Zhang Yuan in confusion. You shut up and wait a minute. Zhang Yuan whispered a word to the communicator, and then said said to Lilith and the others. I'll pick it up first, Zhang Yuan said and walked into the woods. Ken was looking for him mostly because of the international police, although Zhang Yuan didn't really mind that she knew the content of his international police in front of Lilith. Ash's word. Barely. Although Mei is the protagonist, he can be regarded as a trustworthy person, but Zhang Yuan still feels a little strange at this time. It would be better to avoid it first. What was that just now? Mei was curious. Lilith and Ash looked at each other, thinking they were discussing whether to tell Mei about this. That, my brother, is actually Interpol. Immediately afterward, Lilith woke up and told Mei about this. Interpol. This is quite a hack. He was obviously just a child about the same age as himself, maybe only 2 or 3 years older at most, but he could already become an Interpol. This made Mei's admiration for Zhang Yuan even more. Seeing how Mei worshipped her brother so much, Lilith swallowed the word. My brother is also their chief of the Metropolitan Police Department. If I told Mei about this, Mei would probably become a complete fangirl. So Lilith swallowed this sentence. Zhang Yuan walked into the grove and connected Ken's communication. Boss, Ken yelled at Zhang Yuan a little excitedly. Calm down. What the matter? Zhang Yuan asked. Could it be the official document from Team Rocket for you? When Zhang Yuan asked this, Ken was a little surprised. How did you know that, boss? What a genius. When Ken said this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Jade Bird only confirmed it with himself last night. Part of Team Rocket business, at least in the Kanto region, has closed. After all, the Kanto region cannot be turned into a city of crime. If it becomes a city of crime for them, it will be harmful to them. However, some sales of Pokemon tend to be legal. The situation of smuggling should be reduced a lot, and there is a specific plan for regular Pokemon capture and resale exchange. Zhang Yuan did not study the details carefully. After all, he is no longer solely responsible for the situation of Team Rockets in the Kanto region. Therefore, Zhang Yuan was not interested in doing more research. I guess it's about the same. Or you'd call me about something. Zhang Yuan looked at Ken with a smile. With Team Rockets as the most important thing for Interpol in the Kanto region, it was the infamous Team Rockets after all. So as long as there is a computer desk, Ken will definitely tell himself. But for Zhang Yuan, he couldn't think of other things that Ken would call him. However, you guessed right, but I'm not calling you because of this. Huh? When Ken said this, Zhang Yuan felt a little depressed. Not because of this thing. Ah no, not because of this, but also because of what? Zhang Yuan was a little depressed. If it was because of Team Rocket, Zhang Yuan could still understand why they would find themselves. If it wasn't for Team Rocket, no, although I said that I am no longer in the Kanto region, but I have no right to say anything about Team Rockets in the Kanto region. 637. Ah, Ba Zero. Of course, it's not that you don't need to tell you about this good thing. Ken seemed to sense Zhang Yuan's dissatisfaction and quickly explained. Stop talking nonsense. What the hell is going on? Zhang Yuan asked. We're going to tell you about Team Rockets after we've finalized everything. After all, you're studying in the Hoenn region. Ken quickly explained. Zhang Yuan really liked the word study. After all, it's not a problem for him to run around as a police chief. What Zhang Yuan did was a hands-off shopkeeper, but he did it very well. Forget it. Let's not talk about it for now. Halfway through Ken's speech, he always felt that he was talking too much, so he changed the subject. It's about the organization in the Hoenn region. Ken said here. Zhang Yuan remembered that there were 2 teams in the Hoenn region fighting against each other. Water is believed to be the mass of water at the heart and origin of the world, and the rock mass that believes that the earth is the main existence of this world. But the 2 of them did not do much except to form gangs, seek the true meaning of the birth of the world, and occasionally grab something or something. Chapter 323. Incidentally, Zhang Yuan remembered, these water masses and rock masses in the Hoenn region are really eye-catching as an organization, but not to the point where everyone shouts and fights like Team Rocket. Zhang Yuan thought this was something that didn't need to be taken too seriously. Unexpectedly, Ken actually called himself to explain this matter. This made Zhang Yuan a little curious. After all, in his memory, Haituan and Yantuan had not reached the point where they needed to be targeted by Interpol. Yes, the cable reports that there is an organization in the Hoenn region that will cause trouble in the near future, so if you happen to be in the Hoenn region, you can pay attention. Line newspaper. It's a very vague existence. Basically, it is a mysterious figure who will appear in the organizations of various government officials. Tell something that no one should know, but these things can be accurately grasped to the most important places. Anyway, it looks like a bug. Zhang Yuan didn't know where the informant came from. After all, it is very likely that it was just a setting, but even if it is such a setting, Zhang Yuan is still willing to believe it. Since it's a cable newspaper, then let's do it directly. After all, we need to protect international organizations on all continents. If this happens, of course, we must take action quickly. Zhang Yuan gave his order without thinking, and Ken was a little hesitant, and his voice began to hesitate. This tip is just vague and organized, and after all, we Interpol do things with evidence and and reasoned. Ken was a little embarrassed. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything. After all, Zhang Yuan could still know a little bit about things like Interpol. Indeed it is. So you want to ask me, who happens to be in the Hoenn region, to come and take a look? Diaresis. Zhang Yuan asked with a smile. Ken on the other side of the phone nodded quickly, but Zhang Yuan could only hear Ken's voice saying, yes. Understood. I'll pay attention. Zhang Yuan sighed and said, and I may participate in Hoenn region's league competition. Won't you open the back door for me? Zhang Yuan asked. He joined the Quartz Alliance in the Kanto region and became the Alliance champion. This is according to one's own ability. At the time he was just a hidden Interpol, so no one knew his identity. Reaching this point is also considered to be down to earth. But now that he has a task at hand, Zhang Yuan will start to wonder if this group of people will take advantage of this as a cover-up identity for himself, and then give himself some convenience. Ken froze for a moment. It took some time to understand what Zhang Yuan was talking about. Of course not. This league game is not a 100% match with our Interpol. Boss, I'm afraid you don't want benefit, right? Welfare wool. Do you think I look like the kind of person who needs someone helping hand to become champion? Zhang Yuan gave Ken a blank look, but Ken also didn't see it. If there is no darkness Chen-Kang, Zhang Yuan will be relieved. After all, if you get this kind of benefit yourself, it's too inauthentic. Not to mention the fairness of losing the game, especially when you can't enjoy the thrill of crushing people. Zhang Yuan was a little depressed. If you give yourself water, how will you crush those weak chicken? That's okay. I don't want to lose the fairness of the game. Zhang Yuan smiled and hung up the phone. If it is simply talking about the league game, it may lack a little challenge. However, Zhang Yuan is interested to experience the situation of the gorgeous competition. You must know that it is a girls' game, so if you go to join in the fun, it should be quite interesting. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Yuan walked out of the woods and said, it's okay, we can understand things at work. May said this before Lilith. Lilith looked at May and shrugged at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan probably knew that Lilith had told May about her identity, but there is no way to do this. After all, he is also a half-public figure. It is not difficult to know your identity as an Interpol, so Zhang Yuan didn't want to hide it. It's just some troublesome business. What were you talking about just now? I heard something about the league when I came out. When Zhang Yuan asked this, Lilith quickly approached Zhang Yuan and held Zhang Yuan's hand. Quote, It's about the Hoenn Region Alliance. I was wondering if you would participate or not. Participate? Of course, why not? Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at these people. This fun thing, if I don't participate, it will be too uninteresting. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Lilith and Ash clapped their hands quickly, as if to celebrate something. Zhang Yuan sighed and shook his head. This group of children just wanted to let themselves participate in this league match, but it is not incomprehensible. After all, Zhang Yuan also had this idea. By the way, let's sign up for the gorgeous contest too. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and said, gorgeous contest. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuan received a dazed expression on his face. The three of them seemed to have no concept of the gorgeous contest. It's like hearing this name for the first time. Zhang Yuan, Li sighed. The gorgeous contest. The introduction I saw on the ship seems to be the Pokemon by my contest. It may seem odd for a big man to play a beauty pageant, but think about it carefully. Zhang Yuan is not a big man, just a child. As a child, there is not much gender difference, and the gorgeous contest is also an interesting contest. Then I want to, Lilith said quickly. I may not be as good as my brother in Pokemon battles, but I'm still a little confident in beauty pageant. Yes, I know you are amazing. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head and said, indeed, this is a game that I am not 100% sure about, so it is more able to arouse Zhang Yuan's interest. Check out what your aesthetic level is. Chapter 324 Oldale Town. After a little delay, Zhang Yuan and Lilith quickly entered Oldale Town. Oldale Town is the same town as Littleroot Town, although it is said that there is a Pokemon Center, but there is no other equipment. It is sold in the store, and there are only a few simple fruit Pokemon stuff mixed with human stuff. It should be because there is only one Pokemon store. This is the only store used by humans, but it is quite complete inside. The part of the Pokeball showed that it was sold out, which made May a little depressed. She's missing Pokeball to catch Pokemon. Pokeballs in May's hands are only the 5 that her mother gave her. If you come across the Pokemon you want, there is no way to capture it. If I need a Pokeball, I can lend it to you first. Zhang Yuan patted his satchel. There are a lot of hidden treasures inside. And mine, Lilith also added. In an instant, May happily jumped in front of Li 910 Liz and hugged Lilith. It is easy for girls to be friends with girls. Of course, even if it is a child, but a 10-year-old child can probably have a gender concept of male and female. So when May wanted to pounce on Zhang Yuan, she took a step back, and then pounced on Lilith. Thank you so much. Okay, let's log in to join the alliance first, otherwise it's magical. You won't be able to book a hotel. Zhang Yuan originally wanted to say that the Pokemon Center was about to close. But think carefully. Will the Pokemon Center close? No way. After all, if something happened to the Pokemon at night, there would be no way to get the helping hand. This thing is definitely not going to happen. So the main thing is the hotel. Zhang Yuan never knew what hotel Ash was staying in. If there is a reception center dedicated to traveling trainers, Zhang Yuan has also learned about it, and the environment is indeed a bit poor. He couldn't let himself and Lilith live in that place. BGCG. Well, I remember there was a good value hotel here. Ash can be considered to know Zhang Yuan's temper. Certainly will not be satisfied with that kind of neglect. Luckily I did some research when I came out. It's okay, I have an idea. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he normally pointed to a luxury hotel nearby. Seeing Zhang Yuan so calmly pointed his finger at the most luxurious hotel, Ash suddenly felt a sense of failure. And May's eyes lit up. She really didn't expect Zhang Yuan to be so generous. But since it is Interpol, then there should be certain discounts in various places. May's eyes only had the idea of how to play in the room tonight. Quick, let's go to the Pokemon Center. May looked at Zhang Yuan excitedly and said, for a Hoenn region resident, May actually came here recently and doesn't know much about Oldale Town. But even so, the Oldale Town next door, a place that a Pokemon trainer needs to face when setting sail, May still know a little bit about it. May soon took Zhang Yuan and the others to the Pokemon Center. In the Pokemon Center, Zhang Yuan and these people were registered in the records of the Hoenn Region Alliance. But I didn't see the gorgeous competition. May searched a few times on the league registration page, but did not see the gorgeous contest that Zhang Yuan mentioned. Zhang Yuan said with a smile, it's not normal, because the gorgeous contest is not the content of the league, and the application needs to be in the place where the gorgeous contest is held. It's not a regular game, and of course there's no way to sign up in this league. At this time, Pikachu was already feeling a little uncomfortable. What happened to Pikachu? Zhang Yuan looked at the skin god on Ash's shoulder and asked, looking listless, are you hungry? Lilith also asked curiously. No, it should be eating too much. Pikachu, how are you? Master G's love for Pokemon Zhang Yuan can be known. However, Master G's knowledge of Pokemon and the storage of Pokemon knowledge are still not enough. Can you see what the problem is? Zhang Yuan asked Lilith. This is also a test question for Lilith. Lilith shook her head. I don't know, but what I can tell is that Pikachu is definitely not overeating, but rather uncomfortable. Are you sick? Since it was Zhang Yuan's sister who said it, Master G was a little nervous. He still remembered Zhang Yuan's ability, and Lilith also said that she was taught by Zhang Yuan. Therefore, Lilith's ability, Ash, can be somewhat trusted. No, Lilith shook her head. At least that's something I'm sure of. If it was sick, it wouldn't be like this. It's not like what I've been taught. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan a little depressedly. She clearly knew that her brother gave her an exam question, but Lilith did not give the best answer. You're doing well. As a 9-year-old child, being able to get this information is enough. It's not actually sick. It's a power storage problem. Although I don't know the specific situation, it should be drunken electric. Zhang Yuan po Pikachu's face and said. Zhang Yuan could feel some static electricity just by touching Pikachu. Master G seemed to have nothing to do. Probably when he first got along with Pikachu, he was supercharged by the skin, so he did this, feeling a little numb to the electrical, and Pikachu seemed to move to one side to avoid hurting Zhang Yuan. Avoid overpowering yourself and hurt Zhang Yuan. Then, Kai Yi looked at Pikachu. He was a little bewildered. After all, an electricity-type Pokemon is actually drunk on electricity because of too much electricity in its body. This is a somewhat unheard of feeling. Chapter 325 Plan. Zia looked at Pikachu, and there was only one simple circuit in his mind. Since it is due to the excessive storage of electricity in the body, find a place to release the electricity in the body. Find a place to release the electricity in your body. Master G said so. Looking for a place to release. This is quite easy to say. After all, for Master G, it is enough to release a lot of things. Have you ever held your urine? Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Master G. What? By Zhang Yuan's straightforward question. It's not so easy to release it even if you hold back your urine to a certain extent. The same is true of drunken electricity. It's already drunk because of its own electricity, so it doesn't have the strength to release it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Zhang Yuan held back his feeling of wanting to hit someone and explained this. Master G nodded. He seemed to know what drunkenness meant. If it is because of this, then my Pikachu is a bit pitiful. Give it to Nurse Joy first. Nurse Joy at the Pokemon Center and said, this Pikachu. Master G hurriedly walked to Nurse Joy. It's drunk electricity. Nurse Joy said with a smile. I heard everything you talked about just now. Master G touched his head, a little embarrassed. There is no doubt about his care and love for Pokemon, but for the knowledge of Pokemon, Zhang Yuan is still not as powerful. But I'm sorry, our Pokemon Center in Oldale Town does not have corresponding facilities, so if you want to extract electricity, it is best to go to the nearby Petalburg City. Nurse Joy said apologetically. Petalburg Petalburg City. Zhang Yuan looked at Ash. This is a situation that I didn't expect. If the download took Pikachu to Petalburg City and rushed there overnight, maybe Pikachu would not be able to support it until that time. The current Pikachu, it seems that there is no big problem, just a little drunk. But once the drunken electricity situation begins to break out, the consequences are unimaginable. A Pokemon is not one that doesn't get sick and doesn't have any abnormality. Their existence itself, because of their own attribute, will more easily lead to very bad situations when their bodies are abnormal. Well, if we go to Petalburg City, it's still tomorrow. There should be corresponding facilities and equipment here. Even if power absorption cannot be performed, it can be relieved, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy put on plastic gloves. She's not Ash after all, and doesn't have that much power resistance to Pikachu. Yes, if it's just easing, we can still do it here. When you leave tomorrow, remember to come here to pick it up, Nurse Joy said to Ash. Well, can I accompany Pikachu? Ash looked at Pikachu, thought for a moment and said to Nurse Joy. As usual, Ash's knowledge of Pokemon is not very deep, and many times he needs to be reminded to know what to do. But even so, Ash's concern and love for Pokemon are indeed very obvious. Love Pokemon more than anyone, and that's probably the most basic definition of Ash. It would be pathetic to leave Pikachu alone here. Ash added another sentence. It's fine if the guardian is with you, but this is a hospital anyway, and your Pikachu won't have much problem, so it will be difficult to rest well. Nurse Joy added. It's okay, as long as Pikachu is fine. Ash was very determined. When he came to the Hoenn region, he put down all his Pokemon. Only this Pikachu was left. Not to mention how deep Ash's love for Pokemon is. Now that he has only one Pikachu left, of course Ash is more dedicated. Then we'll go to the hotel to open a room first, and then we'll bring you dinner. They are all people who can travel outside by themselves. Zhang Yuan doesn't think Ash will be able to stay alone. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Ash said to Zhang Yuan. Isn't it kind of bad to leave Ash alone at the Pokemon Center? After walking out of the Pokemon Center, Lilith looked at her brother worriedly and asked, don't worry, he's not that easy to get into trouble, and this is the Pokemon Center, not some other messy place. Zhang Yuan went to the hotel over there while talking. Because of the lack of Ash, Lilith and May also got better and better, and Zhang Yuan only opened a double room. Zhang Yuan couldn't sleep in the same bed with Ash, but Lilith and May still seemed to want to sleep together and talk a little bit. Such an arrangement is not unreasonable. After entering his room, May immediately rushed towards the bed. Although it is better to be at home than outside, but the bed in this luxurious suite is not comparable to the ordinary Simmons at home. May doesn't dislike the living environment of her home, but if she encounters a better one, of course she can't restrain her excitement. Lilith also immediately jumped onto Zhang Yuan's bed. It wasn't time to rest anyway, so they wouldn't share any chassis. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan is Lilith's brother. Even if it is divided into territories, it doesn't make any sense. Let's go out to eat after we've put away things and bring some for Ash, Zhang Yuan reminded the two girls. The two girls nodded hurriedly, and at this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly seemed to see two silhouettes flashing from the corner of his eyes. It was two figures in red clothes jumping on the roof. Zhang Yuan instantly looked at the two figures with a black line on his face, afraid that he is not a parkour person. But if you are a parkour person, why are you running on the roof like this in the middle of the night? And the one beside them should be a Pokemon. Chapter 326 Nocturnal. This made Zhang Yuan feel a little strange. At this time, under this circumstance, the silhouettes passing through the night always gave Zhang Yuan a strange feeling, and that red dress, much like a Team Magma outfit. This made Zhang Yuan interested, and he immediately turned around and said to Lilith, I have something to go out. You and May stay here. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith was a little surprised. I don't know what my brother saw, but he told me to go out, afraid that something is going to happen. Brother, I'll go with you, Lilith said. Zhang Yuan walked to Lilith and rubbed Lilith's head. Such a dangerous thing is still 60, so don't let Lilith come together. And taking care of a child would distract Zhang Yuan. You stay here for now and take care of May. After Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith looked back at May. Ash is an experienced trainer if something really happened. Champion of the Quartz Alliance, and it is more appropriate not to worry too much. May is the only one who is a beginner trainer. Lilith herself is also a beginner trainer, but she is much better than May. Plus the Pokemon in his own hand, and the Torchic in May's hand. If there is a problem, there is always a solution. Another thing about Zhang Yuan is that Lilith probably guessed it from Zhang Yuan's expression. This time Zhang Yuan went out, most likely because of his work. Work is Interpol. If I keep up with the time, I am afraid that Zhang Yuan's important things will be delayed. After thinking about it like this, Lilith immediately calmed down and nodded, hoping that Zhang Yuan would be able to deal with what she encountered with peace of mind. Not participating by myself. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction where the man in red left, and thought for a while what Pokemon to use to chase after him. Dragonite. It seems to be possible possible, but with the little wings of Dragonite, Zhang Yuan always felt a sense of fascination and imbalance. Whether it can really fly is a question, and Zhang Yuan can't pass it is another question. Or use Charizard. Although it is a bit big, it is not easy to hide, but the good thing is that my eyesight is pretty good, and if I just look at the situation, it's not too much of a problem. It doesn't matter if you fly a little higher. Zhang Yuan ordered Charizard to keep up with the people in front, and then he saw the people in red, as if they had entered a research institute. The research institute was very close to the Pokemon Center, and then Zhang Yuan saw that all the lights in the Pokemon Center were off. Yes, all of them were extinguished, but this suddenly attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. That is, during the time when Zhang Yuan's attention was drawn to the path. When Zhang Yuan looked to the other side again, he saw that the red artist seemed to leave the scene of the incident with a man. Inside the Pokemon hospital, there is Ash and his Pikachu. Pikachu's power is just unbalanced in his body right now. If the Pokemon Center has been out of power, it would be dangerous for Pikachu's situation. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan used the communicator to contact Lilith. What the matter, brother? After receiving the contact from Zhang Yuan, Lilith was a little surprised. Zhang Yuan should have gone to work on Interpol, so he found himself at this time, which surprised Lilith. You and May go to the Pokemon Center. I think they need helping hand. Zhang Yuan said. Do you remember what you learned in Pokemon school? About power recovery and stuff like that? Yes, remember. What happened? Lilith felt a little strange. My brother suddenly said this. Why is it? You'll find out when you go to the Pokemon Center. Bring May along by the way, and teach her what to do. Zhang Yuan said this. Lilith nodded, and then thought that her brother might not see her nodding, so she added, I know, I'll go right away, and then hung up the phone. And Zhang Yuan, after telling Lilith, was somewhat relieved, but his sister still had to go out for a while. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Yuan let Lilith and May go as soon as he gritted his teeth. May is older than Lilith, so she should be more stable, and Lilith has a lot of knowledge and can help in the use of Pokemon. Plus Pokemon Center has Ash. Although Ash is just a little boy, Ash in the Hoenn region is somewhat mature, so don't worry too much. After thinking of this, Zhang Yuan felt a little relieved, and he is the one who keeps up with these Team Magma. The team from Team Magma soon made their way to the outskirts of Oldale Town. In that place, there is a ruin. Zhang Yuan heard about this ruin when he first entered Oldale Town. It seems to be the remains of an ancient Pokemon. In the world of Pokemon, there are always such relics, and as long as the relics of ancient Pokemon can be found, it is very possible to get the ancient Pokemon. Of course, Zhang Yuan Lai 4.7 said that he already had Salamence, so he didn't have much interest in the normal acquisition methods of other ancient Pokemon. He ordered Charizard to put himself down at a nearby location and watch the men move. At this time, Zhang Yuan can already see the appearance of the clothes on the other party's body. It is definitely 300% Team Magma's clothes, and when they communicated with the man, they seem to be taking out some beads. Zhang Yuan put Charizard away. Its eyes is too large, and it is easy to reveal its whereabouts. After Charizard returned to the Pokeball, Zhang Yuan took 2 steps forward towards him. He could clearly see that after they seemed to have said something to the man took something from their hands and put it on the stone door. Chapter 327 Ancient Ruin. This behavior is like assisting these people's behavior, and it doesn't look like a captured person. After Zhang Yuan took another step forward, he heard the man say, I have already assisted you, you should let the others go. It seems that some people are taken as hostages, so men will be so submissive. It seems that the man is not very bad. It should be a professor of a research institute. Team Magma only after being threatened. It is not within the scope of arrest. Should have arrested Team Magma here first. Hoenn region organization in Ken's mouth should be said to be them, and then there's Team Aqua, or rather the existence of Team Aqua. Immediately afterward, the stone gate that was put on the gem by the professor, as if a switch had been turned on, suddenly took a few steps back, and then the entire stone gate had been opened. Zhang Yuan could see this ancient ruin, and it simply appeared in front of him. Zhang Yuan remembered this ancient ruin. If it is said that the names of the various characters and events cannot be remembered clearly, but this ancient ruin is in Zhang Yuan's mind. This is the ancient remains of ancient sea creatures. In this ancient ruin, there are even ancient Pokemon. Zhang Yuan took a step forward and slipped into the ancient ruins without paying attention to them. There are countless ancient Pokemon on the mural. Many of them are still images of Pokemon in the previous work that need to be resurrected with fossils. The folks at Team Magma were a little excited to investigate here, and Zhang Yuan came to the professor's side. You're safe, Zhang Yuan said to Professor. You leave here first, and I will deal with these people. No, if you fight here, you will destroy the ancient ruin. Professor was a little excited. Zhang Yuan sighed, grabbed Professor directly to the door, and took a deep breath. Hey, I said that these people inside, you have been arrested. Go and capture them. The voice of Zhang Yuan's shouting made the attention of the people inside focus on Zhang Yuan's body. At this time, time, Zhang Yuan took out his police badge. The police badges of Interpol are basically the same, and when he saw this badge, the professor was a little surprised. He did not expect Interpol to actually arrive here. Team Magma inside was also very surprised. Another female Team Magma member was still seriously photographing the paintings on the wall. Go ahead, we'll block Bert here. One of the members of Team Magma, speaking to the female members inside. What they need is information on this ancient ruin. After encountering Interpol, they certainly didn't feel that they would be able to get out of the way. Not to mention that they are not idiots. Naturally, they heard that a certain Interpol is very powerful, even a child, or champion of the Quartz Alliance. It is not common for a child to become an Interpol. Now that he sees it, he can only identify Zhang Yuan as that person, and as the only one. Procrastination was their only thought. Be careful. The female members of Team Magma speak to their comrades while holding the camera. That's not your business. Immediately after, the other two members of Team Magma walked directly in front of Zhang Yuan. They also came here for this ancient ruin. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible to do anything to destroy the ruin. The members of Team Magma walked out of the ruin. He looked at Zhang Yuan and said with a smile, "What exactly are you trying to arrest us on?" The people from Team Magma looked at Zhang Yuan. Although the people of Team Magma are indeed rampant, their actions have not obviously violated any laws and regulation. If it is just based on what Zhang Yuan knows, there is really no reason to arrest them. However, Zhang Yuan is not an idiot. Although he knew that he didn't have enough reason to arrest them, Zhang Yuan was able to make a fool of himself. You guys do the things at the Pokemon Center. Zhang Yuan looked at Team Magma. The members of Team Magma were stunned, and it was obvious that Zhang Yuan was right, but they didn't admit it. And Zhang Yuan seized the opportunity and stepped forward and said, "Since you did it, you should know what the Pokemon Center is. How about adding a threat of intimidation if the charge of sabotage is not enough?" Zhang Yuan looked at the professor beside him, and he heard the words they threatened Professor just now. "Did you hear that?" a male member of Team Magma said with a frown. Zhang Yuan nodded and admitted this. "Then there is no way." Threw the two Pokeballs in his hands while talking, and the other two members did the same when they saw it. "Go to Houndoom," they shouted and threw the Pokeball to Zhang Yuan, and the Pokemon inside were several well-trained Houndoom. It's just a simple Houndoom. Zhang Yuan doesn't care about it at all. It's just a normal dark Pokemon after all. If it has other properties, it is normal. For canine Pokemon, because of the convenience of training, these vicious dogs have always become training dogs for various villains or police. That you. It must have been a long time to be able to fly just now. Zhang Yuan smiled and released Charizard again. Roar. Houndoom turned Roar on Charizard naturally. This is their simplest tactic. No matter what Pokemon the other party uses, they will yell back first. This way the opponent has no way to use Pokemon to fight them. It can also be achieved without a fight, but unfortunately this time they are not facing some unknown people or some other police detective. They are facing Zhang Yuan this time. Zhang Yuan would not be scared off by this kind of roar. Chapter 328. Easily. Charizard's temper has always been hotter. If there is any unpopular statement, most of it is because his trainer is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's domineering and the training he gave Charizard made Charizard instinctively respect Zhang Yuan, so no matter how popular Charizard was, he would still listen to Zhang Yuan's word. It is because of this that Zhang Yuan was able to control this wicked person who was not very temperamental. Zhang Yuan looked at Charizard, and Charizard had the same temper towards these roars, so he roared and returned the roar. Even Dark's Pokemon is still not enough to see when encountering a ferocious existence like Charizard. Charizard roared like this, and the other Houndooms seemed to be frightened, and began to tremble and took a step back. Although they said they were well-trained Pokemon, in this training, they didn't tell them how to deal with an existence that looked more fierce than themselves. "Don't panic," the members of Team Magma shouted at their Houndoom. Houndoom stopped shaking immediately, and looked at Charizard in front of him with a serious face. "Inferno." One of the Team Magma members gave the order. Immediately after, the Houndooms started using Inferno to attack Charizard. This is a fire attribute trick. Pokemon like Canine, except for Thunderfang, which has a certain electricity attribute, should not be able to use other tricks. Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that he might be limited by his previous knowledge. What appeared in front of him was not an ordinary dog Pokemon of the Evil plus Normal type, a canine Pokemon belonging to the Evil plus Fire type. Since the additional attribute is the fire attribute, it is a correct choice for Zhang Yuan to release Charizard. After all, using a fire type attack in front of Charizard is like using a water type attack in front of Goldeen, which will only make them more skillful. Thunderfang. Zhang Yuan was just thinking about something. The other party really used Thunderfang. A couple of Houndooms swooped into the fire and bit into Charizard. The bite is still really strong. It even brought some electric attack. If it was another Pokemon, it would probably have been bitten and paralyzed, but Charizard is huge. To be paralyzed by electricity is not something a non-electric Pokemon can do. Of course, this group of people is not stupid. They just dispatched a bunch of Houndooms to bite Charizard all over the place. Afraid if it weren't for Charizard's eyes, he wouldn't be able to enjoy this kind of treatment. Zhang Yuan sighed. Just a pity. Whether it is their attack strength or the strength of Thundershock is not enough to see. Otherwise, this continuous attack method, well-trained Houndoom, Zhang Yuan would still praise him. It's just a pity Charizard is not simply a large volume of knowledge. He's also thick-skinned. Get rid of them, Charizard. Zhang Yuan gave an order casually. Charizard didn't continue to play. He just threw it, and soon said that all the Houndoom on his body was thrown out. It doesn't count if it's thrown out. Charizard didn't even need Zhang Yuan's order. He just stepped forward and trampled. This is a very powerful fighting skill. Step on the ground or the body of a Pokemon directly with your foot. Rare for a Pokemon of this size to survive being stepped on by Charizard like this. Wow. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes. Some contrived people seemed to be unbearable to look at, and looked at the people of Team Magma. Well, is your Houndoom okay? No matter how well trained it is, just 2 simple moves can solve your own Pokemon. This let the people of Team Magma know that this person they are facing is really not easy to mess with. Just like a big mountain in front of them. If it wasn't because their main purpose was to delay time, then when they encountered this big mountain, the best way for them was to escape. Just run. Whether or not it can run is another matter. Cut. It was at this time that the girl from Team Magma walked out of the ancient ruins and told her teammates that she had collected all the information. Now that the data has been collected, there is no need for them here. The guys at Team Magma immediately put their Houndoom back into their Pokeball. Even if this is just a Pokemon sent from above, in a sense it is just a tool to achieve it. But most of them still have some feelings, so there is some heartache on their faces. Quote, withdraw. One of the Team Magma, who seems to be the boss of the operation, said so. Immediately, the members of Team Magma began to prepare to evacuate this place immediately. However, at this time, Zhang Yuan looked at Charizard. Catch them, Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. He clearly told them that he wanted to arrest them, so how could he let them run away like this? And after Zhang Yuan finished speaking in such a low voice, Wang Des how, Charizard immediately stepped forward and grabbed one of the Team Magma members directly, and grabbed the other with his other hand. Other party was human. Charizard's mouth was full of fire, but he didn't spray it out at them. And these Team Magma members, after being caught by Charizard, immediately began to tremble when they saw the anger in Charizard's mouth. They looked at Charizard a little scared. Charizard was fighting with his Houndoom just now. They knew that this Charizard was definitely not to be messed with. Now that I was caught by this Charizard, I don't know what will happen. Still somewhat worried. Golbat. At this time, the female Team Magma members immediately said that Golbat was released, and they quickly left the scene with Golbat. Leave your comrade behind. Chapter 329 Med Professional. Zhang Yuan looked at the escape Team Magma member with a dark expression on his face. This girl seems to pay more attention to the information in her hands than her companion. On the other hand, under Charizard's lewd power, several other Team Magma members were immediately captured. Forget it. Zhang Yang just wanted to hunt down the female member, but was stopped by the professor. Are you trying to hinder our Interpol business? Professor somewhat unhappily and said, they also contributed to the investigation of the ruin, although I don't know where they got those gems from. The professor looked at Zhang Yuan and said, handcuff these Team Magma members and motioned for the professor to continue. The professor probably told Zhang Yuan what happened just now. Professor's name is Met, is the professor of the Oldale Town Institute of Antiquity. His main purpose is to study ancient Pokemon. The subject of ancient Pokemon itself is a very big subject. Even in the Kanto region, there is also a research institute with ancient Pokemon. 447 This is not very strange. According to Met Professor, the ruins of ancient Pokemon were found near Oldale Town, along with stone tablets about the ruin. As an authority on ancient Pokemon research, Met's professor has done careful research and can probably get the contents of the slate. However, when the news spread, Met Professional was also targeted by Team Magma. After Team Magma blocked the power to the Pokemon Center to get most of the attention, they turned around and headed to the Institute next door, where they kidnapped Met Professional. Their purpose was this ancient ruin. Although the Met Professor didn't know what they were going to do, it was true that these people had some idea about ancient ruins and ancient Pokemon. Maybe another research institution. Met's Professional said so. It was at this time that Lilith informed Zhang Yuan that the power of the Pokemon Center had been restored. After hearing the news, Met's Professional was also relieved. After he was abducted here, the only thing he worried about was the Pokemon Center. As a professional, he did not expect that the other party would actually use those injured Pokemon to threaten him. He studied ancient Pokemon because he had a love for Pokemon. Since he is such a person, when the Pokemon hospital is threatened, of course he can be asked for it. After hearing that the Pokemon Center was alright, Met's professor was also relieved. The only thing he was worried about was nothing now, but it gave him some peace of mind. Well, since it's from another research institution, it's okay to let them investigate, and the ancient ruins have not been destroyed. Maybe their investigation results will have a helping hand for us in the future. But even at this time, it was another research institution who had to help others to clean up. Even if he was a good person, Zhang Yuan was the first time he had seen such a bad and good person as Professor Met. It is simply beyond the heart of the virgin of the protagonist team. Let Zhang Yuan not know how to complain. Are all the characters in the story of the Shogakukan so virgin-hearted? Forget it. Since you don't pursue it, I won't be bothered, but I will definitely bring these people back to Interpol. Zhang Yuan looked at the other Team Magma members. These members reminded Zhang Yuan of what Ken said to himself. But what I didn't expect was that I actually let myself meet at this time. I see. After all, they did destroy the Pokemon Center. BGAA. At this time, the Met professional is a little bit useful. However, Zhang Yuan lowered his head and picked up a stone on the ground, then turned around and threw it out. Ooh, it hurt. Meow. How did you find us? James and Jesse were already quietly approaching the door when he and Met Professor dealt with the people on Team Magma. Of course, the two of them didn't know much about ancient ruins. The head is full of those few gems on the door. Of course, they also really started with these gems. There is no doubt that these gems let these few people who are used to being a traitor go directly into their own hand. When Zhang Yuan threw the stone, of course, it hit Jesse on the head really well, and after a flick upward, it hit James. Who are you? Met's professional was done. Zhang Yuan realized that Met professional was going to ask this question. He hurried to stop it, but it was still a step too late. It was as if Team Rockets had received some kind of information, as if they had forgotten that they were killed by Zhang Yuan with a single stone just now, and stood straight in front of Met professional and Zhang Yuan. Since you asked the question sincerely, we will tell you mercifully. Jesse and James were speaking their slogans in a serious manner, and Zhang Yuan raised his forehead to look at the professor of Met. This setting may be regarded as a bug in the whole world, no matter when and where. As long as someone asks a question, Jesse and James are like chicken blood. And the biggest question is this Met professional still listening with gusto? Sure enough, it is the work of Shogakukan. Are all the characters here so simple and cute? Now these gems are taken by us. After the long prefix, Jesse and James spoke to Zhang Yuan. What they held in their hands happened to be the few gems on the stone gate. Wow, no, you can't let them take the gem. Seeing that the gem was in the other's hand, Met's professional finally started to panic. The gems are mine, and so are the Pokemon, but you don't seem to have any Pokemon you can catch. Meowth took a step forward and pointed at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan really didn't know how to complain. Zhang Yuan would like to praise their indomitable perseverance and unyielding character in the face of power. Chapter 330. Disgusting feeling again. Yes, the face of Jesse James's indomitable will, and in the face of power, that is, Zhang Yuan himself, he will not yield to his strong character. Zhang Yuan really has something that he wants to praise tilde. But there is only one problem, that is, even if they are unyielding, even if they don't bow their heads to power, it's useless. These three people, no, these two people and a cat have no self-knowledge at all. When I knocked them out before, I was able to show my strength. Although they were talking about how annoying they were, they still came to find trouble for themselves. How to say, should it be shaking that? Can't you all live and work in the Kanto region? If lack of self-knowledge is one of their flaws, the inability to understand current affairs is probably one of their flaws. Team Rockets in the Kanto region should have received the news that they defeated the 4 elite. Not having to sneakily become a villain should be a good thing for them. At least not everyone will yell at it. But Jesse and James looked at Zhang Yuan as if they didn't know what was going on. What happened to the Kanto region? We came to this new continent in order to seek new Pokemon and develop new businesses. What the hell? Zhang Yuan didn't even know how to complain. Don't they know after a long time? Could it be that the rectification regulations for Kanto region Team Rockets have not come out yet? No, even if it didn't come out, most of the Team Rockets members should have known about the existence of this regulation and started waiting with peace of mind. That's it, not to mention the compliments and support from the General Assembly for our actions this time around. Meow said to Zhang Yuan unceremoniously. Jesse and James both had looks of admiration on their faces when it came to the boss. That right, it's all Sakamoto's fault. Zhang Yuan's black line immediately appeared from his face. I didn't expect that it was the order given by the boss of Sakamoto, and it was a misstep. Should have already told Sakamoto about his actions towards the Kanto region Team Rocket. What the hell was he thinking about letting the cute characters Jesse and James come over? Really, I won't make a few clever ones. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and gestured to his Charizard. I said you guys, it's a wrong choice to come here at this time. It's better for me to send you back to Kanto. Zhang Yuan said, at least there is still some way to live. When Jesse and James heard Zhang Yuan say this, they didn't quite understand it. Why do you say there is a way out? Does it mean that their Team Rocket rockets are doing something in Kanto. Of course, this is not necessary for them to understand, because in the next second, Charizard starts directly at Flamethrower, the two Team Rocket's members. In a sense, the protagonist's halo will not make the members of Team Rocket suffer much damage when they are bullied by Pokemon. And the most important thing is that they will fly into the air, and then turn into a star, and shout, "What a disgusting feeling. Ah, gem." Seeing the members of Team Rocket fly into the air, MedProfessional became a little worried. After all, the two of them were holding gems just now. "Don't worry." Zhang Yuan waved his hand, and Charizard flew out immediately, and when he flew back again, there were 4 more gems in his hand. It was the gem that had been placed on the stone gate of the ancient ruin. It's like some kind of relic, or some kind of ancient treasure. By the way, you haven't said that those melt. What exactly are those people trying to do? Zhang Yuan asked. What exactly is Team Magma's behavior? Zhang Yuan is more curious about this. That group of people seems to be looking for something. MedProfessional said so. What he said was quite simple. Then MedProfessor told Zhang Yuan that the stone tablet he found about the ancient ruins should actually only be seen by himself, but the other party could actually know the content of the stone tablet. Asking for flowers. And that's not the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing is that in the records of the steel, 4 orbs are required to open the door of this ancient ruin. However, Professor Metz has never known where and what kind of Holy Spirit these 4 orbs exist, where to get it. But these people knew about this earlier than themselves, and they quickly got the orb. All of these are things that make MedProfessor curious. MedProfessor didn't know where these people came from or what they came for. After they entered the ruin, they looked around and said, "It's not here either." MedProfessional said, "Not here either. It means they are looking for something, and this thing doesn't exist in this place." If Zhang Yuan guessed correctly, they should be looking for an ancient ruin related to ancient Pokemon in the mainland. However, I didn't expect that this ancient ruin actually requires gems to be opened. There should be some secrets inside. Zhang Yuan put the 4 gems in the hands of MedProfessional. Yes, the ruins here are called ruins that can be connected to ancient Pokemon, if I have to. Zhang Yuan can't pretend he didn't hear this rumor. There might even be fossils. We should protect this place first, and then you can send professional researchers to study it. The study of ancient Pokemon will definitely allow us to understand Pokemon better. Zhang Yuan's Mandarin is getting better and better. MedProfessional nodded. Although it is Mandarin, this Mandarin should be accessible to many people, especially researchers like MedProfessor. MedProfessor took the 4 gems, then took the gems into the ancient ruins, and put the gems on the stone gate of the ancient ruins again. Chapter 331 Ancient Pokemon. When the gem was placed on the stone gate, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that the 4 stone walls might be slightly different from what he saw. Yes, there are some differences. It seems that it is not just a stone wall that can be seen with the naked eye. There are some strange meridians and network-like lines on the stone wall. "Professor," Zhang Yuan said to MedProfessional, "there is a ready-made professor here. Of course, if you have any questions, you should ask humbly." MedProfessor walked towards Zhang Yuan puzzled, and was stunned for a moment after seeing what Zhang Yuan saw. This is the first time he has seen these veins. That there are not many ancient ruins, and he has never entered the ancient ruins in Oldale Town. After all, the entrance gem of the ancient ruins in Oldale Town is in the hands of Team Magma. However, in other ancient ruins that I have been to, it seems that there is no such contact map. 16. Zhang Yuan pointed to the patterns on the stone gate. Around the 4 gems, there are a bunch of groove patterns, and this kind of groove pattern is very similar to the vein diagram here. Could it be that this ancient ruin has some other mechanism? Zhang Yuan asked. What kind of mechanisms are there in ancient ruins? Almost all of them can be regarded as necessary for treasure hunting. MedProfessional shook his head. Although it is a necessary condition for treasure hunting, it is still somewhat incomprehensible to the characters of the story itself. And this kind of incomprehension also led to the fact that the MedProfessional at this time was not very clear about what the mechanism was. If it's really like what you said, ancient human beings have the wisdom of ancient human beings, then it is understandable that there is a mechanism here. I just don't know what the conditions will be if the mechanism is to be triggered. Zhang Yuan thought so. In Zhang Yuan's address book, there is another message that Zhang Yuan cares about. When listening to Professor S' narration of what had just happened in Zhang Yuan before, Lilith told Zhang Yuan that they rested at the Pokemon Center first. After all, it is too late to toss, and for the children, the time for rest has long passed. When Zhang Yuan noticed the message, 2 hours had passed since the message was sent. By this time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Soon it will be sunrise. We're still going to Petalburg City. Why don't we exchange contact information? If you have any new development, please let me know. I still want to know. Zhang Yuan said so. MedProfessional nodded. After all, it was the person who helped hand him, and it seemed that it was no problem to just tell the other side his progress. Getting the Professor's consent, Zhang Yuan recorded the Professional's contact correct information in his communicator. It was at this time that the sunlight passed through the gate of the ancient ruins and shot directly towards Zhang Yuan. The gems on the stone gate, bathed in sunlight, glowed brightly, and this light is like activating something, and the light on the gemstone immediately start to spread around along these Venn diagram. In no time, the entire wall was enveloped. This is it. Zhang Yuan realized at this moment that the activation method he and Med Professional were looking for was this. However, the sun shines through the door of the ancient ruins and shines on this stone door, even if it is the key that can open the door of the entire ancient ruin. After this, if the energy emitted by the gem that passed the sunlight spreads all over the stone wall, the stone gate in front of Zhang Yuan took another step back. Yes, Shimin took another step back. As if it could move by itself, it moved a step back. Then a basement-like door appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at Med Professional. Med Professor also looked at Zhang Yuan and nodded. They walked a few steps further down the steps of this basement. Just after a few steps, a cave-like place appeared in front of Zhang Yuan and Med Professor. There is a lake-like existence in this cave. This lake is like growth in this cave, making the cave look more like an ancient ecological environment than a cave. Immediately after, a brown fish jumped out of the water, as if it were a creature living in this water. No, this is the creature that lives in this water. After all, if it is not living in this water, its existence seems to be meaningless. It's ancient sea creatures, Med Professor said in surprise. 740-degree skin on its body that looks like a fossil. That relicanth, very distant ancient Pokemon. In general, only traces of them can be seen from fossils. But now, this creature just appeared in front of them. It's like living here naturally. It seems that this is still the ancient waters, which make Zhang Yuan a little surprised. Med Professor said to himself that there is a legend here that the ancient ruins of Pokemon in Oldale Town are rumored to be a place where time and space can be connected. Right now, it was like entering the ancient time. In front of Zhang Yuan, it was very much in line with the rumors about Oldale Town that Med Professor told him. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and threw his Pokeball directly at Relicanth inside. What a joke. This is a rare ancient Pokemon. Of course Zhang Yuan will not let it go. What are you doing? At this time, Med's Professional was a little surprised. Don't worry, I just want to take one and take it to Interpol to study it. Zhang Yuan looked at Med's Professional with a smile, opened his eyes and started talking nonsense. Chapter 332 Police Station. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Med Professional became a little curious. This person said that he was in Interpol. No matter how the master looked at it, he looked like a child who was only 10 years old. Has Interpol started recruiting child labor? He didn't let Zhang Yuan show himself his police badge just now, but he couldn't know what the situation was. This made Med Professor suddenly suspicious of Zhang Yuan's identity. Well, I haven't paid attention to your police badge before. Can you take a look? Med Professor said solemnly. Even if Zhang Yuan defeated those Team Magma people just now, it showed that he was already an experienced trainer, but in front of a professional, he was still just a child. Professor who is mostly just burying his head in research and not asking about the world. Like Med Professional, it is impossible to know Zhang Yuan's identity and his glorious deed. Champion, the Quartz Alliance in the Kanto district have to do with him. Even if the person is chained, it will not affect anything. For Med Professional, Zhang Yuan's identity can only symbolize this meaning. So at this time, Med's Professional suddenly had doubts about Zhang Yuan's identity. Although Med Professor does not know who the champion of the Quartz Alliance is, he can know what the police badge of Interpol looks like. If it can be determined that Zhang Yuan is just a noisy child, Med's Professor doesn't care how good the ability of the Pokemon trainer the other party just showed. Zhang Yuan will be dealt with in minutes. Yes, just show you. Zhang Yuan threw the police badge directly into the hands of Med Professional. By the way, don't forget to make a joke. Would you like to escort the prisoner to the police station with me? Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, of course Med Professional agreed. After all, what happened to this little furry boy? Med Professional didn't know yet. How could he just take Relicanth and leave like this? It looks like this is true, but you, a child, may have stolen something from your parents. Oh, Med Professor swears. I know. If it wasn't for the fear of burning Med Professional's head and making his reputation in Interpol worse, Zhang Yuan would have pushed Med Professional directly into the pool at this time. But now, Zhang Yuan really didn't do this, just responded impatiently, and then simply let Med Professor and himself escort the 3 Team Magma members to Guchin City. As soon as she entered Oldale Town, Lilith rushed towards Zhang Yuan directly. Zhang Yuan was still a little depressed about how Lilith knew where she was, and immediately saw the Lillipup at her feet. Lillipup wagged his tail and looked at Zhang Yuan. Most of this canine Pokemon has already smelled his own scent, so he rushed towards him directly. And because of this, Lilith was able to know where she came back to this Oldale Town, and immediately came over and gave herself a huge hug. Brother, you've been out all night, and you still don't reply to my news. You're worried to death for me, Lilith said with some dissatisfaction. Even if she knew that Zhang Yuan was amazing, but she didn't come back overnight and didn't reply to her own information. This still made Lilith a little scared. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head and said with a smile, "You don't know your brother. These are the prisoners of arrested, and I'll send them to the Interpol police station in Oldale Town right away." When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith immediately looked at the members of Team Magma who were being led by Charizard behind Team Rocket. Lilith asked in confusion. Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing. "You don't see anything in uniform and think it's Team Rocket, which is obviously not." But Zhang Yuan didn't tell Lilith that this was Team Magma. "Setting is that I just came to Hoenn region, so I don't know the name of Team Magma." But because of this, Lilith didn't know that it would become a matter of course. "I see, it's the bad guy that my brother caught anyway," Lilith said with a smile. "I restored the power of the Pokemon Center yesterday with an electric Pokemon. Fortunately, there are still a few electric Pokemon in the Pokemon Center." Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan excitedly, as if she wanted to take credit, and said to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith's head, and praised Lilith's behavior. If it wasn't for the problem with Pikachu, then Zhang Yuan would probably think that Lilith actually did this with Pikachu. "I'll report to the police station first. If you don't go to the hotel for a rest, you won't check out until the afternoon anyway." Zhang Yuan said so. Champion of Quartz Alliance, Zhang Yuan asked for the preferential policy of the hotel. Originally, the hotel was supposed to check out at 12 o'clock, but Zhang Yuan could extend the time to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, Zhang Yuan thought it was meaningless. They must have set out early in the morning, but now it seems that it is somewhat useful. After all, Zhang Yuan hadn't slept all night. No matter what, he needed a good night's sleep to support his body. After going to the police station, Zhang Yuan still needs a good sleep. By the way, what happened to Pikachu? Zhang Yuan asked while walking. Ash has taken Pikachu and made to Petalburg City. Zhang Yuan nodded. "Don't wait for yourself. This is the right choice. After all, for Pikachu, there may be no way to support waiting for a while longer." While Zhang Yuan, all right, arrived at the police station. Because Oldale Town is a small town, the police station itself is co-located with the local police station. Officer Jenny at the door looked at Zhang Yuan and Charizard behind Zhang Yuan in surprise. Charizard is too big and a little awkward, which attracts a lot of attention. "That kid, what's the matter?" Officer Jenny looked at Zhang Yuan and asked, "Can you give me my badge back?" Hand towards Med Professor next to him. Only then did Med Professor realize that he had just taken Zhang Yuan's police badge and hadn't returned it to him. Med Professor quickly returned the police badge to Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan immediately showed his police badge. Interpol Zhang Yuan brought 3 prisoners who violated the public security order to jail. Seeing this badge, Officer Jenny was stunned. Chapter 333 Sheriff Zhang Yuan's name, Officer Jenny may not know very well. After all, people who are famous in one place are not necessarily famous in another place. But this badge, Officer Jenny still knows. That's the badge of the Interpol Inspector General. Unlike the General Police badge, although ordinary people may not know it, it is impossible for Officer Jenny not to know it. So when she saw the police badge, she was immediately stunned. She had heard of Interpol's Inspector General and was a young and promising person. "But I didn't expect it to be such a child. So young and promising. I'm so sorry for the vigilance." Officer Jenny almost revealed Zhang Yuan's identity as the Chief Inspector of Interpol. Zhang Yuan quickly waved his hand and signaled Officer Jenny to stop talking. Officer Jenny looked at Met Professional behind Zhang Yuan and nodded. She didn't know why Zhang Yuan would not want others to know her identity, but for Interpol, it was necessary to hide her identity every day. Now Zhang Yuan doesn't want others to know his identity, probably because of hiding in some sense. Officer Jenny felt that he shouldn't ask more about this matter, so he didn't ask a word and gave in. "Come here, 887 will bring these criminals in," Officer Jenny shouted, and 3 more. Officer Jenny came out immediately, quickly grabbed a few Team Magma members here, and took them inside. "You Charizard." Officer Jenny looked at Charizard behind Zhang Yuan. Regardless, Charizard was a little too conspicuous. Zhang Yuan nodded and took Charizard back into the Pokeball, and then he followed Officer Jenny to the police station. Officer Jenny in the police station first recruited the members of Team Magma, and then asked Zhang Yuan what was the reason for them to obstruct the public order. This is the most basic way of recording, and because of Zhang Yuan's position, Officer Jenny didn't even need to spend too much time to confirm what Zhang Yuan said. Since it is the words of the Chief Inspector of Interpol, most of them will not be biased. Officer Jenny just needs to register according to what Zhang Yuan said. After all, Zhang Yuan is the Chief Inspector, and what he said has a certain authority. Since it is a crime that Zhang Yuan said, then it must be the case. Seeing that Officer Jenny gives Zhang Yuan face like this, Met Professional can probably know that Zhang Yuan is not only an international policeman, but even has a certain authority and status in the international policeman. But if Mets knew that Zhang Yuan not only had a certain authority and status, but was even the Inspector General, he would have been shocked. "I didn't didn't expect you to actually be an Interpol. Met's professor looked at Zhang Yuan and said, I've been told I am. Zhang Yuan gave Met professional a roll of eyes. Met's professor stuck out his tongue, and he quickly said goodbye to Zhang Yuan. Since Zhang Yuan is an Interpol and his position is not low, then there is no need to worry too much about Relicanth in Zhang Yuan's hand. At least not just a furry kid who just wants to collect rare Pokemon. Zhang Yuan sighed in relief when he saw that Met professional had left. Fortunately, this professor is the same as what I imagine. It is in existence in a small school. To say that it exists in the Shogakukan, the meaning is very simple. That is, it is very simple, kind, and has no scheming. That's right, even if it's not the protagonist, there will always be such a group of people in this kind of sub-consecration story. The professor didn't watch Zhang Yuan turn over Relicanth, which means that he believed Zhang Yuan because of his identity. Now Lilith looked at Mes professional who left with a look of surprise. Does this person not believe that his brother is an Interpol? Lilith asked. There will always be people who don't believe in people. There's no way around this. It's enough if you want to believe me. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Lilith, but obviously brother has a police badge. Lilith was still a little bit incomprehensible. Sometimes people always have to witness to believe, and there is no way to do that. If nothing else, Zhang Yuan's magic trick is quite good. We have already detained these 3 people, but we don't know what organization they are. It seems that we still need to ask them carefully. Officer Jenny said to Zhang Yuan. Understood. They are all wearing the same clothes. They should be an organization. I received a message from my colleagues at Interpol saying that Hoenn region has an organization and may move. Probably this group of people. Zhang Yuan said casually. Wearing the same clothes. No matter how you look at it, it should be someone from a certain organization. After Officer Jenny returns, he should be able to investigate slowly. Brother, why don't you go back to the hotel to rest for a while? The sensible Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan and asked. Zhang Yuan nodded. Yes, it's almost 8 o'clock now. If I don't rest for a while, I am afraid that I will be able to explain my behavior after cultivating all night. Zhang Yuan nodded quickly, returned to his room, and then began to rest. Lilith, on the other hand, was very well behaved. She didn't say a word. She just opened her book and read. In these few incidents, she can probably know that her knowledge of Pokemon is still very poor. Even after restoring power to the Pokemon Center under her helping hand, Lilith felt that she knew too little about Pokemon. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Yuan woke up and went to the front desk to check out. After asking about the distance, Zhang Yuan thought for a while. If he could reach Petalburg City in the evening, then he and Lilith would just set off like this. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan realized that he didn't need to go by himself at all. He had Pokemon. Just like he used Charizard to chase Team Magma yesterday, he can also use Charizard to go to Petalburg City now. After thinking of this, Zhang Yuan immediately took Lilith and rode on Charizard's body, and in a very short time quickly arrived at Petalburg City. Chapter 334 Petalburg City. With Oldale Town and Littleroot Town, Petalburg City is indeed a place that can be called a city. The bustling Petalburg City. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but walk a few more steps on the street before heading to gym. While walking on the street, Zhang Yuan probably heard it. Almost everyone was talking about the new gym leader in Petalburg City. That was May's father, Norman. Of course Zhang Yuan remembered this setting. May came to Littleroot Town to live after his father's transfer, and his father, Norman, naturally stayed in Petalburg City, adding problems to the trainers who came here. That is, when Zhang Yuan was walking like this, he immediately met Ash with a confused face. Pikachu on Ash's shoulders has returned to health. It seems that in Petalburg City there are indeed instruments and equipment that can help hand to Pikachu. This made Zhang Yuan heave a sigh of relief. Although Pikachu is not his own Pokemon, at least he grew up watching Pikachu, so of course I don't want any problems with Pikachu. Yo Zhang Yuan. After seeing Zhang Yuan, Ash immediately greeted him and looked at Zhang Yuan to say hello. What's wrong, Ash? Zhang Yuan asked. It's like this. Something happened, Ash said with some embarrassment. May said she had something to go first and then I couldn't find Jim. When Ash said this, Zhang Yuan's face instantly turned black. Are you lost? This is it. But if it's May, you should be familiar with Jim in Petalburg City. After all, it is his father's gym. Even if you haven't been there, you should know where you are. So poor as Ash. When I came to Petalburg City for the first time, I didn't know where I should go, but May, the local I could rely on, left. What did she do? Zhang Yuan asked. I don't know, but I just ran away, and then I followed the navigation to the Pokemon hospital. After Pikachu was cured, he was a little happy and ran around. When he came back, he couldn't find his way, Ash said with some embarrassment. After all, such a big person, if you get lost, it is indeed a big smile. So you were the culprit, Zhang Yuan said while pinching Pikachu's face. Bika, and Pikachu seemed to be somewhat aware of what he had done wrong, and faced Zhang Yuan somewhat frustratedly. This made Ash immediately hold Pikachu in his arms a little reluctantly. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, Mass Master G is always pampering the skin god. Anyway, I got lost, but luckily I met you. You should know where to go. Ash looked at Zhang Yuan expectantly. Zhang Yuan sighed. Anyway, he knew that in Ash's eyes, he could be regarded as a kind of omnipotent existence. I don't know, Zhang Yuan said, but if it's just the gym in Petalburg City, I know where to go. Zhang Yuan took a breath, disappointing Ash. It's just a place to rest a day. I still don't know where to go. Seeing Zhang Yuan say this, Ash was relieved. It seems that this person is the Zhang Yuan that he knows, and he will be a little depressed because of living. It's still early. The hotel will always have it. Let's go to the gym first. Ash said so, and Lilith quickly agreed. Lilith also wanted to know where the gym in Petalburg City was. If the gym can be found, Lilith would also like to know the situation of the gym here. Zhang Yuan nodded. He took Ash and the others to the gym in Petalburg City, and standing at the door of this gym is a little boy. The little boy looked at Zhang Yuan and Lilith solemnly, with his hands on his hip, and asked proudly, "What are you doing here? What are you here for?" "Of course I'm here to challenge Jim." Zhang Yuan made his request without saying a word. "I'm here to challenge Jim," Zhang Yuan said. "Really? Then let's see how strong you are." The little boy looked at Zhang Yuan and took out his Pokeball. "Wait, we're here to challenge Jim, not to fight you?" Asking for flowers, Ash said with a smile. Zhang Yuan didn't even know how to complain about Master G. After all, as an era when Misty Brock can become gym leader, Master G actually had doubts at this time because of the other party's age. If I had to say it, Max was just over a year younger than Ash. However, Ash's attitude of, "Where are your parents, little brother?" at this time made Zhang Yuan suddenly not know how to complain. "I am gym leader," Max said solemnly. "Well, let's call Norman out." Zhang Yuan sighed. Although it is said that the other party is not necessarily a child, maybe it is a talented boy who can become gym leader, but in fact Zhang Yuan still knows the name of gym leader in Petalburg City. That's Norman. That is May's father. As for Mac, it is May's younger brother. Zhang Yuan can still know this basic knowledge, so it is basically impossible for Mac to fool Zhang Yuan. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Mac took 2 steps back and asked in disbelief, "How do you know my father is Norman?" "So your father is the leader, right?" the petty bourgeoisie asked earnestly. This time did Max realize that he had said the wrong thing and had actually revealed his true identity. "I wanted to pretend I was the leader and try my ability, but I didn't expect it to be foresight." "Damn, I didn't say anything," Max said quickly, but his words had exposed the fact that he had deceived Zhang Yuan. It's not a good habit to lie at a young age. Zhang Yuan took a step forward, rubbed Max's head and said. Max looked at Zhang Yuan, a little shocked, and asked a question after a long time. You won't be that one champion of the Quartz Alliance?" When Max asked this, Zhang Yuan nodded, acknowledging the high hat that Max gave him. He is indeed champion, and at this time Max is not so arrogant in an instant. Chapter 335 Family Champion of the Quartz Alliance. Max immediately looked at Zhang Yuan with admiration. Zhang Yuan thought that as the champion of another region, he should have no small fans in the Hoenn region. It seemed that he was wrong. Even in Hoenn region, it has its own small fan. "That one, I'm Max, the leader's son here." Max suddenly looked at Zhang Yuan with respect and said. Not only did he speak respectfully, he even stood at attention. "And don't forget to take a bow. Can you give me an autograph?" Zhang Yuan smiled and nodded. Signatures like this are rare. However, this person admitted that he was the leader's son Max without covering it up. 577. This made Zhang Yuan a little surprised. Zhang Yuan looked at Max, and Max quickly took out his signed version. After Zhang Yuan signed, Max also invited Zhang Yuan and Ash to the gym. "I'm sorry, my father and mother went out in the morning and haven't come back," Max explained. "Why don't you just wait here for a while?" Since Max has said so, of course Zhang Yuan is more respectful than obedient. After all, he has nowhere to go, and Max has been around Zhang Yuan all the time. As he said, Zhang Yuan is his idol. Now that he sees his idol, of course, as a fan, he is very excited. This made Ash a little aggrieved. He was obviously the one who traveled with Zhang Yuan, but at this moment he seemed to be completely excluded from this chat circle, and Lilith immediately became another central figure by virtue of being Zhang Yuan's younger sister. "Why are you impersonating the leader?" Lilith asked curiously. "My goal is to be a Pokemon breeder, to be someone who knows Pokemon better than anyone, so I want to give it a try, and try how good I can be while Dad isn't around," Max said solemnly. "Is that so?" Lilith looked at Max, and he let Lilith find her own shadow in him. She also wanted to prove how far she could reach, so she traveled with her brother. Now on this trip, Lilith has learned a lot. "Why don't you travel together too?" Lilith said. If your father was gym leader, he would have agreed. Lilith's words seemed to fuel Max's hope, and Max nodded as if he had made up his mind. Then came the voice of, "I'm back," from the door. It was a girl's voice, not like Norman's or his wife's voice, but like May. Since May is also Norman's daughter and Max's sister, it is normal for him to go to gym in Petalburg City. Damn it. Matt said something dissatisfied. No swearing, Lilith reminded. This made John Yuan feel like he didn't know what to say. Angel Lilith character seemed to be a bit too much. We're back to Matt have guessed. Norman and Mitsuko also shouted, and immediately the shoes at the door let Norman know that there was a visitor. Yes, it's the champion of the Quartz Alliance to challenge Jim, Max shouted. Obviously, in Max's eyes, there is no Ash at all, and there is only John Yuan, the champion of the Quartz Alliance. This made Ash even more depressed. Hearing that it was champion, May immediately ran into the back room and laughed when she saw John Yuan. I knew it was you, my father, Norman, and my mother, Mitsuko. May looked at John Yuan and began to introduce Father Norman as the leader of this gym. When May said this, Lilith and Ash were shocked. They knew that Max was Jim's son, but they didn't expect May to be gym leader's daughter. Mention May's appearances along the way, and she doesn't seem to know much about Pokemon, which makes Ash even more curious. Are you siblings? Ash asked. Who is her younger brother? Someone who doesn't even know the stat restraint of Pokemon, Max said with disgust. The look of disgust on his face like this clearly shows that Max is May's younger brother. Otherwise, how could he possibly know that May is a person who can't even distinguish between attributes and restraint? That's right, May is a person who can't even distinguish between attributes and restraint, and she is such a girl, but she is gym leader's daughter. What if I can't tell the difference? It's better than you little bastard. Although May is somewhat aware that her statement is somewhat unreasonable, she is also someone who is not willing to admit defeat verbally, and immediately refuted the past. If it's a normal person, forget it. Your father is gym leader. You must know this. Mac didn't show weakness either, and immediately stomped back. Seeing her younger brother beating herself up, May was even more angry. Even if you say that, I'm a trainer now, and I'll learn things I didn't know before with Torchic. It's better than you without a Pokemon. May shouted angrily, but that sentence really hit Mac's sore spot. As a person who loves Pokemon, the fact that there are Pokemon so far is a big blow. Isn't it a Pokemon? I will have one too. Mac said a little aggrieved. Okay, May, you've gone too far. Although it's not a big deal to say that siblings quarrel, but now that it's too much, it's necessary for Norman to say a few words. And May, who knew that she was going too far, immediately lowered her head and didn't say a word. Instead, John Yuan was a little curious. Since you don't have any Pokemon, what did you take out at the gate of gym before? What are you going to fight with us? Seeing John Yuan's question, Max immediately took a few steps back, ready to slip away. Chapter 336 It's fun. Seeing May shut up, Mac didn't say much. After Ash and John Yuan glanced at each other, John Yuan stepped forward and said to Norman, "Then we're here to challenge Jim." John Yuan's words made Norman stunned for a while, but Mitsuko took John Yuan's words instead. Okay, some of the people here are not here to challenge Jim, but it's not this time either, Mitsuko said while raising the bag in her hand. It contains the ingredients for tonight. The couple went out this time to prepare the ingredients for the evening. After all, gym leader is not challenged every day, and Mitsuko charm, Norman, of course, is going out to buy food with his wife. Yes, you are May's friends, right? Norman said to John Yuan with a smile. Anyway, the challenge of the dojo is not in a hurry. Why don't you have dinner first? When Norman said this, John Yuan had no reason to refuse. In the past few days, I have eaten in the restaurant, or it is dry food. The meals made by housewives are rarely eaten, but for John Yuan, it is a captivate of 17 years old. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. Ha 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 ha, this kid. Norman rubbed John Yuan's head. In Norman's eyes, John Yuan is still a 10-year-old child, and embarking on a journey is certainly something to be commended, but it cannot change the essence of him still being a child. Perhaps in Norman's eyes, he is more important than Jim's challenger, but his daughter's friend. John Yuan was too lazy to say anything. Instead, he directly started to ask what system the gym in Norman Petalburg City was using. The 3-on-3 challenge, Norman said solemnly. Hearing what Norman said, Ash's expression darkened immediately. He came to Hoenn region. He brought only one Pokemon. And May, of course, she never thought about challenging her father at all. May, who grew up watching her father's shows since she was a child, even if she knew what kind of trainer she planned to become, she would not have vainly wanted to defeat her father when she first set out on the journey. Unfortunately, I only have Pikachu traveling with me now. Ash touched Pikachu's head and said, I also passed the pass just at the beginning. After I exercise, I will definitely come over and give my father a satisfactory answer. May also directly passed away his role. Then May and Ash looked at John Yuan, and John Yuan looked back at Lilith. Lilith, with Honita, Silcoon, and Lilliput, was undoubtedly qualified to challenge, but Lilith looked at John Yuan together with May and Ash. She also cares about John Yuan's choice. After all, if her brother didn't plan to challenge, then Lilith wouldn't be in the mood to challenge. As for John Yuan, since the person who came here is safe, and his Pokemon are all in his bag, of course he will not give up the opportunity of this challenge. It's their business that Ash and May can't challenge. John Yuan will definitely challenge challenge. I still have mine. I just don't know what you mean. Zhang Yuan looked at Norman. Ha ha ha. Since someone is challenging, Jim certainly welcomes it before closing time. Norman smiled and looked at Zhang Yuan. This was the first time he had met a child who would ask gym leader if he would accept the challenge. It's great. I can see my father and the Quartz Alliance champion. Seeing that Norman and Zhang Yuan both had the idea of fighting, the happiest one was probably Mac. Mac jumped straight up. Norman was the person Max admired the most since childhood, and Zhang Yuan was the champion of the Quartz Alliance. Although there are many districts in Japan, and each district has its own champion, but as long as champion is Mac's idol, and his idol fights against the person he admired most since childhood, it is definitely a joy for Mac. It's nice to be able to just watch. Oh, you are the champion of the Kanto region Quartz Alliance. Norman looked at Zhang Yuan and asked. Norman had heard that champion of the Quartz Alliance was a young and promising person, but he didn't expect that the other party actually came to the Hoenn region where he was. Have you challenged the Big Four elite? Norman asked. Zhang Yuan shook his head. He didn't give up the challenge of the four elite because he thought he couldn't beat it. It's troublesome, and I don't think I'm worse than them. Zhang Yuan's serious appearance made Norman couldn't help laughing. He didn't feel that he was inferior to the four elites and hadn't challenged yet. He just didn't know what this kid was thinking. Okay, alright, I know about Pokemon and battles. Although I live in a gym at home, there is no need to put all work on the dining table. After preparing dinner, Mitsuko said to her husband a little unhappy. 687 When she was talking about the dinner table, of course she meant that dinner was ready, and they were waiting for them to eat. Let me tell you, don't talk about battles or work at the dinner table. Although everyone knew that everyone gathered because they were interested in Pokemon, for Mitsuko, they were still friends of her daughter before they became trainers. Compared with the topic of Pokemon, of course they care more about topics related to their life, but Mitsuko's wishful thinking failed. At the dinner table, after just 2 rounds of chatting, their topic shifted to Pokemon again. This made Mitsuko a little helpless. After all, in front of her is a son who is very interested and fanatical about Pokemon, a husband who is gym leader, and a daughter who has just become a trainer. Zhang Yuan, Lilith and Ash, they are Pokemon trainers who came to challenge Jim, champion of the Quartz Alliance. Of course, the fanatical fan of Max is grabbing Zhang Yuan and asking questions, so Mitsuko's original plan to get to know May's friends' dinner turned into a Pokemon discussion meeting. Chapter 337 Communication. This chat is hilarious. Time flies fast. When dinner was over, they realized that it was past 9 o'clock when there were 2 more people who wanted to challenge Jim today. Even if Jim is closed, it won't stop Gym leader from going to the challenge. But at this point in time, it is indeed time for the bear children to rest, especially the 2 bear children Lilith and Mac. It is time to rest long ago. It's getting late today. Why don't you stay here and let's play the challenge tomorrow? Because of the fun chatting, Norman didn't feel much in the mood to accept the challenge. He looked at Zhang Yuan and roughly understood why Zhang Yuan would say that he was no worse than the 4 elite. As a child, Zhang Yuan's knowledge is very rich. Even as a gym leader, a leader who knows Pokemon better than others feels a little ashamed. This also led to Norman not having enough energy to fight Zhang Yuan today. Zhang Yuan can also understand Norman's point. He must have spent more time digesting his knowledge of himself and the Pokemon he was talking about. After all, as an excellent gym leader, after knowing his own shortcomings, of course he will want to make up for it. Zhang Yuan knew that Norman was definitely an excellent gym leader, so he needed some time to digest the new knowledge about Pokemon he had just received. Because it is in the gym, there are still many rooms. Although it is not comparable to any 5-star hotel, there are still simple rooms for one person. After returning to his room, Zhang Yuan decided to deal with the 2 things he put aside. One of the things was contacting Ken to talk about Team Magma. He has no way and does not intend to conduct all the investigations alone. After all, if everything is done by oneself, then this Interpol team will be too bad. On the other hand, Zhang Yuan had to ask Boss Giovanni what he thought about sending Team Rocket to Hoenn region, but he should have sent Jesse James back to Kanto directly. Zero Boss. Seeing Zhang Yuan contact him, Ken was a little excited. After all, Zhang Yuan caught 3 Team Magma's subordinates in the Hoenn region. They all already knew. As soon as he asked Zhang Yuan did this, which made everyone feel that Zhang Yuan was very powerful. Zhang Yuan's reputation in Interpol increased a bit. You should have received my gift. Zhang Yuan said was undoubtedly his own Team Magma members who were caught by him. Yes, it really is our sheriff. The efficiency is fast. When Ken said this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt embarrassed. It's not that I'm efficient at doing things myself, but what can I do if I happen to encounter the other party's rape and criminal offense? Of course, I'll catch it first. Since he just caught the other party as a rapist, he would naturally ask clearly. It's just a pity that Team Magma didn't tell him anything. So Zhang Yuan probably learned some clues from the behavior of the members of Team Magma. The first is that they are looking for some ancient ruin for something. Then Zhang Yuan directly threw the clue to Ken. If I told them everything and said everything, then this hanging is too much. After learning these clues, Ken also ordered other Interpol to investigate the matter. At this time, Zhang Yuan hung up Ken's contact but immediately contacted other people. That's the boss Sakamoto. When contacting boss Sakamoto, he was teasing his Persian. Persian is what Meowth wants to be the most, but in order to learn human language, Meowth gave up the chance of evolution, and he probably will never be able to become Persian in his entire life. Well, what's your dissatisfaction with my contribution to Team Rockets in the Kanto region? Charge of Team Rockets in the Kanto region. Team Rocket still belonged to the boss of Sakamoto. Seeing Zhang Yuan say this, boss Sakamoto, of course, immediately began to deny the statement. No, of course not. Boss Sakamoto said, quote, if you use your method to rule the world, I think I will be able to take this world into my hands soon. I am a little curious. It is true that you do not have resources, but as long as you are given a little bit with time, you will become very powerful. Because Zhang Yuan's behavior in the Kanto region has completely opened the eyes of boss Sakamoto, so he became more and more curious. He knew Zhang Yuan's ability, but what he didn't know was that he was so powerful, which is why Mr. Sakamoto talked to Zhang Yuan like this. So why don't you want to develop your own power? Zhang Yuan was a little surprised by the question of boss Sakamoto. It was clear that he started to ask, but at this time it became the situation where he was being asked. This is very simple. Zhang Yuan thought for a while and replied, I don't need to develop my own power, because I am a power myself. If you want to use cluster thinking to prove your ability, well, better then use cluster thinking, but this mode of thinking does not for me. Zhang Yuan's words completely blocked boss Sakamoto's mouth. Indeed, Zhang Yuan's realm is much higher than his. You can control everything with your own power. Even a genius wouldn't say it so easily, but Zhang Yuan can speak it out. The main reason is probably because he understands and values his actions enough. Let Zhang Yuan know that he can do it. Also, Zhang Yuan sighed and said to boss Sakamoto, since he is an existence that can regard himself as a force, then he will never let boss Sakamoto just leave the topic like this. I said you haven't gotten back to my question yet. Chapter 338 Ready. Zhang Yuan said this. Sakamoto boss eyed, and he knew what he should do. I see. Boss Sakamoto said, it's nothing, but I just want them to help investigate some things. It's just to investigate some things, but it has already made a lot of people move, which makes Zhang Yuan a little curious. I already knew about Team Magma and Team Aqua in the Hoenn region, but I just didn't know what they were thinking and what they wanted to do. Boss Sakamoto didn't plan to hide Zhang Yuan. Perhaps it was because Zhang Yuan himself had already proved his ability, so at this time boss Sakamoto felt that even if he concealed anything, he couldn't cover up anything. Instead, he gave up his struggle and started to tell it all. Is that thing important? Zhang Yuan asked. Well, after all, it's about the origin of Pokemon. The two organizations are very interested in it and have studied it for a long time. Boss Sakamoto's purpose is very simple. That is to take the content of the other party's research for a long time into his own hands at this time. This made 717 Zhang Yuan a little curious. After all, he could understand the reason why boss Sakamoto did this, but what Zhang Yuan couldn't understand was why boss Sakamoto sent Jesse James to do this. The abilities in Team Rocket, the two of them should have nothing to do with the best at all, let alone in a new place. He met Jesse James before. Zhang Yuan realized how stupid the two of them were beyond ordinary people. Then you can't send those two idiots here. Zhang Yuan's incomprehension and directness made boss Sakamoto laugh instantly. Very well, I am one step ahead of you in this matter. Ha 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 ha. Boss Sakamoto's smile made Zhang Yuan a little unhappy. In fact, it's a simple matter. Although these three people are stupid to say they are stupid, their loyalty to Team Rocket cannot be ignored. Zhang Yuan can admit this. So no matter what they do, it's going to be done for Team Rockets and my order. So no matter how stupid they do, helping hand us to understand the purpose of Team Magma and Team Aqua. Boss Sakamoto said this, but Zhang Yuan didn't have anything else to say. After all, it's so reasonable. I am speechless, but Zhang Yuan's face is full of lingering. Zhang Yuan shook his head, knowing that he couldn't convince boss Sakamoto, and of course there was no need to convince him. I just threw them back to the Kanto region. When Zhang Yuan said this, boss Sakamoto was done. He didn't know the opponent's ability to resist attack, so when Zhang Yuan said this, he thought it was just a metaphor and description, and it couldn't be the real situation. Did they go back so easily? Yeah, my Charizard is thrown back at random. Maybe it can't fly that far, but the direction is right. Zhang Yuan's indifference made boss Sakamoto a little depressed, but soon boss Sakamoto returned to his original appearance. He expresses his loyalty to Team Rockets and will always show up again. However, as the villain of this article, and also the role of the cute villain, Zhang Yuan does not doubt this. Without seeing Jesse and James, the whole trip would be a little boring. After finishing the call with boss Sakamoto, Zhang Yuan's tasks for today were were all completed, and he happily went into his bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Zhang Yuan didn't get up early. He didn't need to be in a hurry, and no one called him. He slept lazily until morning, and when he got to the living room, Mitsuko had already prepared breakfast for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sat calmly on the chair in the living room, and was a little curious that the others were not here. Where are the others? Zhang Yuan asked. They're going to the gym, Mitsuko replied to Zhang Yuan. It turned out that Zhang Yuan was the last person to wake up, but considering the situation the day before, Lilith did not let others disturb Zhang Yuan, but let Zhang Yuan rest for a while so that Mitsuko could give Zhang Yuan a treat. Breakfast. Originally, I wanted to ridicule Zhang Yuan as a Norman who has no time and awareness in champion. After knowing that Zhang Yuan had not rested all night in order to catch the prisoner, he couldn't say anything and could only ask Mitsuko to do as he did. Mitsuko did as Lilith said, and Lilith and Ash went to gym. If Zhang Yuan is not there, Lilith can see if she can challenge Jim according to her ability and level. No matter how much Lilith admires her brother, she also hopes that she can grow up, and this growth is not based on her brother's halo and reminders but her own effort to grow. Since there is such an idea, it may be a good choice to fight in advance. Learning that Lilith and Ash went to the gym, Zhang Yuan quickly took a few bites of rice and said that he was going to the gym to see. Lilith's level may be much better than May's, but it is still a little rushed to challenge Jim. Although it was said that the first gym challenge could be challenged again after May and Ash came back, Zhang Yuan was still a little worried about his sister. When she arrived at the gym leader venue, Lilith had already sat down in a chair on the side with her head down, and there was an aura of not approaching. If you think about it with your knees, you can tell that Lilith lost this battle. But just like Lilith, Ash sat next to Lilith, but he didn't comfort Lilith, just hugged Pikachu in his arms. He also lost the battle. Do you want to go to the Pokemon Center to treat your Pokemon first? Norman looked at Lilith and Ash and said, isn't he that Ash ineligible? Zhang Yuan's first reaction was Ash's qualification. After all, Lilith would lose. Zhang Yuan had expected from the beginning. Chapter 339 Play. Seeing Zhang Yuan has doubt, Norman said with a smile, I used Vigoroth to play with Xiaoji. Norman said lightly, a sentence. Zhang Yuan was probably able to know the result. The primary school male protagonist who has dominated the screen for more than 10 years should know his inadequacies in Pokemon under Vigoroth's training. So it's almost my turn. Or does your Pokemon need a break? Norman touched the satchel on his belt, and his Pokeball was on his fanny pack. Perhaps because Ash and Lilith were not good opponents, Norman still seemed to be at ease after defeating Ash and Lilith. After a while, Norman's expression changed. He touched his waist for a while, and then looked at Zhang Yuan and smiled bitterly. You wait. Immediately afterward, Norman shouted into the room inside. Max is also in the gym on weekdays, but this time because Zhang Yuan and the others borrowed from the gym, they also stayed. So when Norman yelled, Max immediately ran out of it and ran to his father in a flash. Zhang Yuan didn't know why Norman was so angry, but Zhang Yuan knew it in the next second. Did you take my Pokemon again? Norman looked at Max and asked. Max bowed his head a little embarrassedly. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly thought, May said that Max has no Pokemon. No matter how much he likes Pokemon and how much knowledge he has learned, he is not a trainer, and of course there is no way to have Pokemon. Max, who has no Pokemon, proposed a Pokemon battle when Zhang Yuan and Ash first arrived at gym, and said that he was the leader of gym. Then naturally there is a question, where did his Pokemon come from? Because he was too happy chatting with Norman before, but now he probably knows that Max probably stole his father's Pokemon and pretended to be gym leader. Didn't you take Daddy's Pokemon again? May looked at Max and said, seems that there is no Pokemon, Max, and it is not the first time to do this. He nodded, took out the Pokeball he had taken, and handed it to Norman. If you can have a Pokemon, you don't have to secretly use your father's Pokemon to pretend you're gym leader. Instead, you can use your own Pokemon to learn from the trainers who come to challenge. But no, it's something that makes Max almost desperate. You're too young to be a trainer yet. Norman crouched down and rubbed Max's head. If Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, Max was 7 years old, a little younger than Lilith. He was the only child under the age of 10 among Ash's partners. Max nodded unwillingly. Then Norman looked at Zhang Yuan, paused, and smiled apologetically. Sorry to make you laugh. How about the game after an hour? Norman, who defeated Ash and Lilith just now, was somewhat confident and originally wanted to fight Zhang Yuan right away. But soon, he remembered the scene when he chatted with Zhang Yuan yesterday. This kid is not easy. His knowledge of Pokemon and the knowledge he possessed made Norman know that he couldn't just act rashly and fight Zhang Yuan. He has to be careful. Although Ash and Lilith are not a tough opponent, their Pokemon have been through 2 battles, and they are somewhat exhausted. It may be better to let them rest. Zhang Yuan nodded. Proper rest for the opponent is also a good thing. Zhang Yuan is not a person who will take advantage of danger, let alone in this kind of battle that he thinks he will definitely win. Zhang Yuan will never use any mean, even if he fights while the opponent is tired. Method will not be used. Then Zhang Yuan went to see Lilith, asking for flowers. Lilith's condition has improved a lot. She took out her small notebook and recorded the battle just now. Lilith is not a person who will give up easily. Even if the trauma of failure has hit her a little bit, she can recover well. Lilith, do you want to take your Pokemon to rest as well? There should be corresponding measures in the gym. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, you can also ask the leader how to use Pokemon. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lilith was stunned for a while. She had never thought of this method. Is it really possible? Yeah, although it is true that you are an opponent in battle, gym leader is not an ordinary opponent, and their rich experience will not be stingy to teach the trainer. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Lilith immediately followed Norman, and May and Max also followed, and Ash, of course, went inside for Helping Hand's own Pikachu recovery. Now Zhang Yuan is a little regretful that he came here too busy, because Aunt Mitsuko's delicious food has not been well enjoyed by himself. It will arrive in an hour soon. Zhang Yuan and Norman arrived at the dojo venue, and in front of Zhang Yuan, Norman used Spinda. Spinda is a general type Pokemon that can use psychic type attack. Very cute. If it is used and cultivated well enough, it can indeed become a good Pokemon, but not the type that Zhang Yuan would cultivate. Seeing Spinda, Zhang Yuan was a little lost. According to his memory, the Pokemon that Norman really interested him were Vigoroth and Slacking. He once even wondered if Norman was the only kind of Pokemon. After all, both Vigoroth and Slacking were made from Slakoth evolution, and Norman happened to have a Slakoth. Zhang Yuan once thought he opened a Slakoth zoo. I just didn't expect that the one I encountered was Spinda. Chapter 340 Spinda vs Virizion. Since the other party was using Spinda, Zhang Yuan first released his Virizion. Because of his care, Virizion has returned to his usual state. However, it was the first divine beast that he had conquered in the Hoenn region. Whether it can be used by myself is still a question, and it would be better to play against Spinda at this time. As for the latter, Zhang Yuan has considered Dragonite or Charizard. Since it is a 3v3 battle, both sides have the opportunity to use 3 Pokemon. Zhang Yuan conservatively estimates that he can solve it by using 2 Pokemon himself. Premise is that she knows Virizion well enough and she can follow her command. After all, as a Virizion who will be kidnapped by human traffickers, 173 should be very young. You can't expect too much power from her. Plus there is no level division in the game in real life. It's even more troublesome. If Virizion could have the same level as he imagined, but if not, Zhang Yuan would use another Pokemon. Seeing it was Virizion, Norman froze for a moment. This is a rare Pokemon that can only be found in the Hoenn region, and it's hard to get hold of. Able to lower Virizion's defenses is inherently difficult, let alone capturing it. Norman felt that using Spinda himself might be the right thing to do. Spinda's actions are by themselves not completely predictable. It seems that because of the genetic mutation, Spinda is not able to see the world as normal Pokemon, which will cause this to happen. He clearly wanted to walk normally, but because the things in front of him kept shaking, his walking became crooked. Of course, the attacks and the trainer's word can still be understood during the battle. Just for this reason, the hit rate is very low. Spinda's low hit rate is not a strange thing, and it is not a shortcoming, because when Spinda has a low hit rate, other Pokemon attack Spinda with a low hit rate. Zhang Yuan is very clear about this. His knowledge of Pokemon can even be done without Pokédex. Virizion, with Leaf Blade. It's not easy for Spinda to hit this point, and Zhang Yuan is also very clear about this. If it is not very easy to do a fixed-point attack, then turn the attack into a large-scale attack. That's the case with Virizion's Leaf Blade. The plural leaves attacked the opponent like sharp sword. Immediately afterward, Norman also issued his own orders. Avoid them. Spinda staggered, as if trying to dodge, but because his body was too swaying, he couldn't dodge any attack accurately. The more you try to dodge, the more you will involve yourself in the attack. But because Spinda wobbles when walking, even if it has already involved itself, its wobbly appearance really dodged most of the Leaf Blade. This way of dodging made Zhang Yuan feel dumbfounded for a moment. However, there is nothing wrong with Zhang Yuan's judgment. He has already analyzed that Virizion's attacks will not completely hit Spinda, so he can calculate the current scene. After Spinda was attacked, he began to stagger towards Virizion. Zhang Yuan remembers correctly, Spinda does have sneak attack skill. Although Spinda's attack hit rate is not high, but if it is a sneak attack skill, the attack after the approaching Virizion can be hit even if the hit rate is low. But Zhang Yuan never thought that this Spinda is not an ordinary Spinda. It's Norman's Spinda. As a gym leader, Norman will of course give full play to Spinda's features, and then use this feature to make up for Spinda's shortcoming. Hit rate too low, then just exercise. If you can't move well, then you can dodge while shaking and get close to the enemy. Spinda's shaking characteristics are not simply caused by visual factors in gene but also have enhanced intuition and sensitivity to enemy attack. Are situations where Spinda can play to its advantage. Spinda staggered close to Virizion and at the same time grabbed Virizion's attack, and Zhang Yuan hurriedly issued another order. Virizion, distance, use magical leaf. Virizion's magical leaf is like a tracking missile. Even if Spinda is swaying, it can dodge the attack, but if it is a tracking type attack, it is not so easy to dodge. Following Zhang Yuan's instructions, Virizion quickly pulled away and attacked Spinda. Spinda didn't even pay attention to this magical leaf's attack. Virizion was actually taken away by poachers when he was a little Pokemon, so some skills cannot be mastered perfectly. The magical leaf skill, although Virizion can be used, is not very powerful. 2.6 Spinda did not dodge directly. It approached Virizion with lightning speed. Virizion is called a holy swordsman, and it beat is no problem. It quickly retreated and quickly got out of Spinda's attack range, but magical leaf directly aimed at Spinda and attacked it. Spinda shook and dodged magical leaf's attack, but because it was a tracking attack, Spinda didn't dodge completely. And Virizion's magical leaf, because there is no way to play the effect it should have, it causes the attack power to be not very large. Spinda being hit by magical leaf didn't stop it from swaying towards Virizion, but because of the swaying, it didn't approach Virizion but walked towards Zhang Yuan. Chapter 341 Spinda attacks. Spinda, who was rushing towards him and was stunned. He knew that Spinda could not walk in a straight line because of a genetic problem. There is even a particularly cute setting, that is, in Pokédex there is even a statement similar to, actually it wants to walk in a straight line. This almost foul way of showing cuteness is Spinda's license. Spinda staggered and walked towards Zhang Yuan. This made Virizion run directly in Spinda's direction, blocking Spinda and Zhang Yuan. For Virizion, Spinda is its own opponent, that is, a lethal presence. Its lethality will hurt itself, then it will definitely hurt Zhang Yuan. Virizion's thinking mode is very simple. Zhang Yuan is the one who saved himself, so Virizion will also put Zhang Yuan's safety first. Norman didn't know why his Spinda suddenly started walking towards Zhang Yuan, but since the opponent's Virizion has entered the attack range of 17 Spinda, of course, Norman would not miss this opportunity. After all, from his previous contact, Norman knew that Zhang Yuan was not an ordinary child, and his knowledge of Pokemon might be even richer than his own. To mention that when I first came to Hoenn region, the Pokemon I used at the beginning was actually the mythical beast Virizion. This made Norman unable to let his guard down, and at this time, of course, Norman would not miss this opportunity. Spinda, right now, feint attack. After Zhang Yuan heard the name of this move, he didn't know how to complain. Spinda has sneak attack skills. Zhang Yuan knows it. What is the difference between a sneak attack and this feint attack? Zhang Yuan is completely incomprehensible, but Spinda understood, and immediately took a step forward and used a series of punches directly at Virizion. Because it's just something that can be done in 2 steps, Spinda isn't wobbly this time around. Stay away from Virizion, Zhang Yuan shouted. Virizion quickly pulled away, and it was at this moment that Norman shouted, "Copycat!" Spinda started using the magical leaf right away. As a normal type Pokemon, Zhang Yuan was a little surprised to be able to use this imitated move, and it's not simply imitating the opponent's normal attack, but imitating the opponent's attribute attack, which is also very rare. It may be very easy to do in the game, but in reality, the ability of Pokemon to cross attributes is still a bit troublesome. However, after all, it imitated Virizion's attack. Spinda's magical leaf's ability is not very strong, plus Virizion itself is a grass-type Pokemon. Grass-type attacks are inherently ineffective for Virizion, let alone it is said that Virizion itself cannot use magical leaf very well. Spinda's magical leaf attack, aside from making Zhang Yuan and Virizion a little surprised, was useless. Spinda stepped back. After unleashing this continuous attack, Norman quickly pulled Spinda back. Spinda immediately retreated to Norman's side, and its seriousness actually made its mosquito-repellent-like eyes begin to look a little fascinated and serious. This seriousness made Zhang Yuan know for a moment how much a gym leader can do. It must be very fond of Pokemon. People who love Pokemon can cultivate a Spinda to this point, but anyway, it's already the limit. Spinda's racial value plus her attributes limit its development. This is what led to Spinda in front of Virizion. Even if he can attack unexpectedly, it is only the degree of attacking. Virizion, use quick attack. Zhang Yuan immediately gave orders to Virizion. Virizion, just like Spinda had done to himself before, quickly flashed in front of Spinda. Unlike Spinda, Virizion is a mythical beast known for its agility, and its quick attack speed is not comparable to Pokemon like Spinda. Virizion quickly flashed in front of Spinda, and immediately knocked Spinda out. Double kick. Zhang Yuan shouted loudly. Virizion immediately knew what his trainer meant, jumped into the air and used the double kick on Spinda. And of course Norman wouldn't let his Spinda get kicked so obediently. Tumble. Dodge! Binda! Norman shouted. Mac, who was watching from the side, was a little excited. He held his breath and looked at Norman and Zhang Yuan. Such a hot-blooded confrontation was an existence that was not felt in the previous confrontation between Ash and Lilith. Binda 833 huddled in midair, rolled over and tried to dodge Verizion's attack. Just like what Norman said. But Verizon will not show weakness. Just like Binda will do what Norman wants it to do according to Norman's word. Verizon will also do what Zhang Yuan wants it to do according to Zhang Yuan's word. Immediately Verizon stepped down. That fell flat, and Spinda's ability to live up to Norman's expectations remains high. But the next step was not so lucky. Verizon stepped directly on Spinda's body, and Spinda immediately fell to the ground. Verizon rolled back in the air and landed on the ground. The ground even trembled. Receiving such a strong attack, Zhang Yuan felt that Spinda should also be able to exit. Spinda, which fell from midair and even smashed a hole in the ground, did not let Zhang Yuan get his wish, so he just left the stage. It wobbled and stood up again. At this point, Norman was a little surprised. He even took out the Pokeball to take back Binda, and then let the next Pokemon play. Can you still fight? Binda. Chapter 342 Final Blow. Norman asked, looking at his Spinda. This is a stupid question. If Spinda didn't want to fight, then it wouldn't stand up again. And Norman questioned himself. Binda, who was already injured. No. Binda made a sound of affirmation, and even nodded. I don't think it can keep fighting anymore, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Opponent is not a protagonist team, just a gym leader. As a gym leader, even if his Pokemon starts the perseverance mode, it is impossible for the protagonist team's perseverance mode to lock blood. Knock it away, Verizon. Zhang Yuan unceremoniously gave the order directly. After hearing Zhang Yuan's instruction, Verizon actually headed towards Spinda tackle, and Spinda flew directly into the air. Spinda flew into the air and fell to the ground again, unable to get up. Norman was a little surprised by the calmness of the final blow. This kind of calm and unpretentious trainer is not uncommon, at least not to fight. It is very rare. Come back, Binda. Norman calmly took back his Binda, and then looked at Zhang Yuan. Are you going to replace your own Pokemon too? In the 3v3 duel, everyone had the opportunity to try out 3 Pokemon, and even if he retired at this time, Zhang Yuan could still be regarded as winning a game. Zhang Yuan shook his head. No, I think my Verizon is getting better, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. He looked at his Verizon, and Verizon also seemed a little excited, his hooves on the ground, as if he was saying his victory declaration. That's it. Norman didn't insist, just let out his Vigoroth. It's time for a friendly duel with Ash, defeating Pikachu's Pokemon. However, the real reason that Zhang Yuan was able to dike Vigoroth was not because it defeated Pishin, but because it has a skill. If Zhang Yuan remembers correctly, it is called counter. Although it is limited to physical attacks of the general type, his own attacks will be directly countered to his own Pokemon, which is what Zhang Yuan needs to pay attention to. Can't use physical attack, at least not when you're not sure about the final blow. Then there is no way to use fighting type move. After all, fighting type moves are also considered physical attack, and what's worse is that Verizon is not just a grass type Pokemon, but a fighting type Pokemon. In the Hoenn region all have some fighting ability. Zhang Yuan looked at Vigoroth, and now it seems that the main point of dealing with normal type Pokemon is to keep a distance. Yes, keep your distance. After pulling the distance, use the grass type attack to solve the opponent. Grass type attack can be ranged. This is an advantage. Vigoroth with physical attack, causing Vigoroth to use counter to return the attack. But unfortunately, Zhang Yuan did not use any learning machine for Verizon, so that Verizon should only have some skills that it should have. Although these skills were only used once on Spinda, Vigoroth didn't know what Verizon could do, but these skills also let Norman know. The Pokemon duel is not simply a duel between Pokemon, but more a duel between Pokemon trainers. Norman knows about this skill. Norman will naturally have certain countermeasures. This is what Zhang Yuan is most worried about. Zhang Yuan looked at Norman. Norman directly let Vigoroth launch a close-range attack on Verizon. Once the attack distance is narrowed, it is difficult to use the attack with unique attribute, and he has to use close-range physical attack. This is one of Norman's plan. If Zhang Yuan hadn't already known that Vigoroth could counter the opponent's physical attack, Zhang Yuan would have borrowed Verizon's speed and agility at this time to use his usual Holy Sword. Although the Holy Sword is a unique trick unique to Verizon, which is almost the reason why it is called the Holy Swordsman, but for this trick, it is not a grass-type attack but a fighting-type physical attack. For Vigoroth, of course, it is to be avoided. Verizon backed up. Leaf Blade first. Zhang Yuan immediately gave instruction. Verizon didn't know why he was backing away. Vigoroth was not a tough opponent in Verizon's eyes. It is still confident that it can directly deal with the opponent's attack, but since Zhang Yuan said so, Verizon took a step back and used the Leaf Blade. Leaf Blade is a grass-based trick that has already appeared in front of Norman. For Spinda, it may be to hide, but for Vigoroth, it didn't matter if he didn't dodge, interrupt the attack and move on. Norman gave orders to Vigoroth. After all, when facing the divine beast Virizion, the only chance for Vigoroth to win is to double Virizion's attack back to the opponent. Only in this way can there be a slight chance of victory. Qian Zhao. Otherwise, even if it hits Virizion, it won't necessarily cause any kind of damage. After all, Virizion is also a famous beast of Hoenn region. However, if it was Virizion's own attack, it would be another matter. Not to mention a double return, rather than a simple rebound attack. Absolutely the only powerful weapon capable of defeating a beast like Virizion. Roar. Vigoroth roared, and directly eliminated the leaf blades in front of him. These leaf blades are grass-type attacks anyway, and although they don't have special attacks on normal-type Pokemon, their attack power won't decrease. Even if Vigoroth mashed the attack to the ground at Norman's request, they still took some damage. Then Norman gave another order. Chapter 343. Approaching aggressively. Use Fury Swipe. Vigoroth moved aggressively towards Virizion. It was as if in response to the expectations of its own trainer, it started using Fury Swipes on Virizion. Without too many plans, it was just a simple trick used against the opponent in front of him, and Vigoroth attacked Virizion several times. Zhang Yuan's order did not retreat. Since the opponent's purpose is to make Virizion physically attack, then it is better to let the opponent succeed. After all, at this time, if his Virizion retreated again, it would be too inconsistent with his champion image. Virizion is fine. Use takedown. Zhang Yuan shouted to Virizion. Virizion took a step back again, opened a little distance, and took down the opponent. Of course, it's just that takedown can't end. Zhang Yuan immediately gave the next order. Quick attack. Zhang Yuan immediately gave the order, and Virizion also dashed towards the other party quickly. Quick attack requires high agility, and Virizion's agility as a holy swordsman is absolutely enough. Before Virizion approached the opponent, Zhang Yuan directly issued another order. The next thing is Holy Sword 313. Zhang Yuan's orders came in a series of orders. Virizion immediately followed Zhang Yuan's order, and immediately attacked the poor Vigoroth. Endure. Vigoroth. The series of attacks made Norman panic. Under normal circumstances, no matter what secret weapon Vigoroth had, he would be incapacitated by this attack. But that's why Norman made Vigoroth endure. Endure is an extremely difficult trick to activate. Difficulty is proportional to how buggy it is. Why is it a bug? Because the Pokemon that uses endure will have 1 horsepower left no matter what when it receives the next attack. Of course, in reality, there is no such thing as HP, so the so-called endure is likely to be the real endure. Vigoroth endure took this series of attacks. Even Virizion's attack can be a fatal blow to any Pokemon, but Vigoroth is endure, and he can BHBJ attack Virizion again. Now it's Virizion's turn to suck. The series of attacks it just made were, for Vigoroth, a one-time injury, and this injury gave Vigoroth the opportunity to counter it directly. Counter. What an open-ended move this is. Appearing at this time is like an existence that wants to put Virizion to death, and Norman used this move without hesitation. Vigoroth. Counter. Norman shouted. Then Vigoroth released the wounds that Virizion had just released on his body, and doubled it back to Virizion. If it wasn't for Vigoroth's success in launching Endure, Vigoroth must have fallen to the ground at this time and lost his ability to fight. However, because Endure was successful, Vigoroth did not lose his fighting ability but further attacked Virizion. As for this attack that his own Virizion is destined to end if he does nothing, Zhang Yuan also has his own ideas. Dodge as much as possible, Virizion. Zhang Yuan shouted. Then use Giga Drain. Zhang Yuan gave the final order. As a grass-type Pokemon, the biggest bug probably means that almost every grass-type Pokemon will have a unique trick of the absorption class. This trick is simple. It's a completely open existence. No matter what kind of Pokemon the opponent is, as long as they use this trick, they will have to fall into the situation of lack of strength because their physical strength will be absorbed in minutes. Not only that, because of the lack of power, the grass-type Pokemon will even get their own supplements from their missing power. It's a rhythm that hangs to the end. Virizion uses Mega Drain. Vigoroth's physical strength was immediately absorbed by Virizion. Virizion, which absorbed Vigoroth's stamina, was naturally not affected by Vigoroth's counter, but absorbed all of Vigoroth's remaining stamina into itself. Vigoroth fell. Of course he lost his ability to fight, and Zhang Yuan also directly took back Virizion. The last Pokemon, Zhang Yuan used Dragonite after thinking for a while. Virizion can still fight, but because the damage from Vigoroth's counter is too great, and Zhang Yuan doesn't want to risk his Virizion to attack at all, so he plans to change to a Pokemon. Now he probably knows where the limit of his Virizion is, and the future battles will be much easier. Seeing Zhang Yuan using Dragonite, Norman also released his last Pokemon, Slacking. Slacking is Vigoroth's evolution form, and if Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, in the game Slacking is carrying a tree tree fruit. This tree fruit can increase Slacking's HP. If it is in reality, it will probably increase Slacking's physical strength. At this time, I chose Dragonite, which is a good choice. Your Pokemon is really better than one. Norman looked at Zhang Yuan's Dragonite, feeling that he didn't know what to say. Zhang Yuan's Pokemon, although Norman has only seen two, one is Virizion and the other is Dragonite. What kind of divine beast Zhang Yuan will use next? Norman will not be surprised. What, did you see it for the first time? Zhang Yuan looked at Norman with a smile. As a gym leader, he shouldn't be surprised by the appearance of Dragonite. I was wondering if you're going to have that kind of approachable Pokemon. Norman euphemistically referred to weak and ordinary as approachable. Know that the average Pokemon trainer doesn't have so many supernatural Pokemon. Chapter 344 Dragonite vs Slacking. UI. Of course, Zhang Yuan would not let Dragonite's super fast speed go, and this time he took the lead in attacking. Slacking is Vigoroth's evolution form, so basically Vigoroth's moves are somewhat known, and that's it. Zhang Yuan's main focus is still counter. No, maybe he doesn't need to pay too much attention. Counter is facing his own Dragonite. He must hit the Dragonite before he can return tilde counter. But at Dragonite's speed, it's not an easy situation to keep up with. Even so, Zhang Yuan felt that it was not enough, and his first reaction was to issue an order to Dragonite. Dragonite uses agility, Zhang Yuan shouted. Immediately after, Dragonite disappeared from the field. Then only some afterimages of Dragonite could be seen on the entire field. In the face of this kind of Pokemon that wins with speed, Norman still has a little bit of a trick as a gym leader. Calm down and focus on slacking, maintaining the status quo. When the speed can't keep up with the opponent, sit still to deal with the opponent's speed. This is a very rare method, but it's also a good way. Slacking didn't move, but Zhang Yuan gave the next order. Dragon Rage while it's not in use. Dragonite, Zhang Yuan shouted, and Dragonite was actually in agility, and only used a move Dragon Rage until the other party didn't pay attention. Dragon Rage immediately swept away towards Slacking. After all, it is Zhang Yuan's Pokemon, and its attack power is very impressive. Dragon Rage attacked Slacking directly, and it was too late for Norman to react and give orders. Other hand, Slacking continued the previous command, paying attention to the opponent's attack, and then moved a step. All his reactions were only enough for him to move this step, but it was this step that made Dragonite's Dragon Rage not hit Slacking directly, but attacked from Slacking's side. Even so, Slacking flew out a short distance and looked at Dragonite with scars all over his body. Agility Dragonite. Zhang Yuan continued to give orders to Dragonite. Are you going to spend it like this till the end? Norman was a little upset after hearing Zhang Yuan's order. As long as Dragonite was in agility, he had no way of seeing the opponent's action, and the speed of Slacking can never keep up with Dragonite. It's a racial advantage anyway, so I can't just ignore it. Zhang Yuan looked at Norman with a smile and asked him to give up his racial advantage. Absolutely impossible. Stabilize Slacking. Since Zhang Yuan is so roguelike, Norman can only deal with Dragonite in his own way. Thought the opportunity chip away. Norman said before Dragonite attacked. Chip away. If it was someone else, they would probably think that this was a plan that Norman gave Slacking, but what Zhang Yuan knew was that this was not a battle plan, but a skill. Chip away. It refers to the trick of approaching the opponent step by step, allowing oneself to slowly gain an advantage, and then launching a total attack to defeat the opponent in an instant. This is a move suitable for normal type Pokemon. It is not to use a certain trick directly, but to use one's own trick in a battle method in a process. This may be a turn-based thing in the game, but in reality, it is a very good protection method. But this is not difficult for Zhang Yuan. When a Pokemon needs to rely on the trainer's order to use its move, it proves that Zhang Yuan can completely rely on the other's move orders to find the best way to deal with it. For example, now, Zhang Yuan directly ordered that Dragonite use Twister. Twister is a special attack, which is generally only used by Pokemon belonging to the flying type. Attack power is not particularly strong. However, it can plunge the opponent into its own attack field and continuously consume the opponent's physical strength, which is like additional damage like burning. Asking for flowers 0. Slacking was involved in Twister, and Dragonite stood in front of Zhang Yuan. It looked full of confidence, as if it has won the ticket. Indeed, if it is a normal situation, the other party is of course unable to fly at this time. After all, there is still a racial gap between ordinary type Pokemon and dragon type Pokemon. Dragonite's relaxation is almost equal to Zhang Yuan's relaxation. Although Zhang Yuan always told Lilith not to relax her vigilance, she still faced everything with a relaxed attitude. Norman frowned. The previous Virizion is just a tough opponent. Then this Dragonite is an existence with oppressive strength. Slacking is no match at all. Even if he narrowly avoided a few Dragonite attacks, Slacking was still no match for Dragonite. Even being repressed fell to the wind. Dodging the direct attack of Dragonite may be the limit of himself and slacking. Dragonite, the final blow. Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to give a direct order to Dragonite, and Dragonite immediately rushed towards Slacking. Slacking tries to escape. After all, Dragonite's frontal attack method, even if Slacking does not have the speed of Dragonite, it can predict the opponent's actions to some extent and avoid it in advance. All of Norman's commands were translated into the phrase, chip away, basically letting Slacking play itself out. And this kind of self-play can best exert Slacking's ability as a Pokemon. That is, at this time, Slacking has skills that can probably be resisted for a while, but only for a while. And Twister's bondage made this, for a while, a joke. Slacking dodged the first frontal attack. When he was moving, because of Twister, he directly dealt damage to Slacking. The damage caused Slacking to shake a few steps directly. Although the damage is not large, it is all over the body, and the next Dragonite attack won't be so easy to dodge. Chapter 345 Final Blow. If Dragonite's first attack is just a frontal attack, then the subsequent attack is really for Dragonite, defeating the opponent's attack. Dragon Rage is the way Dragonite chooses. It's also one of his best tricks, because the Dragon-type trick itself has certain characteristics. As long as it is not a Pokemon-type Pokemon, there will be basically no problem. That's why Dragonite chose Dragon Rage. Zhang Yuan looked at his Pokemon so quietly. Raising a Pokemon to listen to a trainer is just the first step in being a trainer. After building a relationship of trust between the trainer and the Pokemon, it's not just about making the Pokemon obey. Instead, let the Pokemon have their own ideas of 260. It's best to be able to know what you should do at a certain time, but at the same time be able to know what the trainer thinks. This is the most powerful peak for Pokemon. With the Pokemon trainer, you can even know what you should do and what the other party wants you to do. For example, the current Dragonite is the case. Dragonite directly knocked the opponent to the ground with Dragon Rage, and then stepped on Slacking's body, making Slacking unable to move. In addition, Dragonite is a mixed attack of Dragon Tail and Aqua Tail. Slacking completely lost the fighting ability. As gym leader, perhaps it is indeed stronger than ordinary Pokemon trainers, so it can be used to screen out the powerful trainers among Pokemon trainers to participate in the Alliance Champion. But because of this, gym leader's ability is limited. Champion of the Quartz Alliance, Zhang Yuan certainly possesses the power to defeat gym leader. That is, the 4 elites are not a problem. Even the Hoenn region's gym leader or the 4 elite, the average ability is much stronger than the Kanto region's. So what? No matter how far apart they are, it won't be too far. As for gym leader, Zhang Yuan has never been very concerned about it. Just speaking from their respective knowledge, maybe a gym leader will have some knowledge that he doesn't know. This makes Zhang Yuan a little interested. Please. Slacking loses his ability to fight. Dragonite wins. On the one hand, the overwhelming attack was the first time Mac had seen it. At least it was the first time I saw it in my gym. He never thought that his proud father, his idol father, would lose this duel with such an overwhelming weakness. This gave Max a new target right away. That is to become the same Pokemon trainer as Zhang Yuan. To be precise, become a breeder who understands Pokemon like Zhang Yuan. Dad, I'm going to take risks too. At this time, Mac finally couldn't help but express his wish. Norman froze when he heard Mac say that. Generally, after a child reaches a certain age, they will want to become a trainer and embark on a journey. As a gym leader, I know this and even support these kids, but these kids who become trainers are basically over 10 years old, and Max is only 7 years old. The 3-year age difference made Norman very worried about what would happen to his children. Zhang Yuan was not worried at all. Max embarked on the journey as a determined thing. The real problem is that when he is accompanied by him, the other party still feels worried, which makes Zhang Yuan feel that he is being questioned. Although as a 10-year-old child, he has no ability to protect himself or exercise his own right, and even needs the care and approval of his guardian. It's okay, we and May are here. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and looked at Norman. No matter how he is a teenager, he is also a member of Interpol, and he's also the chief of police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Although this identity is not known to everyone, under this identity, if the other party still has doubt, Zhang Yuan will feel that he is really underestimated. So naturally you will feel uncomfortable. I see, you have to listen to Zhang Yuan's word. Norman looked at Zhang Yuan and sighed. With Pokemon to follow, your child will be much safer. With an excellent trainer like Zhang Yuan, Dragonite and Virizion alone can feel very stable, not to mention that there are excellent trainers who can train them into such an excellent trainer. Hearing Norman's word, Max immediately rushed towards Zhang Yuan and hugged the idol directly. Zhang Yuan, who can beat his former idol, is of course Mac's newest idol. Zhang Yuan rubbed Mac's head. He didn't expect Norman to entrust Mac directly to him. Even though his sister May was also with him, he directly bypassed his immediate family and entrusted Mac to himself. Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say, while Mitsuko looked at Zhang Yuan and Norman Japan and said with a smile, "Even if you're going on a trip, it's better to take a rest first. The Pokemon are all tired." Although Zhang Yuan's Pokemon is considered to have no damage, Mitsuko doesn't know this. "I didn't watch the whole Mitsuko. I just knew that Max was going to travel, and Zhang Yuan won her husband. 3.0 for a qualified wife. She will definitely not believe that her husband was defeated overwhelmingly without any resistance. Then Zhang Yuan or her husband's Pokemon should have suffered a lot of damage, and they need a good rest." Zhang Yuan did not break Mitsuko's imagination. After all, Mitsuko's home-cooked dinner is what he wants more than what his Pokemon is supposed to be traumatized. "This morning, because I was too worried about Lilith, I didn't have a good breakfast, and after all, I had to eat lunch before leaving." And Lilith's Pokemon also returned to their original state because of the situation of the brothers' battle, so he quickly returned to the dojo, and then saw that his brother won the gym leader. Chapter 346, A New Journey. After lunch, because the nearest Rustboro city needs to be reached through the woods. Obviously, Japan is such a small place with a large population density, but there are still hills and woods, which is what surprised Zhang Yuan a little. Although the addresses in the world of Pokemon are fictitious, the blueprint is also based on Japan, and the general blueprint also reflects an ecological environment in Japan, so it is not an exaggeration to say that it is another form of Japan. In a small place, there are hills and forests at every turn, which can be regarded as brushing Zhang Yuan's three views. Mitsuko prepared a lunchbox for Mac. After all, camping in the woods is a trainer's romance. Not to mention the tent. Let Ponyta continue to hunched over, and Max also memorized all the lunchboxes. The second largest wonder in Japan. Convenient. Take it out in the morning, even after 5 or 6 hours. It is a magical item that will not deteriorate in any weather, and the current bento box can still keep the temperature of the bento. It is simply a great invention across the century. 17. Thinking of being able to eat Mitsuko's craftsmanship again tonight is the happiest thing for Zhang Yuan. If there is someone in your family who can cook delicious food for you every day, why do you want to travel? Zhang Yuan thought while walking, then looked at Lilith. Lilith's craftsmanship is actually okay, but Lilith is also a primary school student who wants to come out to play. So let's take back the forward. Although I really like this kind of home-cooked food, I really hope that I can eat it every day. Oh, at that voice in the wood. It looked like there was something in the bushes. Zhang Yuan's first reaction was Pokemon. After all, how could there be no Pokemon in the wood? When Zhang Yuan and Lilith were in the woods before, because of Zhang Yuan's courage, even in the wood, if there were no special circumstances, it was basically impossible for a Pokemon to approach Zhang Yuan with nothing to do. Of course, pets like Lillipup are a different story, and so are the dumb ones like Wurmple. But now he is not in the woods with Lilith. Instead, he was in the woods with 3 other children. About Zhang Yuan's boldness has been overshadowed by their soft and cute breath, so some other Pokemon won't be too afraid of Zhang Yuan and the others, let alone the group of Pokemon who have formed a team. That's right, Zhang Yuan can already see a group of Talos rushing towards them directly, and their goal is also very clear. It is clear that they want the food in Max's backpack. A lot of Talo rushed towards Max, and Max was so frightened that he sat on the ground. He's still a 7-year-old child. What kind of concept is this? No matter how much you like Pokemon, it's just talk on paper. No matter how much theoretical knowledge you have never really seen so many Talos. In this case, Max was of course stunned. When he saw Max, who was frightened, Zhang Yuan sighed. He looked at Lilith. Lilith was very knowledgeable. With one look, Xiaobai of his own family used Ember to scare off these Talos first. Protect your ration, Zhang Yuan shouted at Max, and then directly touched the Pokeball in his pocket. Seeing Zhang Yuan touching Pokeball, Lilith quickly stopped her brother and looked at Mei. If I let my brother take action, probably this group of Talo will be miserable and shattered. Lilith and the others just wanted to keep these Talos from staying here, so it would be too much to let them smash into pieces. Of course, Zhang Yuan must not be allowed to take action. Zhang Yuan asked Lilith to stop him, but he gave up what to do. After all, these children should be able to do something, but if they can't solve it, Zhang Yuan will definitely take action to solve this group of Talo 300%. After all, what to say? The head can be cut off and the blood can flow, and the ration cannot be thrown away. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith with such determination, and Lilith just glanced at Zhang Yuan's eyes to know what her brother was thinking. If it was really according to what she knew, Lilith would of course be even more unable to let Zhang Yuan take action. And Mei saw that Ponyta's Ember was able to scare Talo away, of course, by letting her Torchic use the flame right away. Torchic, like Ponyta, is a fire-type Pokemon. Since Ponyta can scare away these Talos, in Mei's concept, his Torchic can naturally do it. However, Torchic's little flame didn't mean to intimidate these Talos. They ignored Torchic and went straight to the back, intending to attack Max 487 directly. Why stop Zhang Yuan? Max looked at Lilith with some incomprehension. According to Zhang Yuan's ability, repelling these Talos is not a troublesome thing, but neither Lilith nor Ash spoke. Ash is also familiar with Zhang Yuan, so he probably knows Zhang Yuan's character, and Lilith is Zhang Yuan's younger sister, so of course she knows how easy it is for her brother to repel these talos. It better not to let him shoot. Ash touched Mac's head and said, "Indeed, as long as Zhang Yuan doesn't take action, there is still a chance for this group of talos. I didn't plan to shoot, of course, if you can protect your ration." Zhang Yuan looked at Mac. All he cared about was the bento in Mac's package. Mac looked at his package. He didn't know why Zhang Yuan was so obsessed with this ration, but since both Ash and Lilith stopped Zhang Yuan's word, Mac had nothing to say, and May had already obediently seen the situation clearly, and silently closed her mouth, just watching her Torchic being ignored by them. Chapter 347 Talo are all fire-type Pokemon, even if their Torchic is small, but May still can't understand why her Torchic and Ponyta use similar trick, but this group of Talo ignores her Torchic at all. Is your Torchic so unbearable? And of course Ash released Pikachu directly. One of them, Talo, met Pikachu's eye. Yes, their eyes met. This made Zhang Yuan suddenly think of a sentence. One look made me meet the right person. Oh no, it's the right person. There is no doubt that this Talo seems to want to slap Pikachu very much, especially after Pikachu used Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, a very iconic Pikachu trick. This trick has become a household name with Pikachu, and because of this, Ash is particularly fond of letting Pikachu use Thunderbolt. Of course, it is not because Pikachu and Thunderbolt are very close to Ash that he liked to use Pikachu, but because Ash liked to use it, Pikachu almost thinks of Thunderbolt in his impression. It's a causal relationship. The Talo group isn't idiots either. Although they said that they came in groups to catch food, they even wanted to include Zhang Yuan's food within the range they wanted to catch, which made Zhang Yuan very unhappy. But even if it looks like a big crowd, after accepting the double attack of Pikachu and Ponyta, these Talos are not idiots. Of course, they know that the group of people in front of them are definitely not easy to mess with. Just escaped from this late, Matt was able to protect his ration, and these Talos were able to protect their own lives, except for one of them. This Talo, because after meeting Pikachu's eyes, found the person who was jealous. Instead, he attacked Pikachu directly, and if you think about it, at the beginning, Pikachu used Thunderbolt to attack Talo, and this poor Talo was the Talo who was attacked first. Not only that, but Talo also suffered from Thunder Wave damage, and was even a little paralyzed. Would you like to accept it? Zhang Yuan looked at Ash. This Talo is not his type anyway, but if it is Ash, he should like it very much. Ash nodded. Indeed, to defeat Norman, he first need 3 Pokemon, and now Ash has only 1. Let's not talk about Norman. Maybe other Pokemon gym have such requirement, and there must be plural Pokemon. Therefore, at Zhang Yuan's suggestion, Ash is of course willing to take this Pokemon. Ash threw the Pokeball out. Because of the bar with Pikachu, Talo didn't want to be subdued by Pikachu's trainer at all, so the Pokeball shook very violently. If it wasn't for his body being paralyzed by the Thunder Wave, this Talo would probably have escaped from the Pokeball at this time. Ding dong. The Pokeball doesn't shake anymore, and it's clear that Ash has taken the Talo. I think it's better for us to start eating. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction where the Talos left, and then glanced at the sun on the horizon. The time has come to evening. Although he didn't know what time it was, Zhang Yuan didn't bother to take out the Pokédex anyway, but he probably knew that it was time for dinner. During this time, Zhang Yuan, of course, wanted to propose dinner. If you don't eat quickly, I'm afraid that some Pokemon will catch you again. Aunt Mitsuko's dinner seemed so sweet that it attracted the attention of many Pokemon. Is it here? Ash looked at Zhang Yuan and asked. If you camp here, it seems to be a good choice. Although it's in the wood, it's also close to Little Ruby, and the ground is flat, more suitable for tent. Ash traveled with Brock for a while, so he probably knew a little bit about tents and stuff. After all, Brock is a good player in wild survival. During the journey with Brock, Ash also learned a lot. What the matter? Is there a problem? Zhang Yuan looked at Ash and asked. Nothing. Maybe if we have 3 tents. It's easy. You and Mac, May and Lilith. I'm all alone. Zhang Yuan didn't ask anyone at all, and just divided the tent. Make yourself sleep with other people. Impossible. Zhang Yuan has no such hobby. Of course he wants a tent of his own. Zhang Yuan wouldn't mind if he was with Lilith, but at this time there were other people, so Zhang Yuan naturally slept separately from men and women. And what about the night vigil? Ash asked suddenly. Vigil? Zhang Yuan never thought about this issue. After all, when he was with Lilith, he never encountered any situation that required a vigil. Even if there were, they were in a dangerous place. Isn't it alright to give these to Pokemon? Zhang Qianhao is far from being really incomprehensible. Pokemon is a life form with more sensitive life instincts than human. That is to say, for Pokemon, if something really happened, they can detect it even when they sleep and rest at night. At this time, of course, the Pokemon will be kept vigil. Could it be that Ash still kept vigil by himself before? My Charizard Charizard will do. Zhang Yuan released Charizard directly, and of course he didn't forget to give Charizard something to eat. Charizard is so big, if there is no special food, there is probably no way to feed Charizard. But when Charizard was fed, its eyes scared the others. It was the first time that Mei saw such a huge Pokemon, bigger than the Dragonite before Zhang Yuan. Chapter 348 Riot. Zhang Yuan's Dragonite is the biggest Pokemon Mei has ever seen. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuan's challenge to Jim, the biggest Pokemon Mei had ever seen might be the ones from the moving company. However, this Charizard is almost bigger than Dragonite. To be precise, it was slightly bigger, which made Mei a little bit excited. This is the first time she has seen such a big Pokemon. Is it a Vigil? Lilith asked. Or Ent Pokemon rest? Lilith's question was also what Ash wanted to say. Ash is a little unbearable to let a Pokemon stay up all night to watch the night, and Zhang Yuan is not very able to understand what Ash is in the end can't bear. This is something that Matt cannot understand. Well, as a creature, Pokemon are much more sensitive than human. Matt sighed and said to Ash. Max had watched the entire match of the Quartz League, so he still had a little bit of difficulty in understanding why Ash would enter the final. After all, 403 Ash is like that no matter how he sees it. Although he says he likes Pokemon, of course he really likes Pokemon, he still lacks understanding of Pokemon. If you can enter the Quartz Alliance conference simply by virtue of love, then you can enter it yourself, and you don't need to learn much about Pokemon. However, what Mac didn't know was that, as a Shogakukan drama, Pokemon itself had its own political correctness in it. There is love, and being kind to small animals is one of the central content, and in this central content, Ash is indeed able to enter the Quartz Alliance conference by virtue of his love. This is political correctness, so even if you are asleep, if there is danger, they will still react. After all, you are also a Pokemon caught in the wild, aren't you? When Max said that, Ash immediately shut up. Indeed, for Pokemon, they know too little. Being said a few words by Max, Ash can be considered to know his own shortcoming. In this way, Ash's recognition of Zhang Yuan is one step closer. At least he knew that Zhang Yuan was not the kind of person who used Pokemon as a tool. Of course, the pursuit of power was Zhang Yuan's main purpose. At night, perhaps because of Charizard's presence, there were no Pokemon coveting the ration, so Zhang Yuan directly ate the ration that Max was carrying with the others. When he got up the next morning, because he was not very used to camping, Zhang Yuan got up early and went straight to the woods to find something to eat with his Charizard. After Mitsuko's dinner was over, Zhang Yuan and the others said that they also brought some dry food, but the urine quality of the dry food on the road was just like that. Basically no taste. But fortunately, in the wood, there are quite a few tree fruits that can be eaten. Needless to say, Pokemon still really like these berries, and for Charizard, some wild game, such as roasted bunny, of course, it just needs to breathe fire. Still very good captivate people are. And drinking with Charizard, Zhang Yuan certainly didn't forget to bring some game for his good sister. However, under Charizard's cooking, these wild game can't see what they should be, but they can still know this when they are cooked. After tidying up a little, Zhang Yuan took this group of little brats and set foot on the journey again. Zhang Yuan also, BHDH, knows the direction of Rustboro City. After all, although it is said to be a forest, it is also the only way to get to Rustboro City, and it is impossible to be inaccessible. There are still some trails. Perhaps it is to protect the living environment of wild Pokemon, so people did not overexploit the wood, but just kept the path to guide everyone. And not far ahead, Zhang Yuan saw the riot again. It was a few Ekans and coughing who suddenly approached Zhang Yuan. Cover your nose, Zhang Yuan shouted. Immediately they found out that the coughing in front of them was escaping in a way of releasing gas, as if he was escaping from something. And this kind of escape is directly to let this coughing release the poisonous gas in his body like this. If it wasn't for Zhang Yuan's reminder, they would probably fall to the ground like the Pokemon along the way. Coughing's gas is actually not very deadly, but it will make the Pokemon fall into a state of coma, which is the most fatal. Zhang Yuan looked at these Pokemon, and then watched as several Ekans and coughing flew past him. If I remember correctly, Zhang Yuan remembered an episode in Pokemon, where Jessie and James said goodbye to their Arbok and wheezing after protecting Ekans and coughing. Perfectly shows that Jessie and James are not suitable for being a villain. This kind of kindness. Zhang Yuan was very emotional at that time, and now Zhang Yuan can only think of one thing. No Jessie and James in this region of the world right now. Secondly, the plot of that episode is about poachers, which means that there is a poacher here. What the situation? Ash looked at the Pokemon in surprise. Ekans and coughing are both poisonous Pokemon, but they're so flustered right now, it's like something is chasing them. Max also analyzed the situation immediately. Well, coughing and Ekans live in different environments, and it is unlikely that they will be hunted by the same threat, unless that threat is human. And there is only one purpose for humans to catch these Pokemon. As soon as Zhang Yuan's voice fell, there was a buzzing sound in the distance. Chapter 349 Poachers. poacher. When Zhang Yuan said these words, they saw the place where the buzzing sound was directly in front of them. The buzzing sound turned into the rumbling sound of the car, and the rumbling sound got closer and closer, and immediately reached their place. In front of it was a yellow car with a middle-aged man sitting in it, and at the back of the car was a truckload of echins and coughing tilde. This is obviously the kind of poacher Zhang Yuan said. Not sure why this poacher is hatching echins and coughing though, but the act of catching Pokemon on a large scale is itself prohibited, because this will affect the ecological environment of Pokemon, and things that destroy the ecological environment, Interpol, that is, Zhang Yuan, absolutely cannot allow it. It's a poacher, Lilith shouted. After hearing this sentence, the poacher shook for a while, and immediately filled the steering wheel. After making a big turn, the poacher flew out in the other direction. Since it is called a poacher, then it can only do things secretly. After being discovered, of course, the first reaction is to run away. Lilith. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith. Lilith nodded, and immediately released her Lillipup and Silcoon. Although Silcoon has no practical effect, it is magical in places where poachers are haunted. Babies will be disturbed, thus hurting nearby trainers. Lilith still learned in school, so now she can only do everything she can to protect herself. Ash and Max May. As for Ash, of course he released Pikachu, and May also released his own Pokemon Torchic. The two of them always have something to do, but Ash didn't use Tailo for his own reason. Tailo was already injured, and Ash wouldn't use the Pokemon he just captured. He needs to build a connection with his Pokemon before using it. Zhang Yuan directly threw his Virizion out, and then rode on Virizion himself. As an Interpol, it is absolutely impossible to let go of any poacher, but of course Zhang Yuan still knows how capable his little friends are. Therefore, apart from Zhang Yuan himself, the others obediently obeyed Lilith's arrangement and carried out defense work here. Avoid being hurt by those affected Pokemon. Virizion, known as the Holy Swordsman, even four wheels can't be faster than her, and Virizion soon caught up with the poacher's truck. Seeing this scene, the poachers were stunned. How could he have thought that a Pokemon could be faster than his big truck? After all, it was a four-wheeled car. Four-wheel, and Virizion just had four hooves, and ran right in front of him. Interpol. Under Zhang Yuan's order, Virizion kept a certain distance from the other party, and Zhang Yuan also raised the police badge of Interpol in his hand. Seeing the police badge of Interpol, the poacher was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to meet Interpol. Although poachers have always said that they are poaching, they have not caught any large and rare Pokemon, but they are only catching some relatively common and large numbers. Although it was said that 1944 was illegal, he did not think it was the kind of illegal that required the intervention of Interpol. This surprised poachers a little. He looked at Zhang Yuan and stopped the car. Seeing the other party park, Zhang Yuan was a little strange. Knowing that the poachers didn't escape directly is still a new thing. Does it mean that the other party intends to capture it? Zhang Yuan looked at the poacher. The poachers didn't intend to go easy on themselves. If they were arrested by the police, most likely they would be dealt with lightly, depending on their family situation and the Pokemon they had captured. But if it is said that the other party is Interpol, it will be bad. As long as they are caught by Interpol, they are basically dealt with severely. Of course he was going to give it a shot. The poacher just threw two Pokeballs. Pokeball released the Pokemon in midair, a Fearow and a Tyranitar. Virizion. These two Pokemon are considered huge existences. After all, Tyranitar is a huge Pokemon, about the same size as Dragonite, maybe even a little bit bigger. But compared to Virizion, it is still a lot bigger. Fearow. Zhang Yuan is not very worried, but Virizion may be a little troublesome for Tyranitar. Even if he was called a Holy Swordsman, at this time Virizion was facing a Pokemon whose entire body was covered in armor. If the Holy Sword couldn't inflict damage on the opponent, it would be impossible. Zhang Yuan got off Virizion's body, ready to release Salamence. But what he didn't expect was that Virizion was eager to try, which reminded Zhang Yuan Virizion had also been poached by poachers, so it still cared very much about poachers. Seeing other Pokemon being captured by poachers, Virizion, who has a heart of justice, will certainly hope that he can help hand them. I see, then it's up to you to avenge this time, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. He took the Pokeball from Salamence's back. The other poachers also immediately started to use Fearow to attack. Fearow is also a very powerful Pokemon, and the speed is also very fast. Fearow starts to attack, while Tyranitar uses the advantage of his body to attack, mainly defense. As a battle where two Pokemon are used together, the Pokemon chosen by the other side is also quite good. Need support? Zhang Yuan asked Virizion. Virizion stepped on the ground and growled a few times, apparently not needing support. It was at this time that Fearow used Aerial Ace directly against Virizion. Aerial Ace is a very fast attack, after which the Pokemon will go back to where it started. Chapter 350 Vengeance. Virizion quickly moved in front of Zhang Yuan, and used his own head to block the opponent's Aerial Ace. Because of Zhang Yuan's presence, Virizion will worry that his trainer will be injured by the attack of the opponent's Pokemon. After all, Pokemon, in a sense, still have a lot of lethality compared to a person who is unarmed. Pokemon is not counted. Zhang Yuan's justice was recognized by Virizion. Then Zhang Yuan became Virizion's trainer, and naturally Virizion protected him. It made Firo hurt Zhang Yuan. Dance with Sword. Zhang Yuan shouted loudly. In the game, Sword Dance may only be an auxiliary move, but in reality, Sword's Dance means that Virizion will dance with Holy Sword and 770s. At this time, it can confuse the enemy and improve its own morale. In addition, it is also convenient for Virizion to find the entry point and strike the opponent with precision. Holy Sword. Virizion. While Virizion was performing Sword's Dance, Zhang Yuan gave the order of the Holy Sword. Virizion did not immediately exercise Zhang Yuan's order, as if fulfilling the meaning of Sword's Dance. Once a flaw was discovered, Virizion used his horn as a Holy Sword and attacked the opponent directly. Holy Sword directly attacked Firo. Virizion is not stupid. It can still tell which is more brittle between Firo and Tyranitar. Virizion's first reaction was to attack Firo directly. Tyranitar protect Firo. The same can. To be a poacher is not an idiot. They need to drill through various loopholes, and even if they are caught occasionally by bad luck, it does not mean that they have no IQ. A poacher would probably be a very good trainer if he hadn't poached. Tyranitar immediately stood in front of Firo and Virizion and caught Virizion's Holy Sword. After all, it is the Holy Sword of the Holy Swordsman. Even Tyranitar, who is wearing armor, can't retreat but takes a few steps back. Virizion's Holy Sword leaves traces on Tyranitar's body, but it's just a trace. The poachers then gave Tyranitar orders. Rock slide. The stones on the ground bulged, and they quickly attacked the Virizion workers and peasants. Virizion didn't need Zhang Yuan's instructions, and used his agility to quickly approach Tyranitar, and then borrowed his own strength to give Tyranitar hits hard. Tyranitar was attacked by the Holy Sword again, but its rock slide did not end. Instead, it used itself as a shield and directly attacked the rock slide against Virizion and itself. This Tyranitar is a good Pokemon. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but start to sigh. How good it would be if this Tyranitar wasn't a poacher's Pokemon. This kind of consciousness and this fighting style, the will to win, is what Zhang Yuan liked. Virizion was also attacked by Tyranitar at this time. Be careful with Virizion. Zhang Yuan shouted at Virizion. Virizion is a grass type and a fighting type. For the rock type, there is no absolute advantage in attribute, but the grass type attack can give the rock type a double blow. However, Firo is a flying type, and the attack of the flying type is also a double blow to the grass type, just because Virizion belongs to the fighting type in addition to the grass type. And in terms of agility, as long as it does not directly hit the Virizion, even if it has attribute restraint, is also not a problem. The poacher didn't realize that Virizion was a grass-type Pokemon. From the expression on the poacher's face, it was probably the first time he had seen a Pokemon like Virizion. As the mythical beast of Hoenn region, Virizion is not a very common Pokemon. If the other party doesn't know it, it is a normal thing. Virizion steps back and uses the Leaf Blade. Zhang Yuan finally chose to use a more risky method to let Virizion deal with Tyranitar. To know that Tyranitar is a trickier existence than Firo. What? So it grass. Poachers were very happy when they saw that Virizion used the grass-type attack. After all, his own Tyranitar is just a defensive Pokemon. Due to the body armor, poachers will be more inclined to use him as a defensive Pokemon in battle. Zhang Yuan's Pokemon is grass-type, which makes the poachers a little excited. No matter how the attributes are restrained, the poachers still know it. He looked at Virizion and gave Firo an order directly. Firo, drill peck. Evolution form of the pecking trick. Will peck in a drill way, again to strengthen the attack. This is probably what Firo, a bird Pokemon with a very long mouth, can do. Zhang Yuan smiled slightly. Other party only knew that Virizion was a grass-type Pokemon, but did not know that she was also a fighting-type Pokemon. For a flying-type Pokemon, the attack of a fighting-type Pokemon is almost fatal. Double kick Virizion. Double kick. Zhang Yuan smiled and issued the next order. He even said it twice deliberately, and then admired the almost desperate expression on Fang 0.6 after hearing the word double kick. This is not a round battle of yours. Zhang Yuan turned the Pokemon battle mode, which was supposed to be a round battle, into a form of counterattack, and now Virizion is counterattacking. Virizion charged directly at the Firo of the drill peck, and then kicked her with his long hoof. Firo's attack was met with a frontal attack by Virizion. Because of its grass attribute, Virizion still took some damage when facing the opponent's drill peck, but it immediately recovered and turned around to attack the opponent again. Double kick directly kicked Firo out. Pokemon Treasure Detection System Chapter 351-400. Chapter 351 Landslide Victory. Firo let Virizion's second kick fly off and land on the ground. Firo was hit hard, and it fell to the ground, struggling a little, as if trying to get up. It can be seen that this poacher should have some training on Pokemon, so at this time, Firo did not lose because of Virizion's Yuan's fighting skills, but because after persisting on the ground for a while he was barely climbed up. The opponent's blood is thick. Zhang Yuan knew this. Otherwise, it will not be possible to climb up in this situation. As a mythical beast, Virizian's combat power is naturally not to be underestimated. Under Virizian's attack, especially with attribute restraint, he can still leave such a trace of blood. It can only be said that this Firo is indeed a good level. That is to say, the existence of receiving exercise. This kind of Pokemon actually wants to work for a poacher, or make Zhang Yuanju 17 a pity. And then, Zhang Yuan immediately let Virizian attack again. The first one must be the Holy Sword. Holy Sword is Virizian's main attack method. With the Holy Sword, Virizian's combat power will be much higher than normal. Not to mention that this Holy Sword itself is also a fighting type attack. It should be a fatal blow to the flight department. It was at this time that Tyranitar stepped forward again. He knew what he was going to do, so Tyranitar's helping hand Firo once again resisted Virizian's attack. Virizian took 2 steps back, and Zhang Yuan also had his own way of coping with the existence of Tyranitar. Leaf Blade, Magical Leaf. This grass-type attack, Virizian, can still be used. It's just a pity, because Virizian is not the kind of grass-type Pokemon that is born and raised, so her grass-type attacks are probably the only one. Things like vines cannot be used. Of course, in the absence of a skilled machine, Razor Leaf seems to have no chance. Under Zhang Yuan's order, Virizian used Leaf Blade and Magical Leaf in succession. The double attack of Leaf Blade and Magical Leaf made Virizian quickly knock the other Tyranitars back a few steps. The grass-type Pokemon trick was a deadly attack for the rock-type, but compared to this, what's even more deadly is that Firo was very unwilling to admit defeat at this time, ignoring his trainer's orders, crossing Tyranitars and starting to attack Virizian. It seems that it is not able to accept the fact that it is defeated, and even forgets that the combination of itself and Tyranitars is the combination of Tyranitars mainly defending and attacking by itself. In this case, Firo attacked Virizian again. Virizian didn't wait for Zhang Yuan's order. Of course, it doesn't need to wait for Zhang Yuan to issue an order, because there is only one order Zhang Yuan will issue at the beginning. Under Sword Stand's helping hand, Virizian also used the Holy Sword and attacked Firo again. Firo tried to restrain Virizian with Twister, a flying trick, but failed. Before it attacked Virizian, Virizian used the Holy Sword directly, inflicting heavy damage on Firo. Immediately afterward, Virizian respected Tyranitar. In front of them, Firo had lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground dying. The opponent's battle layout is indeed a very powerful method, but it is a pity that for Zhang Yuan, if it wasn't for Firo's unwillingness to admit defeat, if he had to compete with Virizian, perhaps this battle would not have been completed. Such an overwhelming victory. However, this is indeed the problem, because there is no tacit understanding between the Pokemon and the trainer, so the Pokemon will directly reject the trainer's order at this time and start attacking according to their own ideas. Seeing that his companion lost the ability to fight, Tyranitar stood up immediately, standing between Firo and Virizian, trying to protect his companion. Come back Firo. Tyranitar, use Earthquake. The poacher quickly took back his Firo and ordered Tyranitar to use Earthquake. Hearing the word Earthquake, Zhang Yuan probably knew what type of attack the opponent was attacking. Ground-based attack. It will take the form of Earthquake and attack all the Pokemon around it, but it will not affect the flying Pokemon. After all, it was flying in midair. Then it's a pity Virizian can't fly at all, so it will be attacked more or less. Tyranitar's stomp hit the ground, making the ground feel like earthquake. Virizian ran up and down the earthquake belt, trying to reduce the force of the attack. That is, at this time of 910, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to use some method to minimize the damage of the opponent's earthquake. Virizian uses Quick Attack. Quick Attack itself is a trick to attack the opponent in a fast-moving way. Quick Attack in Zhang Yuan's mouth is a little different. It is not simply knowledge that attacks the opponent by moving fast, but moving on the ground in a fast-moving method to avoid the shock from hurting Virizian. Zhang Yuan's order made Virizian dodge immediately. It didn't attack immediately because Zhang Yuan still had back move. Right now, Leaf Blade. Just as Virizian approached Tyranitar, Zhang Yuan shouted. Virizian immediately used the Leaf Blade and directly attacked Tyranitar with countless leaves-like blades. Tyranitar took a few steps back after taking the Leaf Blade's attack at close range. Because of the armor, Tyranitar has not been completely defeated, but he is also half kneeling on the ground, and seems to have suffered a lot of damage. Even Earthquake has to stop because of Virizian's attack. Chapter 352 Another Target. Seeing this scene, the poachers suddenly have a feeling that they should be glad or desperate that their Pokemon is not as powerful as the other. Fortunately, Tyranitar's ability, as well as the thickness of blood, seems to be able to compete with Virizian. But desperate word. That is because the cooperation between Virizian and Zhang Yuan is so perfect that there is a feeling of invulnerability in it. Certainly not completely invulnerable. Just Just as Zhang Yuan thought, if a poacher is not a poacher, he can become a very good trainer. And the poacher himself showed his knowledge of Pokemon in this way, and this moment actually made Tyranitar hold on, and then used Blizzard. Tyranitar can indeed learn Blizzard's skills, but in general, it needs to learn machine. Zhang Yuan doesn't think that this poacher can have a learning machine, so there is only one possibility. Then this poacher can use Blizzard without a learning machine. It should be because of the mutation of Tyranitar. Yes, Tyranitar mutated. At the time of the mutation, I happened to learn Blizzard, or learned from being around other Pokemon for too long, or something like that. That's not uncommon. In short, Tyranitar learned about Blizzard. It's not very strange, it just happened. But it also surprised Zhang Yuan. Use Leaf Blade and Magical Leaf in a row after a quick defense. Gangwan Du shouted. Verizon passed Zhang Yuan's reminder, and quickly used defensive skills against himself, and through the ability to evade, he reduced Blizzard's damage to himself to a minimum. Then after the opponent's Blizzard was over, Verizon immediately attacked Tyranitar with consecutive Leaf Blade and Magical Leaf attack. No matter how Tyranitar had a shield, it was quickly defeated by Verizon's attack speed and method. It looked at Verizon and couldn't believe that it had already lost. You're out of Pokemon, and you're almost ready to grab it. Zhang Yuan looked at the poacher and said. However, Verizon didn't seem to plan to give up, but took a step forward, as if planning to attack the poacher. This surprised Zhang Yuan a little. Verizon is an existence that will fight humans for the sake of Pokemon. There is no doubt about that. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that at this time, the Verizon of his own family was planning to attack poachers. Hello. Zhang Yuan stopped Verizon. He originally wanted to tell him this Pokemon, and he didn't need to continue fighting, but soon he stopped doing so. When Verizon looked back at Zhang Yuan, its eyes were full of eyes that needed Zhang Yuan's trust. It's its own Pokemon. Zhang Yuan clearly realized this at this moment. Not only that, but this is a Pokemon that he is proud of, and he can't just ask Pokemon to trust himself without giving Pokemon trust. Zhang Yuan didn't speak. He knew that as long as he said it, this Verizon would definitely stop what he was doing now, but at this time Zhang Yuan didn't want it to stop. Go ahead. Zhang Yuan gave Verizon new instructions. Do what it wants to do. The poacher looked around. He was about to flee the scene, but Zhang Yuan would not let this happen. Precisely, Verizon won't let that happen. The poacher took out the Pokeball. Although he said that his Pokemon failed, he would not let his Pokemon be separated from him like this. As long as they could escape, they would still be the strongest. Combat power. The encounter with Interpol this time is simply because of his bad luck. That is, after the poacher took out the Pokeball, Verizon immediately attacked the poacher. Ball in the hands of the poacher, and with the help of the Holy Sword, the Pokeball was torn in half. Was Pokeball that Verizon was targeting at first? And Pokeball, generally speaking, as an item that captures Pokemon, it is impossible to be destroyed by Pokemon, but Verizon did it. The destroyed Pokeball lost control of Tyranitar, but Verizon didn't stop at all, but stomped on the poacher who was about to escape. After stepping on the poacher, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and took out another Pokeball. Seems that Verizon hates this kind of poacher very much, so even Pokeball wasn't going to keep one for him. Because of his hatred, he even felt that it was an unforgivable thing to have Pokemon do things for him, so he exercised his justice on the poacher. This justice is a bit scary, but not bad. At least Zhang Yuan thought so. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball. Verizon of course destroyed Firo's Pokeball with his Holy Sword, and poor Firo, who was supposed to be resting in the Pokeball, was still dying. Good money. After being released, Verizon rubbed Zhang Yuan with his head. As Zhang Yuan's Pokemon, of course it knows that Zhang Yuan definitely has his own way to cure this poor Firo. Zhang Yuan sighed. He took out a potion and sprayed it directly on Firo. While Firo looked at Zhang Yuan and Verizon vividly, he saw Verizon. Firo was also ready to fight. After all, he was defeated by Verizon just now, and Firo was also a character who refused to admit defeat. Okay, now you are no longer opponent. You should understand when you see this, right? Zhang Yuan took out the broken Pokeball and showed it to Firo. Of course, Firo knew what happened. When he felt the restraint disappear, he probably knew what happened. Chapter 353 Confluence. I am already free. With Tyranitar as a sidekick, Firo and Tyranitar are likely to be together for a long time. After all, the training the trainer gave them, and the friendships and bonds they built, didn't go away just because they were no longer Pokemon controlled by the trainer. Of course, Zhang Yuan also healed Tyranitar's injury along the way. Firo also wanted to fight Verizon again, but it seemed that Tyranitar stopped the idea. This pair of good friends can be considered to be in love with each other. Firo's competitive character is completely complementary to Tyranitar's steady character, and it's just too cute to explode. On the other hand, after Firo was taken away by Tyranitar, Zhang Yuan also seemed to hear the voice of his lovely sister. That's right, just when Zhang Yuan tied up the poacher, Lilith suddenly shouted Zhang Yuan's name and ran from somewhere behind Zhang Yuan. When he saw Lilith, Zhang Yuan wanted to blame the child, but he didn't listen to his instructions and came to such a dangerous place. You must know that Zhang Yuan 267 is a full sister control. Of course, I don't want my sister to be in danger. But soon Zhang Yuan didn't plan to blame Lilith, because behind Lilith was Officer Jenny. After Officer Jenny saw Zhang Yuan, he immediately saluted Zhang Yuan. After all, when he was in the police station before, Zhang Yuan's identity was also exposed. Although most people don't know that Zhang Yuan is an Interpol, Officer Jenny, who is also a police officer, still knows it. Then Officer Jenny is still a big group, so naturally, it will be passed on from 10 to 10. After seeing Zhang Yuan this time, Officer Jenny of course knew Zhang Yuan's identity and did not ask Zhang Yuan to show his Interpol badge, but directly began to confront Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan salute. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and asked, "Are you hunting this poacher too?" "Yes, this poacher has been reported for poaching poison-type Pokemon in the vicinity. We conducted a search based on this information and found out that he haunts this region. Did BJDJ expect to encounter Zhang Yuanda people?" Officer Jenny said so rudely. Her admiration for Zhang Yuan was not concealed at all. Mac, who knew from the beginning that Zhang Yuan was a great character, worshipped Zhang Yuan's existence even more at this time. After all, Officer Jenny is an Interpol. An Interpol Officer Jenny would actually worship Zhang Yuan, which naturally led to the little boy's admiration. "Then it will be your responsibility after that." Zhang Yuan took Verizon back into the Pokeball, and then handed the poacher to Officer Jenny. The nearest city should be Petalburg City where they left. Because they didn't plan to return, Zhang Yuan and the others could only say goodbye to Officer Jenny here. "I thought I could get to Rustboro City by car." Ash looked at Officer Jenny and complained a little. "It's not your first time to travel, so don't say what a beginner like this would say." Zhang Yuan punched Ash in the chest and said jokingly, "If Lilith felt tired and wanted to be opportunistic, Zhang Yuan would understand, but it was not the first time for Ash to travel. Instead, he wanted to take Officer Jenny's car, which made Zhang Yuan feel a little bit more looked down on. Ash stuck out his tongue and said nothing. For a child, of course, it is best to be relaxed, but Ash also mentioned it like this, knowing that Mac, the youngest child, didn't speak, and he didn't have any position to complain. Soon they regrouped and hit the road again. "The forest that you will encounter ahead is where a Grovyle Pokemon live. That is Trico. This is marked on the forest map." Looking at this map that has marked the places where various Pokemon frequently haunt, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt powerless. "I want to protect Pokemon from being poached by poachers, and I want to understand the ecological environment of Pokemon and tell others about the ecological environment." It can only be said that it is difficult for Officer Jenny. Trico is that, the Grovyle Pokemon I've always wanted. Seeing the sign on the map, Ash suddenly got a little excited. He came to this region. He also made a certain amount of preparation. "Yes, Trico is also one of our Earl Dervish Pokemon in the Hoenn region. I don't like Ash's Mac very much. Of course, I didn't forget to popularize Ash at this time. There are 3 Earl Dervish Pokemon in Hoenn region: Water-type Mudkip, Fire-type Torchic, Grass-type Trico. If it were me, my Earl Dervish Pokemon would definitely choose Mudkip." While talking, Max looked at his sister May. Just at this glance, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that this bear child probably didn't choose Mudkip as his Earl Dervish Pokemon because he liked Mudkip so much, simply because May chose Torchic. May also looked bewildered and didn't know why his younger brother was looking at him as a protagonist who is obviously gym leader's daughter, but doesn't know much about Pokemon. Of course May didn't think about attribute restraint at this time. "Well, I'll leave first." After walking a long distance, Zhang Yuan first let these children rest in place, and then he walked to the bushes on the other side by himself. From half an hour ago, Zhang Yuan felt that something was following them. Occasionally, I can feel that sharp gaze, but the other party didn't have any reason to make him feel creepy and murderous, and Zhang Yuan didn't really care. But now is the time to rest. Of course Zhang Yuan will not miss this opportunity to find out, so he let the others rest, and he went where he felt his sight. Chapter 354 Subdue. The 2 Pokemon in the woods are Fearow and Tyranitar. It seems that after being defeated by Zhang Yuan, these 2 Pokemon are quite in agreement and do not intend to just give up, but follow behind Zhang Yuan, feeling that Zhang Yuan is more difficult than the last trainer, even more powerful. Of course, the main idea is Fearow being defeated by Verizon. Fearow always wanted to fight back, but Zhang Yuan didn't let Verizon accompany him, and since Fearow was defeated by others, he wouldn't want to use sneak attacks to break the game. The one who came back is, so he has been following behind Zhang Yuan. I want to see what is the right time. Tilda here come. It's a pity, however, that Zhang Yuan doesn't know anything Pokemon word. If Meowth from Team Rockets was there, Helping Hand might be able to translate what Fearow and Tyranitar were going to say to him. But since there is no Meowth, Zhang Yuan is really thinking, Meowth meow. Hey, I said, you are free, and your trainer has has beaten me. Why are you still following me? Zhang Yuan looked at Tyranitar and asked. Firo, Zhang Yuan is not uncommon, but Tyranitar is a good Pokemon. If he hadn't lost to himself, Zhang Yuan would still like it a little bit. After all, Firo and Tyranitar have been with humans for a while, so they probably knew what Zhang Yuan meant. So they started babbling, intending to let Zhang Yuan understand what they meant. Zhang Yuan really doesn't know Pokemon language, but he can't beat Zhang Yuan's cleverness. After thinking about what might happen in my mind, I casually said the reason I wanted the most. Do you want to be my Pokemon because I defeated you and released you again? When Zhang Yuan asked this question, Firo looked at Tyranitar beside him a little depressed. You must know that Firo just wanted to find Virizion to get back again, but Tyranitar watched Zhang Yuan fall into contemplation. From the beginning, it was just accompanying its old friend and following Zhang Yuan. When Zhang Yuan said this proposal, Tyranitar suddenly began to seriously think about this proposal. Zhang Yuan is a very powerful trainer, there is no doubt about that, but the same Zhang Yuan is also a trainer who knows how to train Pokemon. If Tyranitar was given a chance, Tyranitar would definitely choose Zhang Yuan as his trainer, because he has been with humans for too long. If he wants to return to nature, Tyranitar doesn't know if he can adapt, so he nodded after looking at Zhang Yuan for a while. Seeing his companion nodding, Firo was 10,000 shocked. She didn't expect that her companion would actually want to become Zhang Yuan's Pokemon. However, under Zhang Yuan's training, he and that Virizion might have a chance to fight one or two. To mention that under Zhang Yuan's training, Firo will definitely get a qualitative leap. With this qualitative leap, Firo can know that he will not be defeated by any other Pokemon because of his lack of ability in the future. Just for this, Firo naturally agreed with his companion's idea. I said you too. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball. But also, if the Pokemon trained by the trainer stay with humans for too long, it would be abusive to let you out. Why don't you go with me? But let me tell you, it's too late to look back now. After all, my training was very hard. Zhang Yuan is not the kind of trainer who can bully Pokemon, but the Pokemon under Zhang Yuan's hands are also the product of Zhang Yuan's hard training. You must know that for Zhang Yuan, loving Pokemon is one thing, but if he wants to train for a duel, he must be high pressure to force out the potential of his Pokemon. Firo and Tyranitar are also mentally prepared. After all, a trainer who can train a Pokemon of Virizion's level is of course impossible to make them take a qualitative leap easily. Zhang Yuan immediately threw his Pokeball and took Firo and Tyranitar into his Pokeball. Then I suddenly remembered that when I used to play Pokemon game, there was a rule prohibiting the capture of Pokemon from other trainers. Now I have subdued other people's Pokemon in disguise, and I feel a lot of emotion. Zhang Yuan turned around and saw Mac standing behind him. He didn't know why Mac was behind him, but from Mac's adoring eyes, Zhang Yuan probably knew that Max should have been here for a while. It was a good experience to see Zhang Yuan take these two Pokemon into his pocket. Like humans, Pokemon are highly intelligent creatures, so there is no doubt that they will have their own ideas, but he really wanted to be subdued because of his identification with people. Although Max said that he had seen a similar statement in the story, witnessing it with his own eyes was another matter. It's amazing. When will I be able to be like you? Max unabashedly expressed his yearning. Zhang Yuan rubbed Max's head. He was very familiar with this kind of yearning. It was only when a child met an idol he admired. He didn't want to dispel Max's feelings, but in the same way, Max was a lifetime. It's just that they can't reach their own height. Study hard and it will pay off. Zhang Yuan said in a meaningful way. Max would never be better than him in his own life, but as long as it's learning, it's fine. Zhang Yuan's words made Max completely remember. He began to believe that Zhang Yuan achieved his current results because of sufficient study. So Max took these words to heart and decided to study hard. Chapter 355 Trico. After a short rest, Ash urged Zhang Yuan and the others to go to the place that was said to be the gathering place of Grovile Pokemon. Ash really wanted a Trico after all. Even if it would be restrained by Torchic, it would be very desirable. If you can't conquer it, being able to observe it up close is also a good result. At least for Ash. Zhang Yuan followed Ash, and this place was on their way to Rustboro City anyway. It's good to go and find out. Anyway, ecology or something. Even if you watch it 10,000 times on TV, it is better to experience it yourself once. Just when Zhang Yuan was facing this way, he only saw a green shadow sprinting from the tree in front of him. Chi 27 inches, and jumped to another tree. Trico. Maybe because he was thinking about this Trico, Ash actually discovered the truth about this green shadow before Zhang Yuan. Go Ash and catch up with him. Zhang Yuan patted Ash on the shoulder, and completely started to play the Go XXX meme. Ash was cute too. He didn't realize that Zhang Yuan was playing tricks, so he just ran after Trico. Other hand, Mac looked at Ash's back with a black line on his face. Ash didn't realize that he was being tricked, but Mac did. After all, in the entire team, Max has always been a think tank, which is the upper limit of the team's IQ. Mei caught up with Ash, and she still didn't quite understand why Zhang Yuan, Lilith and Mac didn't catch up with Ash immediately. After all, they are companions who travel together. Since Ash decided to arrest the trio, the others should also support Ash. Why are these people staring blankly? Of course, staring blankly may be a bit too much, but Zhang Yuan didn't mean to be very positive helping hand Ash. He walked behind Ash and slowly marched in Ash's direction. Ash followed this trio to a tree that was almost dead old. The tree appears to be of a certain age. If it wasn't for the trees showing signs of aging, it would probably have been preserved as a spectacle. Ash looked around for a while, except for Mei who was following behind him. He didn't see anyone else. Zhang Yuan and Lilith were slowly approaching here. Ash was the fastest to reach this dead tree. Immediately afterwards Ash saw a trio. Trio looked at Ash with sharp eyes. It seems to be treating Ash as an intruder, and on the other side there is a very old-looking trio standing under the tree. The young trio, who noticed the old trio, immediately ignored the intruder Ash, but jumped off the tree and began to communicate with the old trio Barabara. Ash didn't have any Pokemon translator turned on either, so he didn't know what trio was talking about. It just feels that the two trios are serious, so Ash has no way to start to subdue trio immediately. This may be the elder of trio. Zhang Yuan also walked slowly to where Ash was. After looking at this trio, he said something with a smile. After all, trio is also a gregarious Pokemon, so it's normal to have an elder. When Zhang Yuan said this, Mac's encyclopedia began to flip through the knowledge in his mind, and then he couldn't help but say a few words. Just like humans put older people in charge of complex things, in the world of Pokemon, older Pokemon are considered knowledgeable beings, and because of this, most gregarious Pokemon, and it is the older Pokemon who are mainly responsible for them. Quote, when Mac said this, Zhang Yuan always felt that something was wrong, but Ash immediately recognized such a statement. So, what the hell is going on? Ash looked at trio with some incomprehension. It would be nice to have a translator at this time. If it was a translation machine, Zhang Yuan seemed to remember that he had bought a translation machine before, and it was a semi-finished product that he saw on the side. The reason why it is said to be a semi-finished product is simply because this machine can only roughly convey the idea of Pokemon to the trainer. It cannot 100% translate what the other party is saying. Zhang Yuan doesn't like to use it very much. After all, the language barrier can be regarded as a good way of entertainment. It's just that sometimes, like when it's obvious that something can happen, maybe it's a good idea to see what these trios are saying. Zhang Yuan quietly placed the machine on his temple. It's a very small, button-like device that you can put on your temple and presumably know what the Pokemon are talking about. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and looked at trio. Can you understand? Ash was a little surprised by Zhang Yuan's action, but if it was Zhang Yuan, even if he could understand what the Pokemon were saying, it didn't seem to be a strange thing. Probably. Zhang Yuan nodded. This older trio wants to let this trio go back and live with them. It seems that this trio is isolated. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Ash was a little curious why trio lived in isolation. 4.8. It's a Grovyle Pokemon after all, and it's supposed to be a gregarious creature under normal circumstances. Zhang Yuan gave Ash a white look, then took 2 steps back. During the conversation just now, trio seemed to be looking at Ash and the others. The older trio didn't speak, but also looked towards Ash. Then the older trio took a step back, as if giving way. From the information Zhang Yuan got from chatting just now, he could almost know that trio directly regarded Ash as the intruder, and they were regarded as the intruder's companion. Zhang Yuan hurriedly raised his hand to indicate that he was just passing by. The older trio believed Zhang Yuan, and after saying something to trio Barabara, trio attacked Ash directly. Chapter 356 Offense. Trio immediately started attacking Ash. Zhang Yuan didn't tell Ash what trio was talking about, so that Ash didn't even know that trio was treating them as invaders. Moreover, I am still a little curious why Zhang Yuan is going back. After Zhang Yuan took a step back, trio grabbed Ash directly. Pikachu reacts faster than Ash, and the advantage of not entering the Pokeball is also shown. Pikachu takes the lead towards this trio and uses quick attack without Ash's order. Pikachu's intelligence and ability are beyond the ordinary Pikachu on the road, and it will be more rare than shiny Pichu. Of course, if it is not open, there is no way to become the protagonist of the whole drama. Pikachu stopped the trio, and Ash also stood behind Pikachu. Generally speaking, as long as trio is defeated, he can be put into the Pokeball. 17. But this time Ash felt that it was not so simple. The trio in front of him was fighting himself as if he was protecting something. If he has such a strong sense of self, even if he defeats the opponent himself, there seems to be no way for this Pokemon to enter his Pokeball. But Trio's indomitable appearance made Ash feel that it wouldn't be good for him to just let him go. Pikachu uses Thunderbolt. The classic Thunderbolt makes use of Pikachu. The use of the electricity type trick means that it has no practical mystical effect on the grass-type Trico at all. Generally, the basic value of the Pokemon that can be seen by Ash is also very high. After all, this is the Pokemon that Ash wants to conquer. Of course, it is impossible to be low. Because of this, Zhang Yuan is a little envious of Ash. At least as the protagonist, he still has such a foundation to hang on, so he doesn't have to worry that the Pokemon he has conquered will not be enough to watch. But Zhang Yuan is not a vegetarian either. Although the Pokemon he conquered may not have the Earl Dervish advantage, but he can use training to turn it into one of the best existences. Pick up Pikachu. Pikachu seems to be trying to communicate with Trico, sent out by Ash himself, but because he made the move to protect Ash, so Pikachu could at least know that Ash didn't have the consciousness to fight. After hearing Pikachu's word, Trico stopped the attack and watched Pikachu communicate. It seems that this Trico was born on this tree and has been reluctant to leave. Zhang Yuan's seemingly unintentional words confirmed that he could understand Pokemon's word, which surprised everyone present. Brother. Even Lilith became a little curious. When did her brother learn this trick? After all, it is necessary to know that you can understand the words of Pokemon, which is something that many Pokemon professionals can't do, but Zhang Yuan can say it so easily. The most important thing is that, as his precious sister, he is not clear at all. This one. Zhang Yuan rubbed his temples, took out another Pokemon translation device he had copied, and brought it to Lilith. This is my new discovery. Although it is only a semi-finished product, it should be able to understand a little bit after the improvement. After wearing this translator, Lilith could immediately understand what Trico meant. This made Lilith very surprised. She looked at Zhang Yuan with a look of admiration. This is a great invention, brother. In this way, people can better communicate with Pokemon in the future. Was even more surprising was Mac. He looked at Zhang Yuan excitedly, as if he wanted to try this translator, but after all, he was not Zhang Yuan's assistant, or even Zhang Yuan's younger brother, so he could only say compliment. Come, Lord Zhang Yuan, this is the greatest invention about Pokemon. If it can become a finished product, give it up. I won't make it a finished product. Zhang Yuan rubbed Mac's head and put away the translator. The communication between humans and Pokemon itself has nothing to do with words. It takes a period of time to build trust between the two parties, and it is best to build it over a period of time. To understand the meaning of the other party too much will also make people lose their interest in specializing in research, which is unfavorable behavior for Pokemon and humans. Zhang Yuan was serious, although he said that he was talking about it, but in fact it was enough because he knew what Pokemon meant in this world. If too many people knew about it, the order might be chaotic. I see, my thoughts are still too far from yours. And this naughty words actually made Max accept 717, which made Zhang Yuan have an illusion. As long as it is what he said, this Pokemon fanatical fan can accept it. Zhang Yuan looked at the big tree. Although the tree is very large, the signs of withering are also very obvious. If he wanted to stay beside this tree, the other party should have prepared enough to watch this tree disappear. However, all living things are based on the basic principle of continuation. Although this big tree has gradually withered, it also leaves a method sufficient for its descendants to continue. Zhang Yuan walked to the edge of the big tree, and Trico began to get nervous. Although Pikachu told himself just now that Zhang Yuan and the others are not bad people, but there are human beings close to their big tree, and it is still in the forest. Some Pokemon have seen people destroying the ecological environment. Trico walked to Zhang Yuan's side, still talking softly. Shoot Zhang Yuan directly as he did with Ash. This is mainly due to Zhang Yuan's aura, which made Trico feel that he is not someone to be bullied. Chapter 357 Withered Tree. The survival instinct of the creature prevented Trico from attacking Zhang Yuan immediately, but its grunting words caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Even if he didn't bring the Pokemon translator, Zhang Yuan probably knew what this Trico was talking to himself. Probably to get myself out of the tree. But this tree is about to wither, Zhang Yuan said to Trico. Trico seems to be able to understand Zhang Yuan's word, but he is not willing to believe this fact. For him, the tree itself is a symbol, a presence that symbolizes his relative. Even if it's about to wither, maybe it's going to die today. Trico doesn't want to believe it, even if he already has such a hunch. But if the tree does not wither directly in front of him, then this is just a statement. Zhang Yuan sighed. Pokemon's obsession with one thing is really simple and rude. Zhang Yuan looked at the big tree, and then put his hand into the tree hole. There is a seed in the tree hole. This tree is not supposed to bear fruit. It is an existence that hardly transmits its own offering. This kind of tree probably only appears in fantasy type stories like Pokemon. And even if it is such a big tree, when it is about to die and disappear, it will leave a seed of its own, which is in the body of the tree at this time. Here you are. Zhang Yuan threw the seed to Trico. If I remember correctly, the seed itself should be an existence that should reappear after the tree withers and falls. But now Zhang Yuan took it out so easily without any hesitation, which made Trico a little confused. This man is wrong. Then Trico got the only signal. Yes, Zhang Yuan is very strong, just like the biological instinct he had after seeing Zhang Yuan at first. Like his instinctive desire to stay away from Zhang Yuan, Trico once again fundamentally knew how powerful Zhang Yuan was. Trico took a step forward and tugged Zhang Yuan's clothes. "Brother, he wants to challenge you," Lilith said to Zhang Yuan. "Huh." Zhang Yuan looked at Trico. Royal 3 of Hoenn region. Although the Earl Dervish attribute is average, the growth value is very strong. After all, this is the Royal 3. Just the only problem is, Zhang Yuan really didn't have any interest in cultivating the Royal 3, especially this kind of lizard, a Pokemon that can be used as a pet. One Dratini is enough. Dratini and Dragonair are cute Pokemon that can be kept as pets, but it seems that Zhang Yuan is only interested in cultivating such Pokemon. Then I said, "This little brother really wants to subdue you. Why don't you try him?" Zhang Yuan looked at Trico and said. Facing Zhang Yuan's rejection, Trico was a little depressed. Generally speaking, wild Pokemon challenge the trainer to test whether the trainer has the qualifications to control himself, as well as training their qualification. This is not a very common thing. Only those Pokemon who have a certain competitive spirit and want to travel with humans would issue such an invitation. When everyone was attracted to Zhang Yuan by this Pokemon, and recognized his strength and felt very powerful when he was worshipping, Zhang Yuan's refusal made everyone dumbfounded. Of course Ash was an accident. "Can I?" Ash looked at Zhang Yuan. This Pokemon recognized Zhang Yuan, but Zhang Yuan actually let it challenge him. It was like something he liked. After someone else took away the ownership, that person turned his head and asked, "What do you want?" The same excitement. The answer is of course yes. Ash has always wanted a Trico for his opening in the Hoenn region, but Trico looked at Ash with a bit of disgust. It seemed that after getting to know Zhang Yuan, other trainers couldn't see it. This is also a normal phenomenon. After all, Zhang Yuan is so excellent. Pick up Pikachu. Pikachu can't allow his trainer to be looked down upon. Just like an old mother who protects her calf, she stood in front of Trico angrily, protested for her trainer, and told him how powerful her trainer was. Seeing such a protest from Pikachu, Trico is actually at this time angry. Originally a competitive Pokemon, after being taunted by someone, to be precise, Pikachu taunted. Of course, he uttered harsh words directly, quote, probably saying, if he wins, he'll be Ash's Pokemon or something. Lilith didn't plan to put down the Pokemon translator on her head at all, but began to listen to the translation of Pokemon's words with relish. Although it is said that only some common conceptual translations can be performed, Lilith seems to be enjoying it the first time she comes into contact with it. But it's normal for children to like it. You must know that when Zhang Yuan picked up this translator for the first time, he played with it for a long time before giving up. Then you'd cheer up, "Okay, I'll go and see the condition of this tree." The gradually withering tree made Zhang Yuan a little curious, and under Lilith translation, the elder of Trico told Zhang Yuan that this tree was originally their habitat, but they were moved because of the gradual withering. What I didn't expect was that this young Trico was reluctant to leave. If he could embark on the journey with Zhang Yuan and the others, it would be a good situation for him. It's just a pity that the trainer who subdued it was not Zhang Yuan. Probably the lack of water in the groundwater has caused a long-term lack of water and nutrients, and it will be completely dead in a few days. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he picked up a tree fruit. This tree fruit should be picked by Trico from the side, so that Trico can be seen on the road. He also wanted to spend more time with the tree. Chapter 358 Breakthrough. Beautifly. Zhang Yuan looked back at Ash's eye. Ash's Pikachu is covered in scars. After all, the grass type restrains the electricity type. Pikachu's Thunderbolt and other electricity type tricks are basically useless to the grass type Trico. Not to mention, Trico didn't plan to travel with Ash either, so the power used must be the result of dissatisfaction simply because of Pikachu's word. Naturally, do your best. In the face of a grass type Pokemon that goes all out, as an electric type Pokemon, it can be considered a match. Obviously can't use the special trick of the electricity system, but Ash still wants to counterattack successfully. After all, it is Pishin and Za. Even if the attributes are mutually restrained, what is it? They can be defeated directly with perseverance and blood. By the way, do you have any special Pokemon you want? Zhang Yuan suddenly turned to Mei and asked. Mei shook her head. She didn't have any special Pokemon yet. After all, as a trainer, Mei has just started, and she still has a long way to go. If you have to say what kind of Pokemon she wants, Mei has seen very few Pokemon. Almost a Pokemon encyclopedia like Mac, so it's a bit strange for Zhang 800 Yuan to ask. It was at this time that Lilith Pokeball suddenly opened, and Silcoon suddenly came out of the Pokeball and jumped into Lilith's hand. Isn't this Silcoon? Matt looked at Silcoon. Although some Pokemon do come out of Pokeball on their own, Pokemon like Silcoon do not. It's like Wurmple's pet Pokeball comes out of it. After all, Wurmple and Silcoon are very gentle Pokemon, and rarely have that kind of winning personality, so it's true that they rarely come out of Pokeball directly. However, there is one more possibility. possibility is that about to hatch. Indeed, Wurmple's toxicity and its attack on Pokemon is basically based on the evolution that will be generated by being attacked. Rarely are there direct attacks on other people, but by the time May captured this Wurmple was already preparing to become a cocoon. Although it's only been less than a week now, but if it turns into a butterfly, it's not a strange thing. Not to mention, in the world of Pokemon, egg can be hatched by walking, so it seems like a normal situation to hatch cocoons by walking. Using common sense to understand Pokemon seems to be an unscientific thing. Sure enough, Silcoon immediately began to glow, and after a while, Silcoon became beautiful. The colorful butterfly itself is something girls like, not to mention a cute Pokemon like Beautifly. Meeting Beautifly, May had a desired Pokemon for the first time. This Beautiful. May looked at the Beautiful in Lilith's hands and said in surprise, "Just now you asked me what Pokemon I wanted, and I thought it was this beauty. You'll only be obsessed with other people's Pokemon." Max looked at May with some dissatisfaction. He has never looked down on his sister very much, and now of course he is making the most of his dissatisfaction. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you remember what my mother said? The first date with my father was in a beautiful forest." She can still remember the beauty of that time. After May said this, Zhang Yuan was also interested. Beautifly is a bug-type plus flying-type Pokemon. Very good looking, but not the type that Zhang Yuan would cultivate. BHCE. But you can't beat it. It's beautiful. And not all of Wurmple can become beautiful. Many will become Cascoon, and then become another very ugly big moth. Not just very ugly. The color of this big moth is very strange. Even if Zhang Yuan sees it, he will feel very strange. Just at this probability, being able to become a beautiful jungle is a miracle in itself. Zhang Yuan is of course very curious. "I can take you to see it when I have time, but it would be a good thing if there is a Beautifly before that," May said with a smile. She is indeed not as smart as Max and knows so many things about Pokemon, but May is more concerned about her parents than Max, which is why Max suddenly stopped talking. He always thought that his sister was just a trainer with no big deal, and that he could be 100 times 10,000 times better than her sister. But when he heard May's concern for his mother, Max didn't dare to speak. Has always lived with her parent, and even May spends most of her time in Little Root Town by herself. Because May is already a big child, and Max is still young, so Max always took it for granted. But now it seems that I still have a place where I can't compare to my sister. Boom. It was at this time that the big tree next to Zhang Yuan suddenly began to collapse. Zhang Yuan picked up Lilith and ran to a safe place, and May didn't forget to grab her brother. Beautifly followed Lilith and left this place of right and wrong. As for the Trico side, the tree that I have always cared about and liked suddenly collapsed at this time, which made Trico a little unacceptable, but the speed of the attack began to decrease. Because of this, Ash seized the moment and let the Pikachu quick attack knock Trico directly to the ground. Thunderbolt and other electric type tricks in the final blow. Maybe it was his luck as the protagonist. The common type trick he was using happened to knock Trico into the air, so Trico had to admit that Ash was stronger than himself. And of course, another point is that Trico also became Ash's Pokemon. After all, as a Pokemon, he is still very credible. Chapter 359 Shadow in the Jungle. After all, it is also a selected protagonist team. Trico will of course have the property of being trustworthy. After all, he is also a member of the protagonist team. If he has no credit, it is probably only Team Rocket. By the way, Team Rockets were also driven back by Zhang Yuan Tilda to the Kanto region at this time. Go to the Pokeball. Although it is already known that Trico wants to be his own Pokemon, but the same Ash is also able to decide this point by taking it into the Pokeball. It's like a ceremony. When it was released again, Trico was already Ash's Pokemon. As for the elders of Trico, seeing the collapse of the tree and the fact that Trico became the trainer's companion, they also left here with a look of relief. Trico held the seed of the big tree that Zhang Yuan gave him and buried it where the tree collapsed. It's like a memory. Trico kept the seed somewhere in his memory. Maybe one day it will sprout and grow into a big tree, but it would take too long to grow into the big tree in Trico's memory, and Trico probably won't be able to see it in his entire life. But even so, Trico didn't think there was any problem. Even if he couldn't see it, the tree still existed, and it at least left his memory. Immediately after Zhang Yuan, they continued their journey. On the way to Rustboro City, you will pass through several small towns. These are not in the original game. However, the map in the animation is larger and more complicated than the one in the game. It is also a recognized thing, so it is also common sense. But before reaching the town, Lilith and Mac's stomachs were rumbling hungry. There's still about half a day to go. Let's have a picnic first, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. After all, let's not talk about Mac. Lilith must be in the developmental stage. After all, the development of girls is earlier than that of boys, which is probably at the age of Lilith. The reason why Zhang Yuan is so proficient is because he is a boy. As a boy, he has not yet reached this point in his growth. Here period, which proves that Zhang Yuan does not have such a strong hunger as Lilith. After Mitsuko's delicacies run out, all they have left is some regular dry food. Zhang Yuan didn't like these dry food very much, so he encouraged Ponyta to make a fire, and then took Beautifly and Lilith to catch some game. Beautifly needs some training to be a good Pokemon. For Lilith, of course, she will not use the same high-intensity training method as Zhang Yuan. For girls, training is basically very gentle. Therefore, Zhang Yuan did not intend to treat Lilith Pokemon with the same high intensity as he did with his own Pokemon. However, since Beauty has the word hunting, it is also a good thing to bring it to hunt. Although Beautifly said that hunting can still use tricks such as Gust to capture a few game, but because he can't control his strength, it is easy to blow the game away. After all, not all creatures in this world, except humans, are Pokemon. The combat style attack of Beautifly makes it easier to knock those wild animals into the air, and at this time, Lillipup appeared. As a canine Pokemon, it is still very powerful for catching game. In no time they were hunting a lot of game, and Ponyta was able to raise the fire. Of course Torchic also helped. After all, although May didn't notice that Zhang Yuan was training Pokemon in Helping Hand Lilith, Torchic was smarter than his master. Once he found out that this method could train his abilities, he started to help him without hesitation. After all the food was ready, they started to eat happily. By the way, I also started chatting about what to eat after arriving in town at night. What they didn't know was that while they were chatting, a shadow was watching them in the bushes. Asking for flowers. Oh no, it should mean that no one except Zhang Yuan found out. Although Zhang Yuan said that he didn't notice where the shadow was, or in a sense, he didn't see the existence of the shadow, but he felt the sight. Zhang Yuan is very sensitive to this kind of sight. After all, it is a kind of covetousness, as if it is a sight that is going to eat them all. The most important thing is that what the other party is staring at is most likely not them but the food itself. Why do you say it's the food itself? Of course, because Zhang Yuan knows that he and Lilith are human beings, and they are behemoth. Ellipsis. Naturally, the Pokemon next to such a behemoth will not be targeted, so since some people are staring at it, most of them are for food. Come out. After Zhang Yuan finished eating a rabbit leg, he threw the sign like a javelin in the direction of the sight. But when Zhang Yuan did this action, May on the side was frightened. As for Lilith and Ash, it wasn't the first day that they met Zhang Yuan, so they were not frightened, but they were curious about which poor little one was actually targeted by Zhang Yuan. What Zhang Yuan was staring at was the dark shadow in the wood, and more than one. It was a dark, snake-like Pokemon. When Zhang Yuan threw out a lottery, they suddenly jumped out, facing the lottery directly, and then landed in front of Zhang Yuan. Of course, one of the snakes was very pitiful, and directly let Zhang Yuan's lottery be hit, inserted into the body, and blood flowed from the wound. It's a viper. Max of course recognized this Pokemon at first sight. Zhang Yuan also knew about this Pokemon. If Team Rockets hadn't been beaten directly back to the Kanto region by himself, then this Seviper would have been beaten by Jessie after stealing Team Rocket's food, and then subdued by Jessie. It's just a monster that fought Pokemon in the flesh. Chapter 360 Seviper Group. However, Zhang Yuan has no qualifications to say that Jessie is a Pokemon in the flesh. The sign that he threw out just now was inserted into a Seviper's body intact at this time, but Seviper should not be a herd animal. At this time, a large group suddenly appeared, which still surprised Zhang Yuan. You must know that in the story, there is only one Seviper who attacked Ash, but now there is a group in front of him. This was probably because I was too powerful, so I made it harder for me to make myself trouble. You guys be careful. This snake's tail isn't just as sharp as it looks, it's toxic. Zhang Yuan said to May and Lilith. Because Lilith let her Pokemon go hunting before, she hasn't received 153 to go back. As for May, he always put Torchic outside after learning from Ash, so now Torchic is facing Seviper with a serious face, trying to attack him. A large group of Seviper. It's better for us to escape at this time. Matt gave a pertinent opinion. For a Pokemon that can use a tail knife and is also poisonous, running away may be the best way to go now. But this is also a method Zhang Yuan will not choose. He wasn't going to run away. Escaping is something that should be done simply because the opponent can't beat him, and Zhang Yuan doesn't think he can't beat him. Not only can't beat, but can also beat the opponent. Let you see my little cutie. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he released Dratini. Not only Dratini, but also Dragonite. Zhang Yuan has it, but compared to Dragonite, Dratini look cute. So after I got Dragonair, I couldn't help taking a Dratini to keep as a pet, and I didn't plan to let her evolve. Zhang Yuan's Dratini is Lilith's favorite Pokemon. For a while, Zhang Yuan kept Dratini as a pet in his home, but he put it away without remembering why. Now is the time to let her out. Matt was even more excited than Lilith to see Dratini. Lilith ran directly over and hugged Dratini. Lilith really misses this Dratini so much, and Dratini and Lilith are also very familiar. Of course, they rubbed against Lilith instead. As for Mac, he acclaimed instead. Is this a Dratini? Lord Zhang Yuan, you even have a Dratini. Calm down, it's just Dratini. Now the main thing is these Seviper. Zhang Yuan's calm attitude made Max even more unable to calm down. He also knew what other Pokemon Zhang Yuan could have. There are very few witnesses to Dratini. This is a Pokemon. Can I touch it? Seeing the communication between Dratini and Lilith, Max couldn't help but want to step in. Yeah, but after defeating Seviper, Zhang Yuan is a little annoyed by this 7-year-old child. It is indeed a good thing to have a fanboy praise him, but if it is all the time, and you can't see what happened, and what is the current situation, you should not, is better. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, Max also took a step back. He was not a trainer and could not fight, and now Seviper is really a priority. Dratini, use Dragon Rage. Another reason for Zhang Yuan to use Dratini is that if Dratini does not have evolution, there is still a limitation in his ability. After all, it was a Pokemon raised by Zhang Yuan as a pet, so the ability is still a lot weaker than Zhang Yuan's other Pokemon. It can just be used to satisfy the bad taste of developing a game at this time. After seeing Zhang Yuan using Dratini, Ash immediately asked Pikachu to use Thunderbolt. After all, he was also an old friend of Zhang Yuan. Of course, he knew that Zhang Yuan also wanted them to do some Pokemon training at this time. Ash wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Ash knows how powerful Zhang Yuan's Pokemon is. If Zhang Yuan has all the sovereignty, he won't be able to train Pokemon along the way. So Ash is still a little bit intimidating Zhang Yuan to use a very powerful Pokemon to get rid of Seviper directly. Flame! Torchic! May yelled at Torchic. Torchic has been able to control the flames very well during his journey these days. There are even signs of learning new moves. Although it is Ember, Torchic's Ember is still a bit big, and immediately attacked Seviper. Seviper took 2 steps back. After all, it was a creature, and no creature was immune to fire. There is no doubt about this. Seviper, who took 2 steps back, made May think this was an opportunity. Although there is no way for a group of Seviper to solve it, one is still possible. Peck it. May gave the order again. Wait, wrong. For poison-type Pokemon, direct melee attacks are simply not possible, even if the opponent is not poisoned. For a novice trainer like May, melee attack is a very dangerous thing. However, even Torchic, after seeing the opponent's Seviper being pushed back by his own attack, could be considered to be eager to win. It was at this time that the Seviper, who was being targeted by May, immediately rolled up his tail and attacked. This tail, which is said to have been honed many times in the rock, was used exclusively against Angus, but also accompanied Toxic. Brush. I saw a green shadow flashed by. Ash put Trico outside and immediately told Torchic to hug. Perhaps it was a sentient being in the same Royal 3. Trico hugged Torchic and rolled to the side, and soon told Torchic to be protected. But because of this, Trico's hand was also attacked by Seviper and was injured. On Trico's injured hand, a purple glow appeared, clearly poison. Chapter 361 Drive Back. Ash looked at his Trico in surprise. The first time he saw a Pokemon protect another Pokemon according to his own will. This Trico was taken by them from the edge of the tree before. Trico was fighting to protect the tree before, but now protecting Torchic is similar to the previous protection. After all, he was fighting to protect something. Take care of your Torchic, Zhang Yuan said to May, but right away, he regretted it a little. It was obvious that May ordered Torchic to peck, and it was to pursue the victory. Now Torchic and May may be the ones who should be trained in Pokemon science, especially May. Torchic's desire to hunt down may be a lack of experience. After all, for Torchic, there may be no Seviper in its living environment, but in this case, the trainer should make up for the lack of Pokemon. At this time, May did not fill this vacancy very well, making Zhang Yuan feel that May needs to go to the Pokemon school to learn anew. Maybe Max will really be more powerful than May. Trico, come back first. Ash take Trico back into his Pokeball. Although Pokeball cannot completely cure the phenomenon of poisoning, it can alleviate the spread of toxins under certain circumstances. At least it can last for half a day to reach the Pokemon Center after helping hand Trico. Of course, Ash's consideration was completely ignoring the existence of Zhang Yuan's antidote. Even a half-day walk to the Pokemon Center was enough. Dratini's Dragon Rage pushed the other Seviper aside, unable to move. For Dragon-type Pokemon, this kind of generally poisonous Pokemon is really not in the eye. Lilith. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith, and Lilith nodded, knowing that it was time for her to take action. Lilith has learned a lot about the names of the beautiful trick in school. Although Silcoon, who has just become Beautifly, may not have too many complicated moves, at least one can still be learned. Beautiful. Gust. Don't ask for a large-scale attack, just knock the opponent out 1 or 2. This is Lilith's only request for beauty. Although it is said that Beautifly has not fought with Lilith several times since Wurmple's time, maybe it should be more accurate to say that she has never fought. But I don't know if it's because I grew up by Lilith's side. Although I didn't fight together, I still have some feelings for Lilith. He immediately knew what Lilith wanted from him. Gust's trick. Beautifly did not immediately attack all Seviper, but targeted a Seviper. Gust Twister gave Seviper to Whirlwind in an instant. Beautifly Mai immediately began to take credit for her master. Of course, since he was already attacked by Zhang Yuan's Dratini, Ash was not polite, and Pikachu's Thunder Wave immediately hit Seviper. Seviper hit by the Thunder Wave were already paralyzed by the Thunder Wave's influence. The paralyzed Seviper had no fighting ability, and on the other hand, Zhang Yuan's Dratini did not give up his advantage as a snake-shaped Pokemon, and directly gave the opponent's Seviper to Constrict. As two snake-shaped Pokemon, originally, Constrict was unable to cause damage to Seviper, let alone the size of Dratini. It is unlikely to cause damage to huge Seviper, but Dratini did. It Constrict, which made Seviper's Constrict unusable, and quickly stunned the two Seviper. A scholar can be killed but not humiliated, and Zhang Yuan's meal cannot be moved. This is already common sense between Lilith and Ash. After all, if Zhang Yuan's meal was moved, it would make Zhang Yuan go mad. Zhang Yuan didn't have too many desires. After all, everything developed as he imagined. He doesn't bother to ask for anything else, and he can get everything he wants in a short time. When a person is satisfied enough, he will only be picky about what he eats, not just for satiety, but for refinement. For example, Zhang Yuan. He is very picky about his food. Now that my food has been moved, of course it is going to explode. Remember, his food must not be spoiled. Ash said to May and Max with a deep expression. May and Max nodded. Although the two of them didn't know Zhang Yuan very well, Zhang Yuan's paranoia about food was very clear. Tailow's lessons had already been learned, so when Ash said this, Max and May immediately understood. Dratini is still a 900 little dragons without evolution after all. After restraining a few Seviper, he didn't have much strength, so he retreated back to his position. And Seviper saw that his companions were all injured and fell down. Some of the wise Seviper started to flee in the other direction. They were afraid that they never thought in their entire lives that they would provoke a trainer who was best not to provoke in their entire lives when they were just foraging for food. As for some of the more competitive Seviper, they didn't run away, but things have changed from foraging and protecting food to simply wanting to compete. Zhang Yuan looked at these Seviper and gave Dratini a signal, but Dratini did not pursue the victory, but retreated to Zhang Yuan's side. At this point, they were already a group of defeated soldiers, and they didn't need Dratini's action at all. They only needed to let Lilith and Ash use their Pokemon abilities to deal with the aftermath. Seviper charged towards Dratini. The other Pokemon didn't let them suffer such a blow, and the ones who stayed were basically Seviper who were a little too strong, so they were even more don't die. And Ponyta immediately stopped in front of Seviper. Chapter 362 Chase After Victory. Lilith knew Zhang Yuan's thought very well. After all, this man is his own brother. What is your brother planning to do? Can a younger sister still not understand? She immediately ordered Ponyta to be stopped in front of the other party, and Xiaobai was also sensible, and stopped directly in front of Seviper, looking like he was about to fight. Seviper was stunned at this point, when suddenly a Cheng Yaojin came out. Ponyta didn't seem to do much fighting just now, so they didn't pay attention. No, to be precise, Pokemon other than Dratini, these Seviper didn't pay much attention, so when he saw Ponyta, Seviper didn't have much concern at all, and attacked Ponyta directly. Xiaobai, the Flame Vortex. Lilith may not be familiar with other Pokemon, but Ponyta is a Pokemon who has been by her side for so many years, and it can be regarded as her own Pokemon, just like Ash's Pikachu. No, it should be said to be even closer than the tacit understanding and connection between Ash and Pikachu. So of course Lilith knew what her Ponyta was capable of and what level she could achieve. Lilith's order made Ponyta a little excited. Nothing excites a Pokemon more than the recognition of its owner. Ponyta uses the Flame Vortex right away. The flames were directly wrapped around Seviper's body. It seems that they really didn't expect this Ponyta to use such a powerful attack, but it was directly wrapped up by Ponyta's Flame Vortex. I've always had a question. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, your Xiaobai is already very powerful. Why is there no evolution yet? In the world of Pokemon, most Pokemon can actually evolve as long as they reach a certain level. This is the setting in the game. Of course, in real life, there is no exact and specific level setting, so there will be no situation where you can evolve when you reach a certain level. But many Pokemon will evolve if they are strong enough. Of course, this has something to do with Pokemon's mood. Lilith Pokemon, Xiaobai, is actually a very good Ponyta, and theoretically it should be able to evolve into a Flame Horse. But since Zhang Yuan knew Lilith until now, Xiaobai is still a Ponyta. Even if he has learned all the skills that a Ponyta should learn, he is still a Ponyta. I don't know either, Lilith said with a smile. But whether it's Ponyta or Flaming Horse, they're my little white. It doesn't matter if it's not evolution. I won't abandon it. Zhang Yuan didn't want to tell Lilith that if it was evolution, then her Xiaobai would be even more powerful. Evolution itself is a step towards a qualitative leap in the ability of Pokemon. As long as a Pokemon trainer who pursues power, he will want his Pokemon evolution. However, Lilith may really not be the kind of Pokemon trainer partner who pursues power. After all, for girls, cuteness occupies most of the proportions of Pokemon. Not to mention Xiaobai, who has been with Lilith for so long. If the emotional factor occupies a major position, it is really perfect. It is estimated that Xiaobai will not evolve into a flame horse in his life, and even if he has no way to face those powerful Pokemon, Lilith will willingly give this lovely pony to the greatest love. Fire Blast nearly knocked the last of the Seviper to the ground. Zhang Yuan did not directly take out his proud Pokemon, which is a good situation. At least it should be considered a lucky one for Seviper. After all, Lilith and the others fought, and they could always leave a life for these Pokemon. After accepting Ponyta's Fire Blast, the remaining few fish that slid through the net didn't dare to make trouble, and ran away with their tails between their tails, just wanting to steal something and suffer such a big Shanghai. For these Seviper, it can be regarded as a lifetime of psychological shadow. After solving Seviper, Zhang Yuan looked at Ash. Just now Trico was injured and even poisoned in order to protect May's Torchic, and now he must hurry to the Pokemon Center in the next town. Let's hit the road, Ash said excitedly. What are you excited about? Zhang Yuan gave Ash a white look. Does he know who he is going out with? He went out with Zhang Yuan. Now that Zhang Yuan is here, he is still afraid that his Pokemon will not be poisoned. Take the Trico out. Zhang Yuan looked at Ash and said. Ash quickly took out Trico. In Pokeball, Trico's poison is slower, but as soon as it comes out, it returns to its normal speed and immediately falls to the ground dying. Seviper's poison won't necessarily kill a grass-type Pokemon, but it seems to be able to do something like a maim. Trico was lying on the ground, and Zhang Yuan took the antidote from his backpack. It was good. Ash actually has this antidote, but his antidote is naturally not as powerful as Zhang Yuan, so after Trico was poisoned, Ash knew that only the Pokemon Center could help with hand. As for the antidote, Ash originally wanted to say that the antidote was useless, but he didn't expect that the antidote in Gangwon-do really made Trico come alive in an instant. No, isn't this antidote only suitable for some simple situations encountered on the road, like Seviper's poison? There is no way. Ash was a little dissatisfied, but Zhang Yuan directly threw an antidote to Ash. That's the case with the antidote sold in the store, and my antidote is of course not the same as the one in the store. After Zhang Yuan said this, Ash hurriedly put the antidote into his package. Chapter 363 Folk Gym. Since Trico is alright, Seviper who had lost their ability to fight, and began to eat. Seeing Zhang Yuan's calm appearance, Lilith and the others didn't mind much. After all, Pokemon are not stupid. Since they know that there is no way to defeat them, of course they will not challenge them again and again. Sure enough, just as they were eating, Seviper had a few injuries that weren't very serious, and regained his consciousness, and their first reaction was to leave this place of right and wrong. Enough blows to these Seviper in the previous battle. Seviper has long been afraid of Zhang Yuan, and naturally he will not stay and die. After finishing their meal, Zhang Yuan and Lilith calmly walked to the next town. They arrived in the town probably in the evening. Because Seviper was so noisy, it took them a long time to finish their 997 lunch, but now they feel less hungry. At this time, they saw an advertisement instead. The ad featured a very large-looking man with a Pelipper standing beside him, and next to the advertisement is the word, the strongest Folk Gym, the strongest Pelipper waiting for your challenge. This made Ash a little excited. Captivate candy for children. Whether it is poisonous or not, they will always want to taste it first. Seeing Ash so eager to try, Mac's face was calm. Anyway, Pelipper is also a water-type and flying-type Pokemon, so if you use an electric-type Pokemon to attack, it's a breeze. As Mac spoke, he looked at Pikachu. Grass-type Pokemon will be restrained by flying-type, but electricity-type is different, and Pikachu is also a very powerful electric-type Pokemon. From the time spent together in the past few days, Abia, Mac and of course also see that this Pikachu has accumulated a lot of actual combat experience, which is much more powerful than the general electric Pokemon. Pikachu didn't know why Mac was looking at him, so he tilted his head and looked at Mac, a little incomprehensible. Then go to this place. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan, the strongest Pelipper. Originally, Lilith didn't have any interest, but after hearing what Mac said, Lilith remembered what she had learned in the Pokemon school. As soon as she remembered these content, Lilith began to feel strange. The water-type Pokemon itself has a certain attribute restraint defect. As long as there is a Pokemon with the attribute that specifically restrains this Pokemon, it is easy to be defeated for a long time. So the strongest argument doesn't hold. It would be accusable if Pokemon such as dragons are said to be the strongest. After all, there are very few Pokemon that can restrain the dragon attribute, and the Pokemon are even rarer. Not to mention that the dragon itself has a high racial value. It is not impossible to counterattack against the attribute. As soon as she thought of this, Lilith immediately began to want to go there and see. As for Lilith's 10,000 favorite Zhang Yuan, of course he agreed, but looking at this Pelipper, although there is nothing to see in the advertisement, it is not ruled out that the Pokemon is mutated, resulting resulting in a bug in the upper limit of power. The specific situation still has to see the person involved. No, only the person involved can know. This can be regarded as arousing Zhang Yuan's interest. He nodded, and went to the folk gym to find it according to the position on the advertisement. Folk gym. A gym of the official gym, but the leader of gym can be regarded as having a little ability. So even if it is not officially recognized as the Pokemon League's gym, it can still be used as a challenger training venue to receive challengers. But even so, the folk gym still needs to be recognized. Not just anyone who opens a restaurant can call themselves a folk gym. This has also given the folk gym a guarantee, and in a sense, it can be regarded as an officially recognized place for trainers to practice. After all, it's not like the game. A bunch of trainers will fight with you to level up your Pokemon. Many times, you need to use your own Pokemon to compete with each other to exercise. Mention that for the protagonist Ash, who was targeted by Team Rocket, in a sense, gave him experience as a gift. In the absence of Team Rocket, if the halo of the original protagonist is not there, Ash's Pikachu not at the current level. Since it's a folk gym, you should be able to deal with it. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, Lilith's best Pokemon is Ponyta, and she can't beat Pelipper in the attribute duel, but it's different if it's the insect type plus light type beauty. Lillipup. Zhang Yuan didn't think about it. After all, general type Pokemon have little lethality to special attribute, and their defense is not very high, but if it's insect type beautiful, there is at least one absorb ability, and most likely it can save a game against water type as Pelipper. As for it trainer, Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith. This is her own younger sister. Even without her own company and training, she is also a leader in the Pokemon school. In the face of a Pelipper, she used the words of Beautifly, who had grown into a cocoon by Lilith's side since she was a child, is simply a powerful fighting force, and Ash is also a little eager to try. Whether it is Pikachu of electricity or Trico of grass, they are all restrained against water type. Maybe flight is a little difficult for Trico of grass, but Pikachu is absolutely possible. Since he claims to be the strongest Pelipper in history, it doesn't matter if he has some inverse attribute. Otherwise, why is Pishin called Pishin? Of course, he can defeat the opponent by restraining his attribute, so he is called Pishin. Chapter 364. The strongest Pelipper. Zhang Yuan and Lilith were exchanging tactics when they saw Pelipper later. While Ash was planning how to deal with this water-type Pokemon, they quickly arrived at this folk gym. Jim's leader is a strong-looking man with a Hokkaido vibe, just like a wild seaside man. Even if he was thrown into a fishing boat, no one would suspect that he was not a real fisherman. After meeting Zhang Yuan, this leader Tilda was a little excited. It seems that even if I use a large advertisement, no one is coming, so I am very happy to see a customer arrive. It's finally up to you, leader said with a smile. Are you here to challenge Jim? When leader asked, Zhang Yuan nodded quickly. But forget about it, mainly Lilith and the others. Zhang Yuan suggested to Lilith, and Lilith immediately released her beauty, saying that she wanted to challenge the leader's Pelipper. In the face of bug-type Pokemon, leader is not false at all. It beauty. If you use the suction, it will be a little troublesome for my Pelipper. Not only was it true, but even told Lilith about the weakness of her Pelipper. Lilith was a little surprised. Could it be that this leader's Pelipper is really the strongest? Even this absorbing move won't worry about it. Instead, he revealed it directly to himself. Be careful, Zhang Yuanfu whispered in Lilith's ear. The other party actually told Lilith about Pelipper's weaknesses, and most likely they wanted Lilith to use that absorbing skill. Generally speaking, people only reveal their weaknesses when they want the other person to do so. Although Zhang Yuan has not seen this situation, but the world of Pokemon is a huge world. Even if there are mutations and special circumstances, it is normal. Then this Pelipper is different from other Pelippers, and it doesn't seem to be a strange thing. Okay, I see. After Zhang Yuan's reminder, Lilith immediately knew what she should do. Lilith would never do it a second time to underestimate the enemy, so she also hoped that Zhang Yuan would not worry about herself. She is the younger sister of the strongest trainer in the world, and she can't always embarrass her brother. Zhang Yuan nodded. He believed in Lilith. Lilith and gym leader arrived at the gym arena, and they watched each other send their own Pokemon. Pelipper on beautiful. Considering the fact that Drain has a miraculous effect on water-type Pokemon, Lilith should have a chance of winning, but gym leader just said that the way Lilith Beauty can defeat Pelipper is Drain, which made people reluctant to use it. Trick up. Lilith had beautiful use Gust. Beautifly as Gust, so that the other party was immediately involved in Twister. But Pelipper is not a grass-type Pokemon. It is also a flying-type Pelipper. He quickly threw the Gust back. Lilith asked Beautifly to dodge, and Beautifly did it. After becoming a butterfly Pokemon, Beautifly's agility has skyrocketed. What I didn't expect was that Pelipper actually used Flamethrower on Beautiful. That's right, Flamethrower. The fire-type trick is fatal to the insect type. Moreover, the insect system itself has the characteristics of low defense and thin blood. After this fatal injury, Beautiful was knocked to the side and and fell to the ground. The injured Beautifly made Lilith feel a little heartache. She immediately stepped forward and hugged Beautifly, but Beautifly stubbornly broke free from Lilith's arms, saying that she could still fight. Drain. At this time, the only trick that Lilith can use is to absorb. Absorbing this trick is a trick that can turn the opponent's strength into one's own physical strength. It has an attack bonus effect on water-type Pokemon, but since the other party has already said that this trick can hurt Pelipper, what will it be? Anything is an indeterminate number. 0. Ask for flowers. 0. Pelipper, get out of the way, leader shouted. Just when Pelipper was dodging, Zhang Yuan noticed that some kind of familiar shiny flash passed Pelipper's mouth. This made Zhang Yuan immediately know why Pelipper could use the fire-type trick just now. The other party cheated. Although it is said that the other party has cheated, Pelipper's ability is indeed one of the best. After all, being able to evade Beautiful's absorbing attack is not something that can be done under normal circumstances. Even if it is cheating, there is no doubt that the opponent itself has certain strength and ability. On Lilith's side, although Beautifly said that she quickly used the trick of absorbing, Pelipper was actually a trained Pokemon. It passed the dodge and evaded Beautifly's absorbing. Immediately afterward, Pelipper faced Beautiful and used the fire-type trick again. Immediately Beautifly was incapacitated. I'll try it. Ash took 1,000 steps at this time. No matter whether it was fire-type or water-type, Pikachu could not be defeated. Ash came forward this time, but he wanted to use Pikachu to challenge the opponent. Electric-type has special attack against water-type, and even fire-type doesn't have any special attack bonus. I think it can be done this time. Matt silently gave Ash a flag. Although Ash is the protagonist, and the content of Max is 100% accurate, Zhang Yuan, who already knows Pelipper's secret, can know that Pikachu has absolutely no advantage. However, Ash had no intention of using Pikachu at this time, but released Halo calmly. Originally Ash wanted to release Trico, but after seeing the fire attack, Ash knew that his Trico was unlikely to win, so he used Halo. Without using Pikachu, this is something that Zhang Yuan finds magical. Chapter 365. Zhang Yuan comes on stage. Halo is the original form. In addition to taking Everstone and not wanting to let Halo evolution, in fact Halo itself is a Pokemon that can perform 2-stage evolution. That is to say, the current Halo is not very powerful, and in this not very powerful attack of Halo, Pelipper actually used the electric trick to directly knock Halo into the air, losing his fighting consciousness. This is interesting. Max looked at the Pelipper on the other side and said, it's obviously a water-type Pokemon, but it can actually use fire-type and electric-type trick. May couldn't believe it. May, who has no knowledge. At this time, it is rare to have a reaction with Max. She looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, and 500 inches didn't quite believe her eyes. Although some Pokemon can learn the tricks of other attributes, but that attribute cannot be too contradictory with their own attribute. For example, fire-type and water-type are unlikely to be learned together. Matt added another point. My older sister doesn't know much about Pokemon at ordinary times. She hasn't gone to school with Pokemon, and all the knowledge about Pokemon is not what a gym leader's daughter should have. But it doesn't seem like it's too bad today. Use Pikachu, Zhang Yuan said to Ash. Ash nodded. Compared with other Pokemon, Pikachu is a Pokemon that has always been with him, and Ash's understanding of Pikachu will be more in-depth. Seeing Ash dispatched Pikachu, gym leader looked at his own Pelipper worriedly. After all, it is a Pokemon with restraint properties. Pelipper has fought several times before, and Pelipper's excited look made gym leader know that his Pelipper really wanted to join the battle. Since it doesn't matter if your own Pokemon, then gym leader doesn't have to worry. Pelipper on the field right away, and Pikachu, a Thunderbolt, directly beat Pelipper to the ground. Zhang Yuan sighed after seeing this scene. It seems that no matter how cheating, as long as the carrier to withstand the attack is dead, it is meaningless. However, just when Zhang Yuan thought that this was the strongest, Pelipper stood up again as if he wanted to save the honor for his master. After Pelipper stood up, gym leader knew that it had to be done quickly, and his Pelipper couldn't take too much damage. Of course, Ash's IQ is also not very able to find that his Pikachu can defeat the opponent's Pelipper in the attack of electricity. The next attack is the quick attack. Before quick attack, it was the opponent's attack. At this time, Pelipper actually used a very excessive attack method. It hit Pikachu directly with the vine. This is a grass-type Pokemon's move, and for Pikachu, it's fatal. Faced with all of this, Ash couldn't believe it for a moment. A water-type Pokemon that can use fire-type attack, plus electric-type and grass-type attack. No matter how you look at it, this is not normal. And this abnormal thing appeared in front of Ash and Zhang Yuan. Ash looked at Zhang Yuan. Compared with everyone present, Zhang Yuan was undoubtedly a Pokemon encyclopedia in Ash's mind. So if you encounter such an abnormal situation, of course, you have to look at Zhang Yuan's thoughts. Zhang Yuan didn't speak. He stepped forward to look at gym leader, and said calmly, otherwise, let me have a test. Zhang Yuan Yuan looked at Ash's Pikachu isn't out of combat yet, but it basically Fasu, and the other party's Pelipper state is not right. Then this game is a draw, the other party's gym leader said with a smile, and took back his Pelipper. But look, my Pelipper looks like this. Why don't we take a break first? Rest. This is a good idea. Zero. Zhang Yuan didn't want to face a half-dead Pelipper, so if he could defeat it, it would be a bit boring. You must know that this leader is cheating. Zhang Yuan's only thought now is to let the other party have no way to defeat him even if he cheats. Go and rest. I'll wait here. Zhang Yuan smiled and walked to the chair on the other side to sit down. The others also stepped aside and sat down. As the leader left, Lilith immediately approached her brother. She knew that her brother must have discovered something, otherwise she would not have made this request. Brother, do you know how this Pelipper did it? Seeing that his sister was so smart, Zhang Yuan rubbed Lilith. She was indeed right. I really know how to deal with this Pelipper. The specific situation will be known to you later, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. It seems a bit too much to use the dragon attribute later, but the main one is the dragon attribute Pokemon. Although Verizion's words are not very powerful, it is still a mythical beast of Hoenn region. Not to mention that its own grass attribute also restrains Pelipper's water attribute. In this case, compared with other people who would use 4.9 attacks of restraint attribute to fight against Pelipper, Zhang Yuan really intends to use non-restraint attribute, or should be said to be inverse attribute Pokemon to fight against. First of all, Zhang Yuan must determine one thing. One's own Pokemon not only has to go against the property restraint but also has enough blood defense to defend against the opponent's water type attack. There is only one answer. After Gym Leader restored his Pelipper to its best state, Zhang Yuan did not forget to release the Pokemon he liked very much, Charizard. Charizard turned to Pelipper, and Gym Leader was immediately dumbfounded. The fire attribute and the water attribute must be restrained, but this Charizard of Zhang Yuan is really huge, which puts a certain amount of pressure on Gym Leader. Chapter 366 Duel. Zhang Yuan's Charizard made this Gym Leader a little uneasy. Even with the advantage of attribute, he didn't think his Pelipper could handle Zhang Yuan's Charizard at all. At this time, Zhang Yuan was looking at this Gym Leader seriously. Although it was just a gimmick, Gym Leader knew that he had to take action at this time. After all, he has already made a gimmick that his Pelipper is the strongest Pelipper in the world, and his gym is the strongest folk gym, and the other party uses a fire-type Pokemon that is restrained by the water element. Under this advantage, even if his Pelipper is not really the strongest Pelipper in the world, he must fail in the duel and exit. Now he has no right to run away. Pelipper, meanwhile, was in high spirit. It may not be as nervous as its own trainer. After all, the opponent is a fire-type Pokemon 01. For Pelipper, as long as he meets a fire-type Pokemon, it can basically be regarded as his victory. Pelipper is excited. Seeing his Pokemon so excited, Gym Leader was a little excited. The mutual influence between Pokemon and trainers is clearly reflected in this battle. As a trainer, the leader of Folk Gym believes in his Pelipper, and his Pelipper is not completely incompetent. It's just a pity that they met Zhang Yuan. For Zhang Yuan, there is nothing in this world that can be more powerful than his own Pokemon. No, that's not the case for Zhang Yuan, but in fact it is. Zhang Yuan's Pokemon is indeed much more powerful than the leader of this Folk Gym. Even if it is an inverse attribute attack, Zhang Yuan is not afraid. The leader of the Folk Gym, after having been baptized by Pikachu before, knew that facing this group of people, he could not simply give them 3 points as usual, and then hang the little trainers. He must have the sovereignty from the very beginning and never give the opponent any chance. And when Pelipper's morale was so high, leader suddenly felt that if it was that move, it was probably okay this time. Pelipper, use the storm. The opponent did not use a water type trick, but a flying type trick like a storm, which made Zhang Yuan feel a little strained. Charizard himself is also a flying type, and the flying type's ultimate move cannot be a special attack for the flying type. And Charizard has thick skin. Even if his Charizard was caught in the storm and sustained continuous damage, he wouldn't suffer too much damage. In this way, Zhang Yuan can't quite understand why the other party uses this trick, etc. Zhang Yuan saw the corners of Gym Leader's mouth rise, as if he was smiling, and suddenly realized that what he saw might not be the whole of this trick. He has a backup. Sure enough, just as Zhang Yuan thought, Gym Leader issued the Hydro Pump order immediately after Pelipper used the storm. This is where the Pokemon world is more interesting than the game. Multiple tricks can be superimposed together to form more powerful and cool trick, which also makes the tricks of Pokemon more diversified. Pelipper pours water into the storm like a waterfall, causing the entire storm to look like a large water storm. Originally, according to Pelipper's water attribute limit, it was unlikely to cause too much damage to his Charizard, but at this time Zhang Yuan did not dare to say so. The opponent is wrong. At least his Pelipper has undergone a lot of training to achieve today's result, not simply relying on the kind of opportunistic method he discovered to become Gym's leader. Even if it is a non-governmental gym, it should have enough ability to be audited. Zhang Yuan glanced at his Charizard. Even if it was his own Charizard, after taking such a big move, most of the time, it was more fortunate. However, Zhang Yuan is not a fool. Everyone knows that the opponent's attack is very powerful, and it is a unique trick to restrain his own Pokemon. Of course, he will not let Charizard face it directly. Charizard, Heat Wave, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Charizard immediately waved his wings and sprayed out flame, forming a flame whirlwind, but this flame whirlwind was a bit inferior to the opponent's water storm. After all, Heat Wave is an existing trick, not one of any combos. The water attribute energy contained in the water storm is naturally better than the heat of the Charizard Heat Wave. It's just that Zhang Yuan asked Charizard to use Heat Wave, not to block the opponent's water attribute, but to block the opponent's flying attribute. A Charizard of the Flight Department 317. At this point, it is also very powerful. The whirlwind formed by the heat wave immediately disperses the opponent's storm, and the water in the water storm falls directly on Charizard's body like raindrop. Charizard let out a roar, blasting flames out. The flames surrounded Charizard's body, burning the droplets into water vapor. In reality, the restraint of water on fire is not as absolute as in the game. As long as the flame is strong enough and the water droplets are weak enough, it will turn into smoke. However, at this time, when his own water storm was broken by Zhang Yuan, Gym Leader was not to be outdone and let Pelipper use the neck trick. Water Pull. This is a trick that itself is not very useful for the amount of water, but because it can directly vibrate the water droplet, the opponent will be hurt. Charizard's dislike of water helped him at this point. The water droplets around him evaporated so that there were not too many water droplets around Charizard, and when the water pulse vibrated, the water around Charizard also vibrated, and soon he was attacking Charizard. Chapter 337 Secret. Wasn't just Pelipper attacking Charizard with the water pulse. When the colleague who attacked Pelipper also used Mist to protect himself. There are not many ice-type moves that Pelipper can use, and they are basically defensive. And Pelipper in Mist is even more elusive, making it impossible to find where it is. When facing opponents who can use Mist, certain skills are required. Zhang Yuan is not without this skill, but for such a weak enemy, Zhang Yuan does not need to use skills at all, but can simply use his own strength to crush the opponent. Flat it. Zhang Yuan gave Charizard an order in a low voice. Charizard immediately spit fire on his claws. The flames attached to Charizard's claws, and immediately attacked the Mist. Mist dissipated again because of the flame, but unexpectedly, Pelipper was not where he was before, and the next second, Mist appeared again. Seemed that the other party was planning to trap himself in the mist by taking advantage of the lack of vision caused by the fog. Flame burst. Zhang Yuan gave an order again. Charizard suddenly looked up and started flamethrower up. The flames sprayed so high that a hole was sprayed out of the ceiling of the entire gym, and Gym Leader looked at the hole with a dazed expression. Leader is a bit of a pain in the ass. After all, even if it is a folk gym, he spent time and energy building this gym. Now the opponent suddenly burst into flames and smashed a hole in his gym, which made Gym Leader a little depressed naturally. Zhang Yuan paid reasonable attention to this hole. Even if you say that if you want to compensate, it is not that you can't afford it. If it was an ordinary folk gym, Zhang Yuan would, of course, pay double compensation if he destroyed the other party's building after a lively battle. But for the Gym Leader in front of him, Zhang Yuan didn't want to do it at all. And Leader, just after the pain was over, he started to have a heartache again, because he found out that Charizard's flame burst was not simply an attack on the ceiling. Instead, it was like firework. When the colleagues who attacked the air, the flames fell to the ground like firework, causing all the nearby gymnasiums to be attacked by flame. Pelipper doesn't have any place to hide, because no matter where he hides, or behind which mist he hides, he will be attacked by Charizard's flame attack. Although, as a water-type Pokemon, Pelipper really doesn't need to worry about this at all. But being discovered where it was, it really made all the previous plans go to waste. Right now, Fire Fang, Zhang Yuan shouted at Charizard. There is no need for Zhang Yuan to specify where it is. Charizard immediately discovered the other's footprint, and obviously knew where the Pelipper was hiding, and then, following Zhang Yuan's order, directly bit the other side with his flaming teeth. The gnawing skills are generally not used by Charizard's trainers. After all, as a long-range attack-based Pokemon, Charizard's long-range attack ability is already strong, and of course he doesn't need to go into melee combat. As for Zhang Yuan, as an excellent trainer with all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical beauty, and labor, of course he will not indulge his Pokemon. Zhang Yuan has also done melee training for Charizard. Zhang Yuan looked at the Pelipper who was Charizard bite with a look of pride, and Charizard knew what to do with just one look. Charizard threw his head, and Pelipper flew into the air. Originally, the Fire Fang of the Waterinkin Dragon could not actually cause much substantial damage to Pelipper, and the additional fire damage had already lost most of its power due to the opponent's water attribute. But, after all, it is a melee attack, so Charizard's Fire Fang still exists as a physical damage, and it is very high. Pelipper was unable to move by Charizard bite, and when he was thrown out by Charizard, what was in Pelipper's mouth flew out. Although Pelipper basically used his own skills because of the battle against Charizard, he still brought everything with him. When Charizard threw Pelipper out, 3 Pokeballs flew out of Pelipper's mouth immediately. I've seen it through a long time ago. You used these 3 Pokemon from the beginning to let others fall into the situation of being restrained, right? Zhang Yuan stepped forward with a smile and picked up the 3 Pokeballs. You don't spit blood. Gym leader certainly doesn't admit it. If he admits it, then it proves that his Pelipper is not the strongest in the world, and he has been doing gym leader in a deceptive way, pretending that he is very powerful. Really? Zhang Yuan threw a Pokeball directly on the ground, and a Bellsprout appeared in it immediately, followed by Magnemite and Magby in the next 2 Pokeballs. They are Fire type, Electric type and Grass type Pokemon respectively. In this way, it will no longer be difficult for Good Zhao to understand why the opponent can use the tricks of other attributes. Zhang Yuan looked at this gym leader with a smile on his face. I've known from the beginning that you hide these Pokeballs in Pelipper's mouth. Once you encounter other Pokemon with attributes that cannot be restrained by the water type, use the Pokeball directly to let other magical baby attacking in Pelipper's mouth. Right? Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at gym leader. This is really a waste of gym leader's qualification. As a trainer, if you really want to reach this point, you need an absolute tacit understanding between yourself and the Pokemon. And Zhang Yuan has always believed that as long as the tacit understanding between the Pokemon and the trainer is sufficient and they understand each other enough, any Pokemon, even if the racial value is not very high, can be trained into a very powerful existence. Chapter 368 Take Custody. Zhang Yuan looked at the 3 Pokemon on the ground. Pokemon are very small, so they can hide in Pelipper's mouth. But it's not just that. Zhang Yuan can see that these Pokemon are not simply small, but have enough training. It can be seen from the situation of Pokemon that gym leader is really training them and training them very good. These Pokemon should have started evolution a long time ago, but in order to hide in Pelipper's mouth, create gimmick, and make money for gym, they gave up evolution. Therefore, with sufficient experience level and experience, he can still maintain his young appearance and hide in Pelipper's mouth. It's a pity. If it's evolution, probably these Pokemon can also be supernatural. Zhang Yuan sighed, then looked at gym leader. You obviously have such a powerful Pokemon. Why don't you train them on the right path? Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, gym leader immediately knelt on the ground. He knew that it was useless to say anything now, because everything about 887 for himself had been seen through by Zhang Yuan. It turns out that because of this, I said why my Pokemon couldn't beat Pelipper. Lilith looked at the 3 Pokemon on the ground and said, although there is still some gap in her ability, what makes Lilith more concerned is that she should have been trained well here, but she was deceived because the other party wanted to create a gimmick. Even if the other side didn't cheat, it's probably not possible to beat the other side's Pelipper with your own ability. Zhang Yuan couldn't bear to tell his sister this, but Lilith didn't take it to heart at all. The brother, I know, I'm still a rookie trainer, and I'm not very proficient in many places, Lilith said to Zhang Yuan calmly. She only came here for training at the beginning, but she did not expect that the other party would use opportunistic methods to defeat herself. Did you hear that? Zhang Yuan looked at the gym leader and said with a smile. Gym leader lowered his head. Indeed, the folk gym is not the existence of the official gym, but there are many in this world. Their main purpose is to give those who like Pokemon a chance to fight to their heart content, and those children who have just become trainers can train their own Pokemon in these folk gyms. In order to avoid some people being mercenary, the Alliance basically has an evaluation and review link for private gyms that is not inferior to regular gym. Zhang Yuan believed that this gym leader was a good gym leader in the beginning, as can be seen from his Pokemon, but then it started to be opportunistic. I'm sorry. Leader lowered his head and whispered. If it wasn't for Lilith, he probably wouldn't have remembered his original intention of running this folk gym in the first place. For trainers, challenging unique Pokemon may be a goal, but most trainers still want to be able to exercise themselves. You can change it if you know it's wrong. Lilith smiled and helped gym leader up. Looking at Lilith's smile, gym leader cried again. Look at your Bellsprout, Magby and Magnemite. They are also very powerful when they are used as a single opponent, and they can be very good for the trainer. You will remember to train your Pokemon well in the future. Even if you don't, BHBE has the gimmick of the strongest Pelipper, and can also be an excellent Pokemon trainer. Quote, Lilith paused as she spoke, and suddenly laughed out loud. If it doesn't work, I can still become the leader of the world's #1 folk gym. Gym leader looked at Lilith, crying and thanking Lilith for teaching him. At this time, Zhang Yuan had to interrupt the conversation between the two of them. Generally speaking, as a normal Shogakukan story, at this time, the protagonist should give give encouragement to the gym leader who has rehabilitated and both get happy end. But, although Lilith said that she was very much in line with the protagonist's image, she educated gym leader, but she forgot that her brother was in Interpol. Excuse me to interrupt. Zhang Yuan patted gym leader on the shoulder indifferently and showed his police badge. Your fraud is a serious violation of international laws and regulation. You have the right to remain silent, but every word you say will become evidence in court. Gym leader looked at Zhang Yuan with a bewildered expression. He really didn't expect that one of the trainers he met today was in Interpol. That was a real disaster. After all, when planning to opportunistically, anyone will study whether this behavior is illegal. The same goes for gym leader, who has also investigated the consequences of his action. However, what he didn't expect was that he was so unlucky that he met an Interpol. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan with a bit of grievance and seemed to blame her brother for destroying her educational atmosphere at this time. While gym leader was still stunned, he let Zhang Yuan directly torture the opponent. This city should have a police station, and it's a good thing you didn't get caught. Zhang Yuan sighed. Of course he was just complaining. After all, Zhang Yuan can still know the reason why the other party was not discovered. In the folk gym basically only publicized how powerful the other party was, and seldom told the outside how they were defeated. For the trainer, the fact that he was defeated is a disappointing situation in itself, let alone telling the other party the details of his defeat. Probably because of this, Officer Jennings didn't know the specific situation at the police station at all. They just thought it was just a gimmick of a folk gym, and of course they didn't care too much. Chapter 369 come to an end. Seeing gym leader in pain, Ash couldn't bear it. He looked at Zhang Yuan and couldn't help but ask, is this really necessary? He has already repented, and he will use Pokemon to fight with integrity in the future. Why don't you let him go? Joke. It's really the protagonist thinking of 800%. Not to mention that it has a certain educational significance. Letting the children know that to forgive a person is enough to make Zhang Yuan not know what to say. As expected, even after 10 years, Master G has already released an unknown number of Pokemon, and he is still just a child. Illegal is illegal. It is better not to break the law in the first place, rather than to change the path. The appearance of Zhang Yuan's righteous words made Max admire him a little. He looked at Zhang Yuan with starry eyes. In his eyes, Zhang Yuan was already a full idol, and he could almost become his life mentor. Ash didn't say much. He knew that Zhang Yuan's words were correct, and if he continued, he would become the one who broke the disciplinary rule. Zhang Yuan took Charizard into the Pokeball. It was enough to use Charizard to send crimes to the police station before, but now Zhang Yuan doesn't want encore. As for the police station where I went alone before, and now I have so many friends by my side, I don't need Zhang Yuan's too much tossing. I just called Max and May together, and brought this gym leader to the police station. It was the first time for Mac to do such a thing, so he was very excited. He even praised Zhang Yuan as his idol. Mac's praise even made Zhang Yuan feel a little too much. Although it is a very pleasant thing to be admired by others, once it is a share, it still made people feel a little uncomfortable. But children are always insignificant, so Zhang Yuan didn't mind this too much. After being sent to the police station, Zhang Yuan, as usual, walked into the police station and handed over to the other party what he had just encountered. The other party nodded and said that he knew what to do, so he took the gym leader into custody, and even revoked her private gym qualification certificate. Along the way, Ash always felt that the punishment was a bit too much, but he didn't dare to say it. After all, this is Zhang Yuan's punishment. That is to say, Zhang Yuan directly asked the other party to use this punishment. Zhang Yuan, who is the chief inspector of Interpol, has this qualification, and Ash has no way to say more. After challenging this opportunistic gym, Zhang Yuan and the others were also hungry, so they went to the best hotel in the town for a buffet. Although generally speaking, buffet meals are naturally inferior to ordering, but for these kids, the buffet is naturally the happiest place, and the food at the buffet in the big hotel will not be much worse. May naturally went to eat dessert with Lilith. After all, for girls, dessert is the most beautiful existence. Gongwan is of course to enjoy delicious food. However, when he was enjoying it, Zhang Yuan noticed that Mac had always been silent, which was a little different from pestering himself before. Zhang Yuan always felt a little strange. Ever since Mac walked out of the police station, he looked a little gloomy. This made Zhang Yuan a little strange. Although Max is not his own brother, as a sister control, people who have nothing to do with his sister should not care very much. But a sudden change in a familiar situation was enough to make Zhang Yuan a little curious. What's the matter with you? Zhang Yuan asked. Mac was a little flattered to get the attention of his idol, but he still shook his head, saying that he was fine. While saying this, Max looked out the window, as if he was looking at something. This made Zhang Yuan still a little concerned, but since Max himself said it was fine, if Zhang Yuan was involved a little more, he would feel that he was ignorant, but he didn't say anything. In this city, there was no news about Team Magma or Team Aqua, so Zhang Yuan didn't care too much. Asking for flowers. After returning to his room, it was a little strange that Zhang Yuan's backpack suddenly emitted a light golden light. This light golden light, as if announcing his existence, attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. Pokeball that he had picked up earlier. My own exploration system has never picked up useless things. There must be a certain use, or the effect will appear in your own exploration system, but it has not been explored. However, when this Pokeball was discovered, it did not reveal its name and purpose, which is a rare thing in itself. Now that it suddenly glows, Zhang Yuan's first reaction is, isn't this Pokeball able to open? Zhang Yuan took the Pokeball in his hand. Whether in games or cartoons, he had never seen such a golden Pokeball. There's a good chance it's not a stored Pokemon either. No matter what was in it, it aroused Zhang Yuan's curiosity. He shook the Pokeball in his hand. However, this golden Pokeball had no other reaction except for the glow just now. This made Zhang Yuan feel a little strange. Could it be that the light just now was his own illusion? Zhang Yuan will not admit this, because this light cannot be his own illusion. When he held it in his hand just now, he still had a hunch that he could open it this time. Just as the light disappeared, Zhang Yuan's premonition also disappeared. Zhang Yuan was the only one left, looking at the golden Pokeball in his hand, lost in thought. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yuan put away the Pokeball. He no longer wanted to worry about it. That it glows just now means that the Pokeball itself is activated because of a certain quality, but Zhang Yuan doesn't know what the reason is. But he is not in a hurry, because this situation will still be encountered in the future. Chapter 370 Disappearing Mac. Laziness has never been synonymous with Zhang Yuan, but for Zhang Yuan, he still prefers to fall asleep and wake up naturally. After all, for Zhang Yuan, in the world of Pokemon, most of the world is spent in the forest outside. Because of this, Zhang Yuan will cherish the time when he can sleep on the big bed of the hotel in the city. Even if he cherishes this kind of time, no one should say that he is. Therefore, Zhang Yuan usually chooses to sleep until he wakes up naturally. However, the one difference is that this time it wasn't Zhang Yuan who woke up very early, but Mei who started knocking on Zhang Yuan's doorman early in the morning to wake him up. Although Zhang Yuan's feeling of getting up is not very big, it is not without. 303. If you are camping, you will be woken up when you are woken up. Anyway, your sleep is not particularly good. But if he was woken up in the hotel, Zhang Yuan would be obviously a little aggrieved. When traveling, basically all the way is in the woods on the road, and it is rare to have time to take a good rest and be disturbed. Of course Zhang Yuan died of aggrieved. He opened the door and wanted to scold Mei, but he didn't expect that at this time Zhang Yuan saw his sister Lilith as soon as he opened the door. Since Lilith came with the other party, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to speak immediately. Just watching Lilith ask what the hell happened. From Lilith's eyes, Zhang Yuan saw anxiety. This kind of anxiety is a kind of anxiety that will only come after something happens, but it makes Zhang Yuan very concerned. Max is gone. Mei looked at Zhang Yuan anxiously. Max is Mei's younger brother. Although Max has never looked down on his elder sister, he is his younger brother after all, so of course, the first thing Mei does every morning is to find his lovely younger brother. Max and Mei are siblings after all, so they wake up at the same time every morning. Today, when Mei was looking for Max, he found that Max was not in the sub-economic room. Although Zhang Yuan wanted to complain very much from the beginning, why did the elder sister go directly to the younger brother's room when he went to the younger brother? After all, as a high-star hotel, the privacy of users should be the top priority. If Max himself gave his sister a room card, then Max is not like what he has shown, and he dislikes his sister very much. That mean Max himself is a textbook arrogant. The current situation is unlikely to allow Zhang Yuan to complain all the way, because Mei soon told Zhang Yuan what he was worried about. Both Max and Mei had never been to the city. Generally speaking, a well-behaved child like Max would stay in his room obediently and not run around when he lived in a hotel. So Mei's first reaction was that Max should be in a corner of the hotel. But when Mei searched all the entertainment facilities and dining places in the hotel and couldn't see Max, Mei knew it was bad. Max was not in the hotel. Trace of Max anywhere in the hotel. This made Mei very panicked, and her first reaction was to find her roommate Lilith. Lilith immediately suggested that Mei come to Zhang Yuan. After all, Zhang Yuan is in Interpol. In Max's case, Mei didn't know whether to call the police or not, and if Zhang Yuan was in Interpol, the missing persons should also be considered within the scope of business. Mei thought it was right. Missing persons are indeed within their own business, but asking a dignified police inspector of Interpol to find someone for them, wouldn't it be a laugh out loud if they said it? Not to mention that it is too troublesome to find someone, although it does not matter if you are traveling companion, but if it is to make the other party feel that as long as there is a matter of looking for someone, it will be too troublesome. Zhang Yuan didn't really want to agree. They were even thinking about how to deal with Mei, and let them find the Max Zero who might not know where to go because because of the fun. Brother, please. However, being very cunning, what May found was not Zhang Yuan, but Lilith. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan with a look of anticipation, making Zhang Yuan unable to decide for a moment. Do you want to go to the places he is interested in and have a look? Maybe you just forgot to come back. This sentence was swallowed. Go back. Max is not a kid who likes to run around, Zhang Yuan said seriously. If you don't like to run around, then you must have encountered something before leaving the hotel. At this time, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered that when he was eating yesterday, Max looked absent-minded, always looking at something outside the window. Maybe it was at that time that something happened that Max was very concerned about, so Max left the hotel and went outside alone. We sent Mac back to our room last night, so it shouldn't have happened last night. What about Ash? Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that May and Lilith were both here, but Ash seemed to be absent. That person. May looked at Zhang Yuan with some dissatisfaction. The disdain on her face made Zhang Yuan suddenly know what May was going to say about 5.3. That big lacquer is still slumbering with his hands when I look for him, and he can't wake up. Hearing May say this, Zhang Yuan felt that he really had Ash's style. After all, he is only a half-year-old child, and he doesn't have his own good habits like May and Mac, nor does he care about others like Lilith. Ash is someone who can only use a tempered Pokemon because he oversleeps and misses picking Pokemon. May now because she was sleeping. Zhang Yuan wouldn't think there was anything strange. Let's wake up Ash first. Ash is in the room next to Max after all, Zhang Yuan suggested. Chapter 371 Urban Legend. Zhang Yuan followed May and Lilith to Ash's room. Ash and Pikachu slept on their bed together like big letters, with no elegance at all. Zhang Yuan sighed, grabbed Ash's sheet and pulled it, and Ash and Pikachu fell to the ground. Immediately, Ash didn't get up in a daze. Instead, Pikachu was unwilling. With a thunder shock, Zhang Yuan hurriedly hugged his Lilith in his arms, and rushed out of the room with a quick walk, and made plan to escape with Zhang Yuan. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Yuan was so strong that May couldn't keep up, but fell directly at the door. But even if he fell at the door, May escaped Pikachu's thunder shock attack. The most pitiful one was Ash, who was ripped apart by Pikachu's electricity as usual, but better than before. Pikachu didn't have any electricity on his face. He is his honored attitude. After Pikachu realized that he had called Ash again, he hugged Ash unbearably, trying to comfort the trainer who was often called by him. It's okay Pikachu. 19. Ash quickly understood what Pikachu meant and said quickly, I'm used to it. Well, it's not a good thing to get used to this kind of thing. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but remind Ash. Ash realized that Zhang Yuan, May and Lilith were actually in his room. Forget Zhang Yuan. The two girls, May and Lilith, saw their sleeping clothes, which made Ash a little embarrassed and hurriedly closed the door. Zhang Yuan lifted May up when Ash closed the door, which prevented Ash from accidentally hurting May when the door was closed. But Zhang Yuan's action unexpectedly captured May's heart. Yes, very unexpected. When Ash closed the door directly, May was already desperate. Mention that he is a girl and Ash is a boy. Just because the other party didn't care about his behavior at all was enough to make May despair. But Zhang Yuan was different. He pulled May up to avoid May being hurt by Ash, which made May instantly feel that this is what a gentleman should do. Looking at May's eyes, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment. I just sat on something casually. I didn't think much about it at all. I just did it casually, and it could actually make the other party have this kind of affection for him. Zhang Yuan's first reaction was that May must be very easy to deceive in the future. Maybe someday if it is sold, it will help people with money. Hey Ash, what are you doing? Zhang Yuan shouted at Ash. Nothing is nothing. After about a minute or so, Ash opened the door and hurriedly invited these people in. At this time, Ash had already changed his clothes and looked at Zhang Yuan as if nothing had happened just now. What happened in the early morning? In a sense, he was someone who had contact with Zhang Yuan, so Ash still knew how much Zhang Yuan didn't like getting up in the morning. Ash was also a little surprised that Zhang Yuan got up today. Nothing. Max doesn't know where to go. May is in a hurry. Zhang Yuan told Ash the situation lightly. He didn't look like May. He thought it was a big deal, so he just briefly explained the situation. So I wanted to ask, how was Max last night? When Ash heard Zhang Yuan's question, he remembered that when he was on the balcony last night, he happened to see what Max seemed to be looking at, facing the street outside. He had already changed into his pajamas, so he went back to his room to sleep after saying hello to Ash. Generally like the story of Shogakukan, as long as it is not a special criminal investigation, there will not be too many complicated factors in it. So Ash said that if Mac fell asleep in the room last night, then that is the case. It looks like you got up early in the morning and left here. So we're divided into two teams. I'm with Lilith, and you and Ash are going to the street to check the situation. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. After all, if there are real traffickers or something, there must be some eyewitnesses. May nodded. Since Interpol has said so, it can only do so. But May still finds it a little strange. Her younger brother doesn't seem to be running around. It seems that she can only look for news on the road. Zhang Yuan and Lilith walked onto the road, and Lilith didn't know how to find someone, so she simply followed Zhang Yuan's side. First of all, Zhang Yuan made a circle around the hotel. If something happened, there should be some traces around it. Then Zhang Yuan walked a little on the street. When walking on the street, Zhang Yuan noticed a phenomenon that made people very concerned. It was as if the pedestrians on the street were discussing something. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith, motioned for Lilith to follow him, and then went forward to find out. It was a few pedestrians talking about an old house nearby. The house is really old, so the government has decided to demolish it and rebuild other high-rise building. And everyone in the house agreed to this. But when the construction started, something terrible seemed to happen inside the house. The first thing that should be said is that in a house that has not been inhabited for a long time, and it is impossible for anyone to be in it, footsteps are often heard. When the construction team wanted to go inside the house to find out and see the specific structure of the house, they would suddenly fall to the ground paralyzed. This made everyone in the city know one thing, that is, there are ghosts in this house. Perhaps it was the person who died in the house, or the previous owner of the house, who didn't want others to demolish the house, so he was haunted and planned to keep others away from the house. The farther the better. When Lilith heard this, she immediately hugged Zhang Yuan tightly. Chapter 372 Connect. Girls are always afraid of this type of story. Even Lilith is no exception. After Lilith heard the story, she immediately hugged her brother tightly. For her, this story is not a random story, but a very scary horror story. Urban legend. In fact, it is just some strange legends in some cities, and there is no special meaning. Zhang Yuan thought it was quite normal. When Lilith rushed towards him, Zhang Yuan held Lilith in his arm. It's cute that his little sister is frightened. It's just a story anyway. Want to see it? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and asked. It's just a story. Since Lilith cares so much, then go and see. Hearing what Zhang Yuan said, the cold hairs on Lilith's body stood up. Although my brother said that he was not too slender before, he didn't expect that he would give himself such a big problem. Going to see the haunted house? No, don't even think about it. Lilith looked aggrieved, as if she wanted to ask for mercy, but how could Zhang Yuan let Lilith go? He smiled and looked at Lilith, pushing Max out. Aren't you going to find Max? Boys prefer this kind of thing. So, Zhang Yuan smiled and just planned to abduct Lilith over there, but he didn't expect Ash to contact him at this time. Zhang Yuan turned on the communication device, only to see Ash looking at him with a smile, while May was blaming Max on the other side. The words of May educating Max came from the address book. I told you, even if you go out, you have to tell us. Do you know that I am very worried about you, diaresis? With such a serious look from May, Max immediately didn't know what to say, but he knew that he had indeed done something wrong this time. To make his sister so worried, as a person who is not very optimistic about his sister being a trainer, this is Max's failure. He failed to predict the situation of his sister, so he was reprimanded by May now. While Ash looked at Zhang Yuan in the communicator with a depressed expression. That's probably the case, Ash said. Zhang Yuan nodded, while Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. Great, finally found Max. Looking at his sister like this, Zhang Yuan probably knew that Lilith didn't want to go to that haunted house, so he was very happy to find Max. If Max is not found, Zhang Yuan might take her to the haunted house. However, this wishful thinking is really impossible to calculate with Zhang Yuan, because Zhang Yuan was really interested when he heard this urban legend, so no matter how scared Lilith was, Zhang Yuan would want to go to that haunted house. After Zhang Yuan made such a decision, he immediately looked at Lilith. Come on, let's go inside the house over there and have a look. Lilith's whole body went numb when she heard Zhang Yuan's words. Lilith is not the kind of very brave girl. Letting Lilith go to the haunted house is like forcing Lilith to die in a sense. Lilith is a traditional Japanese little girl. In Japan, some ordinary horror stories can scare a lot of people, not to mention this kind of urban legend. Don't go to that place since Mac has found it, Lilith said with some fear. I'm still trying to find out what kind of Pokemon caused this urban legend to come out. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith with some grievances. Pokemon. Lilith, who didn't expect Zhang Yuan to pull the haunted house and Pokemon together, immediately became interested. Yeah, Pokemon. You don't really think there are ghosts, do you? Zhang Yuan said. He couldn't help laughing. Of course it's a Pokemon. If there are footsteps, it's likely to be a physical existence, and it's suddenly paralyzed and difficult to breathe. There are a lot of Pokemon in Pokemon that have the same effect, right? When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith immediately began to think. Indeed it could be a Pokemon. After all, Lilith is a top student at Pokemon school. As long as Zhang Yuan reminded her like this, Lilith immediately began to think of countless things related to Pokemon. For example, numbing powder can do this, and the Pokemon that use numbing powder are mostly grass-type Pokemon. If you want to hide in a house, it is not impossible, but the only problem is that most grass-type Pokemon are forest Pokemon, and they rarely exist in cities. Zhang Yuan reminded him. Not to mention Zhang Yuan, even Lilith's interest was also raised. Then go have a look. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan excitedly and said, why, are you not afraid now? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith jokingly, but Zhang Yuan remembered Lilith's scared look just now. Lilith shook her head. It's not really a haunted house. If it's a Pokemon, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, as long as it's a Pokemon, there's nothing to fear. Lilith thinking logic is very simple. If it is a Pokemon, there is nothing to be afraid of. It's not really a ghost anyway. Zhang Yuan laughed. Children in this world like Pokemon. Zhang Yuan definitely felt it. Since as long as it is a Pokemon, his cute little sister will not be afraid, then their destination is also very simple and clear. That's the old mansion. However, Zhang Yuan also finds it strange why there are grass-type Pokemon in the city, basically only in the forest. In other words, in fact, this Pokemon itself is some kind of urban Pokemon, but Zhang Yuan and the others have not been able to understand and know about it, or what kind of variation. No matter what the answer is, it will be known when the time comes. Chapter 373 Old Mansion. The location of the house is quite easy to know. After all, it is in the city. It is called a part of urban legend, and it is an exact urban legend, so basically you only need to inquire a little to know where the other party is. That house is in a place similar to a park. When he saw this park, Zhang Yuan probably knew why there were grass-type Pokemon here. Any city should be a forest at the very beginning. Then slowly, there were more and more houses, so it became a city. At least that's basically the case in Pokemon story. And this mansion, from the situation around here, it seems to be a very large mansion, and there are some trees growing around the mansion. These trees seem to be announcing that this mansion was in a state of a forest park decades ago, or maybe even just a dozen years ago. Grass-type Pokemon probably started living in this place around that time, then settled down in the house. After almost being able to know this situation, Zhang Yuan is not incomprehensible to the situation here. In this way, Zhang Yuan began to wonder what those Pokemon were, and still lived in this house at this 237 time. Go in. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Lilith, to know the specific situation, of course, you must enter the house to find out. And Lilith, although she heard that it was caused by Pokemon at first, she was not so afraid, but when she really stood in front of this seemingly ancient house, Lilith became nervous again. Yes, Lilith got nervous. She seemed to be able to hear the voices of ghosts and wolves inside. After all, in the classic ghost story, the content of such a house seems to be a permanent phenomenon. Just looking at this ancient mansion, Lilith would have the illusion that there is absolutely a ghost in it. There's definitely a ghost in here. Lilith stood at the door of the house, and suddenly she didn't dare to do anything. She just grabbed Zhang Yuan and asked another question. Brother, are we really going in? ABDG probably backed off at this critical moment. After all, no matter how it looks, this place is very old, and even if you feel scared, there is nothing you can do. Yes, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Didn't you just say that you want to see what kind of Pokemon it is? Why don't you just wait for me outside? When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith immediately shook her head. Make yourself wait for Zhang Yuan outside. Although Lilith didn't want to enter this ancient mansion at all, but if she waited for Zhang Yuan outside, it would be like putting herself in a state of being alone. This is more terrifying than letting Lilith enter a place that looks like it's haunted. I'll go with you. Lilith grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and said so. No matter how scared he is, as long as his brother is there, it doesn't matter. For Lilith, Zhang Yuan is her greatest courage. As long as Zhang Yuan is there, she can be strong. Zhang Yuan took Lilith's hand from his arm, and then took Lilith's hand. If you are holding your own arm, then it is too troublesome to move. It will be more convenient to hold. Then Zhang Yuan walked into the house. The house was very old and looked a bit shabby from the outside, but after entering, Zhang Yuan realized that the house was just in disrepair. In the previous word, it must be a very luxurious and magnificent place. There are probably several generations of people who have lived in this house together. What Zhang Yuan didn't know is what happened to cause the house to suddenly become deserted. Just like in an urban legend, footsteps were heard from upstairs. This made Lilith freak out. Even if you know it's just a Pokemon, once you hear this sound, you'll still be frightened. After all, the atmosphere of this place seems to be pulling the whole person's thinking towards being haunted. No, a group. Zhang Yuan was not afraid. Listen to the sound carefully, and realize that it was not the sound of one or two Pokemon, but a group. That's right, there is a group of Pokemon that make noises when they run over them. And from the perspective of the sound, it is a very small Pokemon. The footsteps are not very heavy, and it can be known that the weight of the other party is not very heavy. The footstep continued. Zhang Yuan pointed upstairs, then raised his index and instructed Lilith not to speak. They had to go upstairs to see what was going on. The stairs leading to the second floor were made of wood. Because of the disrepair, when Zhang Yuan and Lilith stepped on it, they made a squeak sound, which almost scared Lilith to death. Lilith grabbed Zhang Yuan and watched her sister frightened like this. Zhang Yuan didn't feel so useless, but felt a little cute. After taking Lilith Lilith to the second floor. Zhang Yuan could clearly feel the smell in the air. Just inhaling it makes it a little uncomfortable. Zhang Yuan's body is very good, so even if he inhales it, he just feels uncomfortable, but Lilith is different. Lilith's physical fitness is not as good as Zhang Yuan. She has already felt a strong uncomfortable feeling squatting on the ground and looking at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan subconsciously put his hand into his backpack as if he was looking for a potion, but the potions used by Pokemon are not the same as those used by human. What Zhang Yuan can find now is only the potion of Pokemon, not for anyone to use. In this way, Zhang Yuan was suddenly a little anxious. This smell is obviously the smell of paralysis powder. During the Pokemon showdown, Zhang Yuan smelled it, so he has a deep memory. Chapter 374 Confluent. But since he knew that this was a paralysis powder, Zhang Yuan had an idea and thought of a compromise. That is, the treatment spray with anesthetic powder directly, and it began to spray towards the whole house. The spray immediately gathered around the entire house. Soon, the entire room was enveloped by the spray of this paralyzing powder. The room shrouded by the dispelling spray of the numbing powder was offset by the effect of the numbing powder, and Lilith recovered a little bit of energy. Looking at Zhang Yuan. Brother, this is a Pokemon. Use the spray. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan and asked. Lilith is always more familiar with Pokemon than Zhang Yuan. Having spent so much time studying at Pokemon school, Lilith is like a big knowledge base, keeping most of it in her head. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and nodded. If he had knowledge of Pokemon, he could win Ash, but he might not be able to win his sister. Of course, aside from the knowledge of Pokemon, Zhang Yuan's ability to adapt to changes is better than Lilith. Although it is said to be a medicinal spray for Pokemon, what it resists is the ability of Pokemon. In addition, the ability of Pokemon can actually affect humans, so it is also a good behavior to wipe out the ability of the other party directly from the root. Zhang Yuan smiled and rubbed Lilith's head. How are you feeling now? Lilith nodded. Indeed, feeling much more comfortable now, but this is also due to Zhang Yuan's ability. This made Lilith immediately grab Zhang Yuan's arm, making her a little happy. She knew from the beginning that as long as she was with Zhang Yuan, she wouldn't need to worry too much about the current situation. Now Zhang Yuan has solved everything that can hurt Lilith, which in a sense proves how correct Lilith's idea is. It was at this time that Zhang Yuan and Lilith suddenly heard a loud noise outside the house. It was like someone was arguing. Zhang Yuan and Lilith looked at each other and walked to the window. It was immediately clear who was arguing. That's May, Max and Ash. In theory, after finding Max, Zhang Yuan asked Ash to take Max to the hotel to meet first. Because this mansion is not very far, Zhang Yuan brought Lilith here to see it first. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that Ash brought Max to the house. Zhang Yuan looked at the people outside and laughed. Max and May seemed to be arguing about something. Uproar said something. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lilith, nodded and signaled that Lilith would follow and join these three people first. Let's see what happened and let the three of them come here too. On the other hand, where Ash and Max May were, May and Max quarreled again. May looked at Max and seemed a little angry. Just now Max left alone, which made May worry for a long time. Now Max wants to enter the house again, which makes May even more angry. Didn't you hear what those people said? It's haunted in this place. I don't know what the situation is, but it's dangerous. You know. When May said this, Max must refute this. If it was the matter of leaving the hotel by himself before, Max really did not make sense. But if that wasn't the case, Max would still make sense. After all, May is not the kind of sister who is extremely reasonable. But you're also curious, aren't you? Max's words blocked May's mouth. Yes, May is curious too. Originally, May is a girl who likes strange events very much, so she is still a little interested in such things. However, his interest does not mean that his younger brother will also fall into this danger. When May knew that this was a haunted house, she naturally wouldn't let her younger brother fall into this danger. 0. As for flowers 0. Ash was a little embarrassed on the side. He didn't intend to get caught up in this kind of family strife. However, because he didn't plan to get involved in this kind of family feud, Ash soon found Zhang Yuan and Lilith who were rushing towards them. Ash seemed to have found a great savior, hurried up to meet him, and then said to Zhang Yuan and Lilith, "Why are you here too?" May and Max were relatively open in front of Ash, but after meeting Zhang Yuan, they didn't dare to speak for a moment. He just silently looked at Zhang Yuan and Lilith. Lilith is May's best friend. Of course May doesn't want Lilith to see her irritable side. As for Zhang Yuan, May and Max have both regarded Zhang Yuan as an idol, so the two of them are still somewhat restrained in front of Zhang Yuan. You and Lilith too. May looked at Zhang Yuan with some hesitation, and Max walked directly in front of Zhang Yuan and said solemnly, "You're here to find out, aren't you?" With Zhang Yuan's support, Max is of course very proud. It's rare to hear urban legend, so come and see. How about you? Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at May, then grabbed Max like May got a crayon Shin-chan and twisted a few times on Max's temple. It's really naughty for Max to do this. You know, May is very worried about Max's situation. It's obviously Max's fault to make his relative relatives a worry, and no matter what Mac says, he can't hide this fact. Zhang Yuan did this, and Mac quickly began to beg for mercy. And Mei was also very uncomfortable when she saw Zhang Yuan begging her brother for mercy. If it was his own love education for Mac, Mei would still be able to know how much he had done, but this person was Zhang Yuan, not himself. This way, Mei began to feel heartache for his younger brother, and seeing Mei heartache to Mac, Zhang Yuan immediately let go of Max and asked Mei and Ash what they came here for. Chapter 375 Magic Mushrooms in the City. It all had to start from yesterday evening. Gym leader who violated the law. Max has been planning to do something tomorrow. After all, it's in a big city, and it's not a strange thing to stay for 2 or 3 days to replenish supplies and the like. Since he wants to stay, Max will of course choose to wander around the city more and discover the urban Pokemon in the following cities. Not all Pokemon are in the wild. Although Pokemon are more common in the wild, there are also some urban Pokemon in the city. For example, Muck and the like are Pokemon that live with humans after cities. Max is still somewhat interested in Pokemon in the city. 790. Since he is interested, Max also intends to study and learn about the city's Pokemon during his stay in the city. That's when Max was thinking about it. He saw a shadow slip into the path between the house and the house. That's a city's Pokemon, but judging from the figure, it is not any well-known urban Pokemon. It's more like a Pokemon in a wild forest. Because the distance was too far at the time, Mac didn't see it clearly, so he couldn't be completely sure, but he was always thinking about this matter in his heart. That's why when eating, Zhang Yuan will find that Max seems to be absent-minded, because Max is really absent-minded. He kept thinking about that Pokemon. Later, after returning to the hotel, Max saw this Pokemon again. This time he noticed it was a Shroomish. Shroomish wandered down the alley, as if looking for something or frightened. This is a very rare situation. Shroomish is a forest Pokemon that has rarely been recorded in cities, and is basically a gregarious creature, with an occasional 1 or 2 left alone. But the current situation is that there is also a Pokemon in the city. Maybe someone's Pokemon got lost. Matt thought so naturally. Pokemon rarely live in places other than their own habitat, and they are basically brought in by people. So Mac's first reaction was to think that the other party should have separated from his trainer. Since it is someone else's Pokemon, it should be able to find its own trainer soon. Max has learned about how to deal with lost Pokemon at Pokemon School. So for the lost Pokemon, Mac thinks it's nothing. It only takes a little time to find it. However, after seeing this Pokemon again the next morning, Mac's curiosity was completely ripped out. This Pokemon seems to be lost in the city. Because he was too concerned, Max kept up with this Shroomish. He hadn't thought about how Mei would view this matter, nor how irresponsible it would be for him to do so, worrying those who cared about him. He just simply did it. Mac was feeding the Shroomish when Ash found Mac. Because of the food that Mac fed, this Shroomish was not so afraid of people, and then Max and Shroomish became friends. The only thing that cannot be known is why Shroomish is in this place, and what Shroomish wants to say. Mei and Ash didn't get any machine from Zhang Yuan's hands that could translate Pokemon's words, so the two of them were also confused about this matter. Instead, it's Mac probably guessed that Shroomish wanted to go home, and immediately followed Shroomish. But while Shroomish was walking, Max noticed that Shroomish was injured, so after Shroomish walked for a while, he couldn't move, and Max guessed it. Shroomish should be lost due to injury and his companion, and now wants to go back after recovering for a night. But because the injury was a bit serious, Shroomish had no way to go back. Max proposes to take Shroomish where he is going. Mei had no objection. Helping Hand's injured Pokemon should be something a trainer should do in and of itself. But when Shroomish came to the house, Mei was not happy. This house, they know. To know the existence of haunted houses and haunted houses, they are really famous in this city. Famous to simply passing by. You can hear all kinds of content related to the house. Mei is a bold girl. Even if she wants to become an excellent trainer, she is very interested in this kind of haunted house-like existence. She wouldn't involve her brother in this either. If it's Ash, it's still okay. Ash was his own peer after all. But Max is different. When Max wants to enter this, Mei of course refuses 10,000. No, absolutely not. Who knows what bad things could happen. Mac couldn't understand Mei's refusal, and Shroomish jumped out of Mac's hands and jumped into the house. Hearing Mac's explanation, Zhang Yuan knew exactly what the Pokemon was here. Shroomish in drove. It sounded like that was the case. 3.8 But what Zhang Yuan does not know is why there is Shroomish in this place. You know Shroomish is a jungle Pokemon. They are generally found only in wooded areas, and in group. Looks like the puzzle has been solved. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan and said, Zhang Yuan has been saying before that this legend exists because of Pokemon, and after knowing that Shroomish had entered the house, he remembered those footsteps and the paralyzing gas. Shroomish can use numbing powder. In other words, in the house is Shroomish. So there is only one question left, and that is why is Shroomish in this house? Chapter 376 Owner. After knowing this, Zhang Yuan and Lilith's only question was why Shroomish stayed in this place. Doesn't look like a Shroomish gathering place. Even if the house is made of wood, it cannot be disguised as a forest, nor can it represent a gathering place for Shroomish. Zhang Yuan looked at the house. The old house should be made of relatively primitive wood. Even so, it is still impossible for Shroomish to use it as a place to replace his gathering place. What are you doing here? Suddenly a man's voice attracted Zhang Yuan's attention. This place is being demolished. It's not a place where children can stay. It's very dangerous. You know, child. Perhaps at this time, in the eyes of these adults, he was just a teenage child. But Zhang Yuan can't allow the other party to really put the definition of a child on himself. Oh hello, I'm Interpol Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan raised his police badge and said to the adult. The man who warned them was frightened by Zhang Yuan's badge. After all, for their adult world, Interpol is definitely an authoritative existence, but the fact that the policeman is a half-year-old child made the man not react all of a sudden. I heard rumors about it on the street, so I came to investigate what the hell was going on. Zhang Yuan immediately told his intentions, and did not give the other party any room to react. If the other party is someone who like to care about, most of his police badges will not be able to resist him, and it will lead to some other situation. In this way, Zhang Yuan is very annoying. It is not that Zhang Yuan has never seen this type of person. No matter what method is used to deal with it, it will be a little troublesome. But if you throw a question directly like this, then the other party's first reaction is to answer your own question without thinking too much. Things on the street. The man was stunned when he heard Zhang Yuan's word. He seemed to know what Zhang Yuan was talking about. Yes, I heard that your site is haunted, so come and check the situation. After all, he was still a child, otherwise the normal Interpol would not have come to find out because of a haunted rumor. The rumor is a bit past that I'm the owner here. The man sighed. Hearing that it was the owner, Mac got excited. He hurriedly walked up to the man and told the man that they came here with a Shroomish just now. Shroomish? There should be no Shroomish here. The man was a little surprised. His word proved that although there should be no Shroomish here now, it means that there was Shroomish here before. Does that mean there used to be Shroomish here? Zhang Yuan immediately caught what the man said. I grew up here when I was a kid. It was still a wood and there would be a bunch of Shroomish. My grandfather lived in this house, and I often came here to play with the Shroomish. When I was a kid, my favorite was Shroomish. The man explained. But then the wood slowly disappeared, and Shroomish, the high-rise buildings, disappeared. The man said, looking at the old house, the courtyard gave him a sense of memory. This kind of memory, the man thought that he no longer cared about it, but he didn't want to meet at this time. It's not a bad memory, it's just a pity that my grandfather has passed away. Men don't spend much time with their grandfathers when they grow up. It made him feel guilty. After my grandfather passed away, I took over the house. Because of its disrepair, I planned to demolish it and build it into a high-rise building, but I don't know why the workers left frequently. Some men feel that the ball is covered. What he didn't know was that his workers left because of the haunting. To know, for a worker, haunting is indeed a big problem, and men have never encountered what they say is haunted, so there is no way to understand. He just wondered why the workers here would leave because of such a thing. These Shroomish shunned the man in protest. Zhang Yuan immediately realized this. He looked at the man and sighed. Zhang Yuan could probably know why Shroomish avoided men. It's like a person. If he really cares about another person, then when he does things, he will deliberately avoid affecting him. Since humans do it, it's normal for Pokemon to do it too. Probably this group of Shroomish is the group of Shroomish who played with men when they were children. Everyone is a friend, and they still remember the man, so they protected the man at this time and did not include him in the range of the intruder. Then the truth can be known. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to the man, you don't think there is Shroomish in it? It's still in this one. If you don't believe it, you can go in and see for yourself. Zhang Yuan said this, but the man felt a little strange. Shroomish is still in this. Since my grandfather passed away, I have received news of the demolition of the old house. Shroomish at that time should have been not in this, but Zhang Yuan said they were still inside. This makes the man feel a little strange. Shroomish isn't the kind of Pokemon that hides its form easily, so naturally it is unlikely that so many Shroomish are in this, but there is no trace. Impossible, said the man. I went in, but there is no Shroomish in it, so even if you tell me that Shroomish is in this, I will not believe it. Seeing the man's stubbornness, Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say. After all, their own judgment cannot be wrong, and Max and the others also saw you Shroomish come indirectly. Then come with us. Zhang Yuan looked at the man and said, Chapter 377 Shroomish Group. Anyway, Zhang Yuan also had the certificate of Interpol. When Zhang Yuan said that, the man also felt drained. Exactly what kind of situation will make an Interpol start to pay attention to the situation here? Moreover, an Interpol said so, but the man had no reason to refute again, so he agreed to enter the house to have a look. It's his own house anyway. It wasn't the first time that the man went in, so the man knew what was in the house, and the man didn't believe there was Shroomish in the house at all. If there is, I should have seen it before. When the workers said it was haunted for the first time, time, the man entered the house to see what was going on, but the truth was that there was nothing in the house at all, any signs of shroomish or haunting. Those workers probably had this superstition because of the smell of the old house, or because they heard the creaking of wood. As for haunted, it's simply impossible. After entering the mansion, as the man said, there should be a large group of shroomish, but in fact they are not visible at all on the first floor. The downsizing was also expected. After all, this group of shroomish people really care about the situation of men, otherwise there would be no men who said that they don't believe that there are shroomish in them. I said, there is no shroomish here anymore. The man said with a smile. No, let's go to the second floor, Zhang Yuan said, and walked towards the second floor. Hey, shroomish really is as big a group as you guys are, but you can see it just by coming here. The man followed behind Zhang Yuan, talking about things that seemed natural. Zhang Yuan ignored it. After all, if it was himself, he would think so if he had never encountered a haunted incident. It's not an odd thing, and it's not something that shouldn't be. Then let them know what happened. Zhang Yuan took the man to the second floor. On the second floor, the rooms where men can look directly above are starting to be somewhat different from those on the first floor. Since my grandfather passed away, the man has never been to this place again. The house is not simply shelved because it has not received the corresponding maintenance. The whole house has aged a bit, and if it weren't for the government's contact with the man, if the man was asked to demolish the house first to avoid endangering the nearby resident, the man might not be likely to come back for a lifetime. What to do after it is removed is another matter. After reaching the second floor, the man looked around and still didn't see the shadow of shroomish. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. He looked at Zhang Yuan, and these people swore to themselves that there was shroomish here, but the truth was proof that no shroomish exists here. Isn't it still nothing? Said the man. Shish. Zhang Yuan raised his index finger, signaling the man not to speak. It's normal not to see shroomish right away on the second floor. After all, a small Pokemon like shroomish can hide in a room as long as it wants to hide. A few shroomish stacked together can do a lot. Zhang Yuan listened carefully to the movements around him. Of course, the psychic of confusion, which he had always known, didn't give up. He used confusion to understand the layout of the room. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As soon as he understood, Zhang Yuan immediately knew that there were more shroomish here than he thought. The first is about a situation where a room is full. For the mansion, the size of a room is already very large. If you want to squeeze shroomish into it, it is not difficult. Shroomish here, Zhang Yuan can guess that the number must be several times more than he guessed, so that there is no way to fill a room. So it was stuffed into several rooms. Well, these are not very important, because Zhang Yuan just opened the door of one room. A few shroomish rolled out directly from the door, and in the room, there is also a pile of shroomish. After the shroomish saw the man, they jumped at the man directly, seeming to like him very much. The man didn't feel scared either. After all, this group of shroomish are old acquaintances they know, not to mention that they have no offensive power, although these numbers will scare normal people. Like Lilith. Lilith is really a normal person, so she was frightened by shroomish. She looked at the number of shroomish with horror, and then grabbed Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan patted Lilith on the head. It's like comforting his sister, just a group of shroomish who don't have any offensive power. Sure, a bunch of shroomish are still a little bit aggressive, but the idea that they don't attack is another story. Shroomish in his arms as if he was facing his childhood companion. After all, they are old friends for many years, and they will never turn around and deny people because of their aggressiveness, and some rumors is it lead. Quote single quote dot. Didn't think it was really they, the man said, and touched the shroomish in his hand. One of the shroomish had a bow on his head. It was the shroomish that Mac found, and the bow was tied by him. Although Zhang Yuan really wanted to complain, this would block Shroomish ability to release his skills, but it seemed that it didn't matter by default, so he pretended not to see anything. It was at this time that there was a loud noise outside the door again. This time it was the sound of a mechanical car. Ooh, it's the demolition team. The man's face suddenly changed, and he looked out the window. Zhang Yuan looked out of the window with him. Outside the window, Zhang Yuan saw two domineering men walking towards the house with an excavator and a few workers with axes. Chapter 378 Angry Shroomish. Among the group of people, two people were very domineering. One of them was a little fatter, but he looked a little thinner and said almost angrily, "Someone must want to fight with me to spread such rumors. Anyway, you also have a demolition order, so you can force the demolition to see if anyone will say so." When the slightly fatter man said this, the other man hurriedly responded, "Yes, yes, yes, it must be because of competitors." The man told Zhang Yuan the identities of these two people. Shuzi is a government official in this place, the person who first communicated with the man. The man's demolition contract was also signed with Shuzi. As for the fat man, it is the man who signed the high-rise building with the man, but the man has not signed the exact contract. The man who designed the building has always been unacceptable, so that there is only a verbal contract, and no formal contract is signed. The two men seem to have decided that there was no one in the house, so they directly asked the demolition demolition team to demolish the building in front. Zhang Yuan took a step forward, intending to tell the people outside that there are still people in this house, and by the way, give them another slap in the face. However, 987. Zhang Yuan's plan was not so successful. Before he went out, Shroomish ran directly to the door, and their group of Shroomish, as if protecting their memories, flew towards the man outside. Ooh, Zhang Yuan realized something was wrong. There is no law that restricts Pokemon from harming humans, and there is no such agreement between Pokemon and human. It's just a convention to know that if a Pokemon wants to exercise in the human world, it must have a trainer, and the trainer will carry a Pokemon. Just with this common sense, Pokemon will not attack the trainer without authorization, and the existence of the trainer can be carried out according to the current situation. The relationship between humans and Pokemon will naturally get better and better, cooperate with each other and become friends. But even so, it doesn't mean that Pokemon don't have the ability to harm humans. Not to mention this group of Pokemon who want to protect where they belong. Basically, like a bomb, as long as it can protect its location, it can do anything. Follow up. Shroomish behind Zhang Yuan. After they traveled with Zhang Yuan for the past few days, they knew that Zhang Yuan would only do what must be done, the absolutely right thing most of the time. For example, now they knew that this matter was absolutely no trivial matter, so they quickly followed Zhang Yuan. The next second, they were by Zhang Yuan's side. Zhang Yuan looked at the Shroomish and flew towards the two men. The fat man was a little surprised. Where did this bunch of Shroomish come from? After being with humans for a long time, Pokemon can naturally understand human words. Of course, they could also hear that this person was definitely the culprit behind the demolition. As for the government man, of course, he ran away when he saw Shroomish in the first place. He has no loyalty to this fat man. After all, for him, the two are just business partners, so once something happens, the man will of course flee immediately. Zhang Yuan threw out his Pokeball and released Virizion. As the Virizion of the Hoenn region mythical beast, its prestige among Pokemon is also very obvious. Soon Shroomish stopped his step, just complaining to the Abdbzion in the way they spoke. Virizion didn't attack these Pokemon right away. Shroomish who have no intention of attacking, and Zhang Yuan did not intend to let Virizion do this. Its righteous heart will later become its own powerful weapon. At this time, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and immediately took out his police badge and faced the fat man. I'm Interpol Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan said. The fat man's expression changed instantly, as if he saw something extraordinary. First, sir, this is a legal business. After finishing speaking, the fat man suddenly realized that the Interpol he was facing seemed to be just a child, and suddenly relaxed. Where are you from? It's a big crime to impersonate Interpol. Go for your impersonation. Zhang Yuan directly threw his police badge on the other side's face. Since you feel impersonating, just look at this police badge and talk about it. The fat man picked up Zhang Yuan's police badge, and after a careful look, his expression changed immediately. This is a genuine Interpol badge. Not only that, this boy is likely to be the famous Zhang Yuan. There were still people in the house just now, and the house was demolished without confirming its condition. Do you know what crime you committed? Zhang Yuan looked at the fat man and asked. The fat man shook his head. He didn't dare to speak. After all, the Interpol was in front of him. Not the type that you can deal with. Uncle, don't demolish this house. Max stepped forward with Shroomish in his bow, and looked at the man with a pleased expression. Even if he was facing Interpol, the fat man was unequivocal and said directly to the other party. No, the contract has been signed, and do you know how the construction here will affect the city? It can't be stopped by a child play. It's not a child's house. As soon as Max opened his quibble, Zhang Yuan hadn't said his righteous word. Immediately, Shroomish suddenly stood between Zhang Yuan and the fat man, pushed the fat man a few meters away. Ooh, Zhang Yuan suddenly realized that these Shroomish were angry. Shroomish isn't a powerful Pokemon on its own, but together it's a pretty impressive amount. Not to mention directly facing human, aiming at the spout of his own skill. Be careful, Lilith shouted. Chapter 379 Turn the Tide. In addition to Zhang Yuan, Lilith also reacted very quickly to what was wrong. In the Pokemon school, Lilith, who had excellent grades, quickly realized herself and what situation they were facing. Angry Shroomish, and the after effects of those numb powders in the house before Tilda. Shroomishes aren't the type of Pokemon who can directly hurt other people, but they're definitely not the type to sit still. So what will be done is, after Lilith finished speaking, she quickly took 2 steps back, pulled May and Mac together by the way, and stepped back to a safe area. As for Zhang Yuan, of course, he threw a Pokeball into the air. The Pokeball immediately took to the sky. Zhang Yuan's arm strength is also stronger than other people. Being able to become an Interpol is not simply because he can use Pokemon proficiently. Of course, this is also a very important reason, more because his physical fitness is also better than others. People are much higher. Immediately, Zhang Yuan threw his Pokeball directly into the air, and the Pokeball flew into the air immediately, and then opened in midair, and a dragon came out like this. That's Charizard. In the face of grass-type Pokemon, the most convenient is the fire-type Pokemon. But Zhang Yuan had no intention of defeating these Shroomish. Not attacking the other party can convince the other party, or solve the status quo. This is also a good ability. Charizard, blow the numbing powder away. Zhang Yuan shouted loudly. If you use Flying Trick, although it will be very effective to blow away the paralysis powder, and it is convenient to make these Shroomish quieter, but it is also difficult to control the direction of the paralysis powder. It is also a small problem. So Zhang Yuan handed this question to Charizard. Since it is a Pokemon trained by itself, it should be able to have excellent processing ability on this issue. Charizard really lived up to Zhang Yuan's high hope. It directly blew the numbing powder together, and then used a whirlwind to disperse it to a place where there was no one, and then landed directly in the middle of a group of Shroomish. Charizard's lanes made Shroomish instinctively retreat, encircling Charizard, but did not continue to attack. Virizion took an attacking stand. Charizard is clearly looking to protect human, and Virizion's genetics made her stand on the side of the Pokemon, even if it was her own trainer. If the interests of the Pokemon were destroyed, Virizion's righteous heart might attack the other party. Zhang Yuan knew this. He wasn't afraid of Virizion, but he didn't want to use violence to stop this matter. On the other hand, seeing Fire-type and Flying-type Pokemon seems to be able to suppress these Shroomish, and immediately the Fat Man and the Thin Man threw the Pokeball directly. Now mostly individuals would have a Pokemon. The relationship between Pokemon and humans has become such a tacit existence. That's not a very powerful Pokemon, just a Growlithe and a Pidgey. Growlithe uses fire at the behest of his master, while Pidgey uses Gust, a special attack on grass-type Pokemon. For these two men, getting rid of the annoying Shroomish was more important than anything else. Stop it! Lilith shouted. They're just trying to protect their home. Together with Lilith, Matt stood in front of Shroomish. But Growlithe and Pidgey's attacks had already been launched, and Zhang Yuan rushed over directly, throwing Lilith aside to prevent Lilith from being accidentally injured by the Pokemon's attack. And Matt wasn't so lucky. After all, he doesn't have Zhang Yuan as his brother. May's reaction was not 1/10 of Zhang Yuan. If Virizion hadn't quickly blocked Matt would have been accidentally injured by Growlithe's lane. Gust's trick didn't do much damage to humans, mainly because of Growlithe's lane. It was really easy to hurt a child. 0 for flowers. Are you all crazy? Zhang Yuan released his Salamence and stood directly in front of Shroomish, looking at the group of people. What he was holding in his arms was his own Lilith. Originally, it was just a matter that could be resolved through good communication between the two parties, but now that the other party actually took action and almost hurt her Lilith, it became more complicated. Zhang Yuan looked at the Thin Man and the Fat Man on the opposite side. His aura as an Interpol immediately suppressed the other side. Fortunately, the Thin Man was just plain flattery, and didn't do anything out of the ordinary. At this time, he just took a step back and said to Zhang Yuan with some trepidation, I didn't do this, you look for him. And the sweat on the Fat Man's face was dripping down. If it was just a Pokemon, he could still mess around with it. After all, if he wasn't a human being, the law would be very inclusive. But if it hurt human, in particular, this person is still a relative of Interpol, so basically he will be cold. Not only is it cold, but it is very likely that he will spend the rest of his life in prison. I didn't do it on purpose. They ran out to stop it by themselves. A fat man can only protect his integrity by coming over unintentionally. Really? Zhang Yuan looked at Salamence. Salamence is the Pokemon that has followed Zhang Yuan the longest. Of course he knows what Zhang Yuan means. Immediately a dragon breath was sprayed on the fat man. Of course Zhang Yuan would not directly harm human. After all, his current identity is Interpol, not the cadre of the Team Rocket, so he still needs to be a bit measured. But being a little bit measured doesn't mean that you can't give the other party a little slap in the face. For example, Salamance's dragon breath sprayed directly to the fat man's side, and immediately smashed a hole in his side. Expected of Salamence, both attack power and understanding of Zhang Yuan are much stronger than other Pokemon. Chapter 380 Dismount. Salamence is the Pokemon that Zhang Yuan first obtained. It is also the Pokemon that Zhang Yuan first trained, not to mention that it is an ancient divine beast. The value itself is very high. Under Zhang Yuan's training, Salamance's numerical advantage has been fully reflected. Salamance's dragon breath is the strongest among all Zhang Yuan's Pokemon. His spray, of course, immediately scared all the audience at the scene. This is incredible. It made the fat man's leg tremble, and he almost wanted to leave first. However, Zhang Yuan's words stopped the fat man. I said, you can't go here. Zhang Yuan said to the fat man with a smile. I didn't plan to attack you, but you made me very uncomfortable, so I have to warn you. 640. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Public revenge probably means Zhang Yuan's situation. However, Zhang Yuan didn't feel that he had a personal revenge at all. He was just following the other party's logic and giving the other party a bloody lesson. If you move casually unknowingly and accidentally let me hit. There's nothing you can do, right? When Zhang Yuan said this, the fat man immediately knelt down from his seat. My fault is my fault. Please forgive me if I shouldn't attack. Of course Zhang Yuan planned to spare the man. With a wave of his hand, he immediately told Salamence to stop the attack and then step forward and handcuff the man. Illegal demolition. I think you can spend a few years in jail. When Zhang Yuan said this, let alone a fat man, even the man who was the owner couldn't quite understand Zhang Yuan's word. This should not be considered illegal demolition. The house itself has already had a demolition agreement, but because it is haunted, there has been no way to demolish it. Well, it's not against the rules for a fat man to come and demolish. No, sir, I came to demolish the old house only with an agreement. The fat man is right. They have a demolition order, but the only problem is that the demolition order was signed by the man and the government. This is something Zhang Yuan can talk about. Zhang Yuan looked at the thin man and asked again, does the government have authorization for this matter? The thin man was stunned for a moment. He knew this was Zhang Yuan's test for himself, but he didn't know what to say. An Interpol doesn't stay in one place for long, but this fat man is someone he sees every day. The trade between fat men and thin men has been going on for a long time, and they can basically be regarded as a pair of old partners, so it is impossible for the two of them to simply say who is doing it alone, all together. But under the majesty of Interpol, especially with the fact that the Interpol is still messing around, the thin man just wanted to know what the other party wanted to do. It's very simple. If a person wants to take over a government project, he must be authorized by the government. Official authorized. A contract is required. Because it is a long-term cooperation, there is no contract between thin men and fat men. It's just a cooperation with a verbal agreement. After the thin man decided the project, he basically gave the construction project to the fat man. Although it is said that the construction is basically a special contract, the owner has not finalized the final draft of the building he wants to build this time down, so that there is no exact contract at all. In this way, even if he directly performs the same behavior as before, there will be no rhetoric. But the thin man also wanted to protect himself at this time, so he told Zhang Yuan directly, no, let the other party come here without a contract and still accompany you. It is considered that your supervision is not effective. Zhang Yuan added. The thin man shivered. He knew that this could be considered a violation of unclear laws and regulations, but from Zhang Yuan's behavior, it was considered a minor one. If he and the fat man are in the same boat, it is estimated that he can only deal with it seriously. It's my poor supervision, because he has cooperated with us many times, so I am negligent. Listen to the punishment. Listen to the punishment. 0. The thin man's submissive appearance made the fat man a little desperate, and made Zhang Yuan a little relieved. Then you are illegal demolition, plus intentional injury. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he ordered the thin man to bring the fat man to the police station, and he would go to find out later. Crisis was over, and Shroomish seemed to know what was going on, jumping up and down to celebrate the situation. At this time, Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the owner man seriously. Uncle, brother, can you not demolish this place? In order to be friendly, Lilith swallowed the uncle who should have been called, and then changed the name to brother. Zhang Yuan didn't even know how to complain. This man felt like he was in his 20s and approaching 30. Even if his 11-year-old sister called him uncle, he didn't seem to suffer. And being called brother by such a cute girl, the man softened and his expression became very doting. Well, his sister is so charming. Zhang Yuan also forgave the man's doting expression. This can't be done. After all, a contract was signed, and this house. With some regret, the man looked back at his old house on 5.3. This house is too old, and the place is in disrepair, and it is easy to hurt people, so I plan to demolish it. Lilith and Matt were a little disappointed after hearing this. They want to protect this place, protect the Shroomish paradise, but since the owner is determined to demolish it, it seems that it has become a matter of no choice. But, as long as anything is over, there will be a turning point. I plan to build a forest after the demolition. Even though the house is so small, the land area I own is still very large. Why don't we build a forest park? Zhang Yuan smiled and suggested to the man. Chapter 381 Lost. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, the man was a little surprised. Why is it the forest park? If it's forest park, then you can put all these Shroomish in it. Zhang Yuan added. Not only that, Shroomish and humans can coexist peacefully, and you can build a house in it and live with them. Zhang Yuan's words made the man suddenly realize, I really want to do that. All his thoughts have been detected by Zhang Yuan, and he really wants to be with Shroomish. Just like many years ago, living with Shroomish, playing with him, and if he has a son one day, he will want to play with his sons too. People are nostalgic creatures who develop feelings for something they have experienced before and hope that it will last. This feeling also exists in men. Zhang Yuan felt the man so thoroughly that the man felt a little scary. This person who will feel himself thoroughly as a child. Although he was in Interpol, he was only a teenager, and now he was able to see himself so thoroughly that the man was a little panicked. It's like seeing some strange person. That's right, Zhang Yuan is such such an existence that can make everyone feel panic, and his ability is enough to surpass anyone in this world. Zhang Yuan and the others set off on the third day. It should have been done the next day, because Mac's disappearance caused Zhang Yuan a lot of trouble, so that Zhang Yuan's willfulness was once again fully reflected. He simply couldn't stand his rhythm being taken away by a child. So the next day after they packed everything up, they set off on the third day. As for the others, of course they have no opinion on Zhang Yuan's decision. After all, this is Zhang Yuan's decision. Zhang Yuan paid for the room where they live, and even if Ash wanted to leave alone, let alone Lilith, even May and Mac wouldn't keep up. For them, Zhang Yuan has become the core figure of the team after getting along for so long. Even if there is such willfulness sometime, it is because he has the power to be so willful, so no one will say anything at all. What is it? On the third day, they set off again. Of course, everything that needs to be carried is given to Ponyta. Although Ponyta is said to be Lilith's favorite Pokemon, as a horse, it is normal to carry something on his back. Moreover, Xiaobai likes to be outside Pokeball. If it means that he can walk and ride with Lilith outside Pokeball, and travel together in the true sense, then it is not a big deal to carry something. Lilith also asked Ponyta to do this kind of rough work after knowing Ponyta's mood. Soon they were in a wood again. In the wood, all the trees are exactly the same, and soon the group of people lost their way. Said to be lost, but in fact, when walking in one direction, he found that he seemed to have come to another place where he had been. Of course, it's just light. Under Zhang Yuan's repeated confirmation, they did not deviate from the route in the slightest, but were confused by the surrounding trees. Hurry up and don't run around, Zhang Yuan shouted. The terrain of this place is very complicated. If it gets lost, it will be bad. As long as we are still together, it will not be a big problem. One of the basic principles of survival in the wild is to be with your companion. Even if it is to survive in the wild, even if it is lost, as long as you are with your own companion, you can find a way out. But if you get lost, other people will have to find someone, and it is easy to enter a more complex landscape. However, just when Zhang Yuan reminded them so, Lilith immediately told Zhang Yuan that one of the team members was lost. Brother, that May is gone. I'm HU. Zhang Yuan's heart was instantly cursing. Compared to Lilith, May's aptitude is indeed very high, but he is a newcomer who has just become a trainer. It seems a bit too simple to train a high-qualified trainer, so Zhang Yuan wants to train him. May, however, the trainer that he had fancy about disappeared after he said something like, "Don't go away." Of course, Zhang Yuan has the heart to curse. Damn it, what is this? When did it happen? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and asked, "Just now. I didn't know, but I found out that she was gone," Lilith said. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the question he asked was a bit idiotic. Since he found out that he was missing, he must have told himself immediately, and when he asked again, it would be very funny. Got it. Zhang Yuan sighed 420 times. He couldn't just sit back and ignore it. You guys remember to follow me closely, Zhang Yuan said. If you've already lost one, you can't lose another one. Since you're looking for it, of course, you should search for it yourself. The other people nodded. They all knew what Zhang Yuan meant, so they quickly followed Zhang Yuan. One has been lost, but the second one cannot be lost. And Zhang Yuan, after all, is also an Interpol, and he can do the things of the Interpol himself. He first followed the path he had taken before to observe the situation. No matter what happens, it will leave traces. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan soon saw a footprint, followed by a second one. This footprint does not seem to belong to them. After all, the direction they are walking is not the direction the footprint points to, so this footprint is only possible. That's May's footprint. This way, Zhang Yuan said, and took the group to one direction. That direction was the direction May was walking, and because of this direction, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that May was not simply lost, but found something, so he went to they walked in that direction. After all, where May went, it was obviously not the same as where they went. Chapter 382 Group Attack. May's footsteps extended towards the depth of the wood. The place she went to seemed to be a private territory. After walking for a while, Zhang Yuan made such a judgment. Since it is a private territory, the owner in it should be able to know the way out of here. After all, people who have lived in this forest for a long time will always be a little more familiar than themselves. Made Zhang Yuan even more curious was what exactly did May see to deviate from them and enter this private territory. It's called private land simply because the trees in this piece are not the same as the ones outside. It's like a bunch of artificial pruning. Generally speaking, things like this in the woods are mostly forest parks or the periphery of the villa area. Of course, if it is the periphery of the villa area, then you can almost imagine how rich the other person is. It is possible to live in such a large forest and build a villa in such a large area. However, if it wasn't for a trip, Gungwan would have wanted to build a villa in the wood. Wow! It was at this time that May suddenly ran out from a deeper place and rushed towards Zhang Yuan. May in his arms with a bewildered face, completely unaware of what happened. Zhang Yuan. Lilith. Immediately May pounced on Zhang Yuan's body. Lilith looked at May angrily. This is his brother. Even if she and May have a good relationship, Lilith is very unhappy about May's intimate contact with her brother at this time. This is a kind of enigmatic feeling of jealousy. Even if the objects of jealousy are her brother and her best friend, Lilith has made full use of this jealous feeling. Lilith just wanted to stop May's further movements when she saw a large group of mighty Enna chasing behind May. They looked at May fiercely. Even without the use of a Pokemon speech translator, they could simply know that the other party was definitely in an extremely aggressive situation. "Hey, what have you done?" Max shouted at May and asked. It was because of one of his own negligence that everyone was worried about his own situation. Now, his sister who had scolded him before also caused everyone a problem. Of course, Max will not forget to come back to sarcasm. The big wolf dog generally doesn't take the initiative to attack humans. What did you do to make him angry? When Max said that, May felt a little aggrieved. Obviously she didn't do anything, but the group of mighty Enna attacked May anyway, and still a group. Woo. After May and Zhang Yuan joined, the group of mighty Enna stopped moving and glared at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan's air pressure directly suppressed this group of canine creatures. Of course, this is also a natural situation, not to mention Pokemon. Even the human-animal instinct will make them involuntarily stay away from that dangerous species. Zhang Yuan. They stopped. May looked at the group of mighty Enna and said. Zhang Yuan knew that the group of mighty Enna stared at him because he was the most dangerous one among all the people present, but that wasn't the reason why they stopped moving forward. Zhang Yuan squatted down and touched the ground. There seemed to be some kind of demarcation point on the ground. Once they act rashly, their biggest threat will be targeted by mighty Enna, but now they are standing here very obediently. It looks like a wooded area here, Zhang Yuan said. From here, it is the consular area, and here is the area that mighty Enna can't get out of. Another meaning of Zhang Yuan's words is that they are absolutely safe now. It's just this security, and it's just in this place. And Zhang Yuan is now interested in why May broke into mighty Enna's territory. Because May is not the type who will leave their team casually. If it really comes to such a situation that May needs to leave them to watch, then Zhang Yuan is very interested to know what the situation is. How did you get here? Zhang Yuan looked at May and asked. May pointed to mighty Enna's group. In this group, there is a Puccina. Mighty Enna is the evolution form of Puccina. It seems that there is a cute little Puccina among this group of mighty Enna. It is estimated that May looked at this Puccina and thought it was lost, so she wanted to send it back, so she was killed by mighty Enna misunderstanding. Poachers get out of this place. That is, when Zhang Yuan deduced, a girl who looked pretty good came out from behind a pile of mighty Enna, and it was the appearance of this girl that made Zhang Yuan realize that this is not the wild Puccina, at least not the completely wild type, because if it is a completely wild Puccina, the girl between them is really dressed too normally, and it is impossible to integrate into the wild Puccina. We are not poachers. Mac quickly stepped forward and said. Compared with the others, Xiao Sheng, as the youngest traveler in the entire group, of course began to refute this kind of slander. However, before Mac went so far, mighty Enna immediately started to be alert, so scared that Max immediately backed up a few steps. In any case, a group of mighty Enna would be afraid of a person like this, let alone a child like Mac. You calm down. You calm down. We are travel trainers, not poachers. Have you ever seen a poacher like us? Ash took a step forward. He also didn't like being slandered, so he tried to show their identities to this young lady. After all, in terms of age, they are indeed unlikely to be poachers. However, the other party didn't buy it at all. Even if they were a group of children, they didn't mean to go back on their word. Chapter 383 Disagreement. This young lady didn't mean to go back on her words at all, not even taking Ash's words to heart. Even if what Ash said is really justified, elementary school students like them really don't feel like poachers, but this young lady still doesn't pay attention. She looked at Ash with her chest raised, nothing but mockery on her face. Really? So, should I believe you when you say you're a trainer? The scene was very embarrassing. Hurry up and get out of here. There are a lot of mighty Enna poaching recently. I will never let any mighty Enna be abducted in this reserve. Zhang Yuan looked at this young lady with a black line. Mighty Enna is a general Pokemon, and as a canine, it is naturally with the evil attribute added to it. Generally speaking, apart from police dog, this type of Pokemon generally doesn't sell for much money, so are there still illegal poachers? Does it mean that you can take it back and use it as a pet? And the words of the young lady after that were what really aroused Zhang Yuan's fighting spirit. The young lady looked at Zhang Yuan seriously and said, if you don't leave, you will be blamed for letting the dog hurt people, etc., etc. What did she say? Let the dog hurt people? Zhang Yuan looked at this young lady with a smile. The only one who could call her a dog was mighty Enna. In other words, this young lady is going to release these Pokemon to bite herself. Brother, let go. Lilith sighed and looked at the young lady. After all, this is mighty Enna's sanctuary, which means they've come to each other's territory. Since this is the case, the other party does not not welcome them to go. In fact, it was nothing, although it was true that Lilith was very upset by being treated as a poacher. But when Lilith pulled Zhang Yuan's arm, she noticed that her brother was not being pulled by herself. He doesn't want to go yet. Zhang Yuan didn't want to leave yet. Lilith suddenly panicked. Lilith knows Zhang Yuan's character. If she gets angry because of being slandered by the other party, it is estimated that all the mighty hyenas here can't eat it and just walk away. Brother, Lilith let out a tentative cry. That Lilith. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith with a smile and said, since the other party is taunting me, should I fight back? Lilith immediately had black lines covering her forehead. It seems that Zhang Yuan was not angry because the other party slandered them as poachers, but because the other party said, letting dogs bite people, which made Zhang Yuan feel that he suffered a taunt. Indeed, the dog that this lady can release is Mighty Hyena. Mighty Hyena is a Pokemon. In front of Zhang Yuan, she said that she would use Pokemon to hurt them. Basically, it is no different from taunt, and this behavior is also Zhang Yuan most intolerable. He couldn't accept that anyone taunted him and underestimated his ability. Then let's see if it's your Mighty Hyena or my Dragonite. Seeing Zhang Yuan take out the Pokeball, the young lady immediately froze. The reason why she said that letting a dog bite a person is just a word to scare the other party. Generally speaking, no matter whether it is a poacher or not, if you are frightened by yourself, you will always sell yourself and leave. But this is the first time she has seen Zhang Yuan actually took out the Pokeball directly. You just compare. The young lady is also a type who can't stand agitation. Since the other party took out the Pokeball, she did not show weakness. These mighty hyenas grew up together, and she felt that she still had a chance of winning. The opponent is Dragonite. Wait, the other party is Dragonite. When Zhang Yuan released his Dragonite, the young lady was instantly stunned. I'm not a Pokemon idiot. Of course I know what existence I'm facing. The dragon-type Pokemon Dragonite, which can be called a fetish. A group of mighty hyena. Basically, they should be invincible. Lilith was behind, and whispered to Zhang Yuan, brother, don't beat him too hard. After all, they are all girls, and Lilith is a good boy, probably because of her compassion, but this is more difficult than letting Zhang Yuan face a group of mighty hyena alone. After all, Zhang Yuan ordered Dragonite a dragon breath, and immediately this piece of mighty hyena flew out and fell to the ground. Zhang Yuan looked at this young lady seriously, and then said righteously, the healing power of Pokemon is quite high. I controlled its strength, and it will heal in about 3 hours. Zhang Yuan said so. After all, it is a competitive trick used in the arena, and it is impossible to kill the opponent and let himself kill so many dogs at once. Even Zhang Yuan would not make such a big healing ring. The little sister didn't speak. She squatted down and hugged one of the mighty hyena. Her eyes were still unyielding and fierce. Not much to say. Poachers, what do you want to do? Hurry up if you want to kill or cut. I said who the fuck is a poacher? Zhang Yuan took a step forward and put his police badge directly on the opponent's face to show her. I'm an Interpol, just traveling as a trainer. Who is a poacher really? After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, before the young lady could react, she directly took the police badge of Interpol back into her arms, leaving the young lady to stare at Zhang Yuan with a bewildered expression. Are you Interpol? The lady asked. Yeah, didn't I show you the badge? Zhang Yuan looked serious. The young lady wanted to say that she didn't know where to start if she didn't see her police badge clearly, so she could only nod her head in confusion. Seeing this young lady being stunned by her brother for a while, she couldn't help laughing out loud. The young lady stood up directly from the ground, then looked at Zhang Yuan and said, then, what should you do if you beat our group of mighty hyena to the ground? Since it is an Interpol, you should show your police badge from the beginning to show your innocence. Without flinching at all, Zhang Yuan suddenly liked this girl a little. It's just a pity that she's just a passerby character. Chapter 384 Take a Nap. The high-spirited young lady made Zhang Yuan somewhat like it. If it weren't for the fact that there was no such young lady in his memory, Zhang Yuan might have wanted to take her on the road. It's just that if it's just a dragon role, an NPC, it seems that it is meaningless to lead the other party on the road with his own interest. There will be no special plot trigger, and maybe even when encountering a plot, because the characterization is not so perfect that it will be like wearing a puppet. So Zhang Yuan gave up. Okay, let's help you bring mighty hyena back to the sanctuary. To the young lady, Zhang Yuan's hostility was relieved by Lilith's tenderness. After seeing Lilith, the young lady suddenly wasn't very angry, but nodded, obeying Lilith's words and letting Lilith use Pokemon, entered the protected area with his mighty hyena. Inside the reserve, it is indeed much easier to understand than the woods outside. Because this reserve has been renovated once, it is not as troublesome to identify the way as the woods outside. But after knowing that they were actually lost in the wood, the young lady expressed sympathy for them. This part of the road is the most difficult to recognize. I didn't expect you to go there. While speaking, the young lady pointed to the other side. The road over there is much easier to walk. Your piece is the most central part of the wood. Not only is it difficult to walk, but you may even encounter very troublesome Pokemon. After the young lady finished saying this, she She looked at Zhang Yuan. But for you, you shouldn't have to worry about it. Zhang Yuan's strength just now has been fully known, so she also knows that even if it is a tricky Pokemon with Zhang Yuan around, it should be a piece of cake for this group of people. Haha, you found out, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, with an expression on his face. No matter what kind of Pokemon it is, it will be beaten down by me, and I have to make it clear to you that we are not lost. Zhang Yuan said seriously. They really didn't get lost. With his own navigation ability, Zhang Yuan and Lilith have always been on a straight road, and the direction is not wrong, but the recognition of the road is a little low and they need a little time to go out. But this does not mean that they are lost, but that they may have lost their ability to identify directions due to the situation in the woods. That's all. I know, Interpol-sama. The young lady gave Zhang Yuan a blank look, and then looked at Lilith. Looking at Lilith's eyes, there is some tenderness and love. I don't know if it was because of Lilith's likability that this young lady started to like her more or less. Therefore, the attitude towards Zhang Yuan and Lilith are completely different. But Zhang Yuan didn't really care about this at all. She could do as she was happy, and she wouldn't take her out. My name is Harry, and I'm the administrator here, said the lady. This little sister named Kelly is a child herself. Under the circumstance that she is a child and can exist as a forest ranger, she actually began to suspect Zhang Yuan and the others as poachers. If you think about it, it's impossible. After all, children can be forest rangers, so it doesn't seem strange for their children to be a poacher. However, Zhang Yuan still wants to complain. In this world, in the world of Pokemon, or all people younger, as long as it is something adult can do, children can do it. Hi, my name is Ash. I'm Lilith and this is May and Mac. Lilith introduced May and Mac to Claire by the way. Claire nodded. She knew the composition here. Lilith is Zhang Yuan's younger sister, and May and Max are another pair of siblings. It seems that only Ash is single. Does a person without siblings feel a little lonely between two other people with siblings? Kelly didn't know that, but looking at Ash's appearance, it doesn't seem like he's been hit. Zero. Asking for flowers. Zero. Speaking of Miss Kelly, May walked up to Claire. Kaylee didn't have a good expression when she looked at May. After all, if it wasn't for May's sudden arrival at their place, she wouldn't have faced Zhang Yuan, and if she didn't meet Zhang Yuan, Mighty Anna in her protected area would have been too. Not hurt. Although it's mainly because of Kelly's taunt to Zhang Yuan, but Kelly completely pushed this matter to the main leader. What wrong? Kelly asked. Seeing May's pitiful being targeted, Zhang Yuan stepped forward and walked to May's side, looking at Kelly. Ellipsis. Seeing this man who had beaten her group of Mighty Anna, Kaylee didn't speak, just glanced her head aside, and her attitude softened a little. Even for a girl like Kelly, she is somewhat in awe of a powerful man like Zhang Yuan. Respect. This feeling is necessary. Even if he was blaming Zhang Yuan for hurting his Mighty Anna, Duang is an Interpol and a child, so he deserves some respect. Is this place often poached? May asked. Kelly froze for a moment. Although Kelly regarded them as poachers, when she was really asked this question, she was still a little confused. Yes, there have been a few poachers here, but we've driven them back. Looked at these Mighty Anna and said, Zhang Yuan can understand, not to mention his powerful role. According to the same situation as Mighty Anna's attack just now, it can be regarded as a difficult character. I think the poachers are going to come back in some other way. May said, the reason I passed by and came in just now was because I saw Puccina alone, outside the reserve. It made me a little curious. May said so. This analytical ability let Zhang Yuan know that May is still better than Max in detail. Chapter 385. Prepare. Hearing May say that, Kaylee became nervous. After all, Puccina was nowhere to be seen this morning, but the protected area was so big, but Kaylee didn't take it too seriously. Mighty Anna and Puccina are originally a kind of Pokemon that will gather in the wild. They are not very likely to leave their territory and move alone with their partners. Puccina should be near the Mighty Anna group, but what he didn't expect was that he would hear this situation in May's mouth. Needless to say, this is not a normal phenomenon. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for coyotes to reach the outside of the forest area. Because these Mighty Annas have received formal training, they are not likely to go outside the forest area. So you thought it was strange to enter the woods? Kelly asked. 253. She had always thought that May had entered the forest area on purpose for some purpose. Even if Zhang Yuan told Kelly that they didn't have any other purpose, Master Kelly still had this feeling. Now that May said this, Kaylee knew the real reason for May. This is, seeing that Kelly was a little nervous, May knew if she had discovered something incredible, so she looked at Kelly. It looked like someone did it on purpose. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Kaylee nodded. Only at this time would she feel that Zhang Yuan was speaking the right word, but right away she realized that she was identifying with someone she didn't like in the first place. But this person who doesn't like him is actually a person he has to admit. Have you seen those people before? Zhang Yuan looked at Kaylee and asked. Claire shook her head, then nodded again. We've seen a few and we've driven them out, but if it's all of them, I don't think there's any. Kelly's meaning is very clear. Because she had been driven out a few times, she had seen the poachers, but because it was a gang committing the crime, Kelly always wondered if she had not seen some people. This is quite normal. After all, if it is a gang, of course, in order to protect their own gang, they will not send everyone to poach. Zhang Yuan nodded, then looked at Puccina. At this time, Max found another interesting thing instead. Why is there a Puccina in this group of Mightyena? Max asked. Mightyena is the evolution form of Puccina. So basically after seeing Puccina, the default is that Mightyena's child or something. This Puccina. After looking at Puccina, Kelly couldn't help laughing. This Puccina was actually born with this group of Mightyena, but for some reason, he has never been able to evolve. Wong. As if realizing that the other party was talking about him, Puccina raised her head and let out a cry. It's really strange. Max looked at Puccina and said, Max wanted to become a Pokemon breeder, so after encountering the situation of Puccina, he was very curious, and of course he was more concerned. Zhang Yuan rubbed this Puccina. Like this type of Pokemon, evolution is a natural thing. Therefore, he was also curious as to what kind of circumstances made it so difficult for this natural thing to happen. Wait, Zhang Yuan suddenly took out a ball from his pocket and threw it in the distance. Puccina, bite that ball is back. Zhang Yuan said so. Obviously not his own Pokemon, nor Puccina's trainer. Puccina seemed to be inspired by Zhang Yuan, and flew directly towards the ball in the way Zhang Yuan wanted. But in the end, instead of Bite returning the ball, he hit the ball directly. This Puccina, for some reason, can only use tackle, not bite, Kelly explained. At this time, Zhang Yuan probably knew the reason why this Puccina couldn't evolve. If you can't even master all of your own unique skills, it's normal that you can't be able to evolution 0. Zhang Yuan's statement made Kaylee a little unbelievable. She never knew the reason why her Puccina couldn't do the evolution, but she never thought that it was because she couldn't use the ultimate move. Then I'll teach him. Seeing Max looking so excited, Zhang Yuan of course patted his head and handed it all over to Max. They seem to be here for a while anyway. After all, the other party is a poacher. It is a type that will start in nature reserve. This type of Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say, and Max has already started to move toward Puccina, and slowly told Puccina to learn to use the trick of bite. Looking at Max's appearance on the line, Zhang Yuan still thinks it's a little cute. After all, children, it's always interesting to be serious. May kept up with Max and seemed to want to get closer to his younger brother, but Max still disliked May's appearance, but he was still interested in telling May about Puccina. This time, May did the right thing, because May immediately reflected that something was wrong. Although it was indeed a wrong act to leave the team, this act allowed Zhang Yuan to discover a poaching gang. But even if it is really lost, 2.6 is actually nothing to worry about. After all, Zhang Yuan is an Interpol. As long as he is nearby, Zhang Yuan can find him. Zhang Yuan still has this basic investigative knowledge. Then start preparing, Zhang Yuan said to Kelly. Kaylee was fooled by Zhang Yuan's word. What to start preparing for? Of course I'm ready to deal with the thieves. Zhang Yuan gave Kaylee a roll of eyes. As a forest ranger, how could he be unaware of this? Only then did Kaylee realize what Zhang Yuan meant. Indeed, I have seen poachers recently. Maybe the poachers will come recently, but what she doesn't know is why Zhang Yuan is so sure that he will come today. After all, she hadn't made any plans to keep these people in accommodation. Chapter 386 Poacher. Kaylee looked at Zhang Yuan. She didn't quite know what kind of person Zhang Yuan was. If she was the type who was so familiar with herself, then she would be bad. Afraid that they are not going to be touched and let them live here for a few days. But if it's Lilith, Kelly is still very welcome, but she doesn't like the other boys at all, even with May. Even though May was innocent, it was a pity that he broke into the protected area without authorization from the beginning, but left no impression on Claire's first impression. Well, let me explain in advance. Kaylee looked at Zhang Yuan and said, I will not take you here. When Kaylee said this, Zhang Yuan laughed instead. I have no intention of staying in such a poor protected area. As Interpol, we are of course on the front line when facing poachers. When Encesto said this, Kelly instantly became angry. Oh wait, this protected area is one of the places she values most. Although Mightyena is not as powerful and beloved as other Pokemon, but as the Pokemon she protects, Kelly still has great love towards these Mightyenas. As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, he said that he was poor and sour here, and Kaylee couldn't swallow this tone. How did you talk? Kaylee looked at Zhang Yuan angrily and said, what I say is the truth. Zhang Yuan said, better camping in the wild than here. Zhang Yuan's heavy blow made Kaylee suddenly not knowing what to say. Is camping out in the wild better than here? Kelly was instantly angry. She knows that as a forest ranger, the environment of the reserve is of course not as good as that of a 5-star hotel, but it is still much better than sleeping on the street. All rejected. Brother. Lilith's reminder told Zhang Yuan that he seemed to be going too far. Zhang Yuan shrugged. He never thought of caring about the girl's feelings. She was the one who started taunt from the beginning. Any distrust or even treating himself as a poacher made Zhang Yuan very unhappy. And this kind of unhappiness, of course, can't help but let Zhang Yuan say all the words that belittle the important place this girl thinks. The poacher will come today. But since Lilith woke up, Zhang Yuan decided to let the young ranger go and get down to business. Since they have attacked Puccina, it means that they are ready and have a certain summary and understanding of the previous defeat. Zhang Yuan's meaning was analyzed. So these people are going to attack Mighty Enna today. Realizing the main max analyzed by Zhang Yuan, he quickly and excitedly supplemented Zhang Yuan's summary. I know, it's better to come over today, otherwise you will really sleep on the street. K-like didn't forget that Zhang Yuan was talking bad about her reserve just now, and put the harsh words in front of her. Zhang Yuan doesn't care. He doesn't hate girls with this kind of character, but if he goes a little further, he won't be cute. Mac, you and the ranger lady set the trap. Zhang Yuan motioned to Max and said. Then he paused, then looked at Ash. Little hard for Max to be alone, so he motioned for Ash to follow Max. Ash also knew that Max was the youngest child in the team, so when Zhang Yuan signaled to him, Ash immediately went with Max to set up a trap. Kaylee was of course unhappy to be commanded by Zhang Yuan like this, but no matter how unhappy she was, there was no way to say it. She could only give Zhang Yuan a blank look and walk silently to the more than location of the trap. The reserve is prepared for some trap. After all, poachers are a big problem in the beginning, not to mention other situations will arise. Traps are not just a way to protect the reserve critters from harm, but also a way to prevent them from harming themselves. Kelly took Max and Ash to arrange the trap, while Zhang Yuan started to pull Lilith patrol around. Lilith believed her brother's judgment, so she probably knew that Zhang Yuan must have a certain degree of certainty to say this, and the poachers around were a little troublesome. As for Mei, Zhang Yuan was still a little curious about Mei's intuition. After all, as an ordinary girl, with the intuitive ability of Mei, she immediately noticed the strangeness of this matter, not through her own knowledge but through her own feelings, and then directly reached a guess. This made Zhang Yuan a little curious. Mei didn't know that this was a test for himself, but just followed behind Lilith and Zhang Yuan. After a while, Mei stopped and didn't move. What wrong? Zhang Yuan looked at Mei and asked. Mei looked to one side. 867 feet's silent appearance made Zhang Yuan realize that that direction was the abnormal place that Mei noticed. Maybe it's my delusion. Mei smiled. After all, Zhang Yuan didn't speak. How could he find out what Zhang Yuan didn't? Zhang Yuan looked into the bushes over there. Didn't feel murderous. Not even the human breath. But purely through intuition. No one can escape Zhang Yuan's investigation. But this is somewhat different from intuition. Zhang Yuan glanced at Lilith. Lilith immediately knew what her brother wanted to do, and nodded. Let go and see, Zhang Yuan said to Mei, and then walked towards the place where Mei felt something was wrong. Mei frowned. She still felt that she might just be delusional. In other words, Zhang Yuan actually found it, but he didn't say it at all, just waited for them to see if they could find anything. He thought of this. Mei couldn't help laughing. This kind of content is probably a plot that only exists in animation. It should not really exist in this world. However, Mei only wanted to be half right. Chapter 387 Rattata. Zhang Yuan really wanted to test Mei, but it wasn't what Mei thought. For Zhang Yuan, Mei's intuition is an interesting subject, but he couldn't help but want to test it. But he did not perceive any human beings or any aggressive aura from his intuition. Zhang Yuan took Mei and Lilith to the place where Mei felt there was something. But this place has nothing. This made Zhang Yuan stunned for a moment. Could it be that Mei's intuition was caused by sheer luck? If this is the case, then my conjecture is completely invalid. Over there, Mei suddenly pointed to the other side and said, in the direction Mei mentioned. Although Zhang Yuan didn't notice humans or other aggressive auras, he could clearly see that the bush moved. Zhang Yuan raised his hand, motioned the girls to keep quiet, and then walked towards the bush. Sure enough, where Mei pointed for the second time, there was a Rattata. Ah, so it's Rattata. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief. Rattata is a Pokemon that can be found everywhere. As long as it is in the wilderness, there will definitely be their presence. So even if it appears here, there is nothing strange. But Zhang Yuan didn't think so. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and looked at this Rattata. Rattata looked at Zhang Yuan with a squeak, and it seemed that he had already discovered Zhang Yuan's existence. From the color of this Rattata, Zhang Yuan made a judgment. This is not wild Rattata, Zhang Yuan said. If it's wild Rattata, maybe Mei just found a cutie who strayed into the reserve. But if it is someone else's Pokemon, the nature is different. This isn't some Pokemon that strayed into the sanctuary. It's a Pokemon that someone has captured, and it's even very likely that a poacher sent it to inquire about the news. Rattata looked at Zhang Yuan. It has already discovered Zhang Yuan and the others. If those poachers know that Zhang Yuan and the others have discovered their plan, it will definitely change. Zhang Yuan dragged Lilith behind, and whispered a few words in Lilith's ear. Even a poacher is an excellent Pokemon trainer. For an excellent Pokemon trainer, basically, they have some ability to communicate with Pokemon, so as long as Rattata goes back and tells his trainer about what happened here, he will most likely let Zhang far from their whole purpose. Go Lillipup. Lilith throws a Pokeball right away. Wait, May couldn't understand when Lilith threw the Pokeball. After all, Zhang Yuan just said that this Pokemon is not wild. If it is not wild, it is a Pokemon with a trainer, and under normal circumstances, if a Pokemon has a trainer, it will inevitably make it impossible to conquer it. It's common sense that trainers cannot subdue Pokemon from other trainers. Knowing this common sense, Lilith still did it, which made May a little incomprehensible. Could it be that Lilith didn't know this? No, not possible. You must know that a lot of May's knowledge about Pokemon was told by Lilith. So to say that Lilith is inferior to herself, it is definitely not true that a Pokemon with a trainer cannot be subdued. Zhang Yuan raised his hand to signal May not to speak, and Lilith immediately let her Lillipup attack. Lillipup's tackle immediately charged towards Rattata. After all, it is a Pokemon with a master. When Rattata was Lillipup tackle, he was still a little confused. Without the company of his master, Rattata was like a child who was at a loss, panicked in an instant, and immediately let Lillipup hit him. It was originally two ordinary Pokemon. There is not much difference in the skills and abilities that can be used, but at this time, as a Pokemon with its own trainer, Rattata, whose trainer is not around, is slightly inferior. It can't be directly said that it is slightly inferior, because Rattata didn't know what to do at this time, so he took a step back. He wanted to dodge, but Lillipup hit him directly. Brother Tilda, I did it. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan and said, she was excited, like a child, as if it was her first battle. Then it is now. Lilith took out the Pokeball. Go to the Pokeball. Pokeball put Rattata directly in, and Rattata naturally popped out right after Pokeball grabbed it. Rattata, who escaped from the Pokeball, ran away in a short time, presumably back to his trainer, and Lilith and Zhang Yuan immediately high-fived to celebrate. May had no idea what was going on. She just knew it was all planned by the two siblings. Zhang Yuan waited for Rattata to run away before explaining his anger to May. This Rattata appeared in the reserve, and it was a Rattata with a trainer. It's not hard to imagine that its trainer was the poacher. Lee. They sent their own Pokemon here to inquire about the information. Damn, using Pokemon to do this. May started to get angry. They're both Pokemon-loving people, so to make a Pokemon do bad things is to get angry. But Pokemon is always with the trainer. Since the trainer is a bad person, then it is possible for Pokemon to do bad things. That's why you want to use this trick. Soon May reacted. If the poachers left, they probably guessed that they had discovered their whereabouts, which would be detrimental to Zhang Yuan's capture. But since the poachers found that their whereabouts were not exposed, they would naturally continue their plan. After Lilith's action, the poachers will surely feel that they have not been exposed. Chapter 388 Poachers. As Zhang Yuan said, after failing to conquer, Rattata quickly ran to his trainer's side. That's a very sophisticated team of poachers. Generally speaking, this team will not poach ordinary Pokemon like Mightyena, but now they're on the fence with this Mightyena. Or in other words, it's on the fence with this protected area. After all, not all reserves have girls like Kelly. This team of poachers wandered around the world, stealing some Pokemon from various protected areas. One or two less Pokemon in a sanctuary won't go unnoticed, and most Pokemon can be sold for a good price. Only this time, they just happened to have a fight with Kelly. Rattata is reporting to its trainer what it has seen. Sure enough, what Zhang Yuan asked Lilith to do was successfully hidden from Rattata. With Rattata's IQ, I'm afraid he won't be able to find out that he has been pitted by Zhang Yuan. At this time, he is excitedly reporting the situation to his trainer. The trainer is of course very happy. Although Captivate Kuchina failed before, but their plan is not so simple. It will end 390 because of the failure to abduct Kuchina. Damn Ranger. One of the kidnappers cursed inwardly. Their companion was caught by Kelly and sent to the police station, and his Pokemon was also injured by Kelly. Not all poachers don't care about their Pokemon. For example, this one is very concerned about their Pokemon. Stop talking. I'm going to teach that girl a lesson today. One of them, the poacher who seemed to be in charge, said that, and the others shouted. It was clear that everything had not yet begun. As if he had already won, he started shouting and jumping. Subsequently, under the leadership of their boss, the poachers immediately marched towards the reserve. At this time, Zhang Yuan was ready. He asked Claire about the trap. Not bad. As Kelly spoke, she looked at Mac. This child is quite powerful, and he will learn it once he is taught. This is of course necessary. In this world, Mac's setting is like a child who is proficient in technology, proficient in various theoretical knowledge, and very smart. So Zhang Yuan will ask Mac to accompany Kelly to do this, because Zhang Yuan knew that as long as Mac helped, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But when Kelly looked at Ash, she didn't speak, but Zhang Yuan could see that she meant that Ash was far worse than Mac. He was obviously a trainer a little older than Mac, but Ash was not as smart as Mac, even though he had to teach him many times to start a trap. But this is quite normal, because Ash, as the protagonist of the whole story and the entire Pokemon Pokemon world only needs to rush forward with a single brain. Of course, he does not need to have too much IQ. This is a common problem for almost all sub-contribution, especially the hot-blooded male protagonist. So Zhang Yuan does not occasionally say anything. Really, why did I tell you this? As Kaylee spoke, she immediately noticed something was wrong. She was actually reporting the situation to Zhang Yuan at this time. This is a great shame. You must know that Kelly doesn't like Zhang Yuan at all. When she met Zhang Yuan for the first time, Zhang Yuan gave Kelly a slap in the face, which made Kelly not like Zhang Yuan immediately. But Zhang Yuan is worthy of being a leader-level figure. He immediately controlled Kelly with a few words. Soon Kelly seemed to be reporting the situation. Talking to Zhang Yuan about these things seemed like it should be done in the beginning. Zhang Yuan looked not far away. May's intuition is not needed. Zhang Yuan's intuition can tell that there is already a person walking towards this direction not far away. Back to the park. Zhang Yuan gave an order. Go to the ranger hut. When Zhang Yuan said this, Kaylee was a little unhappy. But at this time, Kaylee could also know that Zhang Yuan noticed what Dish said that, so she didn't protest but took them to the forest hut. The ranger hut is a place for the rangers to rest. In the reserve, the ranger shifts and rests in this forest hut. But this forest hut is not a simple resting place for the rangers because Kelly really likes the mighty and is here. So much so that Kelly herself lived in this forest hut. It's not impossible for a ranger to live in a protected area. It was just the first time Zhang Yuan saw a ranger who seemed to have lived in the reserve for several years. In Zhang Yuan's memory, there is no such setting in the Pokemon world. It seems that when he is in contact with Kelly, the setting of the whole world begins to gradually become perfect. Shish. Zhang Yuan motioned others to keep quiet. Kaylee was a little dissatisfied and protested in a low voice that only Zhang Yuan could hear. Hey, why are you listening to your orders? Kelly asked. Zhang Yuan shrugged. Because I'm an Interpol, International Police. This is definitely a profession that can be envied and admired by almost all children. Not to mention that the one who became an international policeman was a half-aged child just like them. Since Interpol has said so, generally speaking, no one will refute it. But Kelly is not an ordinary person under ordinary circumstances. I know, but I'm a ranger. This is my protected area. I know better than you what to do, Claire said with some protest. Really? But you didn't even notice that the other party had come over, did you? When Zhang Yuan said this, Kaylee didn't dare to speak. Kaylee really didn't know how Zhang Yuan knew that the poachers were approaching here. If the trap had been filled, someone should get a prompt when they approached the trap, but now the trap doesn't have any prompt. This is the best way for Kaylee. Incomprehensible thing. Chapter 389 Exposed. After Zhang Yuan's word, Kaylee began to think about this question. Why did he listen to Zhang Yuan's word? Who is Zhang Yuan? Just an Interpol. Now that he is pointing fingers in front of him, he actually listened. Let's not talk about whether it's Interpol's business. This is my own territory. How can I let it be at the mercy of others? As soon as she thought of this, Kaylee was a little angry. In addition to being angry, Kaylee also began to believe that Zhang Yuan should have firmed up her judgment and then made speculations based on her own judgment. It means that in this place, there is actually no possibility of poachers coming over, but simply because Zhang Yuan felt that poachers would come, so he said he wanted to come. In fact, he was waiting for the rabbit. I'll go check the situation. Kelly stood up immediately. The traps in the protected area itself are a kind of warning. That is to say, when they approach the reserve, the trap set in the reserve should remind Claire that someone is approaching. However, from just now, apart from Zhang Yuan's word, there was no reminder of this matter. And once Kelly stood up, Zhang Yuan was stunned and forced himself to say that there were poachers coming this way, but this little brat actually stood up. Isn't this to reveal their rhythm? Zhang Yuan looked at Kaylee with a bewildered expression, and that is when Claire stood up. The alarm of the trap sounded soon. Jingle bell. As soon as the trap alarm sounded, Zhang Yuan was stunned. What's happening here? Zhang Yuan thought that traps were just traps that would trap people when they approached and trap them inside. But I didn't expect that there would still be an alarm bell. This alarm bell really made Zhang Yuan a little confused. He really never thought that this trap was so open and above board. Ooh, it's actually true. Kelly immediately cursed. She thought that hiding was just Zhang Yuan's technique of waiting for the rabbit. But what he didn't expect was that this waiting for the rabbit technique was actually a suggestion made by Zhang Yuan because he discovered the existence of the other party. Kaylee's ignorance made Zhang Yuan sigh directly. Since this trap of theirs actually has some kind of warning effect, then Zhang Yuan and the others are meaningless to hide. Zhang Yuan also wanted to hide and wait for the poachers to come in and give them a sudden attack so that the other party would be captured directly. It's not necessary now. Before Zhang Yuan could also stand up, the poachers immediately let the alarm sound of the trap to remind them, so they looked towards the ranger's hut and then happened to see Kelly at the window. The boss is this little girl. It was at this time that one of the poachers pointed at Kelly and shouted. Immediately afterward, the boss of these poachers threw a pokeball directly. Go Tropius, use the magical leap. The poachers boss gave his order at the same time as he threw the Pokeball. At this moment, the Pokemon in the Pokeball appeared immediately, and then attacked the magical leaf against the window. Among the criminals like poachers, there may be some people who are still full of love for Pokemon, but at the same time, they still use Pokemon to do everything, even including harming humans. In a sense, a trainer who can't use Pokemon correctly is also one of the targets Zhang Yuan wants to arrest. Be careful. Zhang Yuan protected Kelly in his arm, and then moved to a place outside the window. This will prevent Claire from being attacked at the window, and under the action of Zhang Yuan's protection, Kelly suddenly felt a little heartbeat for some unknown reason. At first she thought that Zhang Yuan was just that kind of boy who seemed invincible, although he had some abilities, that's all. Being too proud therefore has no advantage. But now when Kelly was held in Zhang Yuan's arm, especially when she watched the magical leaf fly by in front of her, Kelly suddenly felt a sense of security that she had never felt before. 0. Looking for flowers. At this time, May also kept in mind the principle of the mutual restraint of Pokemon attribute. Immediately began to order his Torchic to help. Torchic, use the flame, May shouted. Torchic resisted this magical leaf with flames right away. It's just a pity that this magical leaf is not a full grass attack because of the magic characteristic. Even if Torchic has an advantage in restraint attribute, there is no way to destroy them all. Little White, seeing that magical leaf was about to attack May, because Torchic was a fire-type Pokemon, when facing magical leaf's attack there would be no exact damage. 0. But May is different. May is a human. She is attacked by magical leaf. It will be the same as being attacked by normal Pokemon skills, and it will not cause much harm like Torchic. With Lilith's order, Ponyta stood in front of May and absorbed all magical leaf's attack. The size of Ponyta is much larger than Torchic, so it can protect May from harm. Thank you. May thanked Lilith. Lilith nodded. It's nothing. After all, they are all companions, and it is indeed normal for companions to help each other. And Zhang Yuan. At this moment, Kelly was pushed away directly, and then he jumped out directly at the window that was damaged by magical leaf's attack. This kind of resolute behavior made Kaylee fascinated for a moment. At this time, Kelly knew immediately that Zhang Yuan could become an Interpol, perhaps if he had a little confidence. After seeing Zhang Yuan, these poachers seemed to be a little confused. Even Zhang Yuan was a little confused. Tropius, who appeared before Zhang Yuan's Manchu. It's a flying Pokemon, and it's also a grass-type Pokemon. Chapter 390 Phantom. The biggest opponents of grass-type Pokemon, in addition to fire-type Pokemon, are flying-type Pokemon. And what appeared in front of Zhang Yuan was such a flying-type plus grass-type Pokemon. And the size of Tropius is almost the same as his name, a kind of dragon size. Although there is no real dragon attribute, it is not a dragon-type Pokemon, but there is a dragon in the name, which is enough to show that this Pokemon is actually not a weak existence. Not just weak, it is even very possible that he has the ability beyond the understanding of ordinary people. After all, he is a dragon. Really made Zhang Yuan stunned was not because the other party used a huge Tropius. It looked like a very strong Pokemon, but that low 250 go on them logo Zhang Yuan will never forget. That is Hoenn region's most famous poacher team, Phantom. When Ken asked Zhang Yuan to pay attention to the two Hoenn region teams, Zhang Yuan had a general understanding of several Hoenn region criminal organizations. As a team of poachers, the more famous Phantom is one of them. It is not surprising that the other party will use Tropius, a Pokemon that look very strong. But the only problem is, why is the Phantom in this lake? Hey, it's a big fish this time. Zhang Yuan looked at the Phantom boss and said, Little devil, although I don't know where you came from, I advise you not to get involved in this matter. Phantom's boss seemed to be treating Zhang Yuan nicely, so he said this. Zhang Yuan smiled and took out his police badge. I'm sorry, but I took care of this matter. Zhang Yuan said. Of course he did not forget his identity. Interpol. Zhang Yuan. Damn it, boss, it's that Interpol. One of the poachers said to his boss. That Interpol in his mouth does not mean Zhang Yuan's identity, but specifically refers to Zhang Yuan. As a young Interpol, Zhang Yuan is not well known, is still easily known as champion of the Kanto Region Quartz Alliance. For example, now, other party recognized himself as champion. That's the one, champion of the Kanto Region Quartz Alliance, and also the youngest Interpol's Zhang Yuan. After all, it is a team of poachers, so they have some understanding of Interpol, let alone a famous Interpol like Zhang Yuan. If you know my identity, then you should know that I will never say this. Zhang Yuan looked at these kidnappers with a smile and made a joke. It's like, I'm protecting this place, you should stay away, or something. When Zhang Yuan said this, the kidnappers swallowed. Yes, they know, Zhang Yuan could not have said such a sentence. As an Interpol, as their nemesis, of course, no poacher team will be spared, let alone their team. It cannot be regarded as proud. As an excellent poacher team, Phantom is of course his own situation among poachers and criminals who violate the law. Don't worry, there is only one other person," the boss said to his subordinates with a smile. And these poachers have little confidence in their bosses. After all, as a criminal, there are still many difficult roles in Interpol, let alone in a situation where it's on the bar with a ranger. Since a forest ranger can let them be on the bar, then add a talented trainer. What about the youngest Interpol in Interpol? My brother is not alone. At this time, Lila came out of the room directly. Although she said that she has enough confidence in her brother, the appearance of the other party's team of more than 10 or 20 people made Lilith feel a little worried. Is the so-called hustle and bustle. Let Zhang Yuan deal with a group of people alone, and if he just watches from behind, it is impossible for any relative to come to the book. And when Lila came out, she had already released Lillipup, Beautifly and Xiaobai. Although there are only 3 Pokemon, Lilith is also fully armed. Bika Bikabi. Quote, the Pikachu on Ash is no exception. Pikachu looked at the poachers seriously. As the skin god of the strongest diplomacy, it has already hated these people who use Pokemon to do bad things. So at this time, it also has a lot of morale, and plans to solve all these poachers in front of it. Blue. Ha ha ha. It looks like you have your own company. The poacher boss laughed. But unfortunately, it's just a bunch of kids. What are you talking about? May showed up with Torchic. Kaylee brought her own group of Mighty Enna to stand in front of the poacher boss. You losers. Kelly said. How many times have you come to my reserve? How dare you come again? Wong wong wong. Mighty Enna, who was behind Kelly, looked solemnly at the poacher boss in front of him and barked wildly. This is their old friend. 1.9 is also not the first time to see this poacher, or a poacher behind the poacher boss. Therefore, you can know from the beginning that this person is your own enemy. For the enemy, of course, it is necessary to make a combat date. Among Mighty Enna, Puccina and Mighty Enna also posed a fighting stand. I want to drive out these poachers with my companion. This little cutie has no evolution yet. At this time, the poacher boss seemed to be mocking, looking at the Puccina in front of him. Why didn't you just give me this Puccina? This kind of Pokemon that can't be normal evolution is a rare specimen for the Research Institute, and we will leave this place immediately and never invade again. How? Chapter 391 An Enemy N. Seeing that the other party is ready to attack, of course, as a well-known poacher team, it cannot be taken lightly. The poacher boss looked at Zhang Yuan, then waved his hand. Superiors of several poachers immediately released their own Pokemon. That Golem, Roselia and Rhyhorn, together with Tropius. Just the size makes the Pokemon on Zhang Yuan's side willing to bow down, let alone fight. Torchic and Ponyta have no way to deal with the Pokemon of these rock series, and the poacher team of Phantom is not a vegetarian. Since their team is one of the largest poacher teams in the Hoenn region, and if it is even listed on the list and has not been caught by the police, it represents their own powerful Pokemon trainer ability. May looked at the Pokemon in front of her and was done. Even 08, as the daughter of the leader of the Pokemon gym, is instilled with Pokemon-related things every day, and has enough justice, but when she encountered this situation, she couldn't help but back off. After all, no matter what, the other party is much stronger than himself. Even with Zhang Yuan present, May's first reaction was to protect his younger brother Mac behind him. It is human instinct to protect one's family and those who are important to oneself. At least it can be regarded as May's instinct. Max has another opinion about his sister's cowardice, but no matter what his opinion is, he can know that May does this behavior because he cares about himself. I don't need your helping hand, Mac said. Even if Mac could know why May did this, Mac still couldn't accept his sister's weakness. You're in the back without a Pokemon. At least Torchic, along with Ponyta, was able to take out that Roselia first. Excellent judgment. It just seemed a little childish in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Indeed, if it is a fire-type Pokemon, it may have certain advantages against grass-type plus poison-type Pokemon, but they played, and there were 2 other Pokemon in front of them, Golem and Rhyhorn. These are 2 rock-type and ground-type Pokemon, not to mention the rock system. If the Pokemon can't fly, as long as it stays on the ground, it is very likely to be taken down by the ground-type Pokemon in one fell swoop. You must know that for ground-type Pokemon, group attacks such as Earthquake are a piece of cake. You'd better step back. Zhang Yuan sighed. Not to mention the ground element. The rock element itself can resist the attack of the fire element, and the Phantom is such a famous poacher team. Of course, there will be enough skills in the team. Go Charizard. Zhang Yuan naturally threw Charizard out. Fly and fire. Then add a little fighting Charizard. Although it is basically not restrained for these few, it is basically not suppressed. What? Seeing Charizard, the poacher's boss immediately looked shocked. He was not shocked by how powerful the Pokemon Zhang Yuan was using, but was shocked that Zhang Yuan actually took out such a simple Pokemon. To be honest, he thought that Zhang Yuan would use Dragonite. Dragonite was definitely the best choice to deal with himself and his superior troop, but Zhang Yuan didn't do that. Charizard isn't bad, but Charizard isn't a very rare Pokemon either. It's just that in Kanto region, one of the most basic Pokemon is the Royal 3 of Kanto region, which is why, so for many many people, Charmander is very common. Charizard is not a rare species if the trainer really has the heart to train a Pokemon, and in front of their well-trained Pokemon trainers, actually took out Charizard instead of the fearsome Dragonite on the Quartz League. This made poacher bosses feel like they are being underestimated. And after meeting Charizard, Kelly felt a kind of comfort in her heart for some reason. Yes, comfort. After all, purely in terms of size, Charizard is definitely an existence that can be compared with these Pokemon before the full. This made the people who were frightened by the opponent's formation at first calm down immediately. They aren't quite the underdog. You don't do it yet. Zhang Yuan said this and immediately began to give orders to his Charizard. Use the Flame Twister. After hearing Zhang Yuan's order, Charizard immediately started shooting flames and twister towards each other. This fighting method that combines the unique skills of the two systems is Zhang Yuan's most common fighting method, and it is also the fighting method that can make the opponent look confused. But for a well-trained team of thieves, this fighting style is not very rare. Golem uses Rock Throw. Rhyhorn uses Smackdown. Immediately, the two ground-type and rock-type Pokemon ask their trainer to directly use all the stones that could be used around them, just like Jingwei reclaiming the sea, actually twisting their own flame. Fill it up. This is the first time Zhang Yuan has seen this fighting style. It's like, even if the skills and abilities can't keep up, they just use people directly and use the number to overwhelm the other party. Zhang Yuan also opened his eyes. Tropius, use a grass blender. The leader of the Phantom Troop immediately began to order his Tropius to use his unique skills, etc. What the situation? Just hearing the name of this trick made Zhang Yuan's face darken. No matter how you look at it, the name seems to mean Soy Milk Maker. Why is there such a catchy and down-to-earth name in the world of Pokemon? Of course, most of the tricks are named for the convenience of memory, and they are basically very down-to-earth, but this is the first time Zhang Yuan has seen. Chapter 392 Unstoppable. Surprise! Zhang Yuan instead let Tropius attack hit Charizard. Although there were some mistakes, the opponent was also a grass-type Pokemon. What can a grass-type Pokemon do to a fire-type Pokemon? The answer is basically nothing. Yes, a grass-type Pokemon basically has nothing to do with a fire-type Pokemon. It's like saying that a fire-type Pokemon is difficult to use skills to counter a water-type Pokemon. Same. Zhang Yuan soon knew what this very catchy and down-to-earth move was like, as if advertising the exact brand Soy Milk Maker. That is the grass on the ground. As if it was an item in the blender, it directly constricted the target and involved the opponent in this attack. Decrease the opponent's ability to move. And since Charizard is a fire-type Pokemon, his body has a very thick and hot skin, so this attack is useless at all. Charizard. Zhang Yuan glanced at them, and just wanted to let Charizard use Fire Blast, and then suddenly realized that the main purpose of the other party's use of this trick really wasn't to trap Charizard. The vortex created by the rotation of the grass creates a feeling of wind, and this feeling of wind can directly bring in another Pokemon. Of course this Pokemon couldn't be Golem, and Rhyhorn, a bulky and huge Pokemon, so there was only one left. Roselia. Yes, this wind brought Roselia up. Roselia, who was driven up, appeared in the grass when Zhang Yuan realized it. Because it was originally a grass-type Pokemon, in the green background, it seemed to be integrated into one, and when Zhang Yuan noticed it, he immediately changed his tune. Fly up. Charizard, fly up. In the grass blender, even if Charizard flies, there is no way to fly in all directions, and the movement will still be limited to, but it's always better than being attacked by Roselia. After all, for Charizard, Roselia is not just a grass-type Pokemon. If it was just a grass-type Pokemon, Zhang Yuan wouldn't care about Roselia's attack at all, but would simply ignore it and let his Charizard start attacking other Pokemon. The properties of Roselia's toxic properties are in. Since it is to let the other party enter the grass blender as a cover, it is unlikely to directly use the grass-type trick, but to use poison. Even if Charizard is a dragon, the theoretically thick skin will still have the same chance of being poisoned when it encounters a poison-type attack. Zhang Yuan didn't want this to happen, so of course Charizard escaped. However, even if Charizard escaped, this Roselia's poison sting ability is a good one. Countless poison stings attacked Charizard just as Roselia was spinning. Charizard quickly got several shots, but luckily, none of the shot poisoned Charizard. But this time, Roselia's attack continued. Flame. That is, at this time, I don't know when Torchic lurked to Roselia's side. Although Zhang Yuan had told them not to take action, as the daughter of gym leader, Mei would definitely not take action. Lilith did the same. It's just that Lilith's Ponyta is too big, and she can't make her Ponyta close to Zhang Yuan like Roselia sneak into Zhang Yuan's side. So they decided, let Torchic do it. Torchic started to approach Roselia right away. Because of Zhang Yuan's word, the entire poachers team only paid attention to Zhang Yuan, and naturally did not notice this little Torchic approaching them. So at this time, when Charizard hit a few extra shots of poison sting, Torchic directly ignited Roselia's hail with a flame. Roselia stopped attacking immediately, and Tropius' attack began to attack Torchic. Torchic come back soon. May threw the Pokeball out right away. Although Torchic is a fire-type Pokemon, she is still too young. Because it's too small, even a grass-type Pokemon with an inverse attribute can actually hurt her. And because of this, May's main purpose is simply to let her Torchic block Roselia's attack so that Charizard can easily avoid Poison Sting. But even so, it was still a bit late. Charizard fell to the ground immediately. Poison Sting has been hit a few times, even if the probability is not high, but it is still enough to poison Charizard. And after Charizard was poisoned, it still pretended to be calm and looked at the Pokemon in front of him, as if the thing that he just fell to the ground because of the poisoning didn't happen. It is afraid. It might be better if his master was not Zhang Yuan, but unfortunately Charizard's master is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is his trainer, and Charizard is under Zhang Yuan's subordinate. Normally good, he has gone through countless hard trainings to get to where he is today. It is a powerful Charizard, which is 100 times stronger than all his peers. This is due to Zhang Yuan's part of the credit. Now Charizard has to respond to Zhang Yuan's hard work. He will never let it go. I humiliated Zhang Yuan myself. Come back Charizard. Of course Zhang Yuan is not a devil. At first glance, I saw Charizard's injury status, and immediately let Charizard come back. After Charizard entered the Pokeball, Charizard immediately jumped out again. What did I say? You didn't obey. Zhang Yuan didn't know what to say. Charizard is so disobedient. The last time I saw it was in the animation. Ash's Charizard was not very obedient. Chapter 393 Stubborn Charizard. Anyone who has watched the anime will definitely be impressed by Ash's Charizard. That's the Pokemon that Ash brought up from Charmander to Charmeleon and then Charizard. And his arrogance is also one of the best. At Charmander, the guy was like an angel, but once evolution became Charmeleon, he hardly did anything. It's like a sudden sex change. No matter what Ash asks him to do, he just ignores it. Therefore, Ash has also been charged frequently, and has added an attribute that is often blown by fire. It's not over yet. In the end, after Charmeleon evolution became Charizard, Ash was even worse. Charizard is not just arrogant, and often does not listen to Ash's commands, and even comes out to Pokeball himself and ask him to fight. At that time, Ash took a long time to build a connection and trust with Charizard so that Charizard would not be so arrogant. But now, Zhang Yuan never thought that this situation would happen to him, whether it was in Charmander period, Charmeleon period, or the current Charizard situation. This Charizard in 513 Feet's own home is very obedient, and has never been as miserable as Ash. But now that Charizard suddenly ran out of the Pokeball, as if announcing something, Zhang Yuan had to pay attention. Do you want to fight? Zhang Yuan asked. He could probably guess what Charizard meant. Charizard spit flames into the sky. Even without the Pokemon translator, Zhang Yuan could know what Charizard meant. I know, if you fall, I don't care. The poison of Pokemon may kill a weak Pokemon in a long-term accumulation process, but for a Pokemon like Charizard, if it really dies, it will take about 3 or 4 days. But if it falls down due to lack of HP and loses its ability to fight, then it's another matter. I'll help too, brother. Lilith immediately stood in front of Zhang Yuan. May took 2 steps back. In order to avoid his Torchic from being hurt too much, May had already received Torchic into his Pokeball. For a little Pokemon like Torchic, this battle seems to be a little out of hand. After all, the current Torchic is not a skin god. The existence of Ash's Pikachu is naturally another matter. You make me feel very reliable, Zhang Yuan said to Lilith with a smile. After all, she is his sister, so even if they are fighting together, even if they are just an assistant, Zhang Yuan can still trust Lilith. Tacit understanding with him. And me, don't you forget it. At this time, Ash also stood in front of Zhang Yuan. In front of Ash was Pishin, and on Ash's shoulder was Halo, who had been subdued before. Just don't hold me back. When Ash was here, Zhang Yuan's attitude changed obviously. As the protagonist of a story, Zhang Yuan of course knows that if there is Ash's protagonist bonus, it will definitely not be bad. However, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but tease Ash. After all, people have protagonist buffs, so I always have to say a few words. Person who can live to this day without the buff of the protagonist, or should be said to be overwhelming the heroes. Zhang Yuan's ability is still solid. Got it. As for Ash, because he had known Zhang Yuan for a long time, even as the protagonist in the Pokemon world, he still knew the strength gap between himself and Zhang Yuan, so he didn't say much, tacitly acknowledging that he was not as powerful as Zhang Yuan. Then go Charizard. Twister again. Charizard immediately flew into the air, and then used Twister to aim at the grass-type Pokemon. Go back. Tropius. However, the other party also has a Pokemon that can fly. Tropius. Grass system plus light system. As expected of a Pokemon with the word dragon, although it is not of the dragon type, it can be regarded as an existence somewhat related to dragon. Of course, course, flying can also fly. Right now, Fire Blast. This time, Zhang Yuan didn't use the Flame Twister, but at the moment when Twister and Twister cancelled, he ordered his lovely Charizard to use the Fire Blast. Fire Blast immediately attacked the opponent Tropius. When Tropius was attacked, Zhang Yuan issued another order without hesitation. Earthcast. Zhang Yuan shouted. He didn't specify a target, but Charizard charged towards Rhyhorn as if he knew what he was going to attack. And Rhyhorn's trainer also began to order Rhyhorn to use Earthquake. Smackdown. Golem on the other side. He was immediately ordered to use the Smackdown trick. Smackdown is a special trick for flying-type Pokemon. It was used by them for Jingwei Reclamation before, but it was actually used as a trick to smack down the flying-type Pokemon in the sky. The ability of this trick is just like its name, mainly Smackdown. It was around this time that Earthquake also unfolded. Because of their ability to fly, Zhang Yuan's Charizard and Lilith Beautiful were completely unaffected by Earthquake, and Ash's Taillow was also unscathed, but the other Pokemon suffered. Basically all suffered various degrees of damage. Go back. Zhang Yuan shouted loudly. Ash, Lilith and Kelly hurriedly called their Pokemon to back away immediately. Yes, back. The damage caused by Earthquake between Pokemon. After all, Earthquake started from the Pokemon that issued Earthquake and spread to other Pokemon. That is to say, if the distance from the Pokemon that emits Earthquake is farther, then Earthquake's vibration will be smaller. This will also protect other Pokemon, but even doing so, Mighty Enna still takes a lot of damage. Chapter 394 Getting Better. Poisoned after all, and Charizard was brought to the ground by Smackdown. Of course, at this time, Earthquake has also passed. Mighty Enna and the others have been injured to varying degrees, and Zhang Yuan's Charizard fell to the ground. Soon Rhyhorn was charging towards Charizard. Be aware that this is Rhyhorn. Even if it's not as a Pokemon, but as a Rhino, its impact is very huge. Rhyhorn charged at Charizard, and Charizard was quickly hit with his massive impact. Charizard didn't dodge either, not simply because Zhang Yuan didn't order him to dodge, but Charizard himself didn't plan to dodge. With Zhang Yuan's habit, own Charizard is definitely a very powerful Pokemon, so I won't do the act of dodging itself. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yuan would order Charizard to take this attack. He believed that his Charizard could take this attack with his own ability. But now, when Zhang Yuan didn't give further orders, Charizard naturally used his memory to stop Rhyhorn according to what Zhang Yuan would do. Generally speaking, Charizard is not going to lose to Rhyhorn, but this is not the case now. Charizard's power is somewhat weakened by the poison. Charizard wasn't able to resist Rhyhorn's dash very well because of his weakness, and took a few steps back. Roar. Zhang Yuan could issue an order. Charizard immediately took a sip of flames at Rhyhorn. This is like proving to Zhang Yuan, spewing flame. The flames burned on Rhyhorn's body, and Zhang Yuan gave the order again. Charizard, use the Earthcast. Since Charizard has already said so, Zhang Yuan should not live up to Charizard's wishes, and immediately gave orders to Charizard. Charizard ordered. Immediately, he started spraying his own flame, weakening Rhyhorn's strength a little, then hugged him and flew into the air. Smackdown. Golem's trainer shouted. How could it possibly let you succeed? Lilith shouted and immediately ordered her Pokemon to step forward to block the opponent's action. Beautifly uses Gust. It's just an ordinary flying trick, and it can't cause much damage to Golem or Rhyhorn, but at this time, it is indeed the one that can solve the trick of Smackdown with Helping Hand Charizard. Beautifly's attack directly hit Golem's Smackdown. Charizard, who had dodged Smackdown, of course, immediately resolved the Earth Throw, throwing Rhyhorn to the ground. Brother, Lilith called Zhang Yuan. Even Lilith could sense that Charizard was wrong. She could know that Charizard was poisoned, but what she couldn't know was why her brother didn't replace Charizard. Zhang Yuan is a trainer who knows how to push Pokemon, and when to push Pokemon, but that doesn't mean he's a trainer who can hurt Pokemon. Rather, Zhang Yuan knows when and what to do is the best situation for his Pokemon, but at this time, Lilith can say that this is not the best judgment for Charizard. The poison in Charizard is the poison of grass-type Pokemon. Lilith had learned about this when she was at the Pokemon school, so Lilith could know that if the poison was allowed to go on like this, then this Charizard will take very serious damage. It's his own choice. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, this is not something Zhang Yuan is willing to do, but that Zhang Yuan follows Charizard's ideas and will allow Charizard to fight on the battlefield. According to Zhang Yuan's usual word, Charizard would have been replaced at this time. His own choice. 0. For flowers 0. Lilith was somewhat incomprehensible. What exactly did this Charizard think of to make such a choice? But what Lilith can know is that since Zhang Yuan said so, she also has to respect Zhang Yuan's choice. After all, she believes that her brother will not abuse her Pokemon. Then I will also support Mr. Charizard well, Lilith said solemnly. Mr. Charizard. It's an interesting name. You know, Zhang Yuan doesn't actually know the gender of his Charizard, but for a creature like Charizard, it always made people feel like they are looking at a male. 00. That's why Lilith calls Charizard Mr. Charizard. Lilith has a strange habit. When he is grateful to a certain creature or a certain existence, he can't help but use honorifics and call him Mr. Of course, there's nothing wrong with using Mr. as an honorific, so it doesn't matter what Charizard's gender is. Charizard Fire Blast. After casting on the earth, Zhang Yuan immediately gave a loud order to Charizard. Golem and Rhyhorn, who was almost on the verge of dying, were themselves due to their rock-type attribute, and Fire Blast, a fire-type Pokemon's trick, could not actually play a big role for them. But the power of Zhang Yuan's Fire Blast is not the power of ordinary Fire Blast. It can directly attack a large area of attack. If Zhang Yuan hadn't acted and reminded other Pokemon trainers to back off and avoid being accidentally injured by Charizard's Fire Blast, in terms of Charizard's power, all Pokemon in front of him would be affected. Probably will hurt a lot of Pokemon. Even when poisoned, Charizard is still powerful, and he quickly uses his Fire Blast. Get out of the way. The Phantom's boss hurriedly gave orders to Tropius. This kind of attack is not friendly to grass. Chapter 395 Dying with by Charizard. The Phantom's boss reacted immediately, and the attack seemed to be a bit serious. Intuition tells the Phantom's boss that this Charizard's attack range will be very wide, and in fact it is. Soon Charizard's attack went straight past Golem and Rhyhorn, and started straight toward Tropius and Roselia. Fortunately, Tropius' reaction was quicker, and he immediately flew into the air. Roselia wasn't so lucky. It was hit by Charizard's massive Fire Blast and fell to the ground in no time. This, even if it is a grass-type Pokemon, Roselia is a well-trained Pokemon, and it was the first time that its trainer had seen it fall to the ground because of the opponent's one move. 803 inches. You should now know who you are facing, Zhang Yuan said to the other party with a smile. Come back, Roselia. Soon, the poacher's superior took Roselia back, and immediately after, the Phantom's boss gave the other two Pokemon trainers a look. With just one glance, the two soldiers immediately knew what they should do. They immediately gave orders to their Pokemon. As for Rhyhorn's trainer, he was a little unhappy. Rhyhorn lost a lot of HP because of Charizard's Earth Throw. If he wants to fight reluctantly again, the correct way should be to sneak output in the back row, and this sneak output is not suitable for Rhyhorn. Shield is a Pokemon with its own positioning, so his positioning is somewhat wrong. It's not just positioning errors. He must have a period of time to recover his condition, that is to say to recover his lost HP. But now, the Phantom's boss told them to attack immediately. It's like sending Rhyhorn to his death, but the trainer can't help it. No matter where you start, the Tropius, the boss, is more powerful than the Pokemon. Simply because of that, this trainer can only follow orders. Rhyhorn is the weakest, as almost everyone knows except Rhyhorn's trainer, but they didn't say it clearly, and at this moment, Kaylee immediately ordered Mightyena to charge towards Rhyhorn. Although Mightyena was injured in the earthquake attack just now, for them, this injury is nothing at all. As long as the number can keep up, then suppressing Rhyhorn is not difficult. As for Golem, he was much luckier than Rhyhorn. Golem, who wasn't injured much, wasn't the target of those Mightyenas, but unfortunately, at this time, Beautifly flew over. Bug-type Pokemon have always been low in HP and combat power, and Beauty is no exception, but her confusion trick will not be restrained by the rock attribute. This was a good situation, so Lilith immediately dispatched Beautiful to support. As for Lillipup, although Roselia said that it fell down because of Zhang Yuan's Charizard's attack, its trainer did not take it back, but stood in front of them with a certain light on her body. That's Synthesis, a trick used by most grass-type Pokemon. It only takes a certain amount of time to make grass-type Pokemon immediately. Full-blood resurrection. Synthesis, an existence that gives plants nutrition and vitality, seems to work on grass-type Pokemon as well. Lilith discovered this and immediately ordered Lillipup to continue attacking Roselia. At this time, Rhyhorn's trainer saw that Rhyhorn was surrounded by a group of Mightyena, biting tackle in various ways, so Rhyhorn immediately took back his Rhyhorn during training. Sorry boss, Rhyhorn's trainer said. I can't continue to fight. Hey, coward. Phantom's boss said zero to this Rhyhorn trainer. This trainer is his own team member, and the training on Pokemon is also brought up by the Phantom's boss, so it is somewhat unacceptable at this time. I'm really sorry. At this time, Roselia's trainer also took back Roselia. Even Roselia's synthesis heals faster than when Lillipup attacked, but after all, it is a Pokemon that he has carefully trained. Even if they are a poacher and a criminal, they are still not so cruel as a trainer. Pokemon need to have enough tacit understanding with the trainer to become stronger, and the power of these Pokemon is naturally due to the power of the trainer. Charizard, against Tropius. Zhang Yuan gave an order. Charizard immediately charged toward Tropius. When Golem wanted to help, Mightyena stopped him. The reason why the Phantom, a poacher team, has survived until now, is mostly because they have a good enough team awareness and excellent strength. But now, both team awareness and strength are no match for Zhang Yuan. In terms of powerful ability, Zhang Yuan is naturally one of the best, and by his side is 0.9 feet's own sister Lilith. Even if his Pokemon is poison, as long as Lilith has support, it is not a big deal. Brother, Lilith shouted. Zhang Yuan's gave another order to Charizard. Charizard, fire train, roar. Charizard roared. His flames enveloped him directly, and at this moment he rushed toward Tropius like a train. Tropius flew up and wanted to dodge, but Charizard, who was also able to fly, immediately stopped him from doing so, rushed up, and flew directly to Tropius. Tropius was immediately surrounded by a mass of flames on Charizard's body. As a grass-type Pokemon, this is a very painful thing. Chapter 396 Oriole behind. Zhang Yuan looked to the other side. It seems like an easy task to deal with these poachers, and now it seems that there is only one threat left in front of them. Tropius. Tropius, the grass type of the meeting, the Pokemon with the dragon character. This is indeed uncommon. After all, the dragon is basically impossible to be small. Charizard charged at Tropius. It seems that the only one who can fight it is himself. After all, as a dragon, Charizard has more experience than Tropius, and Charizard doesn't think that he can be beaten by Tropius. Whether it is attribute restraint or other, Charizard has more advantages. This is an absolute advantage starting from attribute, and it is not easy to break through. Not to mention that the other party does not have the aura of the protagonist at all and cannot be hung up. On the other hand, a large number of Great Wolf 08 dogs attacked Golem, another rock-type Pokemon. Since Zhang Yuan is here to open the way, then there is no need for them to be afraid. After all, in front of them are just some rock-type Pokemon. No matter how powerful they are than Mightyena, a special-type Pokemon, they can't defeat a group of Mightyena. Quantity has always been in existence that can crush people, let alone at this time. Mightyena's quantity is like a Tarzan, directly pressing on Golem's body. Everything is very clear. These people are not their opponents at all. Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at the boss who came over to Phantom. Hey, I said that even if you were the best poacher team in the Hoenn region, it's nothing more than that. Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Oh, is it? Phantom's boss didn't seem to be stimulated by Zhang Yuan's word. He just looked at Zhang Yuan and asked a question. Wrong. Zhang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong. This man didn't seem to be afraid at all, as if he didn't care whether he could defeat Zhang Yuan at all. As a team of excellent poachers. No, this has nothing to do with poachers. As long as they are an excellent team, they should be able to know their own capabilities at any time, and prepare for a retreat, and if they cannot defeat the opponent. Zhang Yuan is indeed a very powerful trainer, but because he is too powerful, he ignores some other things, some content that has nothing to do with the trainer. That is, as a captain, as the leader of a team, what kind of self-awareness and self-cultivation they should have. Get rid of Mightyena. Just a smile from the other side. Let Zhang Yuan know the other side plan. They started their actions against Mightyena, so the purpose and goal of their actions were naturally very obvious. Mightyena must be Mightyena, and this poacher team is definitely behind. They are so calm and composed, as if they are telling Zhang Yuan that they are not afraid of being defeated by Zhang Yuan at all. Even if they are defeated, it has nothing to do. It's now. Just when Kaylee was stunned by Zhang Yuan's order, the Phantom's boss suddenly shouted and said something. It's now. What is it now? Kelly was still confused, and at this time, what the Phantom's boss said was fulfilled immediately. It was a huge net, and all of a sudden it gave Golem and Mightyena to wrap in it. It seems to be a trap based on Golem. As long as Golem gives a message, the trap will be activated. This is also a way of being a hooligan, and most importantly, now they, the poachers, have succeeded. Mightyena, protected by the rangers who disgraced them, had already let them catch them all. At this point, this is not an easy task. To know these Mightyena, let them suffer. Not to mention that this time I happen to meet Interpol again. You must know that Interpol and crime are mortal enemies, and now these two mortal enemies are on the same page, which is a hindrance to their purpose. But even if there are obstacles, the Phantom's boss can still know exactly what he should do, and his purpose has not changed from the beginning. Moving the obstacle to another path. This method is not uncommon for the Phantom's boss, and he uses it very handy. And it was at this time that the trap headed by Golem appeared. The next second, a giant car-like machine appeared. This machine directly lifted the net where Golem and Mightyena were, and hung in midair. Because it was suspended in midair, Mightyena inside was completely unable to move, and could only resign to her fate, screaming in the net, hoping that her ranger would come to protect them and save them. Kelly has always protected these 327 Mightyenas. They trust Kelly just like they trust their mother, thinking that Kelly is absolutely capable and can come to save them. You wait, to Mightyena, and then she wanted to rush up by herself, just like what Mightyena thought. Kaylee's contribution to Mightyena and the others is also very considerable. After seeing the babies she protected were imprisoned, she immediately began to worry and and wanted to save them. Come out. You calm down. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand and stopped Kaylee. This was his mistake, and he would never let the mistake continue. Goodbye, Mr. Interpol, Phantom's boss said to Zhang Yuan with a smile. Although you are very powerful, even if you give me a few more Pokemon, it is estimated that there is no way to compare with your Pokemon, but our goal has been achieved now, so whoever is stronger and who is weaker not so important. Phantom's boss's meaning is very simple, probably to leave this place, and they have already found a way out. Indeed, since there is an existence that can create trap in the protected area, of course, there is already a way out. Chapter 397 Dragonite. Zhang Yuan took out the Pokeball. Before, it was because Charizard insisted, so he didn't take Charizard back into his Pokeball, thinking that Charizard would be somewhat useful, but it different now. Now Zhang Yuan knew that if he was relying on Charizard, he probably wouldn't be able to confront the man in front of him. After all, a man's face is easy to handle. This is not simply because Charizard's current situation is not optimistic, but also because Zhang Yuan needs to use a faster way to make up for this mistake of his own. Brother. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan. The current situation does not allow Lilith to exert herself. She must immediately follow her brother's instructions and wipe out the opponent. Rescue Mighty Enna by the way. After all, in the current situation, Mighty Enna has been caught by the other party, and what they have to do is not simply to drive the other party away, or not be able to catch them, but to save Mighty Enna together. As for Zhang Yuan, he knew that the boss of this phantom definitely had a backup move. After all, as the boss of a well-known poaching team in Hoenn region, it is impossible not to have some more powerful Pokemon. Other trainers may be training with a Pokemon, but this is the boss of Phantom. Of course, Zhang Yuan can't believe that the other party has only one Pokemon, especially the smug look of the other party. It was as if he was saying, "Sample, come," to Zhang Yuan. Of course, it is even more impossible to have only one Pokemon. After Zhang Yuan realized this, he immediately started to fight back, and he first sent Dragonite. However, unfortunately, the other party actually lost a Pokeball, and a Walrein appeared in it. Celio is often seen in the Hoenn region, and there are also many Spheal. Although Walrein is said to be the evolution form of Celio, and the final evolution form of Spheal, but for Hoenn region, it is not a very common Pokemon. Spheals who can evolve into Walrein, most of them stay in the situation of Celio, and it is difficult to carry out a higher evolution. But now there is indeed a Walrein. You can know that the old man of Phantom is a good Pokemon trainer. If he is not a poacher, he must be able to have a very high achievement in the Pokemon trainer. But the most important thing is not this, but Walrein is an ice-type Pokemon. Zhang Yuan proudly took out the Dragonite, but now facing Walrein, his Dragonite is useless. The other party is an ice-type Pokemon. For Dragon-type Pokemon, ice-type Pokemon are basically hard wound, not to mention that ice-type Pokemon have no way to inflict normal attribute attack damage on themselves, and being controlled by this attribute is considered very good. Is exhausting. Zhang Yuan looked at his Dragonite. It's true that Dragonite, as a Dragon-type Pokemon, is at a disadvantage, but fortunately, all martial arts in the world are invincible. Although Dragonite is said to be restrained in attribute, Dragonite has one specialty, that is, it is fast. Very fast, even faster than the Dragonite of the 4 elites in the Quartz Alliance. Dragonite tilde. Zhang Yuan whispered to Dragonite. His own Dragonite is said to be restrained by the opponent in terms of Dragon attribute. It is not incapable of using Fire-type attack, and Fire Punch is one of them. Zhang Yuan's voice made Dragonite immediately ready for battle. Even in the face of the opposite Pokemon that restrained its attribute, Dragonite did not give in at all. Fire Punch. Zhang Yuan gave the order, and Dragonite immediately attacked Walrein. Dragonite's speed is very fast. In order to avoid the opponent's rereading, it did not even attack in a straight line, but twisted a little. It is such a twist and turn, but the other party has a loophole. The Phantom's boss didn't seem to plan to let his Pokemon dodge the opponent's attack at all, and he directly issued a large gale attack order. Walrein, hail, hail. This is a trick that can change the entire weather system. After using Hailstone, the entire weather system will change, and Hailstone will start falling in the sky and attack all non-ice type Pokemon, injuring the enemy by 1000 loses 800. You must know that ice type Pokemon is not easy to get started. Many Pokemon here are non-ice type, whether it is restrained or not, as long as all the Pokemon present will be involved in this attack within the range. The other poachers of the poachers immediately took back their Pokemon. At this time, Dragonite was immediately hit by the hail. Hailstone is not a very powerful attack, but the presence of Hailstone alone, plus Dragonite's attribute restraint, is basically cool. The only good thing is that Dragonite is as thickened as Charizard, and its anti-attack ability is also very strong under Zhang Yuan's training, so there will be no other troubles for a while. He was attacked by the ice attribute attack, and the double attribute bonus was added. Dragonite did not relax at all, Oli How, and directly used a fiery punch at Walrein. Walrein, defend. Although it is said that the martial arts in the world are all fast and unstoppable, there is also a saying that the same can be changed. For example, now, in front of Zhang Yuan, it was revealed that Walrain's fighting style was to remain the same. Walrain really didn't plan to dodge the Dragonite's attack at all, but just shrank into a ball and let Dragonite hit Fire Punch directly on him. The fire element is one of the few attributes that can restrain the ice element, but the Dragonite who uses this attack has been attacked by the hail, so his fighting ability is not as strong as usual. Walrain came to a stop after rolling back some distance, and returned to his original form, as if the attack he had just eaten was nothing to him. Chapter 398 Golden Pokeball. Walrain is back to what it was. It seems to be slightly injured, but this injury was nothing to him. As if he was bitten by a mosquito, he suffered some minor injury. This frustrated Dragonite, and he waved his fist, intending to attack with Fire Punch again. Anyway, Zhang Yuan didn't give him the next instruction. With Dragonite's speed, even a few Fire Punches would be fine. This time he was not attacked by the hailstorm, so he could quickly strike a more precise and powerful blow on the opponent. Psybeam. The Phantom's boss just said another word. Just that sentence, Dragonite was immediately attacked even more harshly. Psybeam directly passed through Dragonite's body. After Dragonite received a direct combat attack from the ice element, he took a few steps back and looked at this Walrain with all the scars on his body. Zhang Yuan knew that this Walrain was unusual. As long as it is a dragon-type Pokemon, it is no match for the opponent, and in this basic world there are no fairy-type Pokemon. And, most importantly, Zhang Yuan passed all his Pokemon once in his mind, but 677 didn't know what kind of Pokemon to use for a while. It has to be stronger. Zhang Yuan thought so. If you want more powerful Pokemon, you must defeat them and send them all to prison. Because his current identity is Interpol, after Zhang Yuan brought in his identity, he felt that the other party must be imprisoned. Ow! It seems that because it resonated with his own righteous heart, Verizon ran out of the Pokeball and looked at Zhang Yuan as if he wanted to play Fighting Department. Grass. Although the fighting type seemed to be able to target ice-type Pokemon, Zhang Yuan didn't remember it very clearly, but what Zhang Yuan could remember clearly was that Grass-type definitely couldn't fight against Ice-type. No, not Verizon. Even Verizon really wanted to fight, but it wasn't for it. Its training level is far less than that of Dragonite. Even Dragonite can't break through attribute suppression, let alone Verizon. Ow! Verizon howled again. This time Verizon isn't a rip-off that wants to fight. Growl was going on as if calling something. Howl. Immediately, something in Zhang Yuan's pocket resonated. That's a Pokeball. Zhang Yuan has always kept the golden Pokeball in his pocket. It seemed that it could be used before, but Zhang Yuan did not open it. Now that he is a judge again, Zhang Yuan has opened it. The opened Pokeball. A Pokemon appeared. That's a Pokemon that's a bit like a centaur. Standing in front of Zhang Yuan, it seems like a statue of a god who protects a certain god. Behind it, there seemed to be a circular disc-like light, which appeared in front of Zhang Yuan like this, and this circular halo like Buddha's light was red. It was as if he was claiming his own attribute. Is fire attribute. Red is fire attribute. And this Pokemon, Zhang Yuan did not know. It was Arceus. Arceus is a white, unicorn or centaur-like Pokemon. The dark sides of its torso, mane, tail, and face are all outlined by gray vertical stripe bed. The hoof is pointed. The mane is raised high from the head, and the face is gray, with green eyes and red pupils, with green circles around the eyes. Arceus also has a golden pattern on the head, and the ears are raised upward. Arceus has a long neck with two protrusions on each side, and the dark side of the neck has gill-like features that are mostly the same color of the body. Arceus has a cross-shaped wheel, which is connected to the body on its abdomen, and the eyes and hooves also change color according to the different attributes of the slate held by Arceus. 4 jewels are embedded on the wheel. The lines of Arceus' abdomen are reproduced at the waist. The tops of the leg protrude slightly. The tail of Arceus is similar in shape and coloration to its mane. According to legend, Arceus had 1,000 hands. Quote, I don't know when Mac turned out a book, and then began to describe Arceus in front of him. The legendary Pokemon is in this golden Pokeball, which makes Zhang Yuan know why this Pokeball is so rare. As for the others, Zhang Yuan also knew that Arceus needs EPUB crystal to change his attribute. He is a Pokemon with only one single attribute, but after relying on EPUB crystal to modify his attribute, it will become an attribute with attributes related to EPUB crystal. As Pokemon, that is to say, as long as there is EPUB crystal, Arceus will have 18 attributes and can attack other Pokemon. That is to say, as long as there is EPUB crystal, then Arceus can become any Pokemon's restraint-type Pokemon. Zhang Yuan looked at Arceus. This Arceus is fire attribute. Other word, Arceus is now a fire-type Pokemon, which happens to be a restrained ice-type fire-type. Zhang Yuan glanced at the Pokeball in his hand. This golden Pokeball is not the same as a normal Pokeball. It is just closed closed and the Pokemon is released, it is empty inside. But this Pokeball is different. The Pokeball is completely open directly, and you can see that it is empty inside. This Arceus is AZ Pure Crystal with its own fire attribute, which just happened to deal with this crisis. Or not. Pokeball could be open because of such a thing. Chapter 399 Arceus. Zhang Yuan does not have Z Pure Crystal. To be honest, Zhang Yuan doesn't think he can get Z Pure Crystal now. To the plot behind it. In the current region, it seems unlikely that it will appear. The treasure detection system in Gangwon has also been closed for a while, and the things in Hoenn region and Kanto region are not much different. If it is something like Z Pure Crystal, generally speaking, it is more underscore in the latter. In addition, there are too many things on Zhang Yuan's body. Because there are too many, Zhang Yuan's first reaction is that he should not need so many things. The reason why he did not open the treasure detection system is because of this. After all, even rare items are in the treasure detection system. It would not appear easily, so Zhang Yuan closed it for the convenience of traveling. He thought that he had collected all the rare items in some recent region, but he didn't expect that there would be Z Pure Crystal. But it just so happened that Arceus this time was AZ Pure Crystal with a fire element, so Zhang Yuan wasn't too worried. Use flamethrower. Zhang Yuan gave an order to Arceus. Arceus didn't act immediately. It looked at Zhang Yuan, as if confirming Zhang Yuan's identity, with suspicion in his eyes. No, that's not love doubting Zhang Yuan's identity. Instead, he doubted Zhang Yuan's ability. Arceus is a very powerful Pokemon. It is a legendary Pokemon that can have its own attribute changed by a certain kind of gem, and it is rare to find a Pokemon. No matter where it comes from, it is very powerful. Since it is such a powerful Pokemon, then one thing is natural. That is, this Pokemon itself has a certain ability and certain confidence to judge whether the person who ordered it is a qualified trainer. At this moment, the aura emanating from Zhang Yuan's body was questioned. He had rarely encountered such a Pokemon that directly questioned his identity. He stared at Arceus and pushed back Arceus' doubt. He wasn't afraid of any Pokemon questioning him. Zhang Yuan believed in his own abilities and his own strength. As long as it was a look, Zhang Yuan could directly return the opponent's suspicion. This is Zhang Yuan's ability. Arceus looked at Zhang Yuan, as if he had received Zhang Yuan's affirmation, and then looked at Walrein. Use I-beam. Walrein. The Phantom's boss looked at Zhang Yuan. He didn't know what kind of existence this Arceus was, but from Mac's description, it could be seen that it was definitely very difficult to deal with, almost like a mythical Pokemon. This can't let the other party succeed. Needless to say, the ability of this Pokemon itself is a fire attribute that restrains Walrein's ice attribute. It is an existence that cannot be taken lightly. Hello, Zhang Yuan shouted. Although Shuo, the opponent's ice-type attack didn't seem to do any obvious damage to fire-type Arceus, but simply letting the other party attack was like an insult to the name Arceus. Roar. Arceus growled. With such a roar, he directly shouted out his own mood and everything else, and sprayed the flame directly at the opponent. That flamethrower. Although Arceus said he was still looking at Zhang Yuan, he still sprayed flamethrower out in his arrogant way. Walrein was hit by flamethrower right away. It shrinks into a ball before being hit, boosting its defense, but that doesn't mean much. After all, under the attack of the restraint attribute, the attack will basically be higher than the double attack, and the rest is to look at the ability problem between Pokemon, and the problem of combat power, contrast ability and combat effectiveness. Although Walrein itself is a very rare and powerful Pokemon, compared to the legendary Pokemon Arceus, it is still insignificant. You didn't expect you to have such a Pokemon. Zero ask for flowers. Phantom's boss looked at Zhang Yuan and said, there's so much more that you didn't expect. Zhang Yuan smiled and said to Arceus, go after the victory and use the fire whirlwind to defeat the opponent with one blow. Walrein was basically incapacitated by Arceus' attack, but now in front of Zhang Yuan, he has to make sure that the opponent has absolutely no room for counterattack. Therefore, Zhang Yuan ordered Arceus to attack again, and Arceus did not continue to attack as Zhang Yuan thought, but slowly walked towards Walrein. It's like an emperor in a high position, walking towards his own defeated general. Ellipsis 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 ellipsis. This made Zhang Yuan a little surprised. He didn't know why Arceus did this. He didn't understand at all. Arceus walked towards Walrein and stepped directly on Walrein under his feet. He didn't use any fire attribute attack, but surrounded his body with flame, then extended to the part under his feet, and then put the flames directly at Walrein. Walrein was hit by Arceus' flame, and immediately fell to the ground as if he had been attacked by an extremely strong and irresistible attack. If it fell to the ground, Arceus still did not withdraw his flame, but did not continue to attack. Dragonite. Since Walrein is not a threat, the problem is to completely subdue him, and the way to completely subdue the opponent, of course, is also on Dragonite. Zhang Yuan shouted so loudly at Dragonite. Dragonite immediately understood and rushed towards the Phantom boss in front of him. him. Catch the thief first to catch the king. As long as the boss of Phantom is solved, the entire Phantom organization will be headless, and then Zhang Yuan will be wiped out. This matter, even Dragonite can know, so he immediately began to attack the Phantom's boss. But things are not so simple. When Dragonite rushed towards the Phantom's boss suddenly raised his hand. Chapter 400 Struggle. That's not a raise of hands in surrender. When Dragonite rushed towards the Phantom's boss raised his hand, and soon the other Phantom members seemed to have heard some orders and immediately stepped back. Just as Zhang Yuan thought, they have a way out. Since they will lay trap here, there must be a way back. At this time, their first reaction was to take away all the mighty Ina here, and let themselves retire. As for the Phantom's boss, it seemed that no one wanted to save him when he gave the order. Zhang Yuan didn't know whether the Phantom's boss who was treated like this was pathetic or pitiful, but Zhang Yuan soon realized that he was facing a military division level figure. Phantom's old 227 inches did not do this without consideration. He thought about it right from the start. He thought about it better than anyone else. He knew what he should do. If he could take mighty Ina away, he could negotiate terms even if he was caught. They are nothing more than a team of poachers. It won't really hurt too many people. Even if it is a sentence, it won't be a big sentence. So if mighty Ina is used to negotiate, basically the criminal police will agree. This is a very hooligan behavior. And the worst thing is that Zhang Yuan must admit that this is a hooligan, and then under the premise of subduing the Phantom team, he cannot let them take any mighty Ina away. Puccina. At this time, Max suddenly said to Puccina, "It's time for you to save your comrade." Max said. Puccina was a little confused. He didn't know why Max said that. After all, he didn't know that he was a Puccina, and he was not as powerful as mighty Ina, and now that mighty Ina was caught, it seemed a little unscientific for him to be a Puccina to save them. If he is caught, it may be easier for mighty Ina to come to the rescue. You'll work with the other Pokemon later to bite off those ropes. I don't know if it was because they were in midair, so mighty Ina and the others weren't very able to bite off these ropes, and there was no way to borrow force, let alone a group of mighty Ina together. They had already messed up. Now I can only use strength to bite the rope from the outside. And this outside refers to Puccina. You can't do evolution because you can't learn the skill to bite. If you can bite, maybe you can evolve together. Max said this to Puccina. Puccina didn't seem to believe Max's judgment at all. Of course, let alone Puccina. If there is such a simple method, Puccina must have already evolved. But it turns out, this method is not simple for Puccina, because soon Puccina failed. Puccina rushed towards those mighty Ina who were caught, but in front of mighty Ina did not use bite to bite the net, but used tackle habitually. Zhang Yuan knew it. Why does Claire say that this Puccina has no way to use bite, only tackle? His instinct, that's what it is. Basically only tackle, not Dragonite. Zhang Yuan shouted at Dragonite, and Dragonite turned around and started attacking the meshes that caught mighty Ina. At this time, the machine that caught mighty Ina actually turned around to catch Dragonite's attack. Taking advantage of this time, Phantom's boss quickly turned around and started to run away directly to the other side. Since the other party had already focused on mighty Ina's rescue, of course he had to run away immediately. Phantom's boss is not a fool, and Zhang Yuan is not a fool. Zhang Yuan himself also has certain abilities, such as confusion, which belongs to Zhang Yuan's ability. He hasn't told anyone about it, but he does have the psychic that only ordinary Pokemon have. Zhang Yuan looked at Phantom's boss. Suddenly Phantom's boss felt that he couldn't move. He's an excellent trainer, and of course he soon learned the reason that he was being controlled by confusion. It's just that among all the people present, there aren't any psychic type Pokemon. This, no, in a sense means that the Pokemon present cannot use psychic's unique skill. Is it beautiful? The Phantom's boss looked at beautiful. It's not surprising that such a Pokemon has a psychic type trick, but for Zhang Yuan, he knows that even though Beauty was able to use confusion, he didn't learn how to use confusion. Basically an impossible move, but let them doubt it. Humans use confusion and have such a high ability, which is really not a scientific thing. It's better to take it easy. Zhang Yuan stepped forward and directly deducted the Phantom's boss, and soon his confusion was directly used on other poachers. It's not just the Phantom's boss. All the poachers present felt that their actions were difficult. Yes, all the poachers present felt that way, not simply the boss of the Phantom. Zhang Yuan did not spread his confusion ability to such a degree that he controlled so many people. This made Zhang Yuan a little nervous. 2.7. Even Pokemon generally can't do this, let alone a human like Zhang Yuan, who is structurally different from Pokemon. However, the effect is there, but it is not very strong, and it does not make these people unable to move, but it is simply difficult to move. After all, Zhang Yuan has never exercised his ability. It is understandable to be like this, and it is very normal to be able to control everyone here. However, the people in the car also seemed to be controlled by Zhang Yuan. The poacher, who was struggling, immediately started ramming his car into a tree. Puccina! Max shouted at Puccina, and Puccina also started started to run in the direction of the car. Pokemon Treasure Detection System Chapter 401 to 418. Chapter 401 Evolution. Zhang Yuan looked at the phantom group in front of him. No matter how arrogant they were now in his own hand. I have to say that the members of the Phantom Troop are indeed very powerful. Mainly the boss of the Phantom. His judgment and ability are top-notch. Therefore, Zhang Yuan still somewhat respect his opponent. However, no matter how much respected opponent, they are now in the predicament of being caught by Zhang Yuan. Then Zhang Yuan looked at Arceus. He hadn't recovered from the fact that he got Arceus, and he rarely opened the system and began to identify Arceus. This isn't some mimetic Arceus, but a complete one. It's not even a fragment or even an other mode, which makes Zhang Yuan a little excited. But the excitement didn't last long, and after a while Arceus was back in the Pokeball. Zhang Yuan did not take Arceus back into the Pokeball, but to get out of the Pokeball is something that many Pokemon have done, but it is very difficult to go back without touching the Pokeball. Situation. In Zhang Yuan's memory, it was the first time he saw it. Hello. Zhang Yuan shook the Pokeball, but Arceus didn't react at all. At this time, Mac happened to be shouting at Puccina. Use Na. Seeing that his companions were trapped in the trap, he slammed into the tree. Puccina immediately started rushing towards the mechanical being. Puccina's tackle skills are used very smoothly, even without training. As a Puccina who can only use tackle, he quickly rushed to the front of his companion. But here comes the problem. You only know tackle. There is no way to save this group of Mighty Enna. Puccina has to really learn another trick. Nah, only by biting off the rope can you save your friend. At this time, Puccina was at a critical juncture. In order to prevent her companions from hitting the tree, she actually used the gnawing trick at a critical moment. This is the first time Puccina has used the gnawing trick. It snapped the entire web, and Mighty Enna escaped from the predicament in front of him at this very moment. Mighty Enna quickly left the net, and the car immediately tackled to the tree, and the poachers in the car quickly fainted. Fortunately, the distance here is not very far. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would probably know what kind of tragedy this would cause. The impact of tackle to a tree can kill a person. That's how many car accidents happen. Mighty Enna's inside are afraid that they will all die, even if they are lucky enough to escape. And at this time, Puccina, as if it was Mac's judgment, suddenly shook her body and radiated light. Is evolution. Evolution countless times, so he can tell it apart. This is definitely a precursor to evolution. Puccina also slowly began to grow bigger and stronger. After a while, a Mighty Enna appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Puccina evolution. Max excitedly told his sister. Than anyone else, Max wants to see the process of Puccina evolution. This process is very rare anyway, which is a very rare experience for Max. As the first time to see the Pokemon evolution, Max was a little overly excited. Max immediately looked at his sister. After all, he is his own sister. Even if Max is on Pokemon and looked down on his sister, May is also his own sister. So at this time, Max's first reaction was to look at May. May is also a little excited. The scene when she first met evolution. Is this the evolution? May looked at Ash. Originally, she looked at Zhang Yuan subconsciously, but what she didn't expect was that Zhang Yuan was too far away from her. Even if she looked at it, it would have no meaning. So May looked at Ash. Ash also has enough experience compared to himself, Max and Lilith. She just wanted to find someone with experience to share her joy with. Then your Torchic will also evolve. Ash said to May. It's not just Torchic. Most of the Pokemon you meet in the future will be evolution, as long as you give them enough love, enough care and training. May and Max who have no experience at all. Lilith is also an excellent trainer. She told May and Max about her experience growing up with Wurmple as Beauty. By the way, where is the nearest police station around here? Zhang Yuan looked at Kaylee and asked. 233. I can take them to the Pokemon Center, Kelly said to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at the other party. If it was a normal situation, Zhang Yuan would not mind Kelly doing it for him. But it is not an ordinary situation now. The phantom boss in front of him is a criminal beyond his imagination, even if Kelly has always tortured this team. But Zhang Yuan didn't think Kelly could be able to oppose him. Forget it, Zhang Yuan said. We are also going to Rustboro City. If there is no way, I will go directly to the police station in Rustboro City. This is a long way. Claire couldn't believe it. The first time she saw a traveling trainer reject her offer. Of course, Kelly will not force Zhang Yuan. From the battle just now, she can know that Zhang Yuan is a very powerful Pokemon trainer. Maybe a little off, Kelly said to Zhang Yuan. In that direction, there is a Kana's Center. Although it is called Kana's Center, but it is a little far from Rustboro City, and it is not completely on the way. Kelly pointed in one direction and introduced Zhang Yuan. Chapter 402 Reason. Kana's Center. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt that the name was a little familiar. It's just that I have spent a lot of time since I came to this world, and even the animation of Pokemon, I also watched it when I was a child. Apart from the general plot, he naturally cannot remember remember the details. This directly led to Zhang Yuan's impression of the Kana's center, but he couldn't remember exactly what it was. But even over there, it will take a day's journey. If we set sail now, it is estimated that we will have to camp for one night. Kaylee looked at Zhang Yuan. If these people stay with me for one night and leave early tomorrow morning, they can arrive before evening. When Claire said this, it immediately seemed that she made a very wise decision to take in these poachers. It's just that Zhang Yuan didn't plan to do this, because even if Kelly has changed her attitude towards herself now, fundamentally Zhang Yuan can see that Kelly doesn't plan to make room for her to live in this place at all. After all, according to Claire's character, even if he has changed his opinion of him, he will not change his original decision. For example, let Zhang Yuan live and so on. For Kelly, changing Zhang Yuan's outlook is one aspect, and letting Zhang Yuan live and overthrow her own ideas is another concept. It's alright, we'll go now. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith. Would you like to leave a contact information? Lilith liked Kelly, and Zhang Yuan can still see it. Of course, even if Lilith was just being polite, Zhang Yuan could still see Kelly's love for Lilith. Anyway, I got the communicator from the professor, so it's not impossible for Lilith to include the other party in her friend list. Zhang Yuan reminded Lilith. Lilith nodded quickly, walked toward Kelly, and registered Kelly in her friend list. Then Zhang Yuan looked at Max and May. What are you going to do? Take a day off here to catch up? Zhang Yuan asked Lilith's opinion. Obviously he knew that his sister would definitely be with him at this time. The only problem then is May and Max. And Ash. Zhang Yuan is rare to ask. As a trainer, Ash, because of the protagonist's thinking logic, naturally will not be captivated, but will come forward and walk directly towards Rustboro City. Let go together. Since Zhang Yuan, their idol, decided to continue the journey, they naturally wouldn't fall behind. After all, it was something their idols would do, and the first reaction in their minds was why Zhang Yuan was so powerful. Since Zhang Yuan is so powerful, is it because of his current behavior? Then let's just say goodbye. Zhang Yuan watched Kaylee shrug, and took his companions and the poacher team about 20 or 30 behind them and walked away to the center of Kanas. Looking at Zhang Yuan's figure, Kaylee suddenly began to regret it. Will it be the most correct behavior to take the initiative to keep Zhang Yuan at this time? After all, Zhang Yuan's firmness is something Kelly can't see in anyone. As for the rest, Kelly will think Zhang Yuan is a powerful Pokemon trainer. The same is also a very powerful Interpol. Are you being too harsh on a child who is only 10 years old? After all, she was only a 10-year-old child. Zhang Yuan took Max and the others for a distance. Seeing that it was getting late, he asked to take a rest first. After setting up the tent and using sleep powder to put the poachers to sleep, Max walked to Zhang Yuan's side. Brother Zhang Yuan. Max looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "That, I want to see Arceus." When Max said this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help laughing. Yes, Arceus. Judging from Max's character and his desire to become the strongest Pokemon breeder in the world, of course he would be interested in Arceus. Yes, Zhang Yuan immediately took out the golden Pokeball. Being able to get the Pokemon in the myth is enough to make Zhang Yuan excited. It's just that Zhang Yuan hasn't studied Arceus carefully. What can be known as that Z-Pure Crystal? Only this one with fire attribute, and he does not know where to get Z-Pure Crystal. If it can be picked up, Zhang Yuan has set the system to be a reminder of treasures above level 3 by default. It's just that the treasures above the 3rd level mentioned here, Zhang Yuan has no desire to pick them up no matter how he looks at them. What Thunderstone, Waterstone, Moonstone, he already had a lot. Press the button in the middle of the technical Pokeball just like the usual way to summon a Pokemon. But the accident happened. This Pokeball didn't pop out of Pokemon like normal. Arceus should be in here. Zhang Yuan could believe this, but he didn't know the reason why no Pokemon came out. Brother Zhang Yuan. Max looked at Zhang Yuan expectantly. He didn't think about the fact that Zhang Yuan couldn't summon Pokemon normally. Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball to Mac Zhao Dahao. From the fact that Mac can immediately tell why Poochyena couldn't evolve into Mightyena, it can be seen that Mac's judgment as a Pokemon breeder is very powerful, and he can know the information he needs from the existing information. You can study it yourself. Seeing that Zhang Yuan threw the Pokeball directly into his hand, Mac was a little surprised. He didn't expect this to happen, so he pressed the button just like Zhang Yuan. Pokeball didn't respond, but Max came up with a surprising answer. It really is a legendary Pokemon, Max said. Even Pokeball is different from other Pokemon. I have never seen or read any information on this kind of Pokeball. It must be used normally, and certain conditions are required. Chapter 403 Camping. Camping with a large group of people can be a hassle. Mac doesn't need to think too much. After all, he is just a companion. He has no Pokemon, and he is still a child, so of course he doesn't need to do much. Now Zhang Yuan put Pokeball in Mac's hand, and Mac seemed to be given his only mission. The golden Pokeball has an enigmatic secret that makes Mac curious. It's like being a kid with a secret weapon, and Mac's secret weapon is this golden Pokeball. If you can know what what kind of law the Pokemon in this Pokeball comes out with. You can use Arceus in the battles that follow. Arceus is a very powerful legendary Pokemon. If you can use Arceus, you can directly defeat any poachers you encounter in the future. Zhang Yuan looked at the poachers. This group of poachers didn't say a word, as if the power of sleep powder had been defeated. Nothing happened. Are they okay if they don't eat? Lilith asked. After all, it is a group of 707 people, and Lilith is still a kind girl. Of course, her first reaction is whether this group of poachers has life security. After all, even poachers are human beings. Since they are human, they should also have human rights, and even if they make big mistakes, they cannot deny this. It's okay. You won't die if you don't eat it. Zhang Yuan is very direct. It's true that you won't die if you don't eat a meal, and it's not even a matter of malnutrition. Use sleep powder to put the other party to sleep. You can also free up time to do other things, and you don't have to worry about the behavior of this group of poachers. After all, if they were awake, they would have exhausted all means to escape. After all, someone who could become one of the top poachers in this Hoenn region must not be a vegetarian. That's true. Lilith was still a little uneasy. After all, she wanted to keep the other party hungry all night. Plus she had to travel tomorrow. It was almost a day. Although it is said that starvation, Adva, will not die, but it's also hungry. This kind of hunger is unbearable for ordinary people, even poachers. Once she thought of this, Lilith couldn't bear it, but she didn't care too much when she saw her brother. Instead, she felt that she was thinking too much. Can sleep powder be used again? Zhang Yuan looked at Beautifly. Beautifly is a Pokemon that has just become this form. When it was a Wurmple, it didn't use skills and fought very much. In order to help hand Beautifly slowly start to exercise and become a single-sided Pokemon, Zhang Yuan decided to let Beautifly learn to use more moves so that Beauty can grow better. Lilith was a little confused. Sleep powder just now can't hypnotize these people. But Lilith glanced at it, and there was no sign of this group of people waking up. They should all be asleep. I'm a little worried about myself, but if I don't have sleep powder, it's fine. Zhang Yuan said so. After all, for this kind of Pokemon, in fact, many tricks such as sleep powder, paralysis powder, etc. have certain numerical limit. This numerical limit is not the same as the numerical limit in the game. It does not mean that all the tricks have a numerical limit. It just means that there is a limit on the number of tricks like sleep powder. After all, it is a trick to prepare in advance. Not that it can be used. It should be okay. Lilith looked at her Beautifly. Beautifly could fully understand Zhang Yuan's meaning, and the way she nodded seemed to indicate that she really had this ability. That's it. Since it can be used, use all the sleep powder. What? All of it? Lilith was a little surprised. Yes, all. Just use all the sleep powder. Zhang Yuan said this again. Lilith was a little bit incomprehensible, but she did it anyway. And Zhang Yuan's doing this is not wrong. After all, there will be a poacher right away, and he fell asleep because he hit Zhang Yuan's sleep powder again. For a poacher, the tricks of Pokemon such as sleep powder, paralysis powder, and even poison powder are still somewhat resistant. After all, they have to capture all kinds of Pokemon. If they are counterattacked, of course, they need a certain resistance to make their situation less bad. Zhang Yuan increased the effectiveness of sleep powder, and quickly put these people to sleep, and Zhang Yuan was able to get a better rest. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that these people were more resistant to sleep powder than he thought. Soon two of the kidnappers woke up, but Zhang Yuan and the others fell into a deep sleep. Of course, this was 2 hours later. Now Zhang Yuan and Lilith, as well as May, Max and Ash, are preparing their dinner for this camp. Because Zhang Yuan is already very experienced in camping, this dinner was of course under Zhang Yuan's authorization, and Lilith Pokemon went to catch a lot of hares for consumption. Fortunately, there are normal animals in this world. Otherwise, if all of them are Pokemon, even if they want to eat, they are Pokemon, then it would be too bloody. Definitely not for kid to watch. Zhang Yuan thought about it this way, but he also remembered that when he watched Pokemon when he was a child, Ash was always eating his own rations, and there was no behavior of hunting game for cooking. Maybe it's because, as a subtitled film, it's not suitable for these bloody content. In short, Zhang Yuan is still a little moved by these normal survival skills. I'll watch it in the first half of the night. After finishing the meal, Ash said to Zhang Yuan, Chapter 404 Escape. Seeing Ash as consciousness, Zhang Yuan nodded. Ash has his own opinion this time, and his opinion has not been wrong. It's true that when you are camping, you don't need someone to watch the night. You just need to pay attention to letting your Pokemon rest with you. If there is any problem, as an animal, they must be more sensitive than humans and know the omens of things happening. You can use your own instinct to find out what is happening without even knowing what omens are on purpose. But it's different now. Now they have a few poachers who need to be guarded here, so in a sense, someone really needs to be vigilant till the yet. Ash was guarding in the first half of the night, then in the second half, Zhang Yuan. Of one, if possible, let's be lazy and don't be too strict with oneself. For example, if you can live in a luxurious hotel, you will definitely not consider other guest houses if you live in a luxurious hotel. If you can sleep more, and don't force yourself to get up when to get up. Zhang Yuan is such a casual person, and he is also qualified to be casual. But if you really need to do something yourself, after all, you are also an Interpol, so naturally, you will not back down and stand up immediately. Even the power of sleep powder in the first half of the night is not very powerful for these poachers. They will wake up early, but it can't be the first half of the night, and most likely the second half of the night. Ash planned to keep a vigil, just to prevent one or two of these poachers from waking up suddenly. This is what Zhang Yuan reminded him. After Zhang Yuan asked Beautifly to use all the sleep powder, Ash guessed that Zhang Yuan might have made the decision because he was afraid of poachers and they were resistant to sleep powder. Okay, then please. After all, it's Mr. No matter how stupid you are, and the protagonist hangs on. No matter how simple, there are still some numbers, but it is not the real kind of stupid white sweetness. After the initial journey was over, Ash of course learned a few ways of being human, and no longer simply thought that people wouldn't be a demon since they were already asleep. Then I'll be with my brother in the middle of the night. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan and said, although she said that she had been traveling for a while, she was still a little worse than Ash. As soon as 10 o'clock, I want to rest, which is still the child's work and rest time. So Lilith knew that it was impossible for her to keep watch in the first half of the night, but in the second half of the night, as long as she slept, she could get up earlier and watch the night with her brother. Being able to watch the night with her brother is also a good experience for Lilith on her way as a trainer. Lilith's mood to become an excellent trainer will never be lost to anyone. Are you serious? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith. He still pampered his sister. After all, such a cute little sister. It would be bad if she was too tired. It's alright. And brother, you won't be bored if you have company. When Lilith said this, Zhang Yuan felt that she was right. Indeed, if I could be with Lilith, I wouldn't be too boring. After all, I have my own sister with me, and also more face to cheer up. But speaking of boredom, if the poachers suddenly woke up in the middle of the night, I'm afraid they wouldn't be bored. However, things did not go as smoothly as expected. Within 2 hours of these poachers, a few with better resistance had already woken up. The awakened poacher did not beat, but looked at his companions to determine how many people woke up. During the day, because they were carried by Zhang Yuan, they were still a little afraid of Zhang Yuan's ability, so they didn't dare to escape at all. Now that the little ones were asleep, they could just think on their knees, and Ash was watching over them. Ash's Pokemon is a Pikachu plus a Tailo. They had already seen each other during the battle. Although they were not ordinary people, they were still a lot worse than Zhang Yuan's Arceus. 0 for flowers. What to do? One of the poachers looked at the rope on his arm, and then at the eldest who still hadn't woken up. Of course, he escaped first, leaving the green hills without worrying about no firewood. The boss would also hope so. If one can run, one is one. As long as there are still people around, the phantom troop will definitely get back on its feet. The idea of these poachers is also very simple. Got it. Another poacher pulled a knife out of his arm. Although they say they are a team of poachers, it is true that they use Pokemon to do bad things, but after all, they are a bad person. As a bad person, how can they not have some weapon? Ellipsis. They're not the kind of kids who only have Pokemon, but some who use Pokemon to beat people. The differences are of course different. Adults who use Pokemon are themselves bad guys and criminals, so they will carry some tools that criminals only have. Knives are one of the most common. Poachers bring some knives or something. Of course, it is the most normal thing. They slashed the ropes on their hands with knives, and then sneaked behind them. Now only the two of them are awake among the poachers, so they plan to leave first. If it is another time, other people will wake up, and they will not be afraid at all. Stop. Of course, even if it is Ash, Zhang Yuan is not in his turn now, but he is also the protagonist of this story, the protagonist of the whole story. Such a little situation, although it is not big, but Ash can still find it. Hello. Ash shouted and immediately startled the two poachers. They were slightly startled, and then they saw Ash standing on the shoulders by Pikachu. Pick up Pikachu. Pikachu shouted. Chapter 405. Stop. Pikachu had discovered that the group was planning to slip away. After Pikachu found out what they were going to do, they called Ash. As a trainer, Ash was Pikachu's first reaction, and of course he deserved to be the one to deal with them. Zhang Yuan and Lilith are still resting. This situation is what Zhang Yuan can expect. Depending on the physique of each person, there will definitely be some people who wake up early. Since it woke up early, other people must wake up slowly later, that is, in the middle of the night. Maybe these people are not afraid of Ash, but with Ash's ability, the title of Skin God, they're just dealing with one or two poachers, and that's more than enough. Not to mention that the Pokeball Zhang Yuan on their 820 had already searched out as much as possible and confiscated them. If there are really so many poachers hiding some Pokeball, they will definitely be discovered by Zhang Yuan. Of course, this kind of person who hides Pokeball happens to be one of the few people who wake up early, but it is a bit too coincidental. If this happened, Zhang Yuan must have asked Ash to buy lottery ticket. However, it turns out that there is no need to let ZA buy lottery ticket. These two poachers who have just woken up just want to escape by themselves, and there is no Pokeball on them at all. Not to mention any Pokemon. I said since you have done something wrong, stay well. If you don't run away, maybe you won't be punished. It's not unreasonable for Ash to say this. After all, with Zhang Yuan's temper, those who are chaotic and want to escape will definitely be the targets of his frustration. Of course, if Zhang Yuan was there himself, this frustration situation would not have happened. After all, Zhang Yuan's courage and confusion ability would make this group of people dare not escape at all. Just look at Zhang Yuan. And Ash is different. Even without a Pokemon, Ash was just a kid in their eyes. For this furry child, even if there is no Pokemon, they can solve it. Hey, I advise you not to meddle in your business. One of the poachers said so. He rushed straight to Ash. As a 10-year-old child, even with Pokemon, it cannot hide the fact that he is a child. The poachers thought that all they had to do was rush over, grab Ash, and then press the dagger to his neck. However, what I didn't expect was that before the poachers rushed over, Pikachu directly solved the opponent with a Thunderbolt. This is a subconscious action of Pikachu. It seems that it is because of using too much Thunderbolt for Ash. If there is any danger in ordinary time, Pikachu will also use Thunderbolt to attack, which is a protective measure. At this time, Hishin's reaction was indeed very fast, but the only thing is, Thunderbolt is an offensive trick. As an offensive trick, there is a high possibility that it will wake up a sleeping person. For example, now under the attack of Thunderbolt, several other poachers suddenly woke up. Damn! Ash looked at the people on the ground with mushy rice and open eyes, and knew that he was in a big disaster. What would happen if Zhang Yuan saw this scene when he came to take over? May hadn't forgotten to interrupt Ash at this point. Originally, girls like Lilith and May didn't need to keep a vigil, but May drank too much water before going to bed and felt a little anxious, so she woke up at night. It doesn't matter together. I just saw that Ash was working very hard, so I decided to fetch some water for Ash. As a child, although Ash was used to the camping life, he didn't need to rest immediately, and he didn't have the habit of resting on time like Lilith. But if you keep Ash for a long time without rest, it will still be a bit difficult. Now May just came back from fetching water. She saw this scene. May looked at the situation in front of her with a bewildered expression. Don't worry, since it's something Zhang Yuan can solve, we can solve it too. They don't have Pokemon, so we don't have to be afraid of Zero. Ash reacted immediately. After all, Pikachu plus Tailo plus May as Torchic. A few ordinary people without Pokemon will definitely be solved by Ash and May. That's true. If there are no Pokemon, it doesn't matter if you wake up. It's just that although May was planning to give Ash a little hope, she just set up a flag impartially. The more you say nothing happens, the more likely something will happen. May probably didn't know that. Among the poachers here, the awakened ones really have some tricks. Soon a poacher spat a Pokeball straight out of his mouth. Pokeball Zhang Yuan has been checked, but there are so many people that it is more troublesome for them to change position. If Zhang Yuan was there, even if they had the guts to hide a Pokeball, they wouldn't say it. Just obediently accept their fate and be punished. But it would be different if Zhang Yuan was not there. For their current situation, they know that this is the only time when they can give it a shot. If you can solve the two furry children in front of you, there may be a way out. If they were in the Phantom Troop, no, they would do it even if they had nothing to do with the Phantom Troop. Everyone wants to survive. Even if 4.0 is afraid of doing bad things, it is definitely hope that they can find a coincidence. It is best not to have anything happen, and just end it peacefully. This has also become the mind of these poachers present. And Ash and May are unlucky not because each other still has a Pokeball hidden, but the Pokemon thrown out of this Pokeball, which is really tricky. That's a Dratini. Even though Dratini was said to be Dragonite's infancy, it couldn't compare to Dragonair or the like, and it couldn't compare to the Dratini in Zhang Yuan's hand. But to deal with the mere 3 completely suppressed Pokemon, it can still be done. Ash and May are also knowledgeable about the training of Pokemon. Chapter 400 Duel. Seeing that it was Dratini, Ash didn't panic at all. After all, Ash has seen quite a few Pokemon, so he immediately murmured, Pikachu, Pikapi. Pikachu immediately stood in front of Ash, aiming at this Dratini, looking like he was going to attack. It's just a Pikachu, don't be afraid. The other side poacher immediately made a point. That is, Pikachu is just an ordinary Pokemon. Even if it has the special ability Attack of Electricity, it is not worth mentioning in front of Dratini. Pikachu, don't let them underestimate you. Seeing his Pikachu being looked down upon, Ash was a little unhappy. He is no better than Zhang Yuan, and he is not as powerful as Zhang Yuan, but he is also a person who entered the champion competition of the Quartz League. Not being champion does not mean that he is not capable. Xiao 3G now suddenly wants to let these people in front of him know what he is capable of. Pikapi, and Pikachu immediately knew what his trainer meant, and hit the opponent's body directly with a Thunderbolt. The poacher who was hit by Pikachu Pikachu's Thunderbolt immediately fell to the ground. As for Dratini was the first target of Pikachu's attack, but because it was a dragon-type Pokemon, this Dratini didn't get too many attacks. Instead, the aftermath of Thunderbolt attacked its trainer. Dratini uses diving. Poachers issue orders to Dratini, and Dratini dived directly towards Pikachu. This dive is different from other Pokemon's tackle trick. It is called the Dragon Rush dive, and when it attacks, it will emit a certain aura, which will intimidate the opponent. At this time, Pikachu was already intimidated. The Pokemon known as Hishin didn't notice the sound of his trainer shouting "Dodge" to it at this time, and let the opponent's attack hit him directly. Pick up. Pikachu flew out immediately, and at this moment, the other party ordered Dratini again. Right now, rap. This is a unique trick that cannot be used after evolution becomes Dragonite. Dratini's slender body can directly restrain the opponent. It's like a snake that binds its prey so that the other party can't move. Dratini now with Pikachu. Pikachu tried to struggle but couldn't get out of Dratini's control. After all, the other party was a poacher who even Zhang Yuan was a little surprised that he was familiar with Pokemon. When Ash faced such a poacher, he couldn't say that he didn't. Chances are, but also very difficult. Thunderbolt. Pikachu. Ash didn't let Pikachu out of Dratini's bondage either. Know that this is a great opportunity. Thunderbolt just now couldn't do much damage to Dratini, and now Pikachu's attack at such a close range should be more or less effective. Hiccup. After Pikachu shouted, he did his best to output his power, and it was at this time that Torchic also used flames on Dratini according to May's orders. Wait a minute. Ash suddenly panicked when he saw Torchic using the flame. If Torchic used flames normally, they would use flame, but this is not the normal time. You must know that Dratini is now tied to Pikachu. If you attack Dratini, you will attack Pikachu. If it's another electric Pokemon, Ash won't be afraid. After all, Pikachu can absorb electricity. It's just that it's a fire-type Pokemon now. Even if it's not a strong Pokemon, the power of flames can still hurt Pikachu. How much will hurt? And Dratini didn't panic at this time. While tying Pikachu, he also pounded his tail and used Aqua Tail on Torchic. Aqua Tail. As the name suggests, it is a water-type trick. Although Dratini is a dragon-type Pokemon, the water-type trick can still be used. For example, the trick it uses now is water-type. This water-type attacked Torchic directly early, causing Torchic to fly into the air. If Taillow wasn't there, Torchic would fall to the ground. Pikachu, just using Thunder Wave now. It's all electrical attack, but Thunder Wave is different from Thunderbolt. It does not have the ability to directly attack, but the ability to paralyze people can still be done. Just so happened that the other party used an Aqua Tail one. This Aqua Tail can quickly involve the surrounding environment more or less in the situation of the water type. For Pikachu, water is what conducts electricity. 980. Since it can conduct electricity, then using Thunder Wave to paralyze the opponent directly may be a good choice. This choice is unintentionally correct. At this point Dratini suddenly let go of Pikachu. Dratini still kept the appearance of binding Pikachu, but it couldn't completely trap Pikachu, and could only watch Pikachu escape. Dratini, who was not completely paralyzed, immediately used Safeguard to protect himself first. Even if it is possible to use the water type trick, but Dratini is a 200% dragon-type pure-blooded Pokemon. Pikachu's electric attack can't damage Dratini the same way that it treats water-type Pokemon. In this round of Safeguard, Pikachu also lost the advantage of the opponent's paralysis. Pikachu and Ash didn't want to lose their advantage for so long, and immediately Pikachu started to become Agility. Using Agility's Pikachu, you can quickly move around the field to find Dratini's whereabouts. And just when Pikachu was about to discover where Dratini was, Dratini suddenly used Twister and attacked Pikachu. Taillow stepped forward immediately, picked up Pikachu, and danced in midair. Chapter 407 Evolution. Ash isn't the only Pokemon. Now it's not a 1v1 duel, but they are blocking the behavior of a group of hunters. Of course Ash wouldn't be like an idiot who really only used Pikachu against Dratini. While fighting Dratini, several poachers woke up again. Ash still had a while to change shit with Zhang Yuan. Ash didn't know if Zhang Yuan would get up on time, but this time is Ash's bottom line. He didn't know how many Pokemon the other party had, but he had to delay until he changed shift with Zhang Yuan. Of course, for Ash, his ability is not simply to delay the opponent, but also includes another situation, that is, as a trainer, Ash also hopes that he can have a certain ability. For example, Shinzai, if it was Zhang Yuan, he would definitely be able to control the whole situation very well, but Ash is not necessarily, that is, the other party only has one Dratini, and he has no way to solve it directly. This made Ash a little unwilling, and also a little depressed. If possible, not just simply delaying time, Ash certainly hoped that he can restrain the other poachers and let him hand in a beautiful answer in front of Zhang Yuan. Don't be afraid, I'm still here. Mei said to Zhang Yuan that although his Torchic was attacked by by Aqua Tail, because Pikachu was still mainly attacked at that time. The power of Dratini's Aqua Tail was not great, and it did not hit Torchic's resistance at all. Tailo, use Aerial Aid, Ash ordered to Tailo. Of course, it's not just Tailo, but also Pikachu. With the help of Pokemon, Ash still has a certain strength. After all, he is also a trainer who has entered the champion competition. Familiarity with Pokemon will definitely be better than others. Even if it can't compare to Zhang Yuan, it won't be too ugly. Pikachu, get on board Tilda, Ash ordered to Pikachu. Pikachu immediately joined forces with Tailo and sprinted towards Dratini, and Dratini didn't give in at all, attacking the two directly, as if he wanted to dive again. The dive this time had no effect, because with Pikachu, the one who sent Pikachu to Dratini was Tailo. For Tailo's character, even if threatened, he is not afraid. This is a very common trait among Ash's Pokemon, and it's especially evident here in Tailo. Seeing Tailo, he rushed towards Dratini without any hesitation, and even hit Dratini's head directly, which made the poacher, Dratini's trainer, a little at a loss as to what to say. Yes, he was still somewhat confident in his Dratini, but this confidence was hit by the opponent Tailo. Pick up, high. Million volts is a far more powerful trick than Thunderbolt, a trick that consumes more power in the Pikachu. You know, the electricity in Pikachu's body is not endless, so Ash doesn't want Pikachu to use millions of volts, at least not casually. That's why Pikachu's often use trick as Thunderbolt, because Thunderbolt is not difficult for Pikachu. It can be used almost at will, but a million volts is different. The power required by a million volts requires Pikachu to make every effort to use it. Therefore, Ash would not easily let Pikachu use this trick under normal circumstances. After all, as long as this trick is used, it means that in the next few rounds, Pikachu can only use ordinary attack. This will allow it to accumulate power again. Pikachu moved into the air, and after shouting, released his power, flew directly towards Dratini. After all, it's just a poacher's Pokemon. No matter how powerful it is, it can't compare to Zhang Yuan's Dratini. Of course, for this million volts of Pikachu, it was directly beaten to the ground. Million volts and Thunderbolt, that's a tenfold difference. Pikachu stood proudly in front of Dratini, with his hands on his hip. Okay, don't get too complacent. Although Ash told his Pikachu that, a smile was already on his face. Yes, he won this time. Even against an opponent that Zhang Yuan praised, Ash still won, which made Ash very happy. He felt that he was one step closer to Zhang Yuan. Dratini, who fell to the ground, although both eyes turned into mosquito coils, he did not forget to make a struggling sound, and seemed very dissatisfied with the situation. You can still fight yourself. Perhaps this is what Dratini wanted to express at this time. Stand up Dratini. However, the team of poachers at this time also began to cheer with Dratini. The cheering sound was accompanied by their hope of getting out of here, their anticipation of Dratini's situation, and even a little bit of concern for Pokemon belonging to the trainer. Qian Zhao, it is in this situation. There was something gorgeous about Dratini. Its evolution. May, who has seen Evolution 1, is no stranger to this light, so she shouted it out. That's right, Dratini evolution is out. I don't know why. Maybe it's because the poachers expected her, or because this Dratini is not willing to lose to a Pikachu like this. The Dratini evolution did. It was at this time that Zhang Yuan was woken up by the sound of uproar outside, watching the fight between Ash and Dratini inside the tent, with only one thought in his mind. Click the B key to exit evolution. It's just a pity that this is reality, not a Pokemon animation, nor a Pokemon game. In reality, there is no B button for him to click. Chapter 408 Defeat. Other party is just a Dragonair. Ash told himself so. It's just that there is no way to defeat it even if it is just a Dratini Ash, let alone this Dratini evolution becomes a Dragonair. Pick up, Pikachu shouted in spirit. At this time, when your trainer is suspicious of the status quo and doesn't know what to do, then it's time for a Pokemon partner to appear. A spiritual word from Pikachu immediately brought back Ash as God. Yes, as long as his Pokemon hasn't given up, then he has no reason to give up. And Ash is not an ordinary trainer. Since he is a trainer who can become the protagonist, he can only rob him of the protagonist status in Zhang Yuan. Even if the protagonist plugin is missing, he will not fall to the same level as an ordinary NPC. Naturally, he is also an extremely powerful trainer. He also has great trust in his own Pokemon. When Pikachu calmed down and prepared to meet the enemy in front of him, Ash was also ready to fight with Pikachu. If that's the case, then Pikachu, let go. Pikachu looked ready, looking at the Dragonair with 200 in front of him, but Ash didn't immediately order Pikachu to attack. Instead, let Tailo attack the opponent first. Normal-type Pokemon have always been an unpopular type because normal-type Pokemon have no enhanced attack on any attribute, and are the ultimate trick for other attributes. Its own characteristics cause the attack to be more powerful than the normal attack. Tailo uses Aerial Aid. Zhang Yuan gave gave May a wink while ordering Talo. May hurriedly put his Torchic on Talo's hitchhiker and swooped directly towards him. During aerial aid, Talo's attack didn't hit Dragonair. Dragonair dodged Talo's attack, then it tried to attack Talo. But unfortunately, although Talo is a normal type Pokemon, it also adds the auxiliary attribute of the flight type. Although the attack power is similar to that of the ordinary normal type Pokemon, the agility is first class. Dragonair's attack didn't hit Talo, and Talo dropped Torchic to attack Dragonair. Torchic pecked at Dragonair. May is not a fool. The previous flame attack seems to have no effect on Dratini, so it should be the same for Dragonair. And at this time, Dragonair rolled up Torchic directly. Torchic was like being stared at by a snake, and it was stunned. When Dragonair put Torchic down, it had fainted to the ground and was dying and lost its ability to fight. Come back, Torchic. May directly took Torchic back into the Pokeball, and after taking it back into the Pokeball, May looked at Ash with a "you can only rely on yourself" expression. Of course Ash knew that he could only rely on himself now. After all, May only has a Pokemon like Torchic, and he has no actual combat experience. It is normal to leave the venue early. Now May can only take Torchic back into her Pokeball, and then pin her hopes on Ash. Ash's Pikachu has been resting for a while now. Indeed, Ash gave Pikachu a break just to recharge his batteries with a 1,000,000 volt. When dealing with Dratini before, Pikachu beat the opponent down with a 1,000,000 volt. Although all the values of Dragonair are higher than that of Dratini, as a Dratini who has just evolved into Dragonair, the endurance is actually not too high. Ash pinned all his beachy hopes on the 1,000,000 volt that had beaten the opponent. Use a 1,000,000 volt Pikachu. Ash immediately gave the order, and Pikachu's 1,000,000 volt were used immediately. Megavolt didn't hit the Dragonair directly. Dragonair is not stupid either. The previous 1,000,000 volts hit Dragonair because Dragonair had no way to use other unique move, which is not the case now. Dragonair uses Dragon Rage. After all, it is a pure dragon type Pokemon. Dragonair immediately used Dragon Rage to directly resist Pikachu's 1,000,000 volt. Pikachu, who was blocked from the attack, seemed a little overwhelmed. After all, at the beginning, Ash also looked dazed, and this dazedness already made Ash's iron partner, a little flustered. Now that Ash didn't give an order to attack immediately, Pikachu was a little overwhelmed. But Ash didn't wait long, and immediately started the next order. Use agility. Ash gave Pikachu the next order. Agility let Pikachu dodge Dragonair's fatal blow, only to let Dragon Rage hit him in the body and fall to one side. Pikachu! Ash shouted, and Pikachu immediately stood up in front of Ash, but this time Pikachu was scarred. If it weren't for the protagonist's blood-locking skills, he might not have been able to stand up. Dragonair, dive! The poachers on the opposite side have already seen that Pikachu is no longer good enough, and they are not even willing to use Dragon-type trick. They just use ordinary moves to deal with Pikachu. In the world of the trainer, it is quite normal for the weak to eat the strong, and the fact that his opponent does not pay attention to himself will soon be shown in the trick he uses. Pikachu lost and fell to the ground again. The next attack was intercepted by another long dragon-type Pokemon, Dratini, and among the people Ash knew, and among Ash's group, the only one who used Dratini was Zhang Yuan. Ash turned his head to look in the direction Dratini flew over, and naturally saw Zhang Yuan holding a Pokeball in his hand, looking at them. This is... Ash was surprised. Let you see the power of the command, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Chapter 409. Dratiniv Dragonair. Seeing this Dratini, the poachers present laughed instead. This is something every idiot knows. Dratini can't compare to Dragonair, and it can't compare in a lifetime. If you ask the reason, it is very simple, because Dragonair is the evolution form of Dratini. Of Pishin, there is no Pokemon that can defeat its evolution form _. But Zhang Yuan's Dratini is not ordinary. It doesn't have evolution simply because it has Everstone. Everstone is not common in this world. It can even be said that it is very rare. Pikachu didn't want evolution, because he thought he didn't plan evolution. Even the skin god with Thunderstone Ash wouldn't know evolution. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for anyone to hope that their Pokemon will not evolve, so this Everstone in Zhang Yuan's hands is also a very rare product. Dratini too much and thought it was cute, so he kept a Dratini without evolution. Now, if people are mocking his own Dratini for not having evolution and being inferior to the other party's Dragonair, Zhang Yuan is going to lose his temper. Isn't that a Dragonair? Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was speaking, those poachers did not dare to speak, but looked at Dragonair in front of them. Originally, he planned to deal with this little boy before Zhang Yuan came out, but he didn't expect that this terrifying man had already woken up. Zhang Yuan. Ash looked at Zhang Yuan. He felt a little guilty. It was obvious that he proposed to keep a vigil, but before he and Zhang Yuan changed shift, Zhang Yuan came out. If it wasn't because Zhang Yuan woke up early, Ash would definitely have no way to protect these people at this time. Then he would have failed Zhang Yuan's trust in himself. I don't don't sleep very well when I live in the wild, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. This made Ash even more guilty. Obviously Zhang Yuan meant that his actions woke Zhang Yuan up. As a result, Ash immediately didn't know what to say, so he could only bow his head and say nothing. But you have already worked hard. A Pikachu, a Torchic with no combat experience, and a Tailo can support it until now. Pick up. Pikachu was a little unhappy. It could hear that Zhang Yuan had regarded himself as a very ordinary Pokemon in his word. But any Pokemon doesn't want to be looked down upon, even if there is a gap in attributes and race value. If given the chance, Dratini is no match at all. Ash also shouted. After all, it is his own Pokemon that is looked down upon, which is something that no trainer can bear. Got it, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. But it's my stage now, and I want them to know that it's just a Dragonair, so don't show it off. Just a Dragonair. After the hunter heard Zhang Yuan's word, he immediately became angry. Although they have seen how powerful Zhang Yuan is, it is because of Zhang Yuan that they have fallen to such a point. But Zhang Yuan said that his Pokemon, this is something these poachers are simply unwilling to face, nor will they face it. Dragonair, use dive. Immediately the hunter began to order Dragonair to rise. As two long-shaped dragon-type Pokemon, directly using the dragon-type trick can't get any advantage, but the hunters and their Dragonair don't take much damage, so they don't have to worry about the other parties use a Pokemon that has never appeared. Same, Zhang Yuan said in a low voice. Without any hesitation at all, Dratini directly aimed at the Dragonair with the Dragon Pay Impulse. What? The exact same trick. The hunters immediately didn't know what medicine was sold in Zhang Yuan's gourd. This is the exact same trick, right? Question mark. Asking for flowers. You must know that Dratini will have a qualitative leap in numerical value after evolution becomes Dragonair. Other word, no matter what, Dratini's attack will not be more powerful than Dragonair, but Zhang Yuan directly let Dratini use the same trick as Dragonair. This is not simply a difference in usage, but a difference in ability that can result. But the other party intends to defeat himself directly by fighting the value. Give me a break. The hunter immediately ordered his Dragonair to use the binding attack, and Dratini immediately followed suit. As long as Zhang Yuan gave such an order, Dratini knew what he should do, and Mie hesitated a bit. Ellipsis. There was no hesitation in the slightest, which directly led to the situation where the presence of two blue snake-shaped creatures, one dark and one light, was directly twisted together. What? The hunters had no idea what was going on. If there is no way for ordinary attack to be upstream, then attacks with special attributes should be fine, right? After all, the other party is a dragon-type Pokemon, and he is also a dragon-type Pokemon. The next second, the other party immediately ordered his Dragonair to use Dragon Rage. Zhang Yuan. Ash looked at Zhang Yuan. It's a common thing to use the same kind of Pokemon to participate in a duel, and Ash has seen it many times. But directly use the degenerate form of the opponent's Pokemon for a duel, and also directly use the unique skills that the opponent has used. This kind of insult, Ash is the first time to see. Ash didn't know what Zhang Yuan wanted to do, but what Ash knew was that what appeared in front of him now was Dragonair and Dratini spitting Dragon Rage at each other, and they were on a par. That's why you used Dratini instead of Dragonite. Ash saw this scene and suddenly realized why Zhang Yuan used Dratini, because Zhang Yuan's Dratini is very powerful. At least this power is comparable to the Dragonair in front of him. That's why Zhang Yuan released Dratini without hesitation. Chapter 410 Victory in Hand. Zhang Yuan did not beat. His reason for using Dratini was not as simple as Ash said. Know that you are using Dratini simply because you want to frustrate the opponent's Dragonair. Evolution's Pokemon suddenly on the battlefield, but it just happens that the other party is Dratini, who happens to have it, and the other party is very arrogant, so Zhang Yuan just wants to be a demon and beat the other party. Pause. When others act as demons, they want to die, but Zhang Yuan acts as a demon, is to kill others. For example, now, under the mutual attack between Dratini and Dragonair's Dragon Rage, it is obvious that Dratini is not weaker than Dragonair. However, Zhang Yuan felt that something was wrong, at least not to my liking. Originally, May 9-3's own evolution form, Dratini was capable of being evenly matched with the opponent, but Zhang Yuan felt that it was not enough. This is not his own Pokemon. Ash has no right to say anything more. He could see Zhang Yuan's dissatisfaction, but Zhang Yuan didn't say it, but looked at his Dratini as if he was questioning its ability. Dratini looked at his trainer. Immediately he could see Zhang Yuan's dissatisfaction. Immediately he responded to the dissatisfaction. The flame of Dragon Rage suddenly became obvious. This flame was originally different from the flame of ordinary fire-type Pokemon. It was a special attack with dragon attribute. Dragon to dragon damage is 1-to-1, so in the current situation, even if it is evenly matched, it is very difficult, but Zhang Yuan's Dratini directly sprayed Dragon Rage on Dragonair's face in one go. This is not an easy thing to do. Evolution class is here after all. However, at this time, Dratini surpassed the evolution ladder and pushed Dragonair's attack over. What? The poacher was immediately stunned, and he gave Dragonair another order. Twister. Dragonair immediately used Twister on Dratini. Dragon rage dissipated a little under Twister's attack, but even so, it didn't have any advantage because at this time Dratini also used Twister directly. Dratini knew what Zhang Yuan meant, so Dratini was ready when the opponent trainer gave the order. Under Twister's duel, Dragonair was still defeated, and it wasn't just the defeat. After knowing the thoughts of his trainer, Dratini's Twister directly used all his strength, even harder than usual, and attacked the opponent Dragonair as if it burst out all at once. This attack directly pushed Dragonair away from Dratini and flew into the air. When it landed again, Dragonair struggled and wanted to stand up and attack again, but was powerless. After struggling for a while, he was defeated and died of self-consciousness. So you think you can beat me? Zhang Yuan looked at the poachers in front of him and asked a question. The poachers glanced at each other, and before he spoke, Zhang Yuan used his confusion to overwhelm the other party to the ground. The poachers couldn't say a word at all. Zhang Yuan looked at the poacher with a smile. This time they fell into their own hands. You guys, Zhang Yuan said, if the sleep powder doesn't work, just steal it, and if Ash finds it, just turn around and run away. Why do you have to resist? Do you really think you can resist where I am? Zhang Yuan's words left the other party speechless. They just looked at Zhang Yuan, and the sequelae caused by confusion made them unable to move. At this time when he couldn't move, Zhang Yuan took another step forward and asked a question. Do you think that since I am asleep, there is no way to know anything about the situation outside? Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Brother, what happened outside? At this time, even Lilith was woken up by the sound outside. The reason Zhang Yuan didn't shout the name of the move before was because in order to avoid affecting the rest of his good sister. Now his good sister was woken up, which made Zhang Yuan even more annoyed. Okay, Lilith woke up. These people suck, May said to Ash. Ash shrugged. They all knew how much Zhang Yuan loved Lilith's younger sister. For example, he prepared the best and most comfortable tent for Lilith from the beginning. And Lilith May also knows that she is a girl with very good work and rest habits. Even in the wild, because she is not used to living in the wild, she simply will not be woken up. Rest at 10, wake up at 8. Standard 10-year-old child's routine. Even May was already living in this wild life, and she became accustomed to waking up when there was some movement. She made sure that everything was fine before continuing the rest, while Lilith fell asleep peacefully without any panic under Zhang Yuan's protection. Nothing. Sleep powder didn't do much for them, so these guys just woke up. Zhang Yuan was fierce towards the poachers, but when he turned around and looked at Lilith, he smiled, making anyone look jealous. By the way, have you rested for 0.8 papilio hunting? Zhang Yuan asked. She's resting. Does my brother use it? Lilith didn't quite understand it, so she asked quickly. Of course, the answer to Lilith's question is naturally yes. Yes, lend me a hand. Zhang Yuan stretched out his hand to Lilith, and Lilith released you beautifully. Let's see. To keep them safe, I might as well use some poison powder. The so-called poison powder, although it is said to make Pokemon self-aware, will also be in a dying state in the game, but in fact, it will make the Pokemon lose its ability to fight, and it will not directly cause death. As for humans, it will be lighter. Chapter 411 Move on. As soon as Zhang Yuan opened his mouth, the hunters immediately began to kneel and beg for mercy. They didn't want to be hit by poison powder. If they were hit by poison powder, they would be forced to die. When these poachers bowed their heads and apologized, Lilith felt a little sympathetic. It is true that my brother sometimes does drastic things, and poison powder is indeed a bit too much. After all, the word poison was added, which made Lilith feel more and more uncomfortable. Brother, has poison powder passed a little? Lilith asked. No, Beautifly's toxicity is not very strong. After becoming a Pokemon like a butterfly, it is a little different from the Pokemon that was a bug before. Zhang Yuan pretended to be mysterious. In fact, there is not much difference between Beautifly's poison powder and Wurmple's poison powder, but Lilith won't tell the difference. After all, after coming to this world, Zhang Yuan knew that in games and animation, poison powder is a troublesome thing, but it seems to be only one type. However, after coming to this world, Zhang Yuan discovered that poison powder is not the same as each other. Poison powder has its own characteristic, but any poison powder will not kill people immediately. Only a large number of poisoning may endanger life. And Beautifly's poison powder, Zhang Yuan is my favorite. At least at this time, Zhang Yuan's favorite situation. Beautifly's poison powder is a kind of poison powder that can make poisoners very painful. This kind of powder is generally not used by humans, but is generally used on Pokemon. Basically, no one will find this feature, but Zhang Yuan just found out that at this time, Beautifly's poison powder was very effective for these poachers. In that case, just don't use too much. Zhang Yuan nodded. His sister is really very kind. Even people who violate the law will treat them like this, with sympathy. If you don't use too much, it won't have much effect. Lilith probably thought so, but for poison powder, powder. It is not the same thing as sleep powder, so it can't be the same. Got it, Zhang Yuan said and waved his hand, and Beautifly walked towards Zhang Yuan with interest and stood in Zhang Yuan's hand. Poison powder, and then use the sleep powder when you have it. Zhang Yuan said this. Beautifly immediately started using poison powder, followed by the end of sleep powder. Poison powder still needs a certain amount of time to be effective, so now I want to use sleep powder to put them to sleep. Okay, I want to rest. Let go quickly. By the way, you have worked hard all night and are very sleepy, Zhang Yuan said to Ash with a smile. Ash looked at the poachers. Ash, the protagonist of the original novel, is also one of the best in kindness, like Zhang Yuan, a special person. Although he knows that Zhang Yuan can be trusted, Zhang Yuan is doing the right thing. Zhang Yuan just wants to punish them a little, so he did so. Everything Ash can understand, but Ash had no way of agreeing. Okay, Zhang Yuan wouldn't hurt himself anyway, so Ash didn't think much about it and went back to his tent. As for Zhang Yuan, now that he was awake, Zhang Yuan looked outside for a while, and after confirming that there was nothing to do, he called Dratini over and fell asleep leaning on Dratini's body. It hurt. It's so uncomfortable. I'm going to die. The early morning, the power of sleep powder disappeared, and the poachers also woke up. They looked at Zhang Yuan and suddenly did not dare to speak. However, the power of poison powder also happened to appear, causing the sound of moans. Shut up. These moans also woke Zhang Yuan up. He didn't like someone to wake him up, even though it was almost the time he should wake up. If you guys are chattering again, I'll give you a try on the effect of numbing powder. When Zhang Yuan said this, the poachers didn't dare to say a word. They just looked at Zhang Yuan, but the expression on his body was a little distorted. That's fine. I'll give you something to eat later. Zhang Yuan is not a demon, so he still cares about the life and death of his captive. After eating and drinking, these poachers followed Zhang Yuan and continued to walk in the direction of the center of Kaunas. The Kaunas center is slightly closer than Rustboro City, but it is just an affiliated research center near Rustboro City. Later, because some family members lived here, it slowly formed a small town. Just because the original intention of this Kaunas center is also a subsidiary of Rustboro City, even if it has the size of a small town, their name is still called Kaunas Center, not any other town. 980 inches brother. Their expressions are a little strange. Lilith looked at the poacher behind her and said, of course, they are poisoned after all. Zhang Yuan shrugged. We are a group of children after all. If we don't give them some poison, even if we are tied up, when these people come directly to us, we will not be able to win. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith couldn't understand. After all, she couldn't summon her Pokemon companions quickly at any time. That's true. Looking ahead, it seems to be a small town ahead. Max shouted at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked in the direction Max said, and there was indeed a small town in front of him, and the more they walked a few steps forward, they could see that there was a circular building in the town. The building was undoubtedly the Kaunas Center they were looking for. No, it should be the Kaunas Center that proves the prototype of this town. This is not an ordinary town, but the Kaunas Center. Come on, let's find out where the police station is. Zhang Yuan said with a smile that the police station is their ultimate goal. Chapter 412 Kaunas Center. The city in front of Zhang Yuan is the center of Kaunas. Of course, it is too much to say that it is a city, but it is a special institution next to Rustboro City, and now it has become a kind of small town. I remember when Claire said the police station was around here. Zhang Yuan looked around and said. Lilith nodded. She also remembered everything Kelly said, and she remembered no less than Zhang Yuan. That's all right. Zhang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. The poachers behind Zhang Yuan immediately walked to Zhang Yuan's side, looking at Zhang Yuan's look of fear. Poison powder in their bodies have almost disappeared. After all, the toxins of Pokemon won't remain for long. They will disappear in half a day, and Zhang Yuan didn't use confusion to get them down. As for why these people were trembling, it seemed that Zhang Yuan had frightened them, and those people who were subjected to astonish did not dare to make trouble again immediately. Lilith, you are with me. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, of course, it is better to take care of her own sister. Ash nodded. As the only experienced person other than Zhang Yuan, he decided to take Mei and Max to supplement what they needed on the road. The police station in the center of Kaunas is in a relatively remote place. Fortunately, the town is not very large, so basically Zhang Yuan did not spend much effort and asked passers-by for the address of the police station. However, because Zhang Yuan was surrounded by these poachers, he became the most shining star in the crowd. Immediately everyone looked at Zhang Yuan as if he was some kind of strange person. Wait a second. Zhang Yuan walked to the police station, and Officer Jenny appeared in front of Zhang Yuan. Sure enough, no matter how many times he saw Officer Jenny, Zhang Yuan would want to complain about why these people look exactly the same. Where are you going? Center. Although it is not a luxurious place like Rustboro City, nor is it strictly a city, it was a bit scary that Zhang Yuan appeared in this city with a bunch of people swearing. It's me. Zhang Yuan showed his police badge to the Officer Jenny. Officer Jenny Jenny stopped talking immediately, and immediately gave Zhang Yuan a military salute. Sorry, someone reported that there was a suspicious person on the street before. I thought it was something and didn't think it was Mr. Zhang Yuan. Seems that the officer Jennies are not just looking alike, they have some kind of connection. So Zhang Yuan was in the Hoenn region for a while, and basically every officer Jenny knew that he was in this region. If Zhang Yuan's police badge is no different from other people's police badges, then it is really impossible, but if you have to say the difference, a police badge like his own is more or less in Interpol 10 or so, and because the other party is in the Hoenn region, the first thing they think of when they see the police badge like this is that Zhang Yuan is here. Nothing, these people are poachers. Zhang Yuan gestured to the people behind him and said, okay, sorry to trouble you, Officer Jenny said as he walked towards the people behind him. When he walked in front of these people, Officer Jenny was stunned for a moment. These people, even if Officer Jenny didn't see it at first glance, but after she got close, she immediately realized who she was facing. This is from the Phantom Troop. Since the Phantom Troop is a well-known poacher team in the Hoenn region, the policemen probably have a certain ability to distinguish them. Why Officer Jenny knew from the first reaction that this team was the Phantom Troop, not some other team. Zhang Yuan nodded. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuan followed Officer Jenny to the police station, and then Officer Jenny and Zhang Yuan arranged for all the poachers in the police station. After the poachers arranged the play, Zhang Yuan took Lilith to the Khanas Center. No one knows what the Khanas Center was established for. This center, a long time ago, was said to be a research institution, and this research institution seems to have lost its original meaning at this time. At least no one knows what was originally researched, and what can really be known are only some researchers who are still doing other types of research. On the first floor of this Khanas Center, there is an exhibition hall, which leads to a small room inside. Zhang Yuan, you are here too. Ash was carrying a large backpack, looked at Zhang Yuan and said, yes, I wanted to take Lilith to see it as soon as I finished it, and then I went to do other things. I didn't expect you to have finished it, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Of course, Ash seems to be very good at this matter, and it was done in a few moments, and we were still watching him bewildered. Mei glanced at Ash and said to Zhang Yuan, after all, they are people who have travel experience. Most of the time they are shopping. They are so capable that they don't look like a child at all, which makes them a little surprised. Right here is it. Now that they've come first, they should know a little bit about the room behind the black, Jiao door. This seems to be a place called the Gorgeous Contest, and we're going to sign up. Mei explained to Zhang Yuan. Gorgeous Contest. Zhang Yuan remembered this game. This competition seems to be a competition of Pokemon Baimai, and Zhang Yuan still remembers the fact that Beauty won Baimai in the animation. Are you going to try it too? Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith and said, speaking of beauty, Zhang Yuan still remembers that his sister has a beauty. I don't want it anymore. I just became a trainer and I can't figure out the battle. How can I participate in this? Zhang Yuan really wanted to tell Lilith that this gorgeous contest is not the same as a battle, but I don't know where to start. Chapter 413 Gorgeous Contest. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath. Although Lilith Beauty hadn't really been trained to participate in the gorgeous competition, even if it is very powerful, it is useless. The light and 2 points on its body are not comparable to other Pokemon, but Zhang Yuan feels that Lilith should also try it. However, before Zhang Yuan could beat, Max immediately walked in front of Lilith. Don't worry about it, Max said. This is not a showdown, but a beauty pageant, where Pokemon use their unique tricks to show their best side. It's also inaccurate. Zhang Yuan gave Max a glare, and at this time explained on behalf of himself and Lilith. This bear child was afraid that he had eaten the gall of a bear heart and a leopard. Precisely, show a beautiful scene with move, and let other people rate each Pokemon to choose the best looking Pokemon. When Zhang Yuan said this, Max nodded quickly. If he wanted to explain, Zhang Yuan's explanation would be the most appropriate. To say it looked good. Lilith bowed her head and thought for a while, but she felt that Xiaobai was the most beautiful, and if she used move, Lilith had trained some interesting moves with Xiaobai. Although it can't generate much attack power to the opponent, but the 2 points of being interesting and good looking are all accounted for. Lilith immediately became interested when she heard Zhang Yuan's word. Brother, let go sign up, Lilith said to Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan followed Ash and the others to the place of registration. At the place of registration, when the young lady saw that it was Zhang Yuan, she quickly stood up and bowed to Zhang Yuan. Ah, it's you, what's the matter? If it was because of official business, Zhang Yuan would be used to being used honorific, but now, when people use honorifics for private matters, Zhang Yuan suddenly didn't know what to do. Zhang Yuan looked at Lilith. We're here to sign up for the gorgeous contest. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, the other party suddenly looked at that. Mr. Zhang Yuan, I'm sorry, our gorgeous contest has stopped registration. Person in charge bowed his head in a difficult BIEC manner, and Zhang Yuan knew that he had no way to blame her. If she can call the shot, then the person in charge must be willing to let Zhang Yuan Yuan in. This is the Chief Inspector of Interpol. How can he stop him? Not to mention, she just learned a piece of news about the police chief's arrest of the Phantom Troop. Is that so? Ash and the others looked a little dejected, but at this time, a sister who was about to enter the venue saw Ash and the others standing outside in dejection, and started talking to them. Ash was quite familiar with him, so he ran over as soon as they spoke to him. Zhang Yuan probably knew that Ash had the protagonist buff that allowed him to enter, even if he just went to watch. It seems that the first time Ash participated in the gorgeous contest was to watch. If Zhang Yuan remembered correctly, the treasure detection system rattled in Zhang Yuan's mind, as if in the room of the gorgeous competition there were precious treasures above 3 stars, and Zhang Yuan's real treasure. He wanted to let her in and become a contestant to participate in gorgeous in the competition. Although it is okay to be an assistant if you just want to participate, Zhang Yuan has always felt that only actual combat can get enough experience. We received a tip that some criminals had infiltrated the gorgeous competition. This is my sister. We decided to let him participate in the competition and sneak into the crowd to find news of the criminal. Zhang Yuan took out his police badge and said solemnly, the person in charge was done. Of course she knew this was nonsense, but who would question the Chief Inspector of Interpol? Not to mention that the opponent simply wants to participate in the competition. There is no further requirement, just open a back door, and it has nothing to do with it. There will always be people who use their functions to do various convenient things. Zhang Yuan's behavior is normal, and he just needs to say something like this. It doesn't matter if there are no traces of lawbreakers. Lilith can be additionally programmed into it. That's not good. Zhang Yuan, who knows how to use his function, does not have a sister who knows how to use his functions to facilitate. Lilith always felt that it was a bit inappropriate to use the position of the sheriff in this way. It's just that Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, and Lilith just reminded in a low voice, it's alright. Although this is not in line with the rule, it's normal. You have to behave well when the time comes. Lilith nodded quickly. After entering the exhibition, Ash looked at Zhang Yuan and was about to fall to the ground, because on Lilith's body, it is the contestant's brand, not the assistant's brand. How did you do that? Ash looked at Zhang Yuan. After all, Lilith couldn't do it, as she could imagine with her toes. I just said a few words and said if she doesn't let us in I'll arrest her. Zhang Yuan started talking nonsense in a serious manner. As soon as Ash heard it, he knew Zhang Yuan was talking nonsense. A righteous person who could be recognized by Verizon. How could he do such a thing? Punched Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, gave Zhang Yuan a blank eye, and his eyes were full of, you're talking nonsense. And Mac looked at Zhang Yuan in shock. Is the first time Mac has seen this kind of derailment. Mei rubbed Mac's head. She also didn't believe Zhang Yuan would do this, but Max always felt strange, and always felt that there was a little stain on the person he admired. By the way, we just happened to meet this person. Ash pointed to a big sister who was standing next to Beauty and said, this sister said that we can log in as assistants to observe the game. I originally wanted to call you, but you and Lilith entered by themselves, and we were still wondering. I didn't expect you to actually qualify for the competition. Ash saw Zhang Yuan, walked towards Zhang Yuan, and politely extended her hand. Chapter 414 Game Start. Zhang Yuan shook the hand of that young lady, and then learned that this young lady was called Hui Mei, is a trainer. I'm here today for the gorgeous contest. Zhang Yuan thanked Hui Mei for her action. After all, if it is an ordinary person, he will not bring someone he just met into his game as an assistant. If something goes wrong, it will be bad. But this one is different. Taking Ash and the others as his assistants into his own game, he is not taboo at all. That's all right, Emmy said with a smile. It's only natural for children who have just become trainers to be interested in gorgeous competitions, but the most important thing is that as seniors, of course, we want to help hand the children. Emmy's words are like a qualified senior trainer. If there are seniors like this, other trainers will be able to develop better. You know, her Pokemon is beautiful. On the way to the competition site, May of course had a few chats with this trainer, and in the course of this chat, May even already knew what the Pokemon the trainer was using. That beautiful. It's a Pokemon that Lilith also has. So May immediately told Lilith about this. Lilith was done. She suddenly began to look forward to how the opponent would use Beautifly to compete in a gorgeous contest. You know, according to the aesthetics of ordinary little girls, Beautifly is really a very cute Pokemon. No matter what the standard is, Beautifly should be very cute, and this kind of cuteness, even if it appears in front of people without any modification, will always make the other person cute. Is your Pokemon a Ponyta? Before entering the arena, all Pokemon need to be censored, so Lilith's use of Ponyta's information naturally let Emmy know what Pokemon the opponent will use as enemy intelligence. As a good trainer, knowing the opponent's intelligence information before the game, and doing it in a proper way, is an unsullied behavior in itself. Yes, I used to train some interesting moves when the pictures looked good. It's rare that this Hoenn region has a gorgeous competition, so I brought him here. Lilith is also very direct. There is no point in seeing how important this game is. If the opponent is a serious person, I am afraid that Lilith will be regarded as a thorn in the eye. Fortunately, this situation does not appear in the animation, so Emmy should be a kinder type, like the character who would lend a hand to the protagonist, that is, to Ash and the others. It's not bad to take it as an experience. I heard that you came from the Kanto region. There is no such gorgeous competition there. After Huime finished speaking, the host began to announce that the gorgeous contest had begun. Showdown-based gym tournament. The gorgeous competition is to perform one by one, and the judges will score, and then compare and select the champion. Lilith was not very far behind, and it seemed that the order of appearances was out of order. When Lilith came on stage, Xiaobai also followed behind Lilith. Before going on stage, Lilith bit Zhang Yuan's ear seriously and asked Zhang Yuan to pay attention to her move. Zhang Yuan smiled and looked at the field. As expected of a child, there is always something novel that someone wants to know, and for Lilith, that someone is Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is his most important person, so she will definitely let Zhang Yuan see her achievement. Zhang Yuan looked at the stage, and saw that Xiaobai immediately constricted his body with flame, forming a gorgeous fire dam. This technique is actually not that rare. Among the several fire-type Pokemon that played in front, there were quite a few Pokemon that used this fire-type move. Other Pokemon might be more skilled and good-looking than Lilith when using the tricks learned. After all, the other party has also professionally trained for this game, and this kind of professional training is naturally beyond Lilith. 0. Ask for flowers. However, perhaps because the other party was Lilith, even if it was slightly worse than the others, Zhang Yuan still felt that Lilith's moves were more beautiful. Lilith looked at Zhang Yuan. The corners of her mouth rose and she smiled slightly, as if she had some idea, and made a prank-like expression. Immediately afterward, Lilith suddenly ordered Ponyta to shoot the flames directly at Zhang Yuan. When the spray passed, everyone sweated and thought it was a performance accident, but in fact Zhang Yuan was not at all afraid at all, standing downstairs, watching what his sister was going to do without moving. Although Lilith is not an excellent trainer, Lilith can still control the power of her own Pokemon move, especially Xiaobai, as Lilith Pokemon since she was a child, has always been trying to please Zhang Yuan, and of course it will not hurt Zhang Yuan. Wonderful. Quote, immediately after Xiaobai showed his unique skills, there were cheers. The flames circled around Zhang Yuan's body and disappeared. You should know that in general, only fire-type Pokemon can control the flame to this extent, but if it is used on a Pokemon that is not fire-type at all, it will take a long time to cause the fire to damage that Pokemon, let alone using it on human. Didn't have any feeling except for some warm feeling. After all, it is a flame, and there is always some temperature. It was like being surrounded by warm flames and then disappearing again. This is a very difficult thing to control for all Pokemon, and the gorgeous contest mainly looks at Pokemon's control of move. Only by controlling one's own moves to the extreme can they be used to the fullest. Although Lilith said that her control was not very powerful, she could still do it without hurting Zhang Yuan. Chapter 415 Mysterious Crystal. However, for others, this move is naturally impossible to have any possibility of improper control, and the skill is extremely high. However, due to the lack of a little beauty, the score was reduced by 2 10-point, and the remaining one was a 9 and an 8. The next Pokemon is a Ninetales. However, Zhang Yuan has no interest in the following game. He still remembered that before entering this venue, there was a message of a treasure. Zhang Yuan rode Lilith back to the backstage, while the others prepared in the backstage and entered the crowd. The treasures in the treasure detection system are not invisible to others, or strictly speaking, not all of them can be seen by oneself. If there are other people who have used other treasure detecting instrument, May 27 inches might be able to find treasure. This treasure detector is not completely impossible to exist. In the Pokemon game, there is also a treasure detector, but it must be turned on all the time to find the hidden treasure. In this way, it is better to use your own treasure detection system. In the corner of the playing field, Zhang Yuan found a strange stone. The stone has a strange red symbol on it, as if this stone was a very important prop. But in Zhang Yuan's memory, there are no such items in the world of Pokemon. In other words, if it's not an item unique to this world, then it should be a special item whose true appearance has been hidden. Zhang Yuan did a little research. This one is not the same as the golden Pokeball from before. The golden Pokeball was completely impossible to investigate, as if something completely covered it up. But this prop will be different. Zhang Yuan can clearly see that inside this stone is a gray crystal. Mysterious crystal. Zhang Yuan immediately realized what this was. This is the magic crystal. It may not be available now, but you can exchange Soul Dew with Dao at the Pewter Museum of Science. After exchanging Soul Dew, Latios, or Latias, can be summoned at the door. This is a very rare Pokemon, because in every generation, Pokemon will eventually have a divine beast, and the divine beast in the Hoenn region is not just Virizion. With Virizion, although they are 4 divine beasts, but the level of Entei Suicune is still a little weaker than the 2 most powerful divine beasts in the entire region. Be regarded as a divine beast within the range that ordinary people can obtain. But there are also divine beasts belonging to this world that will not be subdued by anyone, just like the god of the Pokemon world, and Latios and Latias are one of them. If it is conquered, there is a certain possibility only in the game, and it is absolutely impossible in the animation, and it is a respected existence. That's a good thing. Zhang Yuan put the stone in his pocket. It still takes a certain amount of time and materials to get out the mysterious crystal inside. Zhang Yuan took this mysterious crystal in his arm, and then Champion announced it at this time. It's Miss Emmy. Compared with Lilith's Xiaobai, Miss Emmy's beauty certainly got a higher score. It's not just the use of difficult skills, but more importantly, the beauty of the skills is guaranteed at the same time, and this is something that Lilith has never been able to achieve. But that's no wonder. It is very difficult for people who come into contact with the gorgeous contest for the first time to work hard on beauty. Lilith was third. The third runner-up is also a very good ranking for Lilith, who was exposed to the Pokemon Gorgeous contest for the first time. As for going out, when the person in charge asked Zhang Yuan about the whereabouts of any suspect, Zhang Yuan just fooled him. After all, everyone knows that it is impossible for a suspect to have a suspect, and it is impossible to have a suspect in this life. The reason why Zhang Yuan is a suspect is of course just to find an excuse to let Lilith enter this gorgeous contest, as long as Lilith can enter the gorgeous contest. As for the question that came out, it was just a rhetoric. Beautifly can still be used like this. After leaving the scene of the gorgeous conference, May couldn't help sighing with emotion. Aren't you going to capture Wurmple? Zhang Yuan looked at May and asked. This matter seems to be a decision that May made a long time ago, but she did not encounter Wurmple along the way. Although bug-type Pokemon were very common in Earl Dervic, the bug was another matter. Moreover, Zhang Yuan's aura was very strong along the way. A weak Pokemon like the insect type would want to run when he encountered Zhang Yuan. If it wasn't for Lilith's stupidity, Wurmple would not have been subdued by Lilith. This is not in a hurry. May shook her head. No rush, but there should be some on the way to Rustboro City, and there are a lot of bug-type Pokemon in that piece. This time Max actually helped his sister and told her not to worry. There would be no shortage of Pokemon on the road anyway. May nodded quickly. Then take a night rest, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. However, in 1.9, I have also asked. At gym in Rustboro City, the Pokemon used by the leader is a steel Pokemon. Steel. If Zhang Yuan remembers correctly, the rock and steel types are really the Pokemon gym that must be shipped from the factory. It was around this time that Brock met Ash. In the game, the first gym is always steel. Of course, things like Norman don't count. Although he is the first gym to meet, he is not the first gym to fight. My Pokemon doesn't have a match against it either, so I'm going to let Pikachu practice Iron Tail, Ash said confidently. Zhang Yuan remembered correctly. Ash should have a Trico. Chapter 416 Respective Goals. Iron Tail. This is one of Pikachu's done. How excited he was when he saw Pikachu using Iron Tail as a child. Only now did I know that Pikachu's Iron Tail was trained here. Pick up. Pikachu looked at Zhang Yuan with an air of victory, as if he had been able to use Iron Tail. In the case of Iron Tail, tomorrow, Zhang Yuan said with a smile. I can get you some textbook. Hearing Zhang Yuan say this, Ash immediately became excited. Textbook. Ash and Zhang Yuan have been together for so long, they have no idea how much resources Zhang Yuan has. All he knew was that Zhang Yuan's resources were simply not what he could understand. But there are so many resources. Ash didn't know where Zhang Yuan hid these resources, so that they never saw. Now Zhang Yuan told himself that he wanted to give himself a teaching material that was a great helping hand for Ash, and this helping hand was still 300% useful. 23. They found a room to rest at night. For Zhang Yuan, Ash and the others had already figured out Zhang Yuan's character. As long as he arrives at a new place, Zhang Yuan is 100% going to rest. After all, he is a child, and he is not as loyal as Ash and the others when it comes to survival in the wild. But this is of course also because Zhang Yuan is someone who has traveled through, and he knows what he should do to be good. After crossing into a new world, I have a very powerful system, and by the way, I also have a very powerful ability and position. And let him go camping outside with nothing to do. This is something no one would do. Zhang Yuan is not stupid. After Zhang Yuan thought so, of course he would leave his footprints in every city. Zhang Yuan will definitely leave this footprint, and other people will tacitly agree that he will definitely do this. But this time, Zhang Yuan had other reasons. Zhang Yuan put the stone he found earlier on the table. Lilith still lived with Zhang Yuan, so she immediately noticed Zhang Yuan's stone and asked what it was. It's a very powerful thing, Zhang Yuan said. Mysterious crystal. This is definitely the ultimate item in the Pokemon world. It's just that Zhang Yuan took a little time and effort to get get this crystal, such as chiseling the stone. God knows why Zhang Yuan has such tools for chiseling stone. He must know that the props he usually collects are related to Pokemon. It was just that for a while, the collected props were useless, so Zhang Yuan put them all together in his bag. It is this bag, and it is also a treasure that I found. It seems that it is an invisible bag that can be stuffed into it with all the things Zhang Yuan wants. Similarly, Zhang Yuan can also find what he needs at will in this package. It is such a good package, but the star it belongs to has 2 stars. But if you think about it, it's normal, because the package itself should belong to the protagonist. You must know that the package of the Pokemon in the game can hold a lot of things, even as if there is no end. For example, now, after Zhang Yuan took out his own tools from the package, he began to polish the stone. It's not just casual grinding. You must know that this world will really embarrass yourself. When Zhang Yuan got this stone, he knew that it is not the kind of existence that can be polished by clicking and polishing. Brother, what are you doing? Zhang Yuan's behavior made Lilith a little curious. She had never seen Zhang Yuan fiddle with this thing. I found it on the road, if I'm not mistaken, with crystals in it, Zhang Yuan said to Lilith. Lilith looked at the stone in Zhang Yuan's hands in surprise. Crystal. No matter which world it is in, it is one of the favorite items of girls. They are good looking and most of them are all natural, so they are very popular among girls. Lilith is no exception. Although she is not a girl who covets wealth, she still likes good looking things, not to mention such interesting things. Zhang Yuan chiseled the stone bit by bit. Watching Zhang Yuan do this, Lilith also had some expectations in her eyes, hoping to see the appearance of the crystal inside the stone. Soon Zhang Yuan showed Lilith the crystal in the stone. It was a black crystal. It's not so much black as it is a crystal that emits black light. It's not like an ordinary item, but Lilith likes it very much. There were also some stone fragments on the crystal, which were left by Zhang Yuan after he had not cleaned it up completely. What is this? Lilith asked excitedly, looking at this momentum. Mysterious crystal, Zhang Yuan said. It's in the Pokemon item encyclopedia, but I haven't seen it with my own eye. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he secretly complained. Even if it was a Pokemon encyclopedia, he had never seen it, but simply said that he knew what this was right away, and it always felt like a bit of nonsense. After all, the mysterious crystal. What a name is this? How could he appear here in a high-sounding manner? In order not to make his words seem like nonsense, Zhang Yuan made up a book casually. I know, this mysterious crystal is so beautiful. What the use? Lilith asked Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked at the mysterious crystal. This is a crystal, but it is a crystal pillar just like the one in the game. However, a little different from the game is that this cluster is actually not very large, but a very small cluster. It still looks quite fun, and it also gives Zhang Yuan a bold idea. Zhang Yuan wrapped the crystal cluster with iron wire. Winding. This is something Zhang Yuan has seen other people do a long time ago. It seems very difficult to wrap a crystal around a pile of metal without inlaying and fix it, but Zhang Yuan did it very quickly. Chapter 417 set off. Although the winding looked difficult, Zhang Yuan did it very quickly. It's still possible for Zhang Yuan to simply give the thread to the thick gem. After winding the line, Zhang Yuan also noticed that this gem was just right on Lilith's neck. Although the shape of the crystal cluster is not as good as those of the bare stone, it is beautiful, and the black light shines like a dark void. After Zhang Yuan hung the stone around Lilith's neck, Lilith became excited. It was the first time she had received such a beautiful gift. I will cherish it for the rest of my life. Lilith said. Don't say you cherish for a lifetime. Zhang Yuan couldn't help breaking Lilith's happiness and poured cold water. This is also fun to bring you for a while. This mysterious crystal is capable. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith, who was originally unhappy by Zhang Yuan's word, immediately understood Zhang Yuan's word. If it is said that this crystal has other uses, it is indeed impossible to bring it to myself. This is to waste the crystal is. As that's so, Lilith said excitedly. Then what's the power? Since Zhang Yuan can know the origin of this crystal, Lilith thinks that Zhang Yuan must know what this crystal can be used for. Zhang Yuan wanted to tell Lilith the details, but after all, those two mythical beasts were not products of the Hoenn region, and it was very likely that Lilith would not be able to know the meaning of these two names for a long time. Zhang Yuan is also a person who is afraid of trouble. Even if Lilith was his favorite sister, he didn't bother to explain, just found a reason. This is for summoning Pokemon. Can summon Pokemon diaresis. Lilith was immediately excited. Yes, it is recorded in the book that certain Pokemon will be attracted by this mysterious crystal. As long as they can be used properly, they can encounter brand new Pokemon that they have never seen before. When Zhang Yuan said this, Lilith immediately covered the crystal on her chest with both hands. That's it. So it's like this. Then I'll keep it for a while, and you must tell me when it's useful. After all, it is a beautiful stone. Even if you know that this stone has other uses, you can't keep it. Lilith is also a girl. Even if you can't keep it by yourself, it's good to be able to take it for a while. Girls always like something pretty. Even Lilith is no exception. Okay, okay, I just wanted to take you for a while, so I made this for you. Rest first. I'll be leaving tomorrow for Rustboro City. Rustboro City is actually only a day away from the center of Kansas. Since it is called Kansas Center, it belongs to Rustboro City, which means it cannot be too far from Rustboro City. In fact, it is only half a day's journey. But a few children stop and go. Maybe there will be the possibility of camping. If there is such a possibility, Zhang Yuan will really be a little unhappy. Is that Wurmple? Immediately May was the first to have trouble. She saw Wurmple. Wurmple was the Pokemon that May wanted from the start, mainly because this Pokemon had some fond memories of her mother and father. Next is Ash. After May separated from them, Ash said that it was getting late so he could prepare lunch and let his Pikachu practice Iron Tail, so he started camping directly. Zhang Yuan didn't mind camping at all. It's a matter of time anyway. It's just that I was still complaining that it would always be a little late for children to go out. I didn't expect to meet them now, and I still couldn't help crying and laughing. I'm going with May. Lilith looked in May's direction and quickly spoke to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded. Lilith has a Wurmple. If it is her sister's helping hand, then May can definitely get enough helping hand. Then let's start training Iron Tail. Ash said this to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan just remembered that he had promised to teach Ash yesterday. In fact, about the tutorial, Zhang Yuan had already prepared it a long time ago, but just after a day's work, and because he had to prepare in the morning, he didn't remember much. Now Zhang Yuan immediately brought out the tutorial to Ash. That's a tutorial for Pokemon to see. Although it is written in Japanese, there are enough ways for Pokemon to learn. In Pokemon game, there are also some learning machines that allow Pokemon to learn tricks that they shouldn't have learned. This setting naturally extends to the world in which he is located. It's just that if Zhang Yuan was using a learning machine, it wouldn't be as troublesome as Ash and Pikachu watching the tutorial. But, after all, it is something like a welfare system in the system, and Zhang Yuan, his own Pokemon, can handle it himself. When meeting Ash and Pikachu, Zhang Yuan didn't quite know what to do. What should he do and what kind of words to make up to explain this learning machine are all questions Zhang Yuan has to think about. If we get to Rustboro City, Jiao is about 7 kilometers away. Matt was the only one of them all without a Pokemon, so he didn't know what to do. Matt said in the animation, because he is not a trainer, has not reached the age to become a trainer. That is, he can't even catch Pokemon. This has already made Zhang Yuan feel a little pity. Is this a map? Mac, who has absolutely nothing to do, can do things like being an encyclopedia, flipping through maps and the like. And now Mac does just that. Yes, this is a map. Mac proudly showed Zhang Yuan what was in his hand. Zhang Yuan saw that there was even a red dot on Mac's map. This is where we are. Zhang Yuan immediately knew what the red dot meant. Chapter 418 Training and Training. Zhang Yuan is still very familiar with the story of Pokemon. After all, it was one of my favorite stories when I was a kid. Generally speaking, there will be Team Rockets at this time. You must know the ability of Team Rockets not to kill yourself. Zhang Yuan admires the most. Of course, the most important thing is still the existence of Team Rocket, which makes the world of Pokemon full of joy. But the only regret is that this joy will not last, because Zhang Yuan made a very painful decision, that is to kick Team Rockets out of Hoenn region. As a result, Zhang Yuan is unlikely to hear the word, since you asked the question sincerely, for a long time. And according to the character of Team Rocket, Zhang Yuan didn't think that they would be deterred by his own power like everyone else. After all, in the story, Ash beat them so many times. Didn't they run over and be beaten the same way? This kind of perseverance, Zhang Yuan definitely wants to give 120,000 points of praise, but he can't do such a stupid thing. However, this kind of tireless character, although 977 said that he found it interesting to look at, but it would be very annoying if he really wanted to meet him. Yes, it's annoying. You must know that Zhang Yuan is not a person who is afraid of trouble, but he is definitely a person who hates trouble. And Team Rockets is a hassle. God knows why they have such courage, ambition, and perseverance. To know if it is Zhang Yuan. No, even if it is Zhang Yuan, knowing that he is weaker than one person, he will definitely exercise his ability well and make himself stronger before challenging him. But Team Rockets won't. They've tried everything they can to figure out a way to get Pikachu, no matter how much frustration they've had. This is not bravery, but recklessness, and it can be called mental retardation. Playing Pikachu so many times, I can even know where Pikachu's weakness is, but there is still no way to overcome it. Is it not a mental retardation? If this kind of mental retardation appeared in the story, Zhang Yuan would still think it was a spice of life, but appearing in front of him now is really annoying. You can't beat yourself. It's okay to sway in front of yourself. No matter how much Zhang Yuan liked to directly brutalize the weak, he doesn't like it to this extent. After all, blood abuse of the weak is such an act. Zhang Yuan was disdainful. That is, when Zhang Yuan was thinking so blindly and missed the cute and attract villain. Ash and Pikachu had already finished reading the book in their hand. That tutorial is only for Pokemon or just for the trainer to watch, and it is not possible to train, but the Pokemon and the trainer together are another matter. Pikachu had already started to practice at this time, and after failing a few times, it looked at its trainer in frustration. Zhang Yuan opened another tutorial of his own. He has never taught Pokemon with a tutorial, but he is a little curious about the difference between a tutorial and a direct learning machine. Soon Zhang Yuan will know that if you use a learning machine, you can directly pour knowledge into your mind, but if you use a tutorial, it will be different. A tutorial will give you a theoretical knowledge first, and putting this theoretical knowledge into practice is another matter. Zhang Yuan looked at Pikachu. The embarrassed Pikachu and the embarrassed Ash made Zhang Yuan want to laugh. In Zhang Yuan's memory, Pikachu and Ash are very good partners. They are very harmonious. Not only that, Ash's ability to solve everything is what Zhang Yuan admires most. However, this ability did not show on Ash at this time. Ash in front of Zhang Yuan is not that smart kid. If you think about it carefully, it is not difficult to find, because Ash is a child himself. Only with the aura of the protagonist, he can do whatever he wants in this world, and this protagonist's halo is useless in front of Zhang Yuan now, and in the previous world, no matter what, Ash could use his strong perseverance to wait for victory in his own hand. Wait a second. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but walk toward Pikachu. The adjustment of your breath is not right. It can form Iron Tail, but it can't last for a long time. Zhang Yuan's words made Pikachu stunned for a moment, and nodded immediately, and then Ash looked at Zhang Yuan seriously, and he was also curious what was wrong and what should be done. Zhang Yuan took the tutorial and tapped Ash on the head. You are also a trainer anyway, so you should have some understanding of Pokemon. After being knocked on the head by Zhang Yuan, Ash covered his head and smiled embarrassedly. Of course, he knew that he was not as powerful as Zhang Yuan, so he didn't say a word. He squatted beside Zhang Yuan obediently, waiting for Zhang Yuan's answer. Zhang Yuan glanced at Ash and pointed his finger to a point on Pikachu's chest. Theoretically speaking, you need to breathe here, but that's just theory. When Zhang Yuan said this, Ash became a little curious. Isn't it possible only with theory? You don't understand that. I don't know when. Max also came to Zhang Yuan's side. He seemed to be very interested in what Zhang Yuan was talking about Pokemon, and said to Ash in a serious manner, theory is just theory. What really matters is the practical content of theory. Zhang Yuan gave Max a blank look. Although Ash and May have different personalities and are somewhat naughty, as a person who is 1 year older than Max, it is actually quite good. For Max, once the character, not a trainer, was set up, Max seemed even more naive and unreasonable. At this time, his talkativeness obviously made Zhang Yuan unhappy, and Zhang Yuan immediately rolled his eyes at him. After eating Zhang Yuan's eyes, Max shut up, knowing that he was talking too much. Shouldn't say so much.